Good morning and welcome to Silverstone as we get ready for the Classic. It is back. Oh, how wonderful it is to be at Silverstone. It's a bit grey, I have to say, today. It's not the perfect weather for the start of what is going to be a tremendous weekend, but don't worry about that. We're going to have a variety of weather. We're going to have the most amazing variety of cars and drivers. So much to look forward to this weekend. And just driving in this morning, some fantastic cars coming past me. The odd AC Cobra and Triumph Stags. I used to own a Triumph Stag, so it's lovely to see a few of those all collecting in the inner paddock area. So I'm Ben Edwards, and joining me in the commentary box is Alistair Douglas. Alistair, you've done this for quite a few years. It is a wonderful event, isn't it?
It is indeed. It's a one-off. It's certainly in the UK, it's a one-off. It's a huge event, and you used the right word there. It's not a motor race meeting, it's an event. We have a huge number of off-track things going on in the infield and around the outside of the circuit. Just a shame we've got a bit of a wet morning.
Well, there you are. We've got some Reliance all sitting there. But as you can see, it is a bit grey, sadly, at the moment. And it means that the track is going to be a bit slippery when we get the first qualifying underway. That's going to be for the historic Formula Juniors. They'll be coming out fairly soon. And we'll have to see whether they manage to deal with these tricky conditions. I'm sure they will. And it's a big entry as well, big number of cars, as there are pretty much in all of the different situations that we've got here, all the different classes. So we shall see. So that's fun to see. We've got a couple of amendments on the Formula Juniors. For those of you who are here at Silverstone, you might have bought one of the wonderful programs, a beautiful program, actually, a lot of information in there. And you may well have your race card. You might want to see who's doing what. So I can just give you a couple of changes on that. We've got a couple of additions. The reserve, number 50, Philippe Buhofer in his Lotus. So he's going to be a part of it. There were some earlier additions as well, earlier in the week, in fact. So number 57, George Christodoulou, is also doing it in his BMC Mark II. And actually, yes, the Philippe Buhofer, that was already on our list, wasn't it, I believe? And a few withdrawals as well. I'll mention those in a little while. But for now, we're just building up towards that first qualifying session. But Alistair, what a busy weekend it is. There's going to be so much action going on, isn't there?
Well, one of the changes that we'll see this year at the Classic is that we've got a maximum number of 61 starters.
We're just looking actually at the timetable. Look at this. So we've got the Formula Juniors starting out at 9 o'clock. The pre-war BRD 500, that's going to be fun to see. You'll see some real classics in that. RSC Historic Tourist Trophy, they'll be qualifying just before 10:15. Historic Formula 2, wonderful to see. And then qualifying for the Woodcote Sterling Moss trophies and the Adrian Flux Trophy for historic touring cars coming up as well before lunch today. The 60th anniversary E-Type Challenge, they'll be qualifying just before lunchtime, and that's a fantastic turnout of E-Types, celebrating those 60 years since 1961 when the E-Type first appeared. And we've got a variety of cars and a variety of drivers too. Martin Brundle's going to be part of that this weekend. So huge number of cars, huge numbers of drivers, plenty to look forward to, really. And as you can see, everything being set up already on Friday morning here at Silverstone. Qualifying today, and then as soon as we get into Saturday, we're into the racing. And Alice, there's a lot of racing. We'll be starting at, 9 o'clock in the morning and going through to 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah, 12 hours of racing. It's a wonderful arrangement at the Classic because we have all our qualifying on one day, that's today, and then for the whole day tomorrow and Sunday, it's racing from opening to closing of the event. And it really brings a great atmosphere when we're racing into the dusk. It may even, if we've got cloud cover like this, it may be actually a little dark by the time we finish racing tomorrow night.
It could indeed, yes, if we've got this sort of cloud. We shall have to wait and see. So we've got the historic Formula Junior qualifying coming up in just a few moments' time. The start of the Classic here at Silverstone. Yeah, just under 5 minutes to go to that. So we'll see the cars heading out onto track pretty soon. Let's go down to Nicky Shields now.
Do three interviews, but we'll manage. How's that for levels?
Hello and a very special good morning to you. Thank you for joining us if you are here at Silverstone, and thank you for joining us on our live stream. Welcome to the Classic. We are so excited because this weekend is going to be bigger and better than ever before. We are going to be celebrating 30 years of this weekend, this event taking place, and we've got so much going on. Qualifying is taking place today. Cars are already about to go out on track. Then, of course, tomorrow and on Sunday, we've got 2 days of racing. 20 races, no less, over 1,000 entries. Super exciting. We're really celebrating 100 years of motorsport this weekend. Also, look out, there are going to be a few famous faces around. Johnny Herbert is here hanging around somewhere, so look out for him. Tiff Needell also, he's competing in 6 races over the course of this weekend. And Damon Hill is here celebrating his 1996 F1 championship. But now let's go down to Ed with all the action from the paddock.
Well, thank you, Nikki. I'm down in the assembly area where I'm going to be the entirety of the weekend. I'm going to be chatting to the drivers before they go out for practice, and then tomorrow and Sunday I'm going to be talking to them on the podium when they finish their races. The adrenaline's going to be going. I can't wait to see what they're going to say. The great thing about the Classic is just a variety of machinery, and we've got the Formula Juniors behind me. We've got front engine cars, we've got rear engine cars, disc brakes, drum brakes. It's just absolutely fantastic, and I can't wait to get going.
Well, we can't wait for it to get going either, Ed. Lovely to see you down there, and I know you're going to be talking to drivers, looking at cars throughout the course of the weekend, and we'll be thoroughly enjoying that. So, Formula Junior it is, Alistair, that we're going to be starting off with. The series that was created back in 1958, and it was really the category just below Formula One. I mean, it's called Formula Junior, and you tend to think that name means, oh, it was a real junior category, but really it was like a combination of Formula 3 and Formula 2 all together before those categories were invented.
That's correct, yes, they didn't exist. It was either Formula 1 or Formula Junior, and in fact, a number of the cars that raced in Formula Junior also were used, the chassis were used with different engines in Formula 1, so it was absolutely the stepping stone.
Now you'll see some of the cars are front engine. That's a great shot actually. You've got a front engine car in front of you, car number 11, that's Will Mitchum in the U2, the Malak, and then in the background you've got a mid-engine car. So that's the real contrast, because it was at that time when they went from front to mid-engined cars in Formula 1 and in Formula Junior.
Absolutely, yes, it was the crossover period. There were rear-engine Formula 1 cars racing in 1958, but there were still front-engine Formula 1 cars racing in 1960. So this was very much the period of the change. And it was in Italy that, in fact, Formula Junior was invented, if you want to call it that, by Count Johnny Laurani. And the first race took place at Monza in 1958. In April, and it was won by a Stanguellini, but I don't think we've got one of those here today. But they were dominant in the early years, but later on in Formula Junior it was the British manufacturers that really took over. And
the engines were production-based engines, weren't they? They weren't pure racing engines. They were 1,000cc for the lighter cars, or you could, if you ran the slightly heavier car, you could run an 1,100cc engine.
Yes, very basic. In fact, the cars themselves were fairly basic until the British manufacturers like Lotus and Cooper came in and started to really develop the technology of the time. But those early cars, very, very basic, and we'll see those on track today. And they in fact, the orange car in the background there, the Alexis, the man driving that, Duncan Rabagliati, is actually the man that runs Formula Junior around the world.
And he's celebrating 30 years of doing the Classic, isn't he? And I saw a chat with him the other day that Tiff was doing. Tiff Needell is part of our coverage this weekend, and he's done something like over 600 races.
Yeah, I think
Formula Junior.
I think that I saw on his website 628 or something this weekend. Absolutely amazing.
Incredible that he's been racing that long, that he's done that many races, and he still loves Formula Junior, and he's in the front-engined car there. It won't be the fastest car out there because the mid-engine cars were the later ones.
That's right, yes. Although you might find the U2s are spring a surprise, especially with Ray Mallock at the wheel. Yeah, the Alexis, I mean, that's a classic. The orange car, number 7, the Alexis, is a classic Formula Junior car built by a Birmingham builder, Alex Francis, and Bill Harris, hence Alexis. And it was the time, you could build your car in the garage.
Oh, wonderful. We're going to be seeing those cars coming out on track in any moment. Obviously, the track is slightly damp, but the good thing is that they run treaded tyres anyway. So it's not such an issue of when you're running a race car that's on either slicks or wets. You haven't quite got the same problem with Formula Junior, have you?
That's right, and the cars are quite small, so this very, very wide Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, plenty of room for them to overtake, and we'll probably see cars 4 abreast.
Yeah, lovely to see them heading out onto the track now. A huge number of cars. You'll see that this stream of cars going on for quite a long time before they're actually all out on track. We've got a real mixture of manufacturers involved. You've got Lotuses, you've got Coopers, as you said, you've got the Malak as well. Plenty to look at, and we'll check out a few of those as they get out on circuit. We're looking down the Hamilton Straight, and that's pretty much the angle that we've got from our commentary box, isn't it, Alistair?
Yes, it is. Yes, we're the newly named Hamilton Straight, which was done just before the Grand Prix. That's the view we get, and the car's still streaming out, Ben.
Yeah, no, it's a very full grid, but it's a big track, so there's plenty of space for them. Number 147 just going out, Clinton McCarthy, and the Lotus 18, the green Lotus 18. Looks like Clinton could be the last one to take to the circuit as they just head around through the garage to get onto the track. The grids are split, in fact, between the old pits and the national pits and the new pits as well, so we'll see different cars in different parts of the circuit, won't we?
Yes, that's right. Generally, it's the morning we use the national paddock, and the afternoon we use the international paddock. But all the starts will take place when we're racing tomorrow and Sunday on the international pit straight, where we're looking now. Yeah. They'll grid up there, or rolling starts actually, so they'll all start from there. But the sheer variety of Formula Junior cars, as we're now looking.
Don't worry, that's not a Formula Junior.
That would be a very early Formula Junior. That's a Bentley. We're seeing a huge range of cars, and I think there were probably well in excess of 100 manufacturers of Formula Junior cars, from the backstreet one-offs done in the UK and in Europe, right through to the big hitters like Lotus and Cooper, who really changed the game when they came in, and Lola, of course, as well.
Plenty of classes as well in this, aren't there? Because there are classes that are to do with the age, to do whether it's front-engined or mid-engine, which engine it's got. It might have a Fiat engine, it might have a Lancia engine, it might have a Ford engine. So we've got all these different classes. We're not going to get too carried away with that, because to me, in a way, it's the different cars that are interesting.
Yes, that's right. Yes, I mean, Formula Junior racing very often is close, very competitive. But you might have a group of cars with 2 or 3 different classes involved, but the drivers aren't too worried about that. They're out there to enjoy themselves and have a good race. We're looking there at Pierre Livingston, who is the reigning Classic Formula Ford champion, and he's switched over to Formula Junior for this meeting.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be interesting to see a few quick drivers. Of course, they have been racing earlier on this year in a couple of events. So I was noticing Brands Hatch. There was a Formula Junior race earlier, and in fact Chris Goodwin won it. Sadly, he's not racing this weekend, I don't think. A friend of mine, we used to race against each other in Formula First, and we used to instruct together as well. But I don't believe Chris is actually racing this weekend. But some quick drivers that we'll be watching out for, who did well at Brands earlier this year, and we'll see how they get on. Clive Richards was a little bit he got fastest lap, but I think he was a bit unlucky at Brands Hatch. He's another guy that I used to race against in Caterhams as well, so he's done quite a lot over the years, and that's what's so lovely, I think, Alistair, about so many of the drivers that we're going to see this weekend in so many different categories, with experience for many. Some of them experience for many years. You know, as we said, Duncan Rabagliati, who's been racing the Formula Junior since 1990, but we've also got, as you say, some young, competitive, feisty racers who've got a huge amount of talent.
That's right, and that's the beauty of historic racing in general. Formula Junior is particularly attractive to drivers like that, because it is very competitive, but they are proper racing cars. But in historic racing generally, we have a huge range of younger drivers coming up, but we still see the old favourites that we've seen racing for many decades, some of them.
Lovely. We're just watching Peter Livingston, the historic Formula 4 champion, who's now in the junior heat, and you can see him really working at the wheel. You can see how slippery it is out there, but that's what's lovely to see about watching a driver in a Formula Junior, it's not a car that's on aerodynamics, and therefore you've got to keep it really smooth all the time. There will be quite a lot of movement on the steering wheel from the drivers who are trying to find the grip, and if you watch him closely, he is working quite hard.
Yes, that's right. He's in the Lotus 22, and that's a perfect picture to show the width of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit and these little Formula Junior cars. Although, as I said earlier, they did race in Formula One as well, the same chassis. So we'll see in the historic Grand Prix cars later on in qualifying, where we've got the same types of Lotus racing, but with a Grand Prix engine rather than the Formula Junior engine. Yeah,
lovely to see. He is fastest at the moment, by the looks of things. We're going to see complete laps coming through, but a good start to the qualifying for him on this rather damp circuit. We'll have to see whether it's going to be damp over the weekend. We're definitely going to be getting the odd showers coming through. He's done a 2 minutes 43.9 to sort of set the initial pace there, but he's been showing some good sector times. Cam Jackson's going well though. In fact Jackson's just gone quickest. So I've watched Cam Jackson race a bit. He has been mightily strong this year. He's leading, isn't he, the Autosport National Driver kind of competition, which is across the board for everybody. He keeps winning in historic Formula Ford. I saw him at Snetterton earlier this year, and he was absolutely dominant. Yeah, well, he uses the same Formula Ford car in classic and historic Formula Ford, and he races in the juniors as well. And I commentated on a meeting earlier in the year where he won all 6 races. Wow. It's amazing. Cam Jackson's preparation of the car is superb. Very, very impressive. But we've got a few other cars that are moving up the order now as well, which is good to see. And we'll find out who's going to be setting the outright pace. We've got Sharon Edelman, who's quickest now in the Brabham BT6, and but these early laps, Ben, I think we're going to see a lot of movement on the timing screen, which is the drivers are trying to find where the grip is out on the circuit. Silverstone is very, very flat, and the tarmac is very smooth because it's a Grand Prix circuit. And most of the circuits that these cars will race on will be a little more bumpy, a little more grainy in the tarmac, so they've got to get used to that. Definitely, yeah, plenty to get used to. 51 cars out. Actually, is it 51? Yes, looking at who's setting just a 51st car actually isn't showing any times at the moment, but 50 cars are showing sector times around the track at the moment. 50 cars. It's just fantastic to see that kind of level of entry, and yeah, seeing how they're getting on. You'll see some interesting names amongst them. We've got the Mallock name in there, which is great to see. Ray Mallock, driving his father's invented U2. Yes, the name U2 actually came from a contemporary advert at the time on television, which was U2 can have a body like mine, Charles Atlas. And Major Arthur Mallock, who was Ray's dad, decided to use that name for his car. We've got a safety car out. Yeah. Well, not surprising that there may be the odd spin in these conditions, I have to say, although a spin like that, which has got going straight away, and isn't really a problem, wouldn't cause a safety car. So I wonder if somebody's actually gone off somewhere a little bit more seriously. That car just joining on, that was Nick Taylor in the Elva. That's a pretty rare car, actually, the Elva, isn't it? Had that little spin, but he's got... now, there we are. There's a car that is actually stopped on track. So that is a tricky spot. Yeah, it's going into Copse, isn't it? So that is why the safety car is out. That makes a lot of sense, because that is a pretty dangerous place to just be stopped. If you go the other side of the Armco barrier, then you'll be on the pit lane exit, which would be fine. But where he is right now, only slightly offline. So that's a very tricky position, and hopefully they can get that sorted out. Yeah, that's it looks like a mechanical failure rather than a spin, doesn't it? Yeah. But hopefully the marshals can hop over and push that car round the corner and perhaps into the pit exit road, and we can get this sorted fairly quickly. It's a little bit of a problem for them because it's quite a short session and it's a long track, so they don't get many laps in. That's very true. And we've only got about 9 minutes to go in the session now. So Sharon Edelman is fastest at the moment from Pierre Livingston, second quickest, and then third fastest Richard Bradley. Richard in a Brabham BT2. There's the safety car taking to the circuit to make sure everybody is in a settled pace.
Richard Bradley, a very experienced driver. You may have come across him in sports car racing as well, and he and his father Ed Bradley race, and Richard very quick indeed, so we see him up at the top of the times there. But it's still the Sharon Edelman car that is quickest. Neither Livingston, Bradley nor Jackson, and also Sam Wilson there as well. All these drivers are very quick in Formula Junior every time we see them.
Nick Carlton-Smith is in the mix as well, a little bit further down the order. He is currently in 16th position, and he is a regular racer in the juniors, in the Kieft Formula Junior. There are some wonderful names, aren't there?
Well, yes, you might think Kieft is a foreign car, but actually it was a chap called Cyril Kieft, and Sterling Moss was a director of Kieft, and he started his racing career it was actually the 500cc Formula 3, which was a precursor to this Formula Junior. But Sterling made his name in the 500cc Formula in a Kieft, became a director, and of course the rest is history, as they say, and we'll be talking a little bit about Sterling Moss, I think, during the weekend as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Kieft was Wolverhampton was the base of Cyril Kieft, but a very unusual name.
Yeah.
In fact, there's another car which some of the manufacturers gave their cars unusual names because it then allowed them to get a bit more start money when they went to Europe.
Number 13, you're looking at John Arnold in the Elva 100. Obviously, an early car there with that. That's a front-engined machine. Looks like an early Indy car, doesn't it?
Yes, especially with that paint finish on it. The Elva built in East Sussex by a chap called Frank Nichols. And for those of you who know a little bit of French, the name comes from the French for she goes, Elle va. So he thought, that's a nice name for my cars. Actually made road cars as well. But very successful in the front-engined section of this race. I'm sure we'll be seeing them at the sharp end of the front-engined results.
Number 92 there, just following behind the safety car. That's Westy Mitchell in De Tomaso. As you said, the Italians sort of started Formula Junior. De Tomaso was one of the regular competitors in Junior, wasn't it?
Yeah, and they obviously made road cars as well.
Yeah.
I'm sure we've heard of those. Yeah, it was very much an Italian-based formula initially, with Johnny Lorani developing it in Italy. But then over the 5 or so years that it ran, 58 to 63, it very much moved towards the British manufacturers, and by the end they were dominating.
I wonder if something has been adjusted on the timings, because suddenly I noticed that Cam Jackson and Pierre Livingston are back up there, 1 and 2. I wonder if there had been a little error or something on that timing, because it did show Sharon Edelman fastest, and now that's dropped down. So I think there must have been a slight problem there on the timing, but it's now Cam Jackson who set the pace earlier. Let's hope they get another lap or two, though, because there's only 5 minutes to go, just over 5 minutes to go in this first qualifying session of the Classic at Silverstone.
Well, we've got certainly the top names towards the top of the timing screen at the moment, but there are equally some very quick drivers who are not at the top of the timing screens, and they'll be the ones that perhaps came out at the back of the queue, and they haven't really had a chance to dial into the circuit. And that, I suppose, that shows the importance of getting out there early on track. But Cam Jackson, Pierre Livingston, Richard Bradley, Sam Wilson, they're all really quick drivers. Chris Drake as well in 6th place, I see there. Ray Mallock, it's great to see Ray still racing. Ray now is 70 years old.
Is he?
Yes,
Wow.
yes,
That's
just
fantastic.
turned 70.
And of course, he's been a key man in preparing cars, running cars for other people over the years, hasn't he? Run some fantastic touring cars over the years as well. Which we'll see some of the cars probably he ran, to be honest, as we go through the course of this weekend.
And a competitor at Le Mans, of course,
yes,
many
indeed.
times, especially with Aston Martin.
Yeah. So some lovely machines heading down, but it's just a shame to see them behind the safety car. Richard Ferris, number 65 there. That's Richard, and that's the Donford Formula Junior.
That was built in Australia. One of a couple of Australian cars that regularly race in the UK Formula Junior scene by a chap called Jack Myers. It just shows how far the Formula Junior went in terms of the manufacturers all the way from Australia, and they were racing all around the world. It wasn't just a European series. They had series all over, and now we see some of these cars reappearing.
Yeah, good to see. Well, they've picked up that car, thankfully, that has caused the safety car. So hopefully we're going to be getting this underway, but it's not going to be very long. Are they going to get one lap in? Remember that a lap is 2 minutes 41 is the fastest so far. We've got 3 minutes 50. I'm not sure they're going to get a flying.
No.
They may get one flying lap in. Let's wait and see. But that is obviously a little Lotus that is not very happy, unfortunately.
No. That looks like it's a transmission problem, doesn't it? Because if it was...
yeah, they would have pushed it.
They would have pushed it, that's right.
Yeah,
They've picked it up, so maybe a transmission failure there, unfortunately. Stranded that car on the inside of Cops Corner.
So there's a chance the safety car might come in at the end of this lap. Might just get one flying lap in. Let's hope they do. It would be nice. They've had a good chance to see the track conditions, I suppose, behind the safety. Oh, we've got another car going rather slowly there. Number 19, Ralph Emmering, in a Gemini Mark II, another front engine machine. Oh, he's pulling off. Look, Alistair, this is not good, is it?
No, that's... I was just about to say the safety car's going through Beckett, so it's not far back to the start line. We should get another lap in, but now Ralph Emmerling's pulled off. They may be able to get that out of the way and allow them... the Gemini was built, another UK car, that was by Graham Warner, who ran the Checkered Flag Garage, and you might remember Checkered Flag in the rallying days. They ran a Lancia Stratos, but he built the Gemini cars, named after his star sign.
Well, let's see if they're going to get a chance. There will have been a message from race control to the safety car driver to say, well, don't go too quick because we've got another problem with the car now, and if we can get it out of the way in time, we will bring you in and give them another lap, but we're not sure yet whether that's going to happen. Heading down towards Stowe. So the Marshals, who will be doing a fantastic job all weekend. Well done to the Marshals. Always great to see you as part of the British Motorsport Marshals Club myself. It's great to see you all. And the fact that you'll be here with fans this weekend, that is also lovely to be able to enjoy it with the popularity of these cars and the support of the fans. Is going to be a really special event for all of us, there's no doubt about it. But are we going to see any more running in this session? That's the big question mark here.
Well, we've got a minute to go, and it looks like they've been released, doesn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah.
Yeah. Green
We've
flag.
gone green. That's great. So they've got one flying lap. Okay. So this could completely change the lineup for the race. It's pretty much the checkered flag will be out in less than 50 seconds, but that does give them a chance. Hopefully, I hope that actually all of them get through.
Yeah.
I wonder if they will all get through, because 50 cars have got to get across the line before that goes to zero.
It would be nice if there was a latitude to not put the flag out until the last car had crossed the line, give them all a chance, and there may well be, but timing is so tight at this very busy classic. One or two cars taking it very gently indeed, and some of the quicker cars trying to get through, and very close there, right in front of us.
Oh, there's a spinner as well, Abbey, just in front of our commentary position. Thankfully, he's got it pointing the right way. There he is. He was nearly collected. The number 26 car, that's Roger Dexter. Man in his 80s who's been racing for many, many years, but sadly just got it a little bit wrong there.
Yes, just so many cars trying to get across the line, and it looks as though, Ben, they have allowed everybody to come across the line. We've still got cars streaming over the timing line, but we see no sign. Oh, checkered flag is out.
Yeah, checkered flag is out. Yes. So I'm not sure everybody's going to get a lap in here, but hopefully most of them will. So there is Roger, pulled over. He's on the runoff. He's not in a dangerous position, although actually if somebody gets it wrong through Abbey, they could end up collecting him. The whole field has gone past him now, and the Marshals are running over. I can see from our commentary position they're heading over to try and get him started again. Presumably it stalled when he spun, and they may well be able to give him a push start and get it going.
Meantime, the first cars in the train are going through Cops Corner, so they will be able to complete their lap. Of course, the lap when the checkered flag goes out, as long as you haven't passed the flag, it will be timed, so they do get a chance to the flag. Unlike a few years ago in Formula One, where they had that weird sort of checkered flag came out, and everything stopped at that point. That's not how it works here. you can see on the camera shot the spray that is coming up off even these little narrow tyres are throwing up plenty of spray.
Yeah, that's a good point. Bearing in mind, there's not too much standing water, I'm glad to say, but it is very slippery. You can see how slippery. And when you've got a slightly cooler summer day, like we've got today, it takes a while for the water to dry away, which is a bit of a shame. Just having a look at the 166 car that we thought had set a pace earlier, but it's not the case.
No, Sharon Edelman has been dropped down the order, so there was obviously a timing glitch which has been corrected. And it's worth mentioning that with this particular formula, the grid for the second race on Sunday is exactly the same as the grid for race 1. They don't change the grid for the finishing order. So if somebody's had a bad session, and a lot I think are going to have done, it will affect both grids.
Looking at the times, Alistair, there's not many people improving their sector times, are there? It doesn't, I guess the extra rain maybe that we had during that safety car period has meant the track is a little more slippery, and I'm not sure we're actually going to see many changes in the positions.
No, I think the problem they've got is that the track is getting slightly wetter as the session goes on, with a little bit of drizzle coming down. With also the cars being bunched up, the faster drivers are not really able to get a clean run through the corners. They're constantly overtaking. So we're still seeing Cam Jackson as the fastest. And as I said earlier, the faster drivers are there on that first 20 that you can see on your screen. There are names in there who you'd expect to be at the front, but equally beyond that, there are drivers who you would expect to be further up.
We just had a quick glimpse of the number 140 car, Keith Pickering, the Britannia Formula Junior. That's a rather stunning looking car.
Yes, that was actually designed by John Tajiro, who was a British person, but born in Portugal, and best known for designing the AC Ace, which was then developed into the Cobra by Carroll Shelby.
Okay, well, they're all seeing that checkered flag now, and as I say, I don't think we're going to see many changes in position. There's one or two further down towards the back that may be improving slightly, but it looks as though the front runners are going to stay pretty much the same, and it looks like Cam Jackson is going to be having pole position in his Brabham BT2, and there's not a great surprise. We were talking earlier on, Asda, about how brilliant he has been. His father Simon Jackson's racing this weekend, and his brother too, I believe.
Dominic, yes.
Yep, Dominic.
Yep.
I raced against Simon back in the day, but his lads have taken it on to another level. They really have. Fantastic.
No, it's great. The whole family are here racing, and they're all very competitive. So that'll be good to see the father and brother racing as well.
Good stuff.
It's good to see Pierre Livingston up there as well. I mean, he's a great young talent who's, as I say, switched across for this meeting into the Formula Junior from Formula Ford, but he's really set the pace in Formula Ford for the last couple of years, and he's the reigning champion.
So Cam Jackson takes pole. Pierre Livingston looks as though he is going to be lining up in second place, and then a whole bunch of cars behind. But I do believe that if we have a dry race, mind you, of course, it will be early race on Saturday, so who knows, but if it's dry, we could get a very good race, because there'll be some people who are being a bit careful today in the wet, who might be a bit braver in the dry. So we could see some really good side-by-side racing, I think, as people try and move their way up through the order. So we shall see.
Yes, indeed. That's a lot of drivers will be mid-pack at the start, but they'll work their way through. And it's a rolling start as well, so they'll all come through Club Corner and then head off up the Hamilton Straight, and the lights will change, go out, the red lights will go out, and they'll be racing.
Okay, well, that's the Formula Juniors, but we've got a group of much older cars coming out, and to find out a bit more about that, let's go to Ed Foster.
What an amazing grid of cars ready to go out on the circuit. Slightly damp conditions, but this Aston Martin Ulster is just a lovely thing. Tell me a little bit about it.
Well, it was built, as I say, by Aston Martin as a single-seater, and in 1938 to race at Brooklands, and it never had much of a chance to run in period because the war broke out. So it's probably one of the youngest Ulsters you'll find. But, yeah, a nice machine, and very narrow in the body, as you can see.
And how much do you race this through the season?
I've raced it twice this year already, and but I haven't raced it very much. I raced it once last year in the wet here in Silverstone. That was probably my first outing.
And how is it in the wet? Is it quite a forgiving car? Is it?
Long wheelbase is very forgiving.
So the marshals are just clearing up. I think there must have been a bit of oil down where that Lotus stopped. We wondered if it was transmission because it looked like it might have locked up. They had to lift it out of the way, but it does look as though some oil went down, doesn't it, Alistair?
Yes, if it was gearbox, maybe the gearbox casing broke and it lost some oil, unfortunately. So yes, it could be gearbox or even engine oil if there was an engine problem.
So there's the result of the Formula Junior qualifying. Cameron Jackson setting the pace by a big margin. Look at that, 2.6 seconds from Pierre Livingston. Richard Bradley third, Sam Wilson fourth. Alex Ames in the Brabham, fifth fastest ahead of Chris Drake and Adrian Russell. Tim Child was eighth. Ray Mallock in that Mallock U2, the front engine car, ninth. And Clive Richards, nice to see him up there, in 10th place in his Lotus 22. Greg Thornton in 11th place ahead of the next bunch, leading down to 20th. Nick Carlton-Smith in there in the Kieft. And as you can see, plenty of Lotus 22s in that particular little group. And it's lovely to enjoy seeing so many Lotus Formula Junior cars. So that's the top 20. Remember though, there are 50 cars, so as we go further down the list, you've got people like Timothy De Silva in his Lola Mark II, the Caravelle, very rare car, the Caravelle Mark III. James Hicks down in 26th position, another U2 Mallet. Jonathan Fider with that. Mark Woodhurst in 30th place in another of the Lotus cars. And then we carry on down the list even further. Elva in there of Nick Taylor, a Cooper T56, Crispian Bearsley, a Nota Formula Junior, and the Britannia. We saw that briefly out on track with Keith Pickering ahead of Stuart Dizard, and Duncan Rabagliati, the man who's done so many races in Formula Junior over the years and is involved in running the championship.
Adrian Flux are proud to be the Classic's official insurance partner for another year. Why not visit our stand in Purple 10 next to the Village Green today to find out how we could save you money on your insurance. We've also got all sorts of things to keep you entertained, including a Forever Cars display, Ian Cook's Pop Bang colour masterpieces, and the chance to win a passenger lap around the track in the course car. So what are you waiting for? Adrian Flux, insurance for the individual.
The road to freedom. Japan quality. Yokohama. Your tire.
Our brains are responsible for every thought, every memory, every word, in fact, everything we ever experience. Dementia can take all that away. But looking after our brain health can reduce the risk of this happening. It's time we started to think brain health, and we can show you how.
So back at the Classic at Silverstone, and we're looking forward to another qualifying session getting underway in a few moments' time. We've just seen the Formula Juniors out there, so they were very much a historic category, as we mentioned, in the late 50s, early 60s, but we're going back a lot further coming up in a moment with the MRL pre-war BRDC 500 qualifying for cars that raced at Brooklands, for example. Maybe not all of them, but Brooklands, the most fabulous place. I hope many of you will have been to the Brooklands Museum over the years. They are next up, so we'll see them out in a moment. Though there you've got the list of other qualifying sessions that are coming up. The RSC Historic Tourist Trophy, the Historic Formula 2 Series, the RSC Woodcote and Stirling Moss trophies, which are combined this year. That's going to be a fabulous race. Really amazing cars. Looking forward to that qualifying so we can just have a look at some of those. The Adrian Flux Trophy for MRL, historic touring cars, another great entry. Those will be qualifying before lunch. So will the 60th Anniversary E-Type Challenge. Jaguars, they'll all be Jaguar E-Types, every single one, but they'll be different in every subtle way. We'll be looking forward to seeing those out just before lunchtime today. And then there'll be more other wonderful machinery coming out later. And we've got a Murray Walker tribute for historic Formula 1 cars. That'll be coming out later as well. But let's focus on the pre-war BRD C500, which is the next series of cars coming out. And that one there, Fraser Nash, that is one to watch out for, actually, isn't it? The number 11 car, could be one of the most competitive cars in this.
Very much so, yes. There's probably 4 or 5 cars that will be battling for the lead, but that will certainly be one of them. Fred Wakeman, the American domiciled in the UK, shares with Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, PBE as he's known, and he is very quick. He's the preparer of the car. That's a very fast car indeed. We're now looking at the 46 Bentley of Duncan Wiltshire, the man behind Motor Racing Legends, MRL, and he will be racing his car, sharing with one of the family, Llewellyn, Oliver Llewellyn it will be, who's sharing with Duncan.
Yeah, well, lovely to see. Getting a little wave as well from Duncan and Oliver as they get ready. So yes, some of these drivers will be sharing, some will be doing it all themselves. They have to do a pit stop, and then you decide whether you're sharing your drive or whether you just sit in the pits for a while and then carry on back out there.
Well, it's a 40-minute race, and some of these cars are close on. I'm just looking down the list, but I think we've got some around about 100 years old, and I won't be surprised if we only have a couple of retirements. It's absolutely amazing the way these cars are prepared and are kept going, and they race properly as well. Don't think these are going to drive around like a display. They're proper racing cars.
This is Clive Morley in his Bentley. It's listed as a 4.5. It means it has the 4.5 litre Bentley engine, although it's the Bentley 3 chassis, effectively. They started off with 3 litre engines, these Bentleys, didn't they, back in the day?
That's right, and it's always been the same, hasn't it? You buy a car, it's got an engine, and you think, I want a bigger one.
Yes, absolutely. You always want a bit more power. That's a lovely machine, though, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. All of these cars are glorious as we head on down to car number 40 now, which is Till Bechtolsheimer in the Talbot Largo. So, yeah, lovely, good competition there with the Bentley. They were a very important brand in that pre-war period, no doubt about it.
And the Talbot Largo in the light blue of France, cars used to have to race in their country colours at this period, and cars were actually thrown out for not being in the right colour. That's why the Bentleys are green. We're now back to the Richard Pilkington Talbot, sharing with his daughter Tanya.
Yeah. Another fabulous machine, and you can see how the drivers quite often wear open face crash helmets there with the that he's using with the visor. Slightly different style. You've got no roll hoops or roll cages on these pre-war cars. It's a very different form of motorsport, isn't it?
Yes, and no seatbelts either. And the first car we looked at, Fred Wakeman, you'll see when he's out on track, he's almost hanging on to that car, and he says it's quite frightening because you feel like you're going to fall out. But quite big cars.
Quite big cars indeed. Well, Ed Foster has been catching up with some of the drivers. Let's hear what he's been finding out.
So Derbyshire, it's a wonderful grid of cars here. We've got the pre-war sports cars. Your Morgan is a little bit different. The engine's out the front, you've only got 3 wheels. What on earth is this like to drive in the wet?
It's really good in the wet. That's probably the saviour for us today because we're so outgunned on this circuit for speed. Straight line speed we haven't got, but the Morgan is spectacularly good at cornering and it handles really well in the wet weather. So we're quite pleased to see the rain and hope that it carries on.
So I'm not an expert in vehicle design, but I would have thought the more rubber you have on the track, the more grip you have. So with only one rear wheel, Where does the grip come from?
Yeah, I've got no idea really. All we do is keep the front end pointed in the right direction, and the back seems to do what it likes. But it seems to work. So yeah, they're just really strange little cars, but they're lovely. Absolutely love it to bits. Yeah.
So enjoy.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We do have a delay, we see, before the cars can get out on track, as there's a little bit of track clearing to be done. But that is a wonderful looking car, Alistair. Such a brilliant machine.
Yes, the Morgan three-wheeler with the one wheel at the back as opposed to the Reliant, which put it at the front. Still based in Malvern, not under UK family ownership anymore, sadly, but still there in Malvern, Pickersleigh Road, just up the road from where I live. And they're still building the three-wheelers in a more modern form. But Sue's car, she's sharing with you and Cameron. They are regulars in that car, and it's only got 2 gears, 0 to 70 in first, and 70 to 105 in second, with a little twin-cylinder engine sticking out at the front from 1929.
Beautiful, absolutely wonderful, yeah. As you say, you've got cars going back to 1929, 1927. For some, 1924, some of the Bentleys are early 1920s, and of course they had huge amount of success at Le Mans, didn't they?
They did.
With the Bentley.
Yeah, 6 wins at Le Mans, 5 of them in the early the 20s and the 30s, and then the reprise in 2003. But 1924, 1927, 28, 29 and 30, Bentley took the laurels at Le Mans, which it still is a big race, but in those days it was really significant for selling your cars, and that's why Bentley went to win.
Yeah, and they went for the supercharged cars, initiated by Tim Birkin, and the power they created as well. And they used to race against Bugatti and all sorts, didn't they?
That's right, yes, and Ettore Bugatti said that the Bentley was the fastest truck in the world. Because his idea of building, and we've got a Bugatti out in this race, hopefully, Martin Halusa's car. The Bugatti was like a sewing machine. It was very, very beautifully built. The Bentley also beautifully built, but very big, very strong chassis, very heavy, whereas the Bugatti went for lightness. And hopefully we'll see that car out.
Well, the marshals are doing their best to get this track cleared up a little bit after the situation we had. So it just needs cleaning up before we get the pre-war cars to have a little play and get a feel for it. And of course, conditions like this does make life a bit difficult. It will delay things a little bit as we go through the day, but hopefully they'll be able to catch up a little later on.
It looks, Ben, as though that oil slick actually wasn't just at Copse where we saw it originally. We've got the marshals working very hard indeed there, much further back round the track at Luffield, or at it's actually Brooklands, that. And they're seeing oil, they're checking the track for oil and dealing with it. So now we've got the vehicle coming round to actually put some liquid onto the oil.
Okay, so that's going to hopefully clear it up. So while we've got a little bit of a delay with the cars going out on track, let's go down to Nicky Shields, who's been having a wander through the paddock.
So this week at the... It's more like this weekend, isn't it? So this weekend at the Classic, we are here celebrating not just the old classics and the historic cars, but also the new. And something that's really been turning heads is this Ineos Grenadier, who, well, I'm joined by Steve Graham, who is going to tell us a little bit more about why this car really has hit the headlines since its announcement, hasn't it? It really has, well, it's shown everyone what a proper 4x4 can do.
Yeah, I think very much so. From our point of view, you know, the whole idea of bringing this car to market was a go-anywhere 4x4, where actually it's built for its purpose, rather than maybe some of the current SUVs that we see on the road. This is a vehicle that's got permanent four-wheel drive, and was a concept back in 2017,
right?
With the demise of what was the old Defender, and Sir Jim Ratcliffe had an idea in the pub called the Grenadier.
All good ideas start in the pub, don't they?
That's absolutely right, they do. And I think as a couple more gin and tonics went down, I think Jim and his friends decided that actually it would be a good idea to replace something like that. But with, you know, obviously all new setup, because, you know, we need to meet certain things in today's modern standards.
Yeah.
And hence the birth of the Grenadier. So we're excited about it, really excited.
Well, it is really exciting as well because, you know, it's such a recent launch that not many people have actually got to see it firsthand. So this is really the first time that, you know, the British public are going to get their eyes on it.
Yeah, very much so. We've got a tour going on, and a lot of interest with, you know, a lot of folks that have been following us from day one.
Yeah.
And we launched the exterior design over a year ago now, so it's been a long way to get here. But we've done everything in the public eye, you know, and we've tested in the open air and made sure that, you know, we've got a lot of fans, a lot of supporters following the vehicle. And therefore, we're taking it to those people in the UK as well as Europe. And as we spread around the world, we will get into Africa as well, and also to Australia, New Zealand, America. But at the moment, we've got a UK tour going on, and we're keeping our guys that have been following us, and they will come along and test drive and experience it for themselves.
Yeah, it's really quite incredible. Should we have a very quick look inside as well? Because it's pretty spectacular. I mean, it's spectacular on the outside. Hopefully you've had a good look at the car from the outside. But take a look inside as well. Sorry, Chris, if you can you squeeze round there? There's a big pillar right behind you. Sorry, really stitched you up there. If you can take a little look inside, talk us through the design inside.
So very much about, you know, the functionality of what we want to see on the vehicle. So everything you see on the center console is very much designed for its function, and all the switches have got the right names on rather than symbols. They all tell you what they do. And then more importantly, the overhead switches, where we've opened up the design where you can add accessories to the vehicle, and then plug them into the pre-wired switches.
Yeah.
So people that want to, as they do with vehicles like this, people that want to make them their own and put their own stamp on the vehicle, very much can do so. And that was always part of our plan from day one, that it could be, you know, effectively be customized to how people want to have that in their own style.
And the beautiful thing is, I'm just going to also just quickly one last shot of the back, because this is a nice big SUV that actually looks really comfortable to sit in. You're not going to be squashed in the back there, are you?
No, indeed. And I think one of the most important things has been the testing that we've done. You know, we're doing 1.8 million kilometres worth of testing. A lot of that on road, but more importantly, quite a lot of it off-road, because this is very much designed to go off-road and go places where no other SUV or no other 4x4 can go. So we're very excited about what this can do.
Brilliant. Steve, thank you so much. I know we kind of pounced on you on a Friday morning, just as you hadn't even got your coffee of the day. So thank you so much for talking to us. And yeah, guys, do get down and come and have a look. There is a stand here, the car's here, it's looking fantastic. And yeah, I think it might be time to go and get some respite from this rain. We'll catch up with you later. Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Nikki. Well, yeah, great to see that machine, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of interest for people to go and have a look at it. So still doing a bit of clearing up, not just at Copse, as you can see, they're doing some clearing up down at Brooklands as well, after some oil was laid down after the Formula Juniors did their qualifying session earlier on. Cam Jackson set the pace in that first session, but we are waiting to see the BRDC pre-war 500 come out on circuit, and we shall hopefully get them on track pretty soon now. It's not raining so much, but the track is still pretty damp, and it's going to be a challenge for them in those big machines to keep them pointing in a straight line, no doubt about it, but we'll see how they get on. They will be getting a reasonably decent length, nearly half an hour for qualifying, just under half an hour, and then the race tomorrow will be a 40-minute race, so plenty of time to get the feel for the vehicles. And of course, for some of these machines, they've probably been sitting around for quite a long time, although many people have been able to go out racing. And one of the good things about last year, Alistair, was the fact that although spectators sadly couldn't come along, there was still a lot of race meetings going on, and cars were still out there playing.
Indeed, yes. We managed to get quite a few meetings in after the July relaxation of the rules, although obviously then it was curtailed again. But it was very strange being here at circuits with no spectators. They just bring so much atmosphere.
Absolutely.
and people are enjoying what they're seeing, and unfortunately that didn't happen.
It's wonderful. I mean, I was here 2 weeks ago, just on the Friday for the British Grand Prix, and the year before I had been here when there was absolutely nobody here except the marshals, who did their usual resilient, fantastic job. But it was such a different atmosphere to be here at Silverstone with no people for Formula One, and then to be here briefly for the British Grand Prix and just see it absolutely heaving. It was very, very impressive, and it just adds so much feel and atmosphere.
Well, there was that tremendous moment here at Silverstone when the crowd were roaring for Lando Norris and George Russell and Lewis Hamilton, and it was just great to hear it on the television. That sort of tremendous atmosphere you get, and certainly at somewhere like the Classic, there is that atmosphere because there is so much going on track with these huge grids. That if you want to follow a particular car, you can see it out there. You're almost certainly going to see it this weekend. There's so many different cars here, and it's great to have people back, yes.
Yeah, really, really good. I'm looking forward to seeing those fans gathering. We're expecting up to about 20,000 people, we think, over the course of the weekend. Not today. I mean, it's still Friday today, so there'll be a few fans around, but I think it's going to start getting busier tomorrow.
Yeah, over the weekend, certainly. And tomorrow is a great day. If you can only come for one day, then perhaps tomorrow would be the day, because it's, as we said earlier, 12 hours of racing with a break for lunch, but it's 12 hours of racing, and you don't get that very often these days in sporting events.
We might not have a voice left by the end of 12 hours of racing. If the racing is as dramatic as we hope it is, we might be a bit hoarse in our voices by the end of the day.
Yes.
We shall wait and see. The clear-up operation still going on, as you can see. It is the 30th anniversary classic as well, which is lovely. And there are various celebrations of years of cars, 60 years of the Jaguar E-Type, and as we know, there's a special race for them. But 50 years, for example, for the Triumph Stag. They're having a stag party on Sunday here. Yes. And so we'll see some lovely Triumph Stags around. They're not racing, they're on the sidelines. Quite a few car clubs are here this weekend and are basically set up on the sidelines as part of the whole festival, really, the Classic.
Yeah, it is, and you can get around. It's a very big site, Silverstone. If you've never been to a race circuit or you've never been to Silverstone, it's a very large area.
It is.
People are quite surprised when they first come. But of course, there is the bus service, so you can hop on the bus, all free, and you can be driven around the circuit to your different vantage points. But more importantly, as you just say, all of the action that's going on off track as well. And if you've got a particular favourite car, it's almost certainly the car club will be here.
Yeah, I was just looking through the list, actually. I mean, you've got the Abarth Owners Club, AC Owners Club. I was next to an AC as I was coming in this morning, and I could hear this lovely rumble coming up behind me, the AC Cobra with its V8 engine. Sounded absolutely glorious, but it was very much a road car. So a lot of owners clubs are here. Bentley, obviously, BMW Car Club. There's a whole big long list. So if you are a car fan, you're going to see so many wonderful cars on the sidelines, as well as seeing cars out on the track and racing hard against each other. And I tell you, some of the racing can be very hard. I mean, I remember watching some of the Classic Mini racing in the past here. It goes a bit bonkers sometimes. And we've got a Classic Mini this weekend, haven't we?
Yes, we have indeed. That's always great fun, the Minis, because they're so similar in their performance. And we always used to say years ago in Formula Ford that the only difference is the colour of the driver's helmet.
Indeed. Well, we've still got a little bit of a delay, I'm afraid, before we get the second qualifying session underway, but we will be back very shortly.
We're on the starting grid for what is set to be an incredible day. It's lights out and away we go. He's taken an early lead. There's never been a better crew. Behind every great driver, there are brilliant engineers. It's going to be hard to pick a winner here. They're on the final lap. A day they'll never forget.
To the classic at Silverstone, and we're still waiting for the track to be cleared up. It looks just a little bit more promising now, but down at Brooklands there's still a little bit of clearing up to do from the oil that got dropped. There we are down at Copse, where they've been doing a very solid job of clearing up. Oil leaks, I'm afraid, are always going to be something that's part and parcel of historic or classic racing, and that's what's happened down at that area. Might explain actually why we didn't actually see much in terms of lap time improvement after the safety car period in the Formula Juniors, if there was oil down. So yeah, that could be part of it. But hopefully that'll all be sorted fairly soon, and we'll be getting the MRL pre-war BRDC 500 cars out on track. Lots to look forward to though as we go through the rest of the day as well. Funnily enough, the Silverstone auctions are going on today. There should have been some hot air balloons flying, but I'm not sure that's going to be happening today. But the Silverstone auctions viewing is going on today, because the actual auction, I think, kicks off tomorrow. So that's going to be pretty exciting. There's always some wonderful machinery there, isn't there?
Yeah, a few years ago, actually, there was a car sold, and the driver that bought it then raced it, and changed his entry from the car he brought with him to the one he bought, which was rather fun. And just shows you cars are, when they're sold, they are proper racing cars, and they're almost turnkey in that case. But yes, some wonderful cars are expected to be here, being sold in the auctions, and it attracts some really tremendous entries into the auction.
Yeah, no, fabulous part of this Silverstone Classic. So after qualifying for the BRDC 500s, they'll be qualifying for the Royal Automobile Club Historic Tourist Trophy for the pre-63 GT cars. That's going to be a fun one to get involved in as well. We've got the historic Formula 2s as well to be looking forward to. They're coming up a little bit later on, just before 11 they were due to be qualifying, but it does look as though everything's going to be running somewhat late. We've lost a bit of time here already, I have to say, and they are doing a serious job up there at Brooklands once again. But then we've got the Historic Touring Car Challenge coming up later for qualifying, and the E-Type Challenge. That'll be before lunch. During that lunch break, there's live music from Bamboozle, the Yokohama Supercar Legends and XJR15 anniversary parades. That's going to be fun. I love the XJR15, and they've gathered a whole bunch of them here, haven't they, this weekend?
Yeah, it's one of the many cars we'll see on track. I think we've got, on Sunday, we've got the end of a classic road event that takes a lap of the circuit. So we'll see lots and lots of cars on track for that, driving around. But as you say, yeah, it's great to see the XJR15 here. And I see in the programme as well, we've got Terry Grant, the stunt driver.
He's always wonderful, Terry Grant. Always great to watch. OK, well, it's still a little bit of a delay. Let's go back down to Nikki Shields in the paddock.
So I'm very pleased to say that joining me now is racing driver Ollie Webb, and he is in not one, not two, but 3 races over the course of this weekend. I mean, that's just a bit greedy, Ollie, but lucky you. I'm very envious, because one of the cars is the amazing Jaguar E-Type that you're taking out. Talk us through about that. And of course, we're celebrating 60 years of the E-Type this weekend.
Yeah, very special weekend, and very excited to be in 2 different Jaguar races in Guys' car with CKL. So we're doing the 60th anniversary race, we're doing a pre-63 race, and then we're also doing a race with the 911 short wheelbase, which is in the other paddock. So we're dotting around between the wing and coming back here, and I forget how crazy the classic weekend is. I kind of started queuing up this morning and realised, wow, this queue's really big for a Friday in the rain, so I'm really looking forward to the rest of the weekend, and it's going to be mad to see so many E-Types on a grid this weekend.
Oh, it's going to be so special. I cannot wait. But how are you feeling about qualifying, potentially in the wet? How well do you know the track here at Silverstone?
Yeah, so I've been bugging a few friends who know these E-Types better than me, so I was texting Alex Brundle and a few other people last night.
Have you raced an E-Type before?
No.
Okay, this race will be interesting.
Yeah, this is going to be new, so don't look at our car. No, do. So it's, yeah, it should be really good. It's very new to me, the classic stuff. I've done the Silverstone Classic a long time ago in a Cortina with my old boss, actually. But to do it in the E-Type on such a big weekend and to be getting into the classics more is pretty crazy. We were actually going to be doing 5 races this weekend. We were going to be in a GT2 BMW as well, but that unfortunately had some engine issues.
Oh no, that's the shame though, isn't it? That's the thing that, you know, you're used to driving in like World Endurance Championship. Those cars are very different to something like an old classic that you have to give so much respect to, but also you still want to race it as hard and fast as you can. How do you find that balance?
Yeah, it is a really tough balance because kind of as the pro driver in the car, you're expected to get a good time for the car, do well and show off the brand and the owner's car well, but at the same time, you are absolutely not allowed to put it in the gravel, do anything wrong with it, scratch it. So you've got to be first and don't crash, so that's the aim of the goal. But when it's raining like this, it certainly makes for entertaining video when you come back and you see that the car's sideways through every single corner as you try and achieve your lap time. So it is a really tough old place, but this is the best place to do it. We've got good runoff, good places for spectators all around the track, and it is a really, really fun track to race these cars.
We'd like to see a bit of sideways action. I think that'll be all right. Does it bring that added pressure then? As you say, you're actually, you know, you're racing it on behalf of the owner. It's not like, you know, normal racing championship, you're doing it for your team or your team principal. So when the owner is going to be here watching you and expecting you to deliver the car back in one piece, does that make you feel more nervous?
Yeah, it is. It's a different kind of pressure. It's almost more because, like you said, in the World Endurance Championship or in the Le Mans cars or the other championships that we race in, we get in, plug and play, off we go. They expect us to go absolutely 100%, and it's just your comfort zone. Whereas these cars, I mean, they're so valuable. I always tell Guy or whoever I race with, just please don't tell me how much this car's worth, because I might drive it a little bit differently otherwise. Don't tell me how expensive it is, and I'll just drive it normally. But when it is wet like this, it is quite nerve-wracking, and there's a lot of mix of people out there, mix of cars. We have different grades of E-Type, and I'm learning all that as well, because you look at an E-Type and think, oh, okay, that's an E-Type, but then you look down the grid sheet and there's 6 different types of E-Type, and one will be 5 seconds lap quicker than that one's on different tyres to that one, and there's all these little niggles that you have to learn. So I'm learning that as I go along as well. It's painful being overtaken even when you're in a different class, so I've got to kind of drag the racing driver out of me a little bit for that. But yeah, quali half an hour, flat out, 2 drivers. We'll see what we can do.
Love it. It sounds so exciting. I am so envious. We will be cheering from the side, so that's for sure. Ollie Webb, always a pleasure to talk to you. Good luck in your 3 races over the course of this weekend, and we'll hope for a little bit of a dry session in your qualifying at least. Thanks very much. Ollie Webb, everybody.
Great, and it's lovely to see drivers out several times. And some young enthusiasts as well. That's what this is all about this weekend. It's getting it across to young and old. Likewise, there'll be some elderly people who've watched racing all their lives and are just dying to see some of those cars reappear on track. But it's lovely to see some youngsters getting into it too. So hopefully everybody's going to have a good weekend. Well, let's go back down to Ed Foster in the pits.
Well, they've been sitting here for a while in the assembly area, but all the cars are ready to go. These cars must be the favourites of the weekend for me, because 100 years ago, these would have been like spaceships. And actually, when we look at them now, they're all quite simple. You know, they got drum brakes or cable brakes. They're difficult to stop. They're difficult to keep in a straight line. But they are just the most fabulous pieces of history that would have raced at Brooklands and done extraordinary speeds round that banked circuit. I can hear the cars starting up now. I think they are now leaving the paddock. I'll hand it over.
Thank you very much, Ed. And we're just noticing twin rear wheels on the number 8 car of Rüdiger Friedrichs, the Alvis Firefly. Now, that was something that was used in hill climbing particularly, wasn't it? Running a double rear tyre.
That's 81, I think, Ben. It's the...
oh, sorry, 81. Sorry,
yeah,
sorry, wrong one.
It's the Jaguar SS.
Particularly in hill climbs.
John Burton, right, yes, of course.
It's about tyre technology of the time, I guess. They couldn't really make a tyre that was very wide, and they knew that putting more rubber onto the road, as it's true now as it was then. So the way of doing it was bolt another pair of wheels on at the back. And that was very common in hill climbing, particularly where the start and the grip at low speeds is so much more important in racing.
Imagine if you did that with a modern Formula 1 car. Put two rear wheels on each side of a modern Formula 1 car. You'd basically you'd only get one car down the straight, wouldn't you? You wouldn't be able to fit them alongside each other.
Well, Frank Williams did it line astern, didn't he? Because
Yeah,
he put two
that's
wheels,
right,
he
yeah.
put 4 on the back, but
And we're going to see a car with 4 at the front this weekend.
Yes.
We are going to see the Tyrrell T34, aren't we?
Yeah, that's a recreation car, but
Okay.
yes, and absolutely, the 6-wheel Tyrrell, as it was always called, the P34.
I'm looking forward to seeing that because
brilliant.
magic machine. Yeah.
It is, yes.
But we are focusing on the pre-war cars now, so it's lovely to see them out there. It's been a bit of a delay, I'm afraid. Sorry to all of you who've been waiting to see these beautiful machines out on track, but here we go now. Philip Champion in the Fraser-Nash Supersports, just taking to the circuit there. That red machine, 1928 that was built. It has a 1500cc engine. So a real mix of power, of ability and quickness. This is a potentially quick car, though, as we said before. Frederick Wakeman and Patrick Blakeney-Edwards are sharing the Fraser-Nash replica. They were called replica even in the day. It doesn't mean it's a replica at all. That was what they were called back then, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and that really is a real one. It's very original. And that's Fred Wakeman, the owner at the wheel, the taller shape of Fred there. Patrick will take over for the second part of the session.
It's a bit easier to tell, isn't it, in a car like this,
Yes.
as opposed to a sort of modern world endurance car when they get in.
Yeah.
You can barely see the driver in
Yeah.
those cockpits nowadays.
Right.
Thankfully, here we can actually see them.
Absolutely, and you can see them working as well. And when the cars start to really press on, we'll be able to see the drivers leaning over, trying to get the weight onto the inside of the corner. And Fred Wakeman and Patrick Blakeney-Edwards in that car, we said earlier on, they'll be one of the front runners. 110 miles an hour that car will do, and it's chain driven, being a Fraser-Nash, as is the Morgan that we saw earlier with Sue Derbyshire talking to Ed earlier on. Chain driven, and it really was early technology.
Yes, absolutely, and they're very, very effective as well. So hopefully we'll see a bit of action. There's the Talbot Lago, the number 40 car. We saw that before they all headed out. It's a very beautiful car.
Yeah.
Aerodynamic with the way they did the sort of the wings, if you call it, the wheel guards. Much more aerodynamic than many other vehicles at the time.
Yes, it's interesting. Pre-war 1936 car, and not much was known about aerodynamics at the time. Certainly the Bentleys of a similar era were not aerodynamic at all. But yes, some of the designers were moving into the area of just making the cars a bit more slippery, as we see Fred Wakeman in the number 11 Fraser-Nash, which is making its way through Luffield. And even though these cars are getting on for 100 years old, they are moving around quite a bit on the track, and we'll see those cars sliding. Tiny little wheels.
Yeah, but that's also lovely. As you say, very narrow tyres, so not a lot of grip. And this is a corner that in a Formula 1 car might be flat out, but it's not going to be in one of these. It's still quite a fast corner, of course, as they come through Copse. Let's see how much steering effort's going on. Yeah, a little bit of play on the steering. We'll see a bit more of that, I'm sure, as we continue. External gear change, so he reaches out to his right-hand side, outside the cockpit, to change gear. And now he comes through into the Maggots-Beckett section as well. And there you can see a little bit of sliding around. Nice control, keeping it all together, not letting it get too far away. And this is definitely going to be one of the front runners in this race, particularly when Pat Blakeney-Edwards gets in it.
It's absolutely, well, actually Fred, over the last couple of years with Patrick's help, coaching him, is almost as quick. They are a very, very quick team in this pre-war racing. And you could see there, as he was going through Beckett's, the car was understeering, then oversteering a bit.
You can also see how he crouches down the straight. That's aerodynamic, isn't it? He's trying to, I mean, in karting we do that sometimes, just to try and reduce the aerodynamic drag, and he just dips his head down trying to get a little bit more straight line speed.
That's right, yes. Oh, and lovely slide there, just putting opposite lock on to control the car as he goes through. It is rear wheel drive. And then through into the tight section at Club Corner. We're using the historic club, which is not quite as tight as the Formula 1 circuit, so it's not the very sharp left and right as he comes through to complete a lap. I think in modern parlance, Ben, we'd call this a banker lap for Fred.
Yes, and let's have a look. It's a 3-minute 10, so that's the first of the sort of representative laps, and we expect that to be one of the front runners, there's no doubt about it. So we shall see. And there's a whole bunch of cars going down towards... Seems a bit ironic, doesn't it, when we've got such a big track. And OK, we've got plenty of cars. There's 33 cars out there, but it seems a shame that they're all actually kind of... this little bunch going around together and not on clear space.
Yes. Yeah, a lot of spray again. It's surprising, the narrow tyres do throw up quite a bit of spray. But they're coming through maggots there, and you can see 2-3 abreast as they come up towards the Beckett's complex. Reckoned to be one of the greatest sequence of corners in the world for Formula One racing, and it certainly carries across into historic racing as well. It's a superb section of the circuit.
Yeah, no, very, very impressive indeed. Pat Blakeney-Edwards is actually involved in 2 entries today. Presumably he is in the other car at the moment, the number 7 car that's gone second fastest, because he's going to have to swap over later on. And as you said, Wakeman's in the number 11 car currently. So it seems funny, but Pat Blakeney-Edwards is one of those drivers, and we will see this perhaps in a couple of other races, where he's not only in one car, he'll jump from one car to another. Now there's the Morgan we were looking at a little bit earlier on. Fabulous, isn't it? The 3-wheeler.
The 3-wheeler Morgan, yes. It's the number 35 car you're seeing there on screen with Sue Derbyshire and Ewan Cameron. Didn't spot who was in that then. I'll have a look when we get back onto it. But yeah, a 3-wheeler with the driven wheel is the single wheel at the back. You might think it would be better to drive the front wheels, but no, it's rear wheel drive, single wheel. But as you heard Sue Derbyshire say earlier, it handles really well, and its top speed about 105 miles an hour, so she's not as quick as some of the bigger cars. That looks like Sue driving, because Ewan Cameron, her co-driver, wears a black crash helmet, so we'll see him get in the car later on.
Yeah, it's going well at the moment, isn't it? So it looks like they might be able to pick up a place or 2. Quite a few cars have now done a lap, but there's no denying that Fred Wakeman is fastest by quite a big margin currently. Plenty of time to go, though, in this session. We've still got just under 15 minutes left, and hopefully they can get a good, clear run to the checkered flag, unlike the Formula Juniors that ended up sitting behind the safety car for quite a long time. We're just getting a little bit of brightness poking its way into our commentary box now, which is nice to see. There's the odd little patch of blue sky above us. There's still quite a lot of grey around, but it's suddenly beginning to feel a little bit more summery than it was when we first arrived early this morning, when it was really rather bleak and grey and raining. But brightening up, and that's going to be fun for everybody, because the track will get a little bit more grip as they continue round.
And it's very well drained, the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, and if we've got a bit of breeze out there, it will hopefully dry the surface quite quickly. Although these cars won't really squeegee the water off very well. The faster cars with the wider tyres will tend to clear the water faster. Lovely that we're sticking with Sue Derbyshire there as she makes her way up over the rise, and you can see the difference in size of the car. The car she's alongside, the number 75 Stephen Skipworth, James Dean shared Aston Martin monoposto speed model. She managed to get through on the approach to Beckett's there.
Yeah, very impressive. Made it look very easy, and yet it can't be that easy, can it, driving a car like this? But great effort. Good lap just come in from the number 22 car of Clive Morley. That's one of the Bentleys. That's just gone second quickest, although in the meantime Fred Wakeman's gone even quicker. Frederick Wakeman in the Fraser Nash has now done a 3-minute 4, but we've got a Bentley up there up into second place, and a few more changes coming through. Number 99 car of Ewan Jetley and Robin Tului, another Bentley, that's moved up there into 4th position, and number 70 as well. That's Richard Bradley. We're expecting Richard to be pretty rapid. He's in the Alta Sports. He's actually running with Gareth Burnett on this one, isn't he?
Yes, Gareth Burnett's non-started his car, but he's shifted across to share with Richard Bradley. The same Richard Bradley we saw out in the juniors earlier, and a contemporary sports car driver as well. But Gareth Burnett, very quick indeed. So that's another very strong pairing that we'll probably see at the head of the field in the race tomorrow.
Great. Well, look forward to seeing that. We are seeing a few changes as they come over the line. People getting a little more confident now that they've got a bit more track experience and a couple of laps underneath them, seeing where there's grip and where there isn't. There's a rather lovely Bentley heading down towards Brooklands with the tape on the lights, which they had to do, of course, in racing terms. That's the number 99 car, Ewan Jetley and Robin Tului. That's going well at the moment, up in there in 4th place.
Robin Tului is a very interesting person. I think that looks like Ewan in at the moment, but Robin has worked for a number of car manufacturers, including Mercedes on their Grand Prix car, and the MotoGP motorbikes as well. He's a very, very clever man, but a very quick driver as well. So that's another strong pairing. I mean, where the cameras are picking up some of our leading cars as we go through this session.
Let's have a look at through Cops Corner. How much work is going on the steering wheel here? That's pretty smooth, pretty controlled, I have to say. Nice job done there. And quick check in the single. Well, you've got a central mirror and a right-hand mirror, so you can keep an eye on what's going on behind. But it is still Frederick Wakeman who is setting the pace in this pre-war PRDC 500 qualifying. Oh, that was a bit of a slide. He gathered it together pretty well. Nicely done. And the Bentley continues on its way around. And so 35 cars now have been out on track. There's one that's not set at full time yet. That's Stephen Archer in the Aston Martin Ulster. He did a part of a lap, but he hasn't completed a whole lap. But everybody else, 34 cars, have at least completed one lap now.
And they're going to need to be on their toes with their driver changes where they're sharing cars, because due to the delay earlier, I see we've got a slightly shortened session. So rather than the normal time they would have had, they're reduced by 4 minutes. So with the long lap that we've already mentioned, they do need to be into the pits probably on this lap now to switch over, those that are changing drivers.
Yeah, that is an advantage obviously for those who are not, really, isn't it? Because they'll get more laps in and more opportunity to qualify. But that's part and parcel of it. And of course, sharing the car sometimes means you can share the costs, which can be pretty crucial, and have fun with somebody else doing it with you. Been another good lap by Clive Morley on that last lap, so he's gone second quickest. But there are quite a few improvements coming through all the time now. There's back with the Clive Morley's car, so he's done a good job to go second fastest. Beautiful Bentley, and look at that, lovely car control, really lovely. Bit of a late oversteer, good correction, and kept it going beautifully. And that's what's so wonderful to see with these machines.
They're not sparing the horses, are they? 1926 that car was built, so he's not really showing it that much respect. He thinks he might have an issue there, does he? No, he's back on looking forward again. Just wondered if he might have a problem with that external brake.
Yeah. Did look a bit weird, didn't it? Yeah. He was definitely checking something. I couldn't quite see what it was, but he's still
slithering around.
Yeah. Sometimes it's one-handed as he's using that gear lever over on the right. Let's see how he comes out of Luffield. Oh, that's lovely. I thought he was... No, there is a problem. There is a problem. Yeah, he's pulling into the pit. There's something... wasn't driving properly. It seems to be maybe cutting out. He's having a quick look down. I wonder what's going on there.
It could be something as simple as there's something loose around his feet. It's quite possible that something's come loose, but he's got the lap time in, hasn't he? So he's second quickest at the moment.
Yes, indeed. Just looking a bit further down that list currently. Down at the bottom there, as I mentioned, the number 17 car, Stephen Archer, he's not set a time. He is in the pits, so there's clearly a little bit of a problem there. We're looking at the number 5 car. Richard and Tanya Pilkington are sharing this Talbot, the T26 SS. This is a 4.4 litre machine and built in 1937. So this is one of the later cars, effectively, of this group, because we're talking about pre-war cars. That's a 1937 car. There are not many others in this category that are of that sort of age. We've got a 1938 Aston Martin 2 litre with David Ozanne driving that. And a couple of, we do have a 1939 Aston as well, don't we? The Monoposto Speed model of Steve Skipworth and James Dean.
Yes, there was the development pre-war of the cars was all halted during the war, and then immediately post-war there wasn't much changed. They just came out with the same cars again, but then things started to change in the mid-40s to the late 40s and then into the 50s. Of course, we started with the World Championship for Formula One here at Silverstone, the first race at Silverstone, 1948. Post-war, after the RAF station here was decommissioned.
Very different layout then, wasn't it? It was like a big X, wasn't it? It was sort of in and out into the airfield and back out.
Frightening in these days of health and safety. Yeah. They were driving towards each
opposite
other.
Opposite each other, yes.
Separated by a row of oil drums.
Incredible.
At full speed. Yeah, amazing.
Very scary.
But then fairly quickly it moved to the perimeter road, which is familiar to many people. It's been modernised now, but still using essentially the same circuit.
And of course, airfield perimeter roads became a big factor in motorsport, didn't they? And in many ways were one of the things that really kicked British motorsport off in such a positive manner post-war. Not all the European drivers loved them initially, but of course over the years people have very much got used to them because that's become much more common around the world. So a little bit of improvement we've just seen from the number 40 car of Till Bechtolsteimer, sorry, I'll get that right in a minute. That's another of the Talbos, the Talbot Largo. And we're looking at Nigel Dowding. Riley Brooklands, that's a favourite for me as well, the Riley Brooklands. It was based on the Riley 9, wasn't it? It was a racing version that they genuinely did race at Brooklands in the day. They were lowered and they were very competitive. Not particularly powerful, they were sort of one of the lower key cars, but nonetheless a very impressive machine. It's only got an 1100cc engine, but they can do some pretty special stuff with them. Yes,
Brooklands was the first permanent circuit here in the UK, and unfortunately it was lost to the Second War because it was used, basically they built buildings on top of the track, so it was lost really, it could never be used again. But a lot of it is still there, and you mentioned earlier about the Brooklands Museum. It's really a tremendous attraction now, isn't it?
Wonderful place.
And you can still see the banking, which is unbelievable.
Yeah, no, it is. And they do some great events. They've still got the Test Hill, haven't they, down there? It's a very steep hill, which they run cars up, see how they go. And yes, well worth going to the Brooklands Museum if you're a fan of older cars. So we've still got 5 minutes to run in this second qualifying session of the day, one that has been somewhat delayed, but thankfully we've now got the pre-war cars out on track. Having a quick look there at the number 91, Richard Hudson, Stuart Morley Bentley, but also right there is the number 10 car, Philip Champion, his Fraser-Nash Supersports, another very competitive machine, 1500cc, a 1928 model, that one.
And in the early days of Le Mans, when the Bentleys were racing at Le Mans, you used to have to do a lap with the hood up as well. So they'd come into the pits, put the hood up, and that was part of the regulation. So it's quite a different time.
Yeah, it's a very different time. There's a really lovely close-up on that Fraser-Nash. As you can see, the effort that's going in. It's not so much physical effort, but it's the sort of concentration and the feeling of the car and how much it's sliding around on those skinny tyres. Watch him on the exit. This is where we can see some sideways moments. No, it's pretty smooth actually. That was very neat and tidy, which is probably the quickest way. Get too sideways, you're going to lose a lot of forward momentum. So that's being nicely driven so far by Philip Champion. Currently 11th in the standings in a car that's got a lot less power than some of the others on the list, I have to say. So he's doing a good job so far. It's still the Frederick Wakeman machine that is fastest. I think Pat Blakeney-Edwards may be in that car now because it did pit a lap or so ago. So we'll see if they get any more performance out of it. 3 minutes and 4.357, the fastest lap so far.
I think you're right. Patrick is in the car now because we've got purple sectors for that car, so looks like it's improving its time, and that's good news because hopefully the track is just starting to get a little bit drier. Unfortunately, we've lost that bit of sun you mentioned earlier.
Yeah,
we'll not mention it again.
No, I'll keep quiet. Commentator's curse as ever. David Eyre in his Bentley. That's actually an 8-litre Bentley. That one, so there's a really big motor in it, but as you can see, doesn't necessarily mean it's the fastest car out there. There's plenty of others. Ooh, that was a little bit close. The car in front not aware that there was another car just about to come past. Is that the Invicta? I think it is, isn't it? Yeah, that is one of my favourite pre-war cars, the second of the two cars here. The number 51 is the Invicta S-Type. Absolutely wonderful machine. I remember as a kid having a book with various great pre-war cars being mentioned, and that was the one that really struck with me. And there it is, just looking as though it might be coming through to lead this particular group. Moving to the outside there, and that is the car being driven by this weekend by Chris and Nick Ball. They're sharing the car, 4.5 litre, 1931, and the Invicta S-Type. There it is, leading that little group.
Very low seating position for the driver for the period. A lot of cars were sit up and beg style, like the large car there in the middle of the group. You can see the driver's head way above everybody else, but the Invicta very low, and I'm sure that would have attracted you in your youth when you looked at that picture. very sporty.
I believe that F1 technical boss Ross Brawn has an Invicta S-Type. I don't know if he still has. I know certainly at one point he had one. So it's lovely that people who are involved in modern Formula One also have some of them, not all of them, some of them only like modern cars, but there are some in Formula One who just love how cars have developed over the years. Now there is the fastest car so far, and as you said, we believe it's now Pat Blakeney-Edwards who's in the car, and he is a real pace setter, fast in every kind of classic car you can mention really. We'll see him a lot over the course of the weekend, and he is putting together a reasonable lap at the moment, although let's see, that middle sector wasn't particularly quick. I think he got caught up in some traffic there. Look at that, beautiful balance.
Lovely, yes, and Patrick is such a demonstrative driver as well. He throws his body weight around in the car and hangs out of the side, particularly in Fred Wakeman's Fraser Nash. And here he comes through Club Corner to complete a lap, and very, very good to see sideways there across out of Club Corner and over the line. And what sort of time did he do, Ben? You've got the screen over there. It's still fastest, but has he improved?
Let's have a look. No, I think no, it's not quite an improvement. 1:35. No, 3:04.7 was. 3:04.7, and the best was a 3:04.3. So he was just a few tenths away from what it had been. So it's almost the same. He may well get another lap in. We're still green, aren't we? We've got 17 seconds to go, so he could well put in a really quick lap this next one around to make sure. They've got a big advantage already. They're 7 seconds faster nearly than anybody else so far.
We did see an example of what we'll see in the race tomorrow, and that's that the drivers, because they're sitting out in the fresh air, they wave at each other and smile and laugh. And we saw Patrick there as he was coming down the Hangar Straight, just thanking one of the other drivers. Another thing that he will always do is thank someone for being aware that he's there and coming through, perhaps lapping them.
Checker flag is out, so we're on to our last flying lap. I think that's a part of driving these cars, is that you feel, because you're so open cockpit, not strapped in as we were saying earlier, you almost feel much more connected to your competitor, as you go past them. You're in this open air space. It's very different to being in an enclosed cockpit, I always think. And I can understand why there is this good camaraderie, if you like, between drivers, and there has to be trust. I mean, there is nowhere near the safety. They're still doing very high speeds, as you mentioned. If you have an accident in one of these cars, you do not have much to protect you. So there has to be a huge amount of trust between you and as I say, that camaraderie in historic racing is very important.
And another thing, you do get quite big differentials in speed between the cars, because unlike a single make or a single type of formula where all the cars are very, very close in time and performance, there's huge differences between these. So you are going to get a lot of cars lapping other cars, and a number of occasions where, as we saw during that session, there's a much slower car being passed by a faster one, and they need to be aware of that.
Well, let's see if we're going to see any further changes. First sector for Pat Blakeney-Edwards actually no quicker than they've already done. Currently we've got Clive Morley is second fastest. Third fastest is number 35, Morgan. How about that? So we spoke to Sue Derbyshire earlier on today. Sue and Ewan, they have set the third fastest time in that little tiny Morgan. How about that?
Yeah, I think Sue was absolutely right. She's been driving that car for many, many years, as has Ewan as well. She knows precisely what the performance was likely to be, and she identified, didn't she, in the chat with Ed, this is going to be quick in the wet, and that's proved.
Certainly proved right, isn't it? Yeah, very, very impressive indeed. Only just off. There's an improvement for Pat Blakeney-Edwards. He's done a 3:01.792 now. There he is, just gone across the line in the Fraser Nash, number 11. So that is a very clear pole position. It looks as though, certainly if it's damp for the race, we know who's got the big advantage. The likelihood is they probably will have it in the dry as well. But the Bentley that is currently likely to be up front with them, that of Clive Morley, that will have good straight line power and speed. So if it's dry, perhaps they can make a bit more of a challenge. Number 46 there, that's the Duncan Wiltshire Oliver Llewellyn Bentley, and that's just slowing down now towards the end. That's qualified 21st, with 35 cars having set times throughout this session, starting on a 3-minute one, which is the pole position for Frederick Wakeman and Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser-Nash, all the way down to a nearly 4-minute lap down at the lower end of the scale for the number 14 car of Guy Northam. That is also a Bentley as well. So let's just have a look at the times there. The Wakeman, Blakeney-Edwards, Fraser-Nash setting the pace ahead of Clive Morley in the Bentley. And then that Super Aero Morgan, super performance from the pairing there to see the little freewheeler go third. 4th place for Blakeney-Edwards in the other car that he's sharing. That's the Lee Francis ahead of the Bentley. And then till Beckelsheimer in the Talbot Lago. The Alta Sports is 7th. And the top 10 is completed by another Talbot, the Pilkington shared car. As you can see, the gap between cars is quite big, but as we go down through the middle of the pack, a little bit closer, Alexander Hewitson in the Riley is 11th. A couple more Bentleys in there, and Aston Martins as well, featuring their Triumph 8C Dolomite. Yep, that's right. Triumph Dolomite was indeed a 1930s car. And almost a copy of the Alfa Romeos back in the day. Riley Brooklands that we saw, that's down in 19th place, and another Aston, Stephen Archer, in 20th. And then further down the order, a couple more Bentleys. There's the Invicta S-Type, that ended up 24th. We were looking at that for a little while. Another Bentley a bit further down in 29th position, and the Aston Martin 2-litre of David Azan in 30th position. So, a fun time to see the MRL pre-war BRDC 500 cars out on track for their all-important qualifying session, and what a great few laps by both Frederick Wakeman and Patrick Blakeney-Edwards in the number 11 Fraser-Nash. They were absolutely superb, but it was also impressive from Sue Derbyshire and Ewan Cameron in their little Morgan. But at the end, the Bentley, the fastest Bentley, has ended up on the front row. The number 22 car, there it is. That ended up on the front row as well, with some good sliding around, and we know there was a slight little issue at some point with the car. Let's hope that they can get that sorted out for the race so they don't have any problems, and we'll see a battle between them and this number 11 Fraser-Nash for the victory. So fun and games, thankfully no incidents. It got a little bit close at one point there, but two cars nearly making contact. It's the last thing we want to see when we're enjoying watching these classic machines being driven so hard on a slippery surface, and really well done to all of them. So that's 2 qualifying sessions done and dusted, and we'll be back with more in just a moment.
Adrian Flux are proud to be the Classics official insurance partner for another year. Why not visit our stand in Purple 10 next to the Village Green today to find out how we could save you money on your insurance. We've also got all sorts of things to keep you entertained, including a Forever Cars display, Ian Cook's Pop Bang colour masterpieces, and the chance to win a passenger lap around the track in the course car. So what are you waiting for? Adrian Flux, insurance for the individual.
What is time well spent? Well, that's your business. That's why Genesis is not just coming to Europe. We come to you. Discover how our Genesis personal assistants will always respect your time.
The Classic at Silverstone just rolling underway with early days of qualifying here on Friday, as we're looking forward to a tremendous weekend of motorsport. So next up, we've got the RSC Historic Trophy for historic cars. This is the MRL Pre-63s that'll be out next. Then the Historic Formula 2s, the RSC Woodcote and Stirling Moss Trophy cars. Huge grid for that one, and that's going to run late on Saturday night, that race. And then the Adrian Flux Trophy for historic touring cars coming up after that, with the final one before the lunch break, the 60th anniversary E-Type Challenge. And then we'll be seeing more action as we go through the rest of the day. The track is beginning to dry out just a little bit, but as you can see, there are still some odd damp patches around. It's not easy. It has got a little grayer again above us. Not seeing the little glimpses of blue sky that we were enjoying earlier, but that's the way it is. And clearly we're going to still get the odd shower here and there. But for now, it's good stuff. We've had the Formula Juniors, we've had the pre-war cars, and we're looking forward to the Tourist Trophy machines coming out onto track next. And it's going to be another pretty healthy grid. Let's go down and find out a bit more from a very special racing driver who is here this weekend and is part of this group. Martin Brundle is speaking to our Ed Foster.
Martin Brundle, you're racing this car for the first time yesterday. How did it go?
Really well, actually. Quite difficult to get any laps in because it's such an amazing collection of racing cars and so many cars on the track and a few dramas through the day, but it was a shakedown really, so I'm looking forward now to getting out into qualifying.
Now, you're racing with your son Alex this weekend as well. How is the father-son relationship when you're behind the wheel?
It's wonderful. I mean, obviously we're quite competitive, but he's the pro, he's the faster driver now, so which is great. And I can learn, because he does quite a lot of the historic racing now, so I can learn from him. What a lovely change.
Now, a lot of the time you're in sort of recent Formula One cars. How much of a brain reset is it to jump into something like the E-Type?
You know what, it's a funny thing. You've got a steering wheel, pedals and some mechanism to shift the gears, and you find the grip level and drive to it, whether it's the latest F1 cars or, you know, a pair of E-Type or something. So you just feel the grip and go.
Well, enjoy it. Thank you, Martin.
Cheers.
Good stuff to see Martin competing here this weekend, and it'd be lovely to see him out on track in this next session as well. So there'll be some quick cars and some quick drivers coming up in this. So we've got some Jaguar E-Types in this particular group, but this is a mixed one. It's not the Jaguar E-Type Trophy that we will be looking at a little bit later, which was purely E-Types. This one is about the Pre-63 GTs. Pre-63 pretty much because it excludes most of the AC Cobras, although funnily enough there is one of the early ones, and it certainly excludes the Ferrari 250 GTO, which at the time, Alistair, became the dominant sports car. So if we go for Pre-63, they're not allowed in, and then they don't dominate every race.
That's right, yes. And
although not many people race them nowadays, they're worth too much.
No, quite right. I think we might have one here, or the 250 GT, but with a special body on it, was expected to be here. But that's a strange way to go racing, isn't it?
Yeah. Anybody need a lift?
And that was a Lotus Elite, which is a Colin Chapman beautiful car, really nice, just preceded the Lotus Elan. But the 250 GTO was produced by Enzo Ferrari, really because he was very worried about what Jaguar were doing with their lightweight E-Types, which they were developing after the launch of the car in 61. By 63 they were starting to look at special bodies and special engines, and as you say, the GTO really just took the race up to a different level.
MGA heading out onto circuit. That's the car of Mark Ellis and Chris Wilkes. That's a 1959 car. So as I say, Pre-63. There's a little bunch of Jaguar E-Types. We're going to see plenty more of those as we go through the course of the day. But it's nice to see the John Minshaw, Jack Minshaw car was at the front of that group. That's going to be a very competitive one, isn't it?
It is, yeah. John with son Jack sharing with him, and in fact we're going to see his brother Guy. That's John's brother Guy. As well, racing, and Jason as well, another brother. So we've got 4 of the Minshaws out this weekend, but they will be somewhere near the front, although there are different classes in this, so some of the cars that are quick in their class won't necessarily be overall leaders. Is that a problem, or is he just waiting for a bit of space?
No, that is a problem. No, that is a problem. Just James Cottingham's car. That's a shame. Pulling over to the side, there's clearly an issue there. and he's got himself well off track. Sensible place to get out of the way, because at least it doesn't mess it up for other people. These sessions have been shortened a bit because of the delays we've had. It's a 23-minute session, so we're already under 20 minutes, so I don't know whether they're going to be able to sort that out. He's quite a long way away from a pit lane to be helped, so we shall wait and see. But the E-types, as you can see, are sliding around nicely. That is the Martin Brundle car, the number 8 car, shared in this race. He's actually sharing it with Gary Pearson. He is sharing with his son in the other race, but in this one he's sharing with Gary Pearson, who prepares the cars themselves and has been racing for many, many years.
Yeah, Pearson's Engineering are well known for preparing all sorts of historic racing cars, but particularly well known for Jaguar, which really comes down from Gary's dad, John. Gary's brother is also John as well, and he races, and he's probably in this race. Certainly be in the E-type race. But yeah, Pearson's are leaders in car preparation, and Gary an extremely accomplished driver as well.
Interesting, this week's Autosport, which I grabbed yesterday, and Ben Anderson, who edits GP Racing and writes for Autosport as well, he got a drive in this and has written it up in this week's Autosport. Had a play in 2 of the E-types that are racing this weekend, and this was one of them. Yeah, interesting to see how it goes. That makes a good piece if you want to find out about what it's like to drive one of the E-types. But Martin Brundle, as he said, it's a car, so you just get on with it. Turn the steering wheel, press the brakes, press the throttle, and see how you get on.
3 windscreen wipers on the Pearson Brundle car as well, which was normal at the time. It's not special for racing, but not used very often these days, but very narrow, very low screen, so it was difficult to get a bigger wiper in to wipe the whole screen, so they just fitted a third one.
I tell you what, he's doing some pretty good sector times so far. Well, you'll see what his first lap is going to be. He's being chased hard, isn't he, as well, by the number 18 machine. So, yeah, it is the 18 car, in fact, that goes quickest, the John Clark Miles Griffiths. I guess that's Miles Griffiths in the car now, then, because Miles has plenty of experience, doesn't he?
Yeah, very much so, yes, and he'll be out in more than one car this weekend.
Yeah, current racer as well as a classic racer, and it's quite fun to see Brundle and him together. These two are likely to be very competitive, and there's no doubt that Miles Griffiths took the advantage on that first lap, and in fact the Minshaws have now popped up to second, but now they've all been pipped by Gregor Fiskin and Chris Ward in another E-type. Chris Ward, an instructor here at Silverstone, so he knows the place inside out.
Yeah, and a very experienced historic racer, particularly in Jaguars as well. So we've really got all the big guns out in this qualifying session in terms of quick drivers in quick cars, particularly the E-types. We should say, Ben, we don't actually know who's driving the car. There's no.
Well, we think Martin's in the car, don't we? Because I think it looked like he was just, I don't know, he looked like he was about to get in the car when Ed was talking to him.
That's right. It's a case of having to work it out. We don't have any information to say who's in the car.
No, that is true. We're not 100% sure. So, watching car 18 at the moment, the John Clark Miles Griffith E-type with the fixed head. So, the slight difference in look, of course. Now, there's a nice Austin Healey, number 84. That's the Rick Wilmot, Joe Wilmot car. Austin Healey 3000, a great classic, of course, 1959 machine, and that looks to be going quite well so far.
Also very successful in rallying as well. You wouldn't perhaps think that a big 3-litre engined sports car would be much good in rallying, but it was taken to a number of international victories.
Up to second place, by the way. The number 179 is the David Gooding Nigel Greensaw car, quite likely to be Nigel perhaps in the car at the moment, but we're looking at number 60. Here we are. As I mentioned, that has been going very quickly indeed, setting the pace. 2 minutes 52.2, 2 minutes 53.1 next up. So the lap times are pretty close, but this is the pace setter so far in the session.
It certainly looks Chris Wardish, doesn't it, in terms of the way the car's being drifted around.
Yeah.
But Gregor Fiskin, the specialist car dealer, is no slouch. Another very strong pairing. In fact, a lot of these pairs of drivers, both drivers are very quick. I suspect the car in 5th place, that's probably James Hansen, another specialist car dealer, in the car. setting that time.
It's certainly the E-types that are dominating this at the moment, isn't it, in this class? So we've got a variety of cars in this particular race, but right now it's definitely the E-types that are setting the outright pace.
Yes, the E-type was very successful in national racing, but never really made any impression on international racing. It just wasn't competitive, particularly when, as we've already said, Ferrari brought the 250 GTO out. Just couldn't compete. But in national racing, it was very, very successful indeed. And the first win for the E-type was actually Graham Hill at Alton Park in 1961, about a month after the car was launched. And we've got Graham's son Damon here this weekend, haven't we, for hopefully be out on track.
Yeah, and we are celebrating the 60 years, of course, of the E-type with the other special E-type race that's coming up later on. And you will see some of the same drivers out in this as we're watching now. So it is actually the Austin Healey had been going well, but the Jaguar E-type is fastest so far. Now there's a lovely machine. That is the bread van, the Ferrari 250 GT bread van, as it's called, because of the shape at the back of the vehicle. 1961 machine, 3 litres. And Lucas Alusa has done well here in the past. He's finished third in this race here at the Classic in the past, so he'll be one to watch.
Certainly will, and that's a unique car. It was a specially designed body because, as I understand the story, Mr. Ferrari wouldn't sell a 250 GTO to the wealthy owner, so he took a 250 GT and had a special body designed for it. And for obvious reasons, when you see the rear view in a moment, it's called the bread van.
Yeah.
Because it's got this little tiny back window there, rather like you'd slide your bread in and for delivery.
Fantastic, isn't it? Yeah. Getting quite wet out there now, though, isn't it? It's been raining for a little while, and it's getting wetter and wetter currently. So I wonder whether we're going to see many more improvements in lap time, because the track is definitely getting more slippery. But there we are, just focusing on that lovely Ferrari for the moment as it makes its way past some other cars. There's another E-type just getting out of the way. That's the Richard Means car. That's a 3.8. Most of the E-types running the XK engine, the 3.8, which was such a successful motor for so many years in different types of car, but worked particularly well, of course, in the E-type. We're going to be seeing Jaguar C-types and D-types in one of the other races that's coming up this weekend, the pure race machines, if you like, particularly the D-type, of course, many times winner at Le Mans. The E-type didn't quite have the success on the race track as its predecessors. When Ferrari kicked in, Ferrari just had a bit more edge, didn't they?
They did indeed, yes. The E-type was outclassed. The effort by Jaguar was to design special engines, different cylinder heads and so on, but also to make the body much lighter. So they used aluminium bodies and also more aerodynamic bodies, and we'll be seeing in the E-type race some cars that are known as lightweights and the aerodynamic special bodies on them, just to try and keep up with the competition at the time.
Yeah, and yeah, they had some great racing, but the Ferrari was the dominant force then. But as I say, we haven't got many Ferraris in this one. I think this is the only Ferrari in this race. Yes, I'm pretty sure it is. But we've got Aston Martins, we've got Lotus Elites, as we've mentioned, Chevrolet Corvette, Peter James and Alan Letts in the number 48 car. They're sharing a Chevy Corvette. We've got an Alfa Romeo Giulietta of Sharon Edelman and Andy Willis. That's another machine that we'll be keeping an eye out on. So there is a variety of cars in this Royal Automobile Club Tourist Trophy for historic cars. It will be a 50-minute race with a pit stop. And once again, you don't have to have a second driver. You can do it as a single driver, but make a pit stop. But actually, I have to say, this particular race does have majority second drivers. Not many people are doing it on their own. There are a few, but not many. There's the 133 car. That's the John and Jack Minshaw machine, a family that have raced historic cars, been involved in motorsport in all sorts of business sense as well over the years, and we always expect them to do a good job. They are currently second fastest on a 2:51.8, but the Fiskin Ward car has gone even quicker, 2 minute 48.9 now. Impressive stuff.
Yes, especially in these conditions, because the conditions are getting wetter, and yet they are still slightly improving their times. So it's the E-types 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Cottingham and Stanley are back out with a good time, so we haven't picked that up on the cameras, but that was the car we saw pull off at the beginning, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There's Sam Tordoff, the ex-BTCC driver, in his Porsche 356, number 600.
Yeah, that's lovely to see, actually. Just behind, there you are. That's the Porsche 356, and yeah, that's just a 1500cc engine, 1954, as you say, and lovely to see that out with a touring car specialist, Sam Tordoff, at the wheel. But you can really see from that camera how the rain has been battering down a little bit. There is Sam Tordoff then. Let's see, where is he on the timing list at the moment? Oh, he's down in, he was 31st. I think he's just, he's moved up to 26th. So not a particularly competitive car. It's a much earlier car than many of the others. One of the earliest cars, actually, I think, in this whole grid, isn't it?
It probably is, yes, and one of the smaller engined cars, as well, as you mentioned, just under 1600cc, whereas the Jaguar's 3.8 litres and the Cobra's at 4.2 litres, so it is a bigger car. Now there's an example of a four-wheeled Morgan, the more familiar shape perhaps that you still see on the road today, pretty much. That's Kevin Kivlochen, the known as Keiki, actually. He's a multiple winner in historic racing, in club racing, in a Morgan and an AC Cobra, and this is the +4 Morgan. And if you see a Morgan on the road today, that's pretty much what it looks like.
Yeah, they haven't changed their shape very much, have they? Which is all part of the fun, really, of the Morgans. 8 minutes to go, just over 8 minutes to go in qualifying for the Royal Automobile Club Tourist Trophy for historic cars. We're looking at pre-63 GT cars, and it's the E-types that are dominating at the moment. Up front, the number 60 car of Gregor Fiskin and Chris Ward setting the pace on a 248.9. Then the Minshaw car, number 133. That's the grey E-type. Then the Nigel Greensall car that he's sharing with David Gooding. It's actually David's car. They're third, another E-type up there. And top four, in fact, are all E-types, as we have seen. Number 18 as well, that is another one. So they are dominating proceedings right now. And that is the Nigel Greensall, David Gooding car we are looking at there. So they are right up in the top group, currently third fastest. Let's see if anybody is going to be improving. There are some better personal sector times still coming through. Look for those little green marks next to the names on the graphic there on the left of your screen. When you see a green line come up, that means that sector time has improved, and that often leads to a faster lap time.
Fred Wakeman's out in this race again, so he's in 14th place at the moment, sharing with Theo Hunt.
Yeah, that's good. So nice to see him out on a different car this time. The Austin Healey that he's out in for this one, having set the pace earlier on. Been an improvement for the number 91 car, Mark Holm, another of the Austin Healeys. He's gone into 10th position now, chased by Lucas Halusa in the Ferrari bread van, the 250 GT bread van. Fourth place here. This is the car that we saw have a little problem early on, but whatever it was, they've solved it, and it's now running strongly in fourth place. The James Cottingham Harvey Stanley. He tied, getting it a bit wrong.
Yes, just going into the next county there. Getting past the very famous DD300 registration number there on the Austin Healey, which was a works car raced at Le Mans. But the Cottingham car, actually, it's an interesting car. That was actually exported by Jaguar for sale in America. It was one of the very first E-types to go to America, and it's been a race car from day one, and returned to the UK 2 years ago, and rebuilt by the Cottingham family. And James was telling me very proudly they've still got the original Speedo out of the car, which was removed immediately because it wasn't needed. It's always been a race car, and it has 1 mile on the clock.
How fantastic. Lovely. Well, it's going well. They're second quickest in this car at the moment, but the Minshaws have gone top on a 2-minute 50.909. So that's a good lap. We've seen some track... I was just wondering, we have seen some lap times deleted for exceeding track limits, because we did see a 48, 2-minute 48, didn't we? Yeah, the Fiskin Ward car. Actually, that's been dropped right down to the back of the field now, interestingly. I don't quite understand why that is, but because I'm sure they would have had another lap in there, but the Fisk & Ward on our timing screens at the moment is being shown right down at the bottom. So whether that's a specific different problem, 4 lap times to, okay, so it's all track limits, so all times, all of his lap times. I wonder which part of the track they were going over all the time, but whatever it was, it means that the car that was quickest is now at the back potentially.
Yes, that's most unusual to lose all of your lap times, but that's clearly been reported to the officials that car has been crossing track limits regularly.
It could make for a very interesting race.
Yes.
Depending on how far they can get. There's still 4.5 minutes. They may still get a decent lap in.
Yeah, they just need to put one in, that they're not going over the track limits. We're looking again at the Minshaw car. That now sits in provisional pole position, of course, with the Fisk & Ward car being moved to the back. So John and son Jack, John Minshaw, regular racer in British GT for many years, although he's retired from that now and concentrating on his historic racing.
We've got some other interesting machines heading on down as well. I've just seen there's been a good lap time improvement for the number 24 car of Martin Hunt and Pat Blakeney-Edwards, presumably Black Pat's in the car.
Yeah.
And that is a Cobra, the AC Cobra, one of the older Cobras, which is still allowed to race in this category. Haven't seen it on track yet, but they've done well, gone up to 5th.
We've certainly heard it going through here, past us, going sideways through the corner in front of us, and that is definitely Patrick at the wheel. Very, as I said earlier, quite an aggressive and demonstrative driver, likes to slide the car around.
Quick look at the Les Goebel Aston Martin DB4 number 14 there, lovely to see. As we concentrate on the E-Type again.
And a spin.
Oh, our top man, our fastest car has a spin down there at Copse, but he gets it back together and rejoins the fray. But just shows you how tricky it is.
Absolutely, doesn't it just? He didn't seem to be going too quickly, but then just lost the back end. There's a Corvette Stingray just disappearing into the gloom there. We'll see that coming in through maggots there. Great. I was just about to say, in the earlier shot we had, all British marks. It's great to see. Austin Healey, Aston Martin, Jaguar, there's a Triumph. It's all these makes that we've kind of lost, unfortunately, now. Some of them still exist, but many have been subsumed and the name has disappeared.
Yeah, that's right. Well, there we've got a bunch of E-Types together there, heading down towards Stowe Corner. Let's have another little look at this. This was quite a fun moment. As it just went a bit wrong into Copse Corner, gets a bit sideways at the apex, round comes the back end, slides off. Good runoff area there, of course. Thankfully not like Max Verstappen and charging through the gravel and into the barrier a couple of weeks ago. Caught it and got himself back onto the racetrack again. So that worked quite well, and they are still fastest in this session so far with just under 2 minutes to go. We're going to wait and see whether the Fisk & Ward car is going to be able to move up from the back, the Gregor Fisk and Chris Ward car. I wonder if it's Gregor in the car now. They have moved up. Just try and see where they've gone, because
13th.
Okay, 13th. Thank you for spotting that, Alistair. Yeah, 13th place. So at least they've got a half sensible lap on the board now, which is good news. I wonder if they can go one better or a few better than that before the checkered flag comes out. But the Minshaws are still ruling the roost so far. And we are with the James Cottingham Harvey Stanley car. That's now been pushed back down to 4th. It was running 2nd at one stage. And there's a rather lovely Austin Healey making its way down the straight. It's the Rick and Joe Wilmot car. 1959 Austin Healey 3000. And there's another one coming down as well. There's a bit of an improvement in lap time there for Lucas Halusa, who's just moved up to 7th place now in his Ferrari 250 GT bread van. So that's going to be up there with the front runners, up amongst those quick E-types.
A mixed battle there with the Lotus Elite with a little 1200cc engine against the 3.8 litres of Jaguar versus the 4.2 litres of the Cobra. It's a real mixture, and the Cobra number 24, that's the car driven by Patrick Blakeney-Edwards at the moment, and he's just, as you mentioned, Ben, just posted a good time, moved himself up.
Yeah. No, that's good to see, no doubt about it. We've also seen a good time from Sam Hancock in the Jaguar E-Type. He's sharing with Neil McFadden. They've gone up to second. So the checker flag is now out, and for the moment it is the Minshaw car that is up front, but we could see some improvements. There are people going well. Yeah, indeed. I think Sam Hancock's just done that. So Sam Hancock's just gone faster, 2 minute 50.6, so just under 0.3 of a second faster than the Minshaws had achieved. Now we'll keep an eye on Pat Blakeney-Edwards here. He's charging around in the Cobra, and he could perhaps challenge as well.
That's great. So right at the end of the session, this is the beauty of two-driver races. You get completely different styles and potentially speeds, and you put Sam Hancock in a car and it'll always go quickly, won't it?
Yes, it will. Yeah, very, very experienced driver and knows his stuff inside out. With Pat Blakeney-Edwards, beautiful car control. You can see the work on the steering wheel going on as he comes down into the last part of the lap. He's just got the last two corners, flicks it in. It's wonderful to see this control, the balance, try not to run it too wide. Lovely, gets on the power, lots of horsepower of course in an AC Cobra, drifts it out wide across the line, and that's a better lap, holds him in third place, so he doesn't actually jump up any further, but that was a fun lap to watch and we saw much of it. But he's just lost third place now to the Cottingham Stanley E-Type. But right now it's the Sam Hancock Neil McFadden E-Type that is fastest, the number 661 car, then the Minshaw E-Type, and a little bunch of E-Types further down the order. But nonetheless, Sam Hancock delivering a really good lap towards the end there. Let's just see, the Fisk and Ward cars come up to 11th now. Okay, so although they were quickest earlier on, and I imagine that was probably when Chris was in the car, funnily enough, for a man who's been an instructor at Silverstone for many years, he was the one who got done for for exceeding track limits.
We're looking here at the Ferrari bread van, as it's known, which is solo driven by Lucas Halusa. That's 7th quickest, doesn't improve on that last lap. But a totally unique car, that.
Yeah, and it's going to be up near the front, so it's going to be lovely to see that. Hopefully in the battle to be up there with the others, with the E-Types, and yeah, still sliding around. You can still see how slippery it is. The rain has eased off a bit during the session. We had quite heavy rain at one point. It's eased off, but the track is still very wet and slippery. So we're going to see any improvements. Oh, there's a bit of a charge in the number 77 car. That's the guy Zeiser Ollie Webb car. So I think maybe that's Ollie. We heard from him earlier on. Nicky was speaking to Ollie whether they're going to get a little bit more performance out of the car. Yes, they do. Move up to 9th. So that was a good lap actually in the number 77 car. I think that was Ollie getting to grips with it. As he said, he was looking forward to having a play. He's out in a few different cars. Well done to Ollie. He's got himself up into the top 10 there in their number 18. Sorry, there's the 18 car. We're looking at a different car now. That's the number 18, John Clark and Miles Griffiths. So some impressive runs there, and it looks as though we're on for a pretty exciting race, because they're very close, aren't they?
They are, yes. The times are very close, and it will change if it's dry, but we'll see the same drivers near the front. And certainly when we get the second drivers in, the Sam Hancocks and the Ollie Webbs of the entry, the race will really be on. But some of the owners are very quick as well, and the Minshaws, father and son, both very quick drivers.
Yes, absolutely. You need that. If you've got two quick drivers, then you can really make a big difference. So, end of qualifying for the Royal Automobile Club Tourist Trophy for historic cars. Let's take a look at the lineup that we will see on the grid. It'll be E-Types 1, 2, 3. Look at that, the McFadden Hancock car, though setting the pace just towards the end. Sam Hancock doing a great job there, ahead of the Minshaw machine, and the Cottingham Stanley car, which did have a problem early on, but they got it sorted, ended up third. The first non-E-Type is the AC Cobra. Pat Blakeney-Edwards putting in some laps there towards the end, ahead of a couple more E-Types. Nigel Greensall in one of those, and Miles Griffiths, in the other one. Lucas Halusa in the Ferrari, and that top 10 completed by another E-Type with Ollie Webb there, putting in a good lap just at the end of that session. So that's put him into 10th place. But the Fisk and Ward car is down in 13th place, just behind the Pearson Brundle car, interestingly, the Gary Pearson Martin Brundle car. Now, potentially both those cars could move up the order, so that could make the race very exciting. A couple of Austin Healey's behind them, the Aston of Les Goebel, and the Lotus Elites of Craig Dolby and John Davison. They could be having a good race in the event, so that will be something to look forward to as well. So let's have a look at some of the highlights from a tricky session there, with the rain coming on stronger as we were going through the session, then starting to back off again. We're getting these showery elements here at Silverstone today. Classic kind of Silverstone summer weather, isn't it? But everybody dealing with it very well. We saw one or two little incidents, thankfully no major dramas, and some good performances from a whole bunch of drivers, but the E-Types particularly looking competitive, and it's just reminding us how tough the 60th anniversary E-Type race, which is just purely for the E-Types, is going to be. So we saw, as we say, one or two little errors, sliding wide, the odd spin down at Cops Corner, but some very impressive performances along the way. This was the spin that we saw in the number 133 car, the Minshaw machine, that ended up with the second fastest time of the day. So they'll be on the front row for the race tomorrow. And as you can see, right down towards the end, everybody was pushing very hard. The AC Cobra in the background doing a great job as well. So that's qualifying for the Royal Automobile Club Tourist Trophy, all done. Next up, it'll be the historic Formula 2 cars. Stay with us.
Adrian Flux are proud to be the Classic's official insurance partner for another year. Why not visit our stand in Purple 10 next to the Village Green today to find out how we could save you money on your insurance? We've also got all sorts of things to keep you entertained, including a Forever Cars display, Ian Cook's Hot Bang colour masterpieces, and the chance to win a passenger lap around the track in the course car. So what are you waiting for? Adrian Flux, insurance for the individual.
The road to freedom. Japan quality. Yokohama. Your tire.
Our brains are responsible for every thought, every memory, every word, in fact, everything we ever experience. Dementia can take all that away. But looking after our brain health can reduce the risk of this happening. It's time we started to think brain health, and we can show you how.
So we are now surrounded by Formula 2 cars. Now these are the 1970s Formula 2 cars, pre-ground effect, and it was really the stepping stone to Formula 1. These cars race all around the country all the time, and I'm joined by Matthew Wrigley, who I've been told is one of the front runners. Matthew, I've heard that you're very quick. What are you looking for this practice session?
I think keep it on the track. Got to get 3 laps in to begin with, otherwise you don't qualify. A lot of quick drivers here. We've got about just over 40 cars, and you look on the grid and there's some of the best drivers I think in the historic motorsport at the minute on the grid. So I'd like to be within the top few. With the rain, just you never quite know. I think it's trying to get a few clear laps and really just keep it on the track and get there so we're ready for race 1 really, which I think is probably going to be dry. I think. Driven the car in the wet at Brands Hatch of the week, another meeting, and the car went well. I enjoyed it, felt comfortable in it, so hopefully we should be somewhere thereabouts.
Now, a lot of the cars this weekend are road cars that are then converted into race cars, but these are thoroughbred single-seat racing cars. It must be such a joy to drive.
Yeah, I mean, they're unbelievable. I think the Formula 2 is probably the most competitive championship at the minute. They are made to race. I mean, an E-Type as well this weekend, showing that to my dad, which is completely different again. And then we've got a Dallara in the Endurance Legends race, which again is a complete made to race machine. So with the F2s, I think bang for the buck. I think it's probably about the best you can do at the minute. We've got over 40 cars in the grid, which is going to be great for everyone to watch, I think, and hopefully.
Matthew, good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
So the historic Formula 2 cars are heading out onto the track, and this is a slightly different story now, with some serious single-seaters taking to the Silverstone Circuit, and some beautiful machinery, of course, mainly from the 1970s. That's what Formula 2 was all about, from some of the early 70s to the late 70s, and then of course it switched in the 80s through to Formula 3000. It all changed a little bit, but Formula 2 delivering some fantastic machinery. We've got some of the earlier 1600s Formula 2 cars, or Formula Atlantic cars as they were as well. So that's part of this. Formula Atlantic, they run a sort of tuned 1600cc engine, but also the Formula 2 cars with their 2-litre engines. And they're all heading out on track, on wet tyres, of course, because the track is pretty slippery. And well, they're pretty rapid machines, aren't they, Alistair? So going to be fun to see them out there.
Very rapid indeed, yes. I mean, Formula 2 wasn't far off Formula 1 pace at times, and certain drivers managed to get Formula 2 because they used to run combined races occasionally at places like the Nürburgring, where it was 14 miles long. So they would actually put the Formula 2s out with the Formula 1 cars, and Jackie Ickx managed to get a car well up into the Formula 1 section of the race. But the later cars, the 2-litre cars, were from 1972 to 1978 in this race. Very, very quick indeed, and we started to see ground effect comes in, and a lot of aerodynamics as well, although ground effect is not allowed in this class of racing.
So a couple of cars out there. Matthew Watts in the March 782, in the number 9 car. You can just see that on the left-hand side, the white car. That's an ex-Mark Sura machine. He was one of the stars of Formula 2. But also coming down there, we've got the number 78 car. Yeah, that's a beautiful machine, the Matthew Wrigley March 782. So that's one of the later cars. And as you say, you can see the aerodynamic change effectively with some of those later cars, can't you?
That's right, yes, very different to the early cars, which...
got a car off in the background.
Off, yes,
yeah,
yes, into the gravel.
Hopefully he's going to be okay, and they're going to get that car back out again. But you can see how the wider tyres, the wet tyres, and the... Oh, there we are, yeah. So just getting back on again.
Oh, that's Martin Stretton.
Yeah, it is Martin Stretton. One of the most experienced and capable drivers out there.
Absolutely, that just shows how slippy it is. Martin just dived straight back into the pits, so that must have been at Luffield where he went off into the gravel.
That's a very early Formula 2 car that did have a 1600 engine, but it's now got a 2-litre engine fitted, I gather. He's now got a 2-litre engine, and so he's running it with that, because back in the day, I think he had run one once, so he's allowed to do that, but of course it doesn't have all the aero benefits of some of the later cars, so we'll see how Martin gets on. He is a very, very rapid driver, so let's hope there's not a problem with the car, because that seemed a bit strange. Number 3 here, Timothy De Silva in the Chevron, the American, with the Chevron B35. This was a 1976 one.
Chevron was started by Derek Bennett in 1965, and sadly Derek was killed in a hang gliding accident in 1978, and subsequent to that the mark continued, but not as successfully as with his brilliant mind. But very proud Lancastrian, and built open wheel cars as we see here, but also very, very successful sports cars as well.
So we're getting some initial laps in already. Number 19 fastest, that's Miles Griffiths, who won this event back in 2019 actually, so it's no big surprise that he's quickest. He's in a Rolt. There aren't many Rolts, there are a few Rolt RT1s in this category, and it's obviously a very competitive car. As we saw Timothy De Silva just now, and he's up there in second position currently. But we're going to see, I'm sure, a lot more changes as we go through this. Number 77, Andrew Smith, has just popped up there. He's in 4th place. Another quick driver in Formula 2, Andrew Smith. And Mark Charteris as well, I see, in 5th place, number 42. And then in 6th place is the number 9 of Matthew Watts. All these are the later cars, unsurprisingly, on this very fast Silverstone circuit. So let's have a look who else we've got popping up through the order. There's the number 19 car that we saw, Miles Griffiths, the Rolt, who has set the pace. Yeah, and that car looks absolutely immaculate, doesn't it? Beautiful, clean livery, and he's charging along into the spray, trying to spot his braking point as he comes down towards Stowe Corner. And they've got this lovely, like Formula 1 cars of that period, that slightly wider rear end to the front end, which was
absolute classic, isn't it?
Yeah.
And in fact, the RT1 Rolt was used in Formula 2, as it is here, Formula 3 as well, and Formula Atlantic, with different sized wheels, different engines, but the same chassis. And that car designed by Ron Taranach, who was the partner of Jack Brabham, and the Jack Brabham's cars were always named numbered BT. Well, that was Brabham and Taranach. Yeah, and then Ralph setting up Rolt Equipe, and very, very successful in Formula 3, Formula 2, wonderful machinery. So that's going well for Miles Griffiths at the moment, fastest so far. Just seen an improvement for Matthew Wrigley. He's moved up to 2nd place in his car, the March 782. Back in 1978, it was actually Bruno Giacomelli who dominated European Formula 2 that year. And March was particularly strong throughout the whole Formula 2 period, there's no doubt about it. But right now, it's a Rolt that is on top of the time so far. Good to see the number 34 Martin Stretton car back on track again. So obviously a quick check in the pits after that spin and sent back out again. Callum Grant's moved up to 5th. Keep an eye on him. He won at Donington earlier this year. He's actually in a Formula Atlantic car, the March 79B. So he might miss out a bit on horsepower here because he's got a 1600cc engine, but he will be competitive. Currently, well, he's just been pushed down to 6th, but definitely one to watch. Another driver familiar on the historic scene, Callum Grant. He jumps in anything, and mostly open wheel racing, but very, very quick indeed. And I was just thinking, Miles Griffiths, he didn't do the pre-war qualifying, did he? But he's done all of the other 3. Oh, right. He's a busy man, isn't he? He is busy, isn't he? Yeah, it's great to see that. I saw Callum Lockie earlier, just before we came in, and I think he said he's doing 6. I think, blimey, how do you switch from one car to another so, you know, like that, to be able to drive all these different cars throughout the course of the weekend? It's lovely to see. A good move this from Timothy De Silva as he sweeps around the outside. He's 3rd fastest overall at the moment, going well in the chevron, and yeah, good, impressive stuff so far. It's Matt Wrigley in 2nd place in the number 78 car, which we did see briefly earlier on, the March 782. So that's right at the end of the period in this race, the 1978 car. Marches were numbered, the year and then the class that they raced in, so 782, a 1978 Formula 2 car. Very simple. Martin Stretton has moved up to 6th, so as you say, it's good to see him back out there in the number 34 car, which is an earlier car, but it has now got that 2-litre engine. But a March 71 car to go up to what is now 6th is impressive, as we see that Matt Wrigley has now gone up into the top spot, 2 minutes 17.0 as opposed to 2 minutes 17.1. Very, very close at the top of the tree right now. 23 car moving out of the way. That is Korderberg in a 1973 March. It's quite busy out there, isn't it? It is, certainly is, and it must be difficult to get a clear lap for the quicker drivers. And we've got about 5.5 minutes remaining in the session, and with a 2.25 minute lap, it's not very long, is it? They really got to be out there and on the pace. Yeah, no doubt about it. Let's see who else can put in. I was just looking at that. Number 77's put in a good lap. That's Andrew Smith. He is quick, and he's done a good lap in his March 742, so the 1974 car. A fraction faster than Griffiths. It's only tiny, but it does put him fastest for the moment. And it was a very good middle sector, particularly, that he strung together.
And look at the beautifully liveried number 40 car, the Brian Morris. That's another 782. That's an ex-Pierre Carlo Ginzani car. That sort of orange car, not the first of the two orange cars. The number 44 is a different one there, but the one slightly further back. So, still Wrigley out there the fastest at the moment. Number 88, Rob Weldon's just done a good lap. He's gone 6th quickest. So a few changes going on. We've got just under 4.5 minutes still to go in this session. Does show promise for being a good race, this one, doesn't it?
Yeah, a tenth of a second between the first two, and then really just about 0.4 next to third place. And the silver not far behind. And it's a long lap as well, so these gaps are very, very small indeed.
Bit of a dry line developing though. You can really see it there, can't you, through Abbey Corner, that there is real dry line. So it does look to me as though we could still potentially see more improvements before the checker flag comes out. Some more changes to that top level. They'll tend to just stay out there. Of course, this is going to be what is basically a 20-minute race. This is not an endurance race by any means. It's going to be very much a sprint race. Just single driver, single car, go for it. And that's what they're trying to do now, as the track just dries up a little bit. Not many people, actually further down the order, people are improving. Up the top, it's holding fairly constant at the moment. Oh, all getting a bit tight further around the lap. So far, it's still the number 78 car, Matthew Wrigley, that is fastest. Bit of an improvement for number 70, David Tomlin, in the Motul Rondell. It's a pretty unusual car.
That's that was Rondell was Ron Dennis who ran that team with Neil Trundle, who later moved to McLaren. Ron Dennis, of course, eventually merged his team, which changed its name to Project 4 and then merged it with McLaren. And of course, as they say, the rest is history, because it was the most incredibly successful period in Grand Prix racing for McLaren with Ron Dennis in charge.
These cars have actually raced here at Silverstone already this year, so they've got a bit of experience of running around. I'm not sure they ran the full lap, did they? Yeah, I think they did actually, because Miles Griffiths took a couple of victories earlier on this year in his role. He's now currently 2nd quickest, but only by a tenth less than just under a tenth of a second. So he could be on for yet another victory here this weekend. Matt Wrigley has the advantage for now, though. That original liveried car, the Tolman Group.
Yes, which went into Formula One, of course, with Ayrton Senna drove. But Tolman Group coming down the hangar straight into Stowe Corner and having to thread his way between a number of other cars. That's really compromised that lap for him, hasn't it, Wrigley?
Yeah, that's made life pretty difficult. Only got a minute and a half left in this session. At the moment, Wrigley still fastest from Griffiths. 3rd place at the moment is Andrew Smith. So let's see, are we going to see any changes in positions here as they come across the line? Nothing major up front. Got to try and get a clear lap in. That's the key now. Could only maybe be one more chance to do that. So Matt Wrigley, fastest so far, looking to see if he can go any quicker. We're looking at the graphics now for the next group. We've got 40 cars, just over 40 cars in this historic Formula 2 race this weekend. As we can see, there's quite a disparity between some drivers and others, and but some of those guys near the front really pushing on hard.
We notice on our graphic there, Matt Wrigley set the fastest 2nd sector time of anybody last time around, but then we saw what happened at the end of the lap. He got caught up in some slower cars, and looking at the body language of that car, I think Matt's trying for another quick lap. As we look at the number 77, Andrew Smith, March 742, I always think that's a really pretty looking car in original Stovall livery.
It's a lovely car, beautiful machine. Very different sort of design with the side pods. You see how the radiators are just in front of the rear wheels. And you don't have that sort of big side pods that they then had to develop later on to get a bit of ground effect from them. And it is, as you say, beautifully liveried as well. And he's fast, 3rd quickest so far in an older car, than the others, and very much on the pace. There's very little difference between them. So Smith is doing a fine job in that March 742 for the moment.
And the checkered flag has come out. So this will be the last timed lap for all of these drivers we're watching, particularly Andrew Smith, we can see here still making his way around the Silverstone Circuit, and in fact he's slowed.
Oh,
so
that's a shame. I hope he's okay.
Yeah.
He did retire from one of the races earlier this year. He may just be finding some space, I don't know, but he's picked it back up again, so we'll wait and see. He did get a third place as well in one of the historic Formula 2 races at Silverstone in July. That was Miles Griffith. Oh, he has pulled off. Okay. Yeah.
So he's got a problem. He's pulled off on the pit exit at Copse Corner.
Timothy De Silva's gone up to 4th place now. The checker flag is out, so it's a question of whether anybody can improve on this last flying lap. A few people have already seen the checkered, so they aren't going any quicker at this stage. 1 or 2 to cross the line as yet. Fastest so far, looking to be in good shape. Matt Wrigley looks as though he's going to hold on to take pole position for the historic Formula 2 Series race. Looking at the 123 machine just going through there, that's Nick Pink in the Lola T360. That's a 1600 powered car.
And Matt's father, Mike Wrigley, is on the graphic now in the top 20. He's down in 17th place, Mike Wrigley.
Nice that they're both out there playing together. As we see the last few cars still to cross the line. I don't think there's going to be any change to the outright pole position here. That's the number 87 car just going through. That is Mike Wrigley, in fact, that you mentioned. So, yeah, not as quick as Matt, but he's done a good job nonetheless, down there in 17th position. Just waiting to see whether Andy Smith is going to be able to go any quicker on this lap. He's done a reasonably good first sector, I believe, and I think he crossed the line before the checkered flag.
I think he stopped, pulled over at Copse, didn't he?
Oh, sorry, yes, he did.
Yes.
Sorry,
so
yes, he's the one that stopped.
Yeah, he's not taken the flag. He must have.
Yeah. So we are there, I think, with everybody then. Yeah. Everybody has now had the checkered flag, and there won't be any further improvement. So it is Matt Wrigley who has set the pace. Oh, another car stopped. That's Julian Stokes in the Techno. So hopefully they can get that fixed up. So here we are. This is how the grid will line up for the historic Formula 2, with Matt Wrigley ahead of Miles Griffiths and Andrew Smith, who had a problem at the end, but definitely competitive. Timothy De Silva in the Chevron, ahead of Martin Don in a slightly older car, the B27. Matthew Watts in a 782 March. Rob Weldon, Martin Stretton in his 712 March. Had a problem early on, but then got it sorted. David Tomlin going well in the Motul Rondell. And then Callum Grant's up there in 10th. Mark Charteris, Mark Dwyer, Rob Wainwright into 13th place. Mark Hazel, 15th in the March 782, ahead of Mark Mercer and Mike Wrigley. The top 20 completed by Daniel Playfield in another March 782. So we'll have a look at some of the replays of the action from the Formula 2 cars, really upping the pace quite a notch from what we've seen on track so far, using their wet tyres, plenty of aerodynamic downforce. We saw Martin Stretton disappearing off into the gravel briefly, but thankfully getting the car out. Made a quick visit to the pits and then set some good lap times towards the end. The track was drying out a little bit as we went through, certainly not fully dry yet, just a little bit of a dry line developing, but spray making visibility pretty tricky at times as well. Car number 19, Miles Griffiths, fast throughout the session. He ended up second quickest in the Rolt. Timothy De Silva put in some very good laps, has ended up with a second row starting position. The top spot going to Matt Wrigley in car number 78. He will start from pole position by an absolutely tiny margin. 0.099 of a second was the advantage that he took, but that means he has pole for the race. So great action from the historic Formula 2 series. We've got more action coming up soon.
We're on the starting grid for what is set to be an incredible day. It's lights out and away we go. He's taken an early lead. There's never been a better crew. Behind every great driver, there are brilliant engineers. It's going to be hard to pick a winner here. They're on the final lap. A day they'll never forget.
Now, we're in for an absolute treat with this race. We've got 2 trophies. We've got the Sterling Moss Trophy for the later cars up to 1961, and then we've also got the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy. Now, driving one of those later cars is Alex Brundle. Alex, you're in loads of cars this weekend. In the Lister here, this must be absolutely wonderful to drive around here.
This is a wonderful one and a wonderful example as well. I drove this for the first time yesterday on the test, got a couple of laps in, but it's a new adventure for me. I've had a couple of runs in one of the older D-types as well. But yeah, I mean, just unbelievable power this thing creates. It's like a bullet through the air as well.
Now, obviously, you started your career in the younger Formula, worked your way up, got very successful in sports cars, and you're now becoming a bit of an historic specialist. You must love it.
I really do. It's great to come and drive these cars. I must be one of the latest generation of young single-seater drivers who came through driving an H-pattern gearbox. We still had the old dog legs when I was doing Formula Palmer Audi, so I got the muscle memory still there. And every time you jump in one of these old things, you learn something, you know, and you can take that into modern racing too.
Well, Alex, enjoy it. We're going to move on down the grid, and we're going to go and see who we can find a bit further down. With such a lovely mix of cars here, we've got Lotus 11s, sorry, we're going to squeeze through. In the distance I can see Gregor Fiskin, who's going to be driving the HWM, that lovely Mille car. We're just going to jump in. So always chatting to people, Gregor. Gregor, I'm sorry, could I just jump in?
Of course you can.
It's so wonderful to see you out in the HWM again. Were you testing this yesterday?
We did test yesterday. Unfortunately, we broke the rear differential. So David and the guys worked till midnight last night to fix it. It's been splendidly retested near Toaster on the highway, and apparently it's good to go.
Excellent. And how much have you driven this in the wet?
I think this will be the first time. Yeah, fantastic. Good point.
Has anyone told you what it's like in the wet?
I would think it's going to be, you know, the car is one of those cars that just handles so beautifully. I think it's going to do all the things it normally does, which is handle well, slide predictably, but just at slower speed.
Well, Gregor, enjoy.
Thanks, Ed. Thank you.
So we are about to see another batch of cars out on circuit, and there's some beautiful machinery coming up in this one. The MRL Royal Automobile Club Woodcote and the Sterling Moss trophies. So they are 2 separate trophies, the Woodcote and the Sterling Moss trophies, slightly different spec cars, but basically they are very, very similar classic sports racing cars. Some beautiful machinery, which we will be talking about a little bit as we go through this next session. So the qualifying sessions have been shortened slightly because of the weather and the delays that we have had today. So they've already got under 22 minutes to go in this session for a race that will take 50 minutes on Saturday night. So this is going to be the concluder on Saturday evening, which will start in plan at 8:10 in the evening and finish at 9 o'clock. But what a thing to look forward to. It'll be a wonderful event to be eating a burger, perhaps, or sharing a glass of beer to enjoy as we watch some of these amazing cars come out onto circuit. And you can see there's a big field of them. They're still coming out. There's a huge number of cars in this one. Be interesting to see what the total is actually once all of them are out there. But my sheet here is pretty full of all sorts of different cars. Alistair, I think we're going to enjoy this one.
Yes, in one of the previews I was reading, this is one of the events that is reckoned to have a full grid of the new 61 limit that we've got here at Silverstone for this year. We'll wait and see, because obviously some cars may have failed in testing or in previous races, but we'll see when the timing screen tells us. But certainly it'll be well in excess of 45 to 50 cars. And just watching the cars coming out there, wonderful to see the classic cars like the Jaguar C-Type and D-Type, so evocative of racing in the 50s, and it'll be wonderful to see them racing into the dusk on Saturday night.
Yeah, they've got their headlights on, most of them as well, just as well, because they're might need them come Saturday night, particularly as you said earlier, if it's as grey as it is today. Let's hope that it's a little brighter. Looking there at the number 58 car that is currently out on track, and that's Gary Pearce and Alex Brundle car, so that's going to be a real contender. That one runs in the Sterling Moss Trophy. It is one of the listers. This is the Lister Jaguar Costin, which is the slightly smaller shaped one in theory, isn't it?
Well, that's a Nobly, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what
so
I was
must have
thinking.
changed
That's
the
a bit
car,
odd.
I think.
Yeah, because the Nobly was the sort of bouncy bodywork, if you like, wasn't it?
Yeah. Do you know how it got its name?
Remind me.
Do you want to know how it got its
yes,
name?
indeed.
Yes. Well, there was a driver called John Coundley who used to race Listers, and his wife Pat came into the workshop at Lister, and there was the Lister Nobly. Somebody's lost a radio. A Lister sitting there, and she said, "Oh, that's Nobly, isn't it?" And that's how it got its name. And unlike a lot of cars which were renamed much later on by people, the Nobly was always called the Nobly.
Great.
For that reason. That's actually a screwdriver.
Yeah,
isn't
it is a screwdriver. Somebody's left a screwdriver out on the track, so that's a little unfortunate. But whether the marshals might be able to nip out, grab it at some point, we shall wait and see. Oh yes, look, it's come out the number 10 car.
That's the Lotus 10.
Ah, right. Okay. Bit unfortunate.
Yes. Malcolm Paul and Rick Bourne's car lost that, so whether the marshals will decide they need to pop out there and pick that up, or perhaps they'll decide it's offline.
Another Lotus, that's the Lotus 15, that's the Michael Birch Richard Bradley car.
That will be a contender.
Yeah,
both very quick. Michael Birch very quick, and we know Richard Bradley's quick. We've seen him out at least a couple of times already.
Yeah, no, he's that's going to be a fun, beautiful little car to watch as well. Number 39, that's the Robbie Bernberg Paul Ugo Cooper T39. There are quite a few Coopers out in this race as well. One of the great classic cars, the Coopers of the 60s, and we've got a real mix here. This is 1950s, really. Actually, most of the cars in this in these two races, the Woodcote and Sterling Moss trophies, it is a combined race. As I mentioned, it's a pit stop race, and but most of the cars are from the 1950s, early to late 50s. The odd 1960s car, but yeah, mostly in the 1950s.
And we're looking there at car number 152, which is the Lister Nobly, being driven at the moment by its owner, John Spears, but that will be taken over by Tiffany Dell. And we'll be hearing from Tiff, won't we, on screen?
Indeed, we will.
Tiff will take over the 152 car.
So that'll be good to see. And yeah, John Spears getting up to speed for the moment in that machine. First few laps, so it's the Pearson Brundle car that has set the initial pace, the Gary Pearson Alex Brundle car, the Lister Jaguar that has set the initial pace so far, just ahead of the number 6 James Cottingham Harvey Stanley, back out again, this time in a Dodera Ecos Jaguar. So they're up there in second place for now, ahead of number 82, that is the Rob Smith Chris Ward Lister. Oh, somebody running a bit wide. Maserati. Maserati A6 GCS of Carlos and Matthias Silecki. I think the car's okay, so they're back up again.
And another likely contender that's already made its way into the top, I'm going to say the top 10, but it's not quite in the top 10, is Fred Wakeman and Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, that duo again, this time in Fred's Cooper T38. With the Jaguar 3.4 litre engine, and they're always right at the front of the Woodcote Trophy section of the race.
So a real cross-section of machinery there. There's the number 69 car just coming through, Justin Mayers and Charlie Martin, their Cooper Monaco T49. Gorgeous little machine that is, isn't it? And moving themselves up the order as quickly as possible. That dry line just developing a little bit more. There is a bit of brightness outside once again, although not really seeing the patches of blue sky we did earlier. So it's still tricky out there. It's not an easy day to drive. We've got a couple of D-types, Jaguar D-types out there as well. Good friend of mine, Carl Jones, we used to instruct together at Brands Hatch. He'll be out in the one with Benjamin Eastick, and they can be pretty competitive as well. I see how they get on.
I don't think that car's here, Ben.
Oh, isn't it?
Well, I heard yesterday that Ben hadn't brought that car.
I didn't know that.
That's a real shame, because it's a favourite of mine is the Jaguar D-Type. As we're focusing on the number 58 car of Gary Pearson and Martin Brundle.
Yeah, fastest so far. They're going well, aren't they? It's Alex.
Sorry, it's Alex Brundle. My
apologies. It is confusing because they're both competing this weekend.
Yeah.
And the nice thing is that they are sharing a car too, aren't they? Later
they
on.
are the E-Type, yes.
So that is good news. But for the moment, it's Alex Brundle who's apparently delivering the good performance. Rob Smith, Chris Ward, Lister Nobley's gone fastest now. The 82 car, as I say. So that's going to enjoy itself out in these conditions, and there is definitely a bit of brightness coming through now, which is good news. Trying to find a bit of space. A lot of cars out there. We've got what is it, total of 58? No, not quite. There's shown 58 cars, but not all of them have done a lap yet. So we'll wait and see if that is actually the case.
Yeah, so we are just slightly short of the maximum that we were expecting. But, what a tremendous entry as we continue to watch the car that's currently second quickest, the 58 car, and the 82 car, which is the Smith and Ward quickest car, actually running together at the moment on the track.
Chasing each other around. That's quite good in a way, isn't it? Yeah. So they're right up there near the front and setting a good pace so far. So there is the Lister still doing its stuff. Brian Lister began building sports cars back in the early 50s, initially with NG engines, but they soon switched to the Bristol motor. Look, we've got an Austin Healey has pulled off. That's the Paul and Jonathan Mortimer car. It's the Austin Healey 104, the slightly less powerful one. We saw some of the 3000s out earlier on, but they've obviously got a problem because he's been getting out of the car, so that's a shame. Back to the front runners once again. Yes, so Brian Lister doing an amazing job to create these machines. They did use Maserati engines at one time as well, and then later on they worked around the Jaguar engines, of course, and that's what we see with many of the Listers now, is the Jaguar engine versions.
Also run with a Chevrolet engine as well, a big powerful V8. But the Listers very successful in period, as you say, with Brian Lister building them, and his #1 driver and great friend Archie Scott Brown used to drive for him, but sadly he lost his life at Spa, and Brian Lister really lost his love of racing at that point, because a number of other drivers lost their lives at around the same time. It was a very dangerous sport, and I think he just felt that's not where he wanted to be anymore.
Understandably so. Yeah, very sad indeed, as you say, Archie Scott Brown. He won the British Empire Trophy earlier that year as well, so tragic to lose him. But the Lister Jags have remained one of the all-time classic sports racing cars. They've been around for years and years, beautifully prepared, many of them. Let's just have a look with the spin that occurred a few moments ago. There we are, little pirouette out of Luffield. Oh, and back onto the grass, keeping well out of the way of everybody else, so that's good. The number 15 car it was, Jonathan Turner and Ben Cussons, HWM Jaguar. That's a pretty rare car, actually. There aren't many of those around. Lovely to see that it didn't do any damage. It's got itself going once again. So up front, we've still got the number 82 car of Rob Smith and Chris Ward.
The HWM, another example of a British manufacturer using the Jaguar engine, just like the Lister did, and again, successful in period with John Heath and George Abacassis were the two owners of that company, and John Heath, unfortunately, he was killed. It was a dangerous period in motor racing.
As you say, very tough time indeed. Just looking slightly on further down the list at the moment. We've got a little more group of cars here coming down towards Brundle.
One of my favourites amongst them, I mentioned earlier, the D-type, and that particular example that just went through our shot there with the big high vertical fin behind the driver, which was put on the car to stabilise the car at high speed on the Mulsanne straight at Le Mans, the 4-mile straight, where they were getting well over 180 miles an hour in the 50s.
Amazing, isn't it?
Drivers like Mike Hawthorne.
Yeah, wonderful. And D-type, as you mentioned earlier, so successful at Le Mans, winning in 1955, 56 and 57. A fantastic period for Jaguar generally, wasn't it?
And prior to the D-type, not surprisingly, the C-type was the earlier car that they also won at Le Mans as well. Very, very successful period under the great guidance of Lofty England, who was the team manager at the time.
Yeah, and we do have a couple of C-types out today as well, so we'll be looking forward to seeing a bit more of those. So the number 124 car, this is the Roger Wills Lotus 15, another of the Lotus 15s, and that's all working well. The Lotus 10 was updated over the years with either the Climax 1.5 or 2.5 engine. This is actually a 2-litre engine in this Lotus 15.
This has a tremendous history, this car. Roger Wills is a New Zealander, and this car was owned by Bruce McLaren, who of course also a New Zealander. And Roger was incredibly proud to be able to buy this car, and that is a contender for the win in the Stirling Moss Trophy. Roger Wills, a very quick driver, and it may look small compared to some of the big listers, but that's a very, very quick car indeed from the Lotus stable. Brilliant chassis engineering from Colin Chapman.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. So lightweight. I mean, that's what was so much the important aspect of the Lotus design. Lightweight, but he's lost it. Into the gravel. I think, can he get it out? Yes. Good stuff. Well done. That was a bit fortunate in a way, but a good time to be watching him. Did well to sort it out, and now pushing on once again. So Roger Wills there in the Lotus 15, just giving us a little demonstration of how slippery it is still out there, but he is 4th quickest at the moment, so doing a great job.
He was actually on a good lap, wasn't he? Here we've got the spin again. He's coming through Luffield, the long right-hander. You can see his arms there trying to correct the slide, but he knew he'd lost control and let it slide into the gravel, but very wet today, so the gravel nice and compacted and able to get out. That's where that Austin Healey spun earlier on, just on the inside of the circuit. So it's very slippy there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's clearly catching people out, but he's nonetheless, he's doing a great job of picking the pace up once again. But for now, it's still the Rob Smith, Chris Ward Lister that is setting the pace currently from the 58 car of Gary Pearce and Alex Brundle, another of the Lister Jaguars. This Lotus going fast and recovering from a tricky spin.
And he was actually on a very good lap there. We can see on our graphic that he did a purple first sector, which means he was fastest of anyone. But then he lost control in the second sector and spun, so that lap was ruined. The Cottingham and Stanley car, those names once again are in 3rd. They've just gone down to 4th because we've got a new fastest time from the 66, which is Sam Hancock in the Lister Nobly.
He was a bit late coming out onto the track, actually. I don't know if he had a problem. There he is. There's Sam Hancock, and he's already delivered a very quick lap earlier on today in one of the other championships, but he's really on form, isn't he?
He is, yes. A really accomplished driver in whatever he gets in. I think you said earlier about somebody else who put them in a car and they just go quickly, and Sam's of that type. He's very capable.
He's using a wet line too, actually. It's interesting watching him there. He's definitely using the sort of non-standard line, trying to find a little bit more grip, whereas a lot of people are on the normal line, normal apex. Look at him, he's running it wide on purpose. He's trying to find a little bit more grip offline, and it's working for him. He's done a 2 minute 45.375. Sam Hancock has now set the pace so far in the in that Liston Obly. That's another of the Jaguar powered cars, 1958 model, that one, and Sam going very well indeed. Through Pop's Corner, there's a bit of correction going on. A couple of more cars coming out onto the circuit at the same time. Last lap fastest so far. We'll see if there are going to be any improvements. Good first sector just now from the Pearson Brundle car, so that could be potentially up for going a little quicker.
And also going well in fourth quickest. I just briefly mentioned them before we started talking about another car, and that's the Cottingham & Stanley Tajiro, another car with a Jaguar engine. This run by the Écurie Cost team, which actually took one of those D-type wins at Le Mans as a private team. But we're very likely to see that car number 6 somewhere near the front of the grid as we concentrate on Sam Hancock, who is the fastest at the moment, provisional pole position for the number 66 Liston Obly.
Yeah, we're still going to see some other drivers coming out. Don't forget, this is going to be a 2-driver race, and some of the quick drivers will be going second. So we shall just have to see who comes out when, as it were. They have to make a pit stop, get their other driver in. But it is quite a short session. I think most of the second drivers must be in their cars by now, as Sam Hancock continues with this fastest man so far on this track. But there is a good lap coming up from the Roger Wills car again, the Lotus 15. I notice he's just done a very good middle sector, so we'll keep an eye on him. We saw him have that spin earlier, but he's putting together another good lap so far.
But once again, with 58 cars on track, or well, it's 56 I think according to our timing screen, actually running at the moment, it's hard to find a gap, isn't it? You're always going to come up on someone somewhere around the track. As we look at that, the D-type, this is the 144 entry for Paul Pocciol and James Hansen, and you see there the vertical fin behind the driver, as I say, for stability on the very high-speed straight at Le Mans. And it just sets off that car, in my mind anyway, as one of the absolute classic designs.
Yeah, no, it is, you're right. Absolutely beautiful car. Monocoque construction, and yeah, just a real step up from the C-type, which was a more sort of modified road car really, but the D-type was very much built as a racing car. Very effective indeed, and a beautiful design. Very strong performer throughout its history, and still today, interestingly, in events like this, of course. So there has been an improvement with Roger Wills. He's moved up to second in the Lotus now. So after he had that spin into the gravel trap, he's come back very effectively to go second quickest. But we can see there are some other drivers that, oh, got another spinner there. I think that was number 24, Thomas Ward, in his Jaguar XK120. You can just see him in the background there, having had a spin. Hopefully no damage done. I think he's probably going to be able to rejoin quite safely. I noticed that the John Spears Tiffany Dell Lister is currently up in 8th position, and there are some other improvements coming through. The number 21 cars just put in a pretty good lap. That's the Michael Birch, Richard Bradley Lotus 15 as well. So the Lotus 15s are working well in these conditions.
They are, yeah, ideal really for them.
Yeah,
not too much power, so not trying to get that power down onto the road. 2-litre engine in the Roger Wills car. Now Roger Wills, we're watching now, is one of the quickest cars on track. He's done the fastest first sector of anyone, and he's now making his way through sector 2. We'll see if he can do a good sector 2 time. Last time around he did a fastest sector 1 time and then had a problem in sector 2 again. He got caught with some back markers, and once again his sector 2 time is not as good as he's done before. Just trying to string that lap together, Ben. You've done a bit of racing in your time. It must be very frustrating.
It is when you've got traffic around, but it's part and parcel of it, isn't it? And he's just got to deal with it. But there's no doubt, on a track like this, when you've got a dry line, that's always hard, because if you meet the traffic on the dry line and you have to move on the wet stuff to get past, then of course you're going to lose some grip, and that is a bit frustrating. But he's doing a really good job. We've got only just over a minute. Lovely drift out of the last corner there, beautifully controlled, power on, accelerating up. towards our commentary position. He's got a couple of cars up ahead of him, so again he might lose a bit of time here. He goes around the outside. Oh, has to go over the curb to make sure that he makes the move, but he does so quite cleanly and continues on the lap.
Just going past one of the early Aston Martins there. He's now up into the very tight right and left at Village and the Loop, and Roger Wills still making an effort to try and improve on his already front row starting position. He's alongside Sam Hancock right at the front, and we've only got 30 seconds to go, so it'll be his last lap.
Another improvement for the number 21 car. That is Michael Birch, Richard Bradley, Lotus 15, and we've got a spinner there, the number 37 machine, Peter Haynes, in his Lotus 11. So Peter looks as though he's okay. He's just trying to see when the track is clear. Oh, maybe it's stalled because the marshals are over there to give him a hand. Yeah, push start, please, guys.
And I noticed Roger Wills coming through the picture, so his lap will be spoiled again, so he's not going to improve.
No, if it was under a yellow flag, that's a tricky one, no doubt about it. So it looks as though the times may well be set now. It looks as though Sam Hancock has set the pace here. Very impressive, 2 minute 45.3, but a tiny margin over the Lotus of Roger Wills, who is second quickest. So Lister, Jaguar versus Lotus, front row. Then we're going to have another Lister, the Pearson Brundle car, which we're looking at right now. That is third fastest, so good stuff from them. Then another Lotus, so we've really got a mix of Lister versus Lotus up at the front end of the grid on both front two rows.
Absolutely, yes, and totally different cars as well. The nimbleness and relatively small engines of the Lotus against the bigger engines and power of the Listers. And we don't know who's in the Pearson Brundle car, but I'm just desperately looking at that helmet. I think that might be Martin Brundle. But it's difficult to see whether it's got the blue and red flashes up the side, but it looks like it has, so maybe Brundle took the wheel for the second part of the session.
So over the line?
Alex Brundle, my apologies.
Okay, no,
I've done
it's
it
fine.
Again, haven't I?
No, it's easily done. Yes, Alex Brundle in this one, isn't it? But Hancock, I think, has got that pole position secure ahead of Roger Wills. There was a good effort as well for the Watson-O'Connell, that Sandy Watson-Martin-O'Connell Lotus 11. They got up into 7th place, so well done to them. Also some other good efforts. We saw the 25 car, Richard Wilson and Martin Stretton. Oh, there unfortunately is the number 17, Carlos Matias and Matthias Aliki in their Maserati. Such a pretty car that. It's a shame we didn't get to see a little bit more of it actually on track. But it's wire wheels. Let's hope that they can get it sorted, whatever is wrong with it, and get him out for the race. So let's have a look. 56 cars set a lap time. There were 2 cars that were shown on our screens but didn't actually do a complete lap time, but it's still a remarkably sized grid, and that is going to be a wonderful event on Saturday evening, 8:10 it's due to start, going into dusk, and maybe those headlights will be on again as we see the long Saturday come to conclusion with what looks as though it's going to be a mighty race actually between the Lister Jaguars and the Lotuses up front, and then a real mix behind them as well of cars, things like Coopers and Allards, Aston Martins, all mixed in there to see what they can do. Let's hope that we get a good solid race out of it. So Sam Hancock on good form this weekend so far, and he has set the outright pace for the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote and Stirling Moss trophies in the number 66 car. So he's certainly the top of the Stirling Moss group, isn't he? Who's top of the Woodcote Trophy group? Need to just check that in a moment, because it's the Stirling Moss cars that are generally that little bit quicker.
It's the car in 9th place, I
right.
think, Ben.
Okay, thanks, Alistair.
9th overall and first in Woodcote Trophy for the number 25 car.
So that's Richard Wilson and Martin Stretton in their Maserati.
Yeah, so that's a lovely car. Unfortunately, we didn't, with all the cars out there, we didn't actually pick that one up, I don't think. But that's a car that Martin's driven with the owner Richard Wilson before.
Great. So they've done well. They're mixed up against the rest there. Another good effort in that particular class for Paul Poshkiol and James Hansen in their Jaguar D-type as well. So A very impressive run from a whole bunch of drivers in some beautiful cars there, and a race that will provide us, I think, with lots of entertainment and some serious pit stops that will have to be made, swapping from one to another. Tiffany Dell will be a part of that, as will Alex Brundle. So Sam Hancock has set the pace, but as you can see, it's Lister Nobly versus Lotus versus Lister versus Lotus versus Lister, and then the Tejero Ecosid Jaguar. A couple more Lotuses in there. The Maserati of Wilson and Stretton, fastest in their category, in fact, in the Woodcote Trophy group, so that's impressive in the top 10. The Lister Jaguar flat iron, different shape of car, that 10th fastest. There's the Tiffany Dell car, shared with John Spears, that's 11th, and another Jaguar D-Type in behind them. Then a bit more of a mix of cars. We've got the Lola of Keith Arlers, the Lola Mark 1, the start of Eric Broadley's career. That's starting in 18th place. HWM and an Allard in there as well. British chassis with American power. Always a very, very successful brand, the Allard, and there are a couple actually in this event. So that's how the top 20 will look for the Woodcote and Sterling Moss trophies. And we saw some entertaining times out there on the circuit, didn't we, with these cars being pushed pretty hard, I have to say, and odd little bits and pieces going on at the same time. Thankfully, the few spins that we had didn't seem to end up with any damage. The Gary Pearson Alex Brundle car performed well. That was Alex in the car actually earlier, I think. It was Gary Pearson in the car a little bit later on. Another odd spin on the inside of Luffield. Did prove to be a bit of a tricky surface there, and we saw Roger Wills having this little moment into the gravel trap, but nonetheless he ended up second fastest, coming back very effectively indeed. 66 car of Sam Hancock set the outright pace, and he will therefore start from pole position, and he's not sharing that car with anybody. He's doing it all on his own. So of course he will have to still have a pit stop and wait in the pits, but if he does that whole race himself, he's got a very good chance of victory. So that was qualifying for the Woodcote and Sterling Moss trophies. We've got plenty more to come here at Silverstone.
The road to freedom. Japan quality. Yokohama. Your tire.
Well, I check the oil and the water and the tyre pressures regularly.
Give it a polish, make sure it's all shiny.
I service the car once a year and I always do it myself. I enjoy the mixture of exercise.
I think some of the things I eat help to keep myself healthy and my brain healthy.
Or even just meeting up with a friend and having a chat. So we turn our attention to touring cars, and we've got the Adrian Flux Trophy and many other races within a race, which means we've got at the back over there, we've got 1960s Ford Cortinas, we've got more modern machinery, we've got Sierras, we've got ex-Andy Rice cars, and we've got the likes of this, a Ford Capri, and piloting this is a Le Mans winner. Guy Smith, wonderful to see you again. You just told me that you've never driven this car.
No, it's a new car. We've had it about 2 weeks, and I'm actually driving this weekend with my father Peter. So he drove it at Donington a week ago, and I've never actually even driven it at all. So it's going to be straight out in qualifying. But yeah, it should be fun. I mean, this weekend, what a great atmosphere. It's the first time here at the Classic, and absolutely blown away by by the fans and the cars here. So looking forward to it and having some fun.
Now, obviously you made your career in sports cars, now racing these historics. Do you have to do a sort of factory reset when you get in one, or does it all come naturally?
Well, I mean, obviously they've got a lot less grip, a lot less downforce than the sports car, but they're a joy to drive. You know, very basic. You've got a heel and toe. You've really got to drive the cars. No paddle shift. So yeah, they're a lot of fun to drive, and especially today when it's going to be wet and slippery, it's going to be exciting.
Well, Guy, enjoy it. We're going to carry on down the grid. If you follow me, look at this. We've got Mark 1 Escort. We've got the SD1 Rover. On the right here, this is former Italian Touring Car Championship, an early Mark 1 Escort. Just carry on down here. Look at this Batmobile, Jägermeister Batmobile. Oh, what a grid. Right, Ford Cortina. And if we carry on down here, I'm pretty sure, yep, I can see it. We've got Andy Middlehurst. So Andy Middlehurst is really best known for driving an ex-Jim Clark Lotus. But today, he's in something a little bit different. I'm so sorry. Squeezing through. Andy, if I could just jump in. I was just saying, we're used to you driving an ex-Jim Clark Lotus.
Yes.
This Nissan is a bit different.
Yeah, it's back to my roots really, because I drove for Nissan the British touring cars in the early 90s, and then I drove the Skylining period. I won the National Saloon Car Championship in 95 and 96 in the same car, but Group N. This is a Group A car, so I'm pretty used to it really.
So a few years have passed, but when you get behind the wheel of this, does it all come flooding back?
Yeah, yeah, it does really. It's quite a reasonably easy car to drive if you know how to drive it. It's quite a technical car with the four-wheel drive, the steering angles and throttle positions and things. But once you've got all that in your head, you don't really forget it really. It's pretty much the same as a standard road car. So you know, the way it operates.
And I can see your team letting all the air out of the tyres for the wet conditions. Enjoy it.
Right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, so we're getting ready for some fantastic touring cars heading out onto the circuit in a moment or two. Peter's and Guy Smith's Ford Capri there, ready to take to the challenge, and a real mix of wonderful machinery. For example, we've got Sierra Cosworths, Ford Escorts, we've got BMW, the E30 M3. I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday, saying that he was saying that's one of his favourite touring cars out there from that period. I have to say the Sierras are remarkable. And I was talking to Callum Lockie briefly earlier today, and he was saying what a challenge that Sierra Cosworth is to drive. With so much horsepower and not very big rear tyres, and it just is alive the whole time on the rear end when you're back on the throttle. So yeah, some wonderful cars. The Rover in there as well. The SD1, look at that, absolutely gorgeous. The number 112 car, and that's Adam Brindle, the Rover SD1, 3.5 litre, 1981 machine, but chased there by a Ford Escort, one of the Mark IIs, number 12 that is. That's Ben Gill in an RS 1600, very powerful little car, and of course a great car both on circuit and for rallying, the Escort. Alistair, used so much over the years.
Yes, my first rally car was a Mark 1 Escort, and then I moved to a Mark 2, and that one that we just saw, the blue one, was raced in the Italian Touring Car Championship. That's actually my favourite car, the BMW CSL, the orange car there, number 55. And guess who's driving that? Fred Wakeman and Patrick Blakeney-Edwards once again.
Once again.
They're the most numerous. You might recognise the cars now coming out onto track. You saw a brief flash there of a black Rover SD1 with orange stripes on it, and if you used to watch touring car racing on television a few years ago with the great Murray Walker commentating, that was Dennis Leach's car.
Yeah, wonderful. It's great to see some of these cars coming back out. The Capris as well. They were just before the Sierras. A Volvo. I think we've only got the one Volvo in this one, haven't we? Phil Perryman.
Yes, I think so. Yes.
And there we've also got an American machine as well. That was the Ford Mustang, Fred Bill Shepherd. They've got the Mustang. XJS Jaguar there, Tom Walkinshaw days, heading out. Then the Minis as well, because they've always been a huge part of touring cars in the old days. And you had classes, and of course quite often the champions were not the people who were winning the races outright. They were the people that kept winning their particular class. So you might have some super fast car up front, but it's not going to be winning the championship, because further down the order there's a class car that will do it instead. So all fun and games.
One of the last to do that was John Cleland.
Yes.
I remember winning the British Touring Car Championship in a Class C, I think it was, Astra, when the top cars winning the races were all taking points off each other. So
yeah, and they were Sierras, weren't they?
That's right. Yeah,
that was when the Sierras were up against them. But you're absolutely right. He won in an Astra GTE. So that was back in 1989 that he did that. But it was after that. It's basically soon after that it became one class.
That's right.
Touring cars.
Yeah. And it's remained. They've changed the specifications, but it's changed. It's remained the same ever since.
It does make it easier in a way. When it's a class system, I understand it, and certainly looking back over the years, there were some wonderful battles in each class. You know, so sometimes some years you had tremendous battles and worthy champions at the end of it. But it does get a bit more confusing when you're watching it on telly, knowing that the winner of the championship's actually about 12th overall.
Yeah. Yes. And we should have sharing a Sierra Cosworth RS500, the man that is regularly called the greatest touring car driver ever, and that's Steve Soper. Certainly he's up there with the greatest 3 or 4 touring car drivers. Steve Soper sharing with Craig Davis in the RS500. And we've also got James Hunt's son, Freddie, racing as well, sharing one of the Nissan Skyline GTRs known as Godzilla. Because the Australians said they come from Japan and they're monsters.
Wonderful, yeah. Well, you can see a BMW M3 just going through there as well. So you're beginning to see this mixture of different cars that we've got out in this historic touring car challenge. There comes the Rover ST1, a big group of cars. We've got a VW Scirocco in there as well. BMW M3 doing the chase in the original livery. Really looks fabulous. Oh, there's a lot of smoke coming from the number 10 Sierra. That's the Julian Thomas Callum Lockie car. I don't know whether that was just, I don't think it was just spray. It might have been. You can see when some people are offline, there is still quite a lot of spray being kicked up, but I don't know, it looks a bit more smoky than spray to me. We'll see. Hopefully it'll carry on. There's the number 48 Mini, and that's Peter James and Chris Snowden's car. They're in a slightly different class. And that's the number 82. That's the Harvey and Rupert Death car, the Mini Cooper S, the 1275cc.
Chasing one of the Ford Lotus Cortinas, the number 11 car of Henry Mann and Desmond Smale. And Henry Mann is the son of Alan Mann, who ran the team that always turned out their cars in red with the gold roof. Alan Mann Racing ran the Works 4 team for many years in touring car racing and in sports car racing.
First few cars beginning to cross the line, so we're going to see a few changes coming up as the first laps are being set. Again, it's not a particularly long session, so they've got to get on with it and get those laps in as quickly as possible. David Tomlin has just set the pace in his Sierra for now. Seeing a lot of changes to that. There's the BMW M3, number 101. That's David and Rory Cuff sharing that car, and that is a 1989 machine. It looks really beautiful in its BMW livery. Of course, BMW had a pretty good time. Frank Sittner won the Touring Car Championship in a BMW M3 back in 1988. And then later on, when touring cars kind of moved on a bit, Marcus Winkelhock, of course, took the victory, helped by Steve Soper to a certain extent, but Steve didn't do the whole campaign quite the same way, and he was second. Paul Radicic was third. That was 1993, but as I say, this E30 M3 was very successful in the late 80s.
In rallying as well, another car like the Escort that could be used in both, and ProDrive ran the British cars and in rallying as well with drivers like Mark Duez.
Yeah, fabulous machine.
It is wonderful, and really built the reputation, along with the earlier BMW racing cars, built the reputation of BMW as being very, very sporty saloon cars.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of picked up that to another level. A very good friend of mine bought one back in the day, and it was such a thing to have. And of course, they held their value and have held their value remarkably over the years, haven't they?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the BMW. Fastest at the moment, though, still Tomlin in the RS500 Sierra, number 117, being chased. There's another Capri there. That's a number 70 car, and oh yeah, that's Marcus Jewell's car, and Ben Klukas. Now, Ben Klukas is a quick driver. He's sharing that number 70 Capri, so he will deliver some pretty impressive laps, I would think. Klukas experienced in all forms of motorsport, started out in Formula Ford and sports cars, etc. The M3 is what we're watching right now. 9th fastest so far. 10th fastest, by the way, is the car that Steve Soper's sharing. So I don't know if Steve's in it. Craig Davis and Steve Soper sharing a Cosworth, Sierra Cosworth.
Yeah, Craig's a pretty handy driver as well, so it's likely that they'll both be reasonably quick. And at the RS500, I think you could almost say, not in the wet necessarily, but almost made for Silverstone, because the fast, open, sweeping corners and the power of the Sierra Cosworth takes you back to the days when there were whole bunches of them racing together. And here is one of those Nissan Skylines, known as the Godzilla, which that's Simon Garrett's car, number 37 in the black and red colours, and they absolutely dominated in the late, well, very late 80s, early 90s. 29 wins from 29 races in the Japanese Touring Car Championship.
Wow.
And then they went to Australia and beat everybody, including the Sierra Cosworths. Won the Bathurst 1000 in 91 and 92. And as I say, the Australians were rather miffed about that, so they said they called it the Godzilla because it was just a beast, a monster.
Yeah.
And there are 3 of them entered in this race.
Good stuff. Oh, lovely to be able to enjoy seeing them. See how that continues. There's Lotus Cortina, slightly different level, of course, and the cars are sliding around. There's that beautiful BMW CSL. As we now look at the man who is fastest so far, it's the number 117 of David Tomlin, and I don't think he's sharing the car this weekend. It's just him on his own, and he's showing some very good pace. The number 60 car of Mark Wright and Dave Coyne has popped up in a second. That's another Sierra Cosworth. So the Sierra Cosworths are working very effectively around here. The Nissan in 3rd place is that of Simon Garrard. So 3rd place, oh no, he's just been pushed down to 4th position, in fact, because moving up has gone the Paul Mensley, Matthew Ellis Sierra. So another Sierra pops up there. It is funny, actually, when you think about how much they raced, but it was only Rob Gravitt, I think, that actually won the title outright in a Sierra, wasn't it? Andy Rouse raced him a lot, but with that class system, it didn't always work out. He won the Touring Car Championship many times, of course, Andy. But yes, the Sierra didn't win the championship as such so many times.
They're taking points off each other, so because we've actually, I think we've got 2 of the Rouse Sierras here this weekend, and we've seen one of them already on screen, the Caliber coloured car, and very, very successful. They also raced in Europe as well, and rather more successfully in terms of winning championships with the Eggenberger team, with Steve Soper driving as well, and very successful in the Spa 24 Hours.
Look at this beautiful Mark 1 Escort, absolutely stunning. Bit of aerodynamic help with a little sort of spoiler on the front end. It's a lovely blue and white livery, and it's a real joy to watch. Interesting, you said you had a Mark 1. I briefly had a Mark 1 Escort as well. Did a sprint with it at Goodwood in my early days, and sadly the engine seized while it was going round, but let's hope nobody has those sort of problems. There we are, back with the number 10 Sierra Cosworth. We were looking at this earlier. This is the Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie car, very much an original scheme as well.
And that's an original car. That was the Andy Rouse, Guy Edwards entry in the championship, and that's the owner, Callum Lockie, at the wheel. The owner, Julian Thomas, at the wheel. And I mentioned earlier, Callum has been coaching Julian for some years now, and he's really turned out to be a very, very good driver indeed, so that will be a contender.
There's the Nissan Skyline, which is 4th fastest currently, the number 37 car of Simon Garrard. Very competitive so far. They're just going past one of those Lotus Cortinas. That's the 11 car of Henry Mann, actually running in a slightly different category. Neil Brown also competing in a Ford Lotus Cortina in this event. The man who builds engines, has done for many, many years. The Brown race engines, very impressive. There's an Alfa just being passed as well. Number 14 Alfa Romeo GTV6 of Paul Clayson. Always a pretty machine to see out there. So Simon Garrard still 4th fastest, but the number 1 at this stage is David Tomlin in the Sierra 500. We've still got 15 minutes to go, but remember they are sharing drivers quite often in this in this race. Not everybody is sharing their car, but quite a few are, so there's got to be time in this session to do a quick driver swap, so they both get to do at least 3 laps.
And we're focusing on this Nissan Skyline, which as I mentioned earlier, really dominated for quite a few years, 4 years in touring car racing, and actually brought about in part the change in the regulations, because it was so dominant that they decided just to rewrite the regulations, and then it wasn't eligible anymore.
Sometimes it's the only way, isn't it, to change something. Once you think of what's happening in Formula One going into the future, yes, maybe that will change who's up there and who isn't. Another of the Alphas just being passed by the Nissan Skyline. But you can see it really has great pace, doesn't it? Both in the corners and in a straight line. It's got lots of horsepower, puts the power down well, comes across the line. He's still 4th fastest at this stage. There hasn't been a change really amongst the top few cars so far. That Paul Mensley, Matthew Ellis Sierra still in 2nd place. There are a few pit stops going on, of course, because drivers are changing at this point. So that will make a difference. We might see 1 or 2 of the quick drivers pushing their cars further up the grid.
That's Neil Brown we're looking at from the back there in his Mark 1 Cortina, the Lotus Cortina, which really preceded the Mark 1 Escort as a competition car. Ford said they wanted something to be able to go racing, and because win on Sunday, sell on Monday is what they used to say, and they went to Colin Chapman and said, we need you to breathe on our Mark 1 Cortina and make it a bit quicker. So it's got a different engine to what you would have had if you owned one of these as a family car, and a different suspension geometry as well, as we do see what looks like an engine or turbo blow up somewhere, and there's so much smoke. I wonder,
hopefully it's not that one.
That's the number 10 Julian Thomas Callum Lockie car, but somebody had pushed out. That's another of the original Sierra Cosworths. That's the Craig Davis Steve Soper car, originally raced in period by Chris Hodgetts in the British Touring Car Championship.
And who did go on to win the championship, but not in this. He had already won it, I think, actually, before he rode the Sierra.
Yes.
So he won it in a Toyota Corolla. Let's just have a look. I think we may have a chance to have a look at a bit more of that smoke. It's actually from the Volvo. That's surprising. That's the Phil Perryman Volvo 242. It is a turbocharged car.
Yeah, that's turbo gone, isn't it, with the amount of smoke that's coming out of it.
Well, that is a pity. Let's hope that they fixing that might be a bit of a tall order for the race weekend. That's a great shame, because it is, I think, the only Volvo entered into this.
We got a quick glimpse there of the Jaguar XJS. There's the Volvo being pushed back by the marshals. That's a heavy piece of metal they're pushing there. But we got a quick shot of the Jaguar XJS, which we rarely see out racing these days, and quite how it ever was classed as a saloon car, I'm not really sure. But then it was built by Tom Walkinshaw, who was very good at reading the regulations.
Yes, or maybe twisting them slightly sometimes as well, as we know. But yeah, a great motorsports individual, put so much into the sport, and took quite a lot out of it too in many ways. So yeah, good mix of cars. Still no change up front. Tomlin car has come into the pits for the moment, but has set the pace on a 2:25, and is about a second quicker than anybody else. There's the number 60 Sierra. That's the Mark Wright Dave Coyne car. Dave Coyne, a brilliant Formula Ford racer back in his day. I remember watching him win at the festival, but always competitive. Drove for Van Diemen originally, and Swift as well. Fantastic racer, and good to see him. He'll be competing in the Sierra Cosworth this weekend.
And and the rain is really coming down very heavily now. So with 10 minutes still to go in the session, that may affect the times.
Yes, it may well do. I don't think anybody's going to be able to improve very much as the track gets more and more slippery. So we may only see a few laps being taken just to get a bit of experience as much as anything. Quite a modified Capri there, one of the earlier modified Capris. That's the Richard Kent Chris Ward car. That's a Broadspeed Capri.
That's right. That one was built by well, one of two actually, built by Broadspeed for Ford in 1973. And that originally had a 3-litre engine, but it's now been upgraded to the later 3.4 litre, or was in period, in 1975. And that was really designed to beat the BMWs. It was Ford versus BMW in touring car racing at the time in Europe.
It's really nice having a touring car historic race like this that we're going to enjoy over the weekend with some of these fabulous classic cars together. You know, we've seen them in period, but you wouldn't have really seen a Capri, especially an early Mark 1 Capri, up against the Sierra Cosworth. I know the Sierra's got the advantage, but it's just lovely to see them all out on the same piece of track together, isn't it?
Actually, I question whether the Capri might be as quick as the Sierra, because it was from a time when the regulations were much freer.
That's true.
It's got a 3.4. That's another example of a similar car. Steve Dance's Capri.
Yeah, and he's 7th quickest at the moment. So you're right. Yeah, they're not that far off, are they?
They are tremendous pieces of engineering. They really are, and they are very heavily modified. Whereas the era of the Sierra Cosworth, the cars were much more road standard, with breathed on for racing. But these were out-and-out race cars.
That's a very good point. Yeah, so we do actually get some good battles between cars of quite different ages, thanks to the rules changes over the years. Yeah. So Steve Dance 7th fastest in this beautiful Capri, and looks like he's heading back into the pits now. But as I say, the lap times are looking slower now. I mean, for example, let's just have a look. A lot of the front runners are actually back in the pits now. Just had a quick look at the number 42 Rover, Chris and Charles Williams sharing that Rover. But the lap times are dropping away, as you can imagine, in these wetter conditions. The minis will go well in the wet, I'm sure.
Yes,
they always go well. We've got a classic mini race as well, which is purely for minis this weekend. But we've also got some minis in this race in a particular class, the U2TC touring car class. So Graham Churchill, Neil McFadden, they're racing minis here. Harvey and Rupert Death, they're both racing minis, and Peter James and Chris Snowden. So we'll get them fighting their way with some of the more powerful machinery, I'm sure.
Well, Graham Churchill in the 115 Mini there, he's been racing minis for as long as I can remember, 40 odd, maybe longer years. He's not a spring chicken these days, but very competitive. Often shares with another mini stalwart, Peter Baldwin, you'll remember.
Indeed.
But Peter not sharing with him this weekend.
No, it's a bit of a shame that Peter isn't here. We've got some other great mini drivers coming out in the classic mini race later on, of course. So we'll see some qualifying from them. So number 6, this is the the Chevrolet Camaro of John and Jack Young. 5.7 litre, so this is a good potent machine. It's from 1973. He could probably want a bit of a drier track with that machine.
Yes, I would imagine so. And that's another car which was relatively dominant in period in its time. Stuart Graham was a great driver in the Camaro, and in fact James Hunt won a tour of Britain in a Camaro with Robert Fernald, didn't he?
That's right.
Robert Fernald, the
yes.
journalist, and later at Donington. And they were competitive cars at the time. And often what happened was the regulations were written, and then they'd look at what cars were available and say, well, that one will be quick.
Yeah, no, it's great. Really good to see. Father and son combination, John and Jack, in that car. We've got a few father and son combinations in this event, actually, which is nice to see. A little bit of a lap improvement there for the number 4 car, despite the conditions being bad. That's the it's probably because Miles Griffiths has just jumped into it. And we've seen Miles going quick in various other cars already today.
I think they fitted an outboard motor to it. That's why it's gone a bit quicker.
Is that what it is? Yeah. It really is wet out there now, isn't it? Look at the track. We've still got rain hitting our windows here in the commentary box at Abbey. And I was hoping that we were going to get a bit of a drier time, but it's looking very, very damp out there at the moment. If you're tucked up in one of the covered grandstands, you're in a good place to watch from. So hope you're enjoying the qualifying that we are watching at the moment. If you're back at home watching us streaming online, and that's another good way of staying dry and enjoying some of the famous racing cars that we can look forward to seeing actually going door to door over the course of this racing weekend at Silverstone. 5 minutes, just over 5 minutes to go in the qualifying session for the Historic Touring Car Challenge. And the Sierras are looking very, very strong, there's no doubt about it. But there's still a lovely blend, a lovely mix, another Escort on the cameras at the moment. That's the number 66 car. Nick and Harry Whale, in fact, they're sharing that car. And then the Alpha, the number 34 of Jeff Gordon, Alpha Sprint Veloce. Oh, we've got a spinner there. That's the other Alfa Romeo that we saw earlier, the green and white one. Thankfully, I think... Oh, there's another car off up there. I haven't seen that before. The rain is really falling down hard now, and there's a lot of standing water. I think aquaplaning is becoming a thing. I mean, probably sensible to bring the car in, to be honest, now.
That Mustang we're looking at now is the Shepherds. That's another father and son pairing. The Shepherds in a Mustang. That's an ex-Richard Lloyd car from the British Saloon Car Championship, as it was previously called, before it became touring car. And that raced also in the 1974 Tour of Britain, which I mentioned. And there's the XJS, which is an original car. It's not a recreation. That car was built by Tom Walkinshaw Racing for the European Touring Car Championship, and it was driven on various occasions by Wyn Percy, Martin Brundle, Tom Walkinshaw and Jeff Allam, all greats of racing over the years. And in fact, Tom Walkinshaw won the Macau race in 1984 around the Principality, and it also took part at Bathurst as well. And we've got a red flag, Ben.
Yeah, it's no surprise. We've had a couple of cars go off. The conditions have got really quite horrible out there, and it's quite understandable that they have brought out the red flag. So I think it's unlikely that this session will be restarted. I think that will be it for this session. And it's not going to make life too easy for the remaining sessions that are still to come up before the lunch break. Not ideal at all, but for the touring cars, they could probably cope with it. I hope you can see the misting up. Look at the screen on that Sierra, for example, and a lot of them will be having that. It's always an issue in a touring car on a rather damp, cold day like this. You get this misting up of the screen, and that's really horrible. You just so difficult to see where you're going. It's bad enough in a single-seater, but the misting up on the screen does make life tricky, and you can see a few of them are doing that. You can treat the screens with some special stuff to help avoid it, but quite tricky. You see, you can barely look into some of these cars. It must be very difficult to look out.
Some were fitted with heated windscreens, weren't they, to try and get round this. The long-distance cars, particularly,
yes,
where wet conditions were likely, as they make their way down the pit lane.
Well, that is a shame for them that the weather just has gone against them a little bit, and it's still raining pretty hard out there at the moment. So that has brought that session, I think, pretty much to a premature close. We haven't had total confirmation they won't restart it, but I very much doubt that they will restart that session. And Mini's still making its way back round, number 82 car. We are expecting to see next out the E-Type Challenge, actually. It's qualifying for the 60th anniversary E-Type Challenge, so they're going to be sliding around in the wet, aren't they? That's not going to be too easy either. But let's just see. Let's hope all these guys get back and that they can clear away some of those cars that have ended up spun off and on the grass. You can see that Lotus Cortina in the background having a big slide, even though they're all going to take it fairly steady now. So let's just run through who's gone well here, and it was David Tomlin who set the pace in his Sierra Cosworth, the RS500. And as you can see, the Sierras have dominated top 3 places, then the Nissan Skylines, and then the first of the Capris is the Steve Dance car. He's in 7th place. ahead of a few more of those Cosworths. The Steve Soper car down in 10th. I'm not sure he got to do many laps. I think there are a few drivers who probably didn't do many laps in that session, because when the drivers swapped, then we got into the worst weather. Further down the order, we've got more Capris. We've got the two BMWs. That's fun. They're actually very close. Look, the two E30s, very evenly matched. All four actually are all pretty close together. So we could see a good race between all four of the M3s. Escort down there in 20th place. And plenty of cars, so over 50 cars competing in the historic Touring Car Challenge. Well, weather conditions not exactly ideal here at Silverstone, but we've still got plenty more action to come.
Adrian Flux are proud to be the Classic's official insurance partner for another year. Why not visit our stand in Purple 10 next to the Village Green today to find out how we could save you money on your insurance? We've also got all sorts of things to keep you entertained, including a Forever Cars display, Ian Cook's Hot Bang colour masterpieces, and the chance to win a passenger lap around the track in the course car. So what are you waiting for? Adrian Flux, insurance for the individual.
What is time well spent? Well, that's your business. That's why Genesis is not just coming to Europe. We come to you. Discover how our Genesis personal assistants will always respect your time.
So we're getting ready for the next qualifying here at Silverstone. We're at the Classic at Silverstone and some wonderful machinery. And this time, well, it's going to be all about identifying the colours and the numbers, because the cars are all Jaguar E-types, whatever they are. There's a big number of them too. And this is to celebrate 60 years of the Jaguar E-type, which was created and first appeared in 1961. And here we are in 2021. To celebrate that 60-year period with some remarkable cars and some great drivers. I tell you what, this is an incredibly competitive field of cars that we are going to be looking forward to here. Martin and Alex Brundle, for example, they're going to be sharing one of the cars, and we've got lots more to look forward to as well throughout the course of today. We've got the Murray Walker Memorial Trophy qualifying for the historic Formula 1 cars, the Classic Mini Challenge, so again another single make series, but it's going to be very tight. Endurance Legends, some fascinating cars there, as in Thundersports as well. And then going right through to the end of the day, the Pre-66 touring cars qualifying and the Masters Historic Sports cars. So plenty more to come, and some more wonderful machinery that we can enjoy and just celebrate seeing on circuit. I just wish for them that the track conditions were a little easier, because it has got wetter and wetter over the last hour or so. And as I look out of our commentary box window, it's got that sort of glossy look to the surface of the track. And I know that everybody who's sitting around watching the cars, hopefully under cover and not standing up on a bank somewhere, hopefully you're keeping protected, but it is very, very wet. Okay, let's go down to the paddock. Nikki Shields is with the star demonstration driver who can do so many tricks. She's with Terry Grant.
Well, while we're enjoying this lovely downpour, we thought we'd just take a minute to catch up with not the greatest showman on earth, but the greatest stuntman on earth, Terry Grant. How are you doing, Terry?
Nicky, it's lovely, isn't it? Lovely to be back here at Silverstone in the glorious sunshine.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Well,
Yeah.
I'm just enjoying your tent. It's wonderful.
This tent is, it's worth its weight in gold.
But if you actually spy through the tent, you can see. Terry, tell us about your stunt car that we can see back there in that burnt orange,
in the
blacked out
burnt
windows.
orange, yeah, so that's my lovely Range Rover SVR that comes alive in the sunshine. So it's a little bit leery in the wet, but I will be spinning it around and doing donuts and drifting it and all the usual crazy stuff I do. But when the sun comes out and the track dries out, we'll attempt to put it up on 2 wheels. So there's more than one seat, so I'm sure I might find a few passengers over the weekend.
Yeah, I was going to say, it comes alive, not when the sun comes out, when you get behind the wheel. I mean, this car really does literally dance and spring into action. But talk us through, because becoming a stunt car driver, how did you get into it? How do you start? Because I'm sure there are going to be a lot of people, particularly some young fans, who will watch your performance go, I want to do that when I grow up.
It's quite easy. It's like a lot of the guys out here today. Just be a rubbish racing driver, and then you think, well, I've got to do something to earn a living, and then be a good getaway driver, and then that's it. It's away
I think
you
you
go.
have more fun though than the racing drivers.
I have a lot more fun, don't I? Some days, definitely.
You make quite a few people scream, that's for sure. In the passenger seat, I think I've been one of those.
Yeah, you have. Yep.
Poor.
Unfortunately, or fortunately, whatever way you look at it.
But you're kind of well known for doing your two-wheeler. That's probably not the technical term, is it? What's the technical term for that?
No, we'll call it two-wheeler.
We'll call it two-wheeler.
Yeah, two-wheeler.
How on earth do you get a car that weighs however many tons?
Yeah, is it 2.5 ton or something? 2 ton. It's certainly over 2 ton of Range Rover.
Balance on 2 wheels. It actually makes no logical sense.
Yeah, there is no logical sense.
Right, okay.
It's just something I can do. There's a few people around the world that can do it, but I just
but it's
I
literally
take
a handful,
it extreme.
isn't it?
Yeah,
there's
not loads, and most of the other guys do it in way different machinery. I'll jump in a supercar and do it, which not many other people do. So I kind of just get the good cars, thankfully.
It's amazing. It really is amazing. I mean, you are the best in the business. Do they ever go wrong?
Of course it goes wrong. I crash loads of times. So you have to come and see. If you want to see me crash, you have to come and see, because it might be today, it might be tomorrow, it might be on Sunday, but make sure you come and see.
Well, I really hope it's not this weekend, because soon, when the weather clears up, we're actually going to be getting in the car and doing some stunts with Terry. So do stay tuned. Obviously, if you're here, come down, enjoy the action. If you're watching on the live stream, we will be back chatting with Terry a little bit later. Terry, always a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
And looking forward to some more entertainment from you later.
Have a great weekend, everyone.
Thank you.
Well, the conditions are pretty rough out there at the moment. You can see they've even sent some of the drying vehicles out there to try and get rid of some of the standing water. So, in the meantime, let's go back to slightly earlier on today, when Ed Foster was finding out a bit more about some of the cars and drivers that are competing this weekend.
Next up is the 60th anniversary E-Type Challenge. Obviously the Jaguar E-Type, built 60 years ago, such a wonderful car that even Enzo Ferrari said that it was a brilliant machine. An amazing grid of cars here. If you don't like E-Types, you're probably in the wrong place, but someone who does like E-Types is Martin Stretton. Martin Stretton, you must be looking around, and there's some very nifty drivers in this grid.
It's fantastic. I was lucky enough to do the 50th anniversary race, which was a good one. And that was a fantastic race as well. But it certainly does pull out some of the best cars and some of the best drivers. I'm in a fantastic car. It's the 20th Roadster ever built. It's owned by a good friend of mine, Fran Manduca, and it's a good old war horse. It's not the best, but it's lovely to drive.
With something like this, it's got such great period history. Does that occur to you when you're out on track, or does once the visor go down, all bets are off?
I think you always have to look after the car because you want to finish the race, and therefore you look after the car. I've never been one of those drivers. I've not done modern touring cars or anything, so for me it's still wherever possible a non-contact sport. So you want to look after the car, you want the car to finish, and hopefully you'll get a good result. But in this case, as I say, it is one of those cars you want to look after.
Martin, thank you very much. We're going to go up the grid, if I can squeeze past, and move past. There's two classes of E-Types in this race. There's the later cars with the sort of wider wheel arches. There's Alex Brundle sat pondering life before he goes out on track. And then there's the earlier cars which have the wire wheels and obviously both as beautiful as each other. We're going to try and squeeze in here to chat to Ben Adams. Oh, Ben, he's here. Most of us made bread during lockdown, but Ben Adams and his father bought this car during lockdown. Is this your first time out in it?
First time out here. We've had a few races this year. Did Donington, Thruxton, Brands Hatch, which was all testing really. But yeah, bought it in lockdown this year. Well, Dad bought it, and he's given me the keys for the day. So it's going to be fun. I'm not entirely sure why they put me at the front, though. I don't think we're going to be finishing there.
Well, surely it's because you're going to be fastest. What's this like to drive? 'Cause, you know, you've driven a lot of stuff. The E-Type is such a famous car. Is it everything is cranked up to be on track?
It is. They take a lot of getting used to. I'm used to driving a four-cylinder 1220cc Coventry Climax Lola. So this is close to 400 brake horsepower, big fat tyres, very upright seating position. Just still trying to get used to it, but on a circuit like this, the amount of power it has, I'm looking forward to driving it. But yeah, they're lovely things, and they look great as well. So you know you look good at least.
Ben, enjoy.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, it's fun and games time, and there is Terry Grant doing some of his usual action, which is lovely to see in one of the legends. And we've watched him do this for many, many years, and look at it, look at that. He's not even got his feet there, he's not got his hands on there. I think he's got it all locked away. Well done to Terry, but this is classic him, and he will always entertain. So if you get a chance, if you're here at Silverstone this weekend, do go along and watch Terry do his stuff. It's always highly, highly entertaining. And if you're watching from home, well, maybe you'll get a chance to see the odd highlight like this. We're all together on this, whether we're at Silverstone or watching it online. We're all going to enjoy different aspects and see some fabulous driving, whether it's like this or out on track in terms of going wheel to wheel. Beautiful little bit of donutting there from Terry. And he's going to get out of the car by the look of it this time. Look at that. Yeah, fabulous. He's done this for many years. He's kind of locks things down, gets out of the car. Look at that. Walks away from it. And that's where you need reliability in all the items in the car. Make it work. You don't want it shooting off on its own. It's obviously a very well-trained car, though, isn't it? Does exactly what it's asked to do and continues to go round and round in little circles until it's time for Terry to get back in and give it to the command. Move on. And off he goes once again. Opens up the donut and continues with the show. There's lots to look forward to here at Silverstone this weekend. There are ways to enjoy yourself, whether it's watching things like Terry Grant, or there's a sort of fairground as well that people can enjoy. So there's lots to do. It's not just about watching racing, but that is a major part of it. So let's
younger drivers.
Have a look at some of the highlights of today. This was the... we'll just have a little look at some of the action that's been taking place. Well, there we are, just looking back at some of the action from today so far as the E-Type Challenge is preparing to go out. So it is still very wet out there. The rain has eased off a little bit, which is good news, but the water on track, just looking out from our vantage point, there's still a lot of standing water, so they're going to have to be a little wary. Mind you, as we've heard, there are some extremely good drivers going out there in these E-types, so it'll be fascinating to see how they all deal with it. People like Miles Griffiths, for example, Martin Stretton, Martin and Alex Brundle. You know, some of these guys have been out several times already today. Gary Pearson is out there, John Minshaw. We've got lots of really top drivers. Callum Lockie's in this, Nigel Greensall as well. The Minshaw's Guy Minshaw this time is actually having a bit of a play. So between us all here, Alistair, there is really quite an impressive lineup of drivers in E-types.
Yes, as you run your eye down the list, you think, oh, he's doing it and he's doing it. Yes, they're all there really. And I noticed Mike and Matt Wrigley are out again, father and son, sharing a car this time. They were in the Formula 2 cars, separately of course. And you mentioned Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie, always competitive. But we've also got Danny Winstanley out as well.
And going wide already, the number 3 car, that's the Mark Russell Tony Jardine car. I'm not sure who's in it right now, I'm afraid. But yes, went wrong from the start there. Let's have another look at this. Oh, just getting a little bit out of shape and around onto the grass. The trouble, of course, is when you're on the grass, it can slide a long way. Thankfully, there's a bit more tarmac to go onto there and able to recover it. But just look at the amount of water that is around. You can see how, yeah, you see another spin. I think we might see quite a lot of these. I guess that's been a spin anyway, probably. We haven't actually seen what happened so far. Very, very tricky conditions indeed. And in a way, it does remind us of the history of some of the classic races at Silverstone over the years. Lights on as they are to try and see where they're going, but a huge amount of spray being kicked up into the air. Nonetheless, as we've said, there are some very competitive drivers out there who I'm sure will find a way to make it work. And there's the number 89 car just heading around. That's the Mike and Matt Wrigley car. Some beautiful machinery though, isn't there? 75, that's Steve Skipworth and James Dean in their E-Type. And everybody just trying to just being a bit tentative, understandably, because it really is quite tricky.
It very much so, yes. Even at the relatively slow speeds that they're going, they're kicking up so much spray that it's almost impossible to see. We know that there are patches of standing water, although the circuit staff have been out there working hard to try and clear those before they let this session go. So hopefully they've been cleared. But we should see probably half a dozen cars, if not a few more, vying for the top times. We've got another quick driver, Andy Newell, sharing with the Ria Sorter, who's the German lady who prepares cars for owners in Germany. She always shares with Andy Newell. He's very, very quick indeed. And we've already mentioned Tiffany Dell and John Spears as well. They're out again, and the Dodds as well, Graham and James Dodd, father and son, another father and son team.
Yeah, real combinations out there, aren't there? There's the number 78 car, that's Danny Winstanley, and see how Danny gets on. It's such a whoa, dear, oh dear, that was a nasty one there, but thankfully again there's plenty of room to have the spin. That's John Minshaw. I think he just hit the water actually, and that set the rear end going one way then the other, and then he managed to get it straightened out. Now the safety car's coming out, doesn't surprise me. It is so wet out there, even for cars like this, which are running obviously on a treaded tyre. They're not single seaters running so low to the ground, but nonetheless it's very difficult out there. That's Jonathan Mitchell in a semi-lightweight who's gone off, so the safety car is out. We've only had I don't think anyone's done a whole lap yet, so nobody's done a genuine timed lap as such so far. I guess some might. I don't know if anyone's going to get a lap in before they catch up the safety car. They have to back off now anyway, so not really a representative qualifying. Car number 60 there, that's the Gregor Fiskin Christoph Cowan's machine. But well, for those of you out and about on the track, I'm sure you're finding some cover somewhere. And for the marshals, you're all doing a fabulous job as ever. I know many of you are getting somewhat wet now after all this rain we've had this morning, but you are keeping it all running, which is what we all need. So thank you so much to the marshals. And for now, the safety car is going to control the pace, Alistair, of these gorgeous cars. Still, it'll slow them down. We'll be able to look at them more closely, won't we?
Yes, that's true. Yes, I think the idea of this is obviously it's a little bit dangerous to have the cars trying to set times, so slow them down. But you might say, well, why not just bring them in the pits, because they're not going to set a time for the grid. But it is clearing the track of water, as long as we don't get too much more rain.
True.
And the drivers are learning where the puddles are, which is the... You said earlier, John Minshaw, a driver of John Minshaw's experience and speed isn't spinning because he's lost control through getting something wrong. He's hit a patch of water, and they need to know where those are.
Yeah.
So that's probably the thinking behind running the safety car.
And it's a tricky day today because there's a huge amount of track action. It's the same throughout every day here, all 3 days. The Classic, there is a huge amount of action, which is of course what we all love, but when you're trying to cram it all in, it can be difficult when the weather isn't quite according to plan. Nonetheless, good to see the cars out there, and let's hope that they get to do a run. So we have actually had some times, some of them have been slowed down behind the safety car, but funnily enough, it's the Brundle car that is fastest at the moment. So the Alex and Martin Brundle car is fastest, for Gary Pearson, and then Nigel Greensall up there with Martin Stretton, but they're not really fully representative times, I don't think, because of the safety car coming out when it did. And it's leading a rather uniquely coloured car. You don't see many E-types that colour, do you?
That's the Andy Newell Ria Sorta car.
Right.
Is that, yes, that turquoise colour? Yes, unusual for an E-type.
It is.
Most of them are grey or cream.
Yeah.
The 53 we're looking at there is one of the Pearson's cars. It's the John Pearson driven. That's Gary's brother. Gary was down to drive that car, but he's crossed his name off on that one, so just John Pearson.
He's another one, isn't he, Gary?
Yes. That doesn't mean anything. He usually drives at least 2 cars.
Absolutely.
But he's John will be driving that one solo.
Yeah, so they're all having to take things a little bit steady at the moment. Yellow flags being waved as the safety car heads them around. Under 20 minutes to go. It's just a question of whether a few laps like this will be enough just to clear the worst of the standing water. It isn't raining now in quite the same way as it was earlier, so at least there is a chance for a bit of a line to develop between the big puddles, and as you say, they can learn where the worst puddles are. And in fact, looking down the Hamilton Straight as I am just now, when we looked at it a little earlier, there was just a sheen right across it. Now there is a line, a drying line developing down one side. You don't want to be on the inside because there is still the sheen of water, but now there is a bit of a drier line. So hopefully a few laps like this, and then they will actually be able to release them and set them off once again. Number 84 car, it's a very pretty car, that Rick Wilmot, silver 3.8, 1961 car, early car. But there you are. That's what we're talking about, Alistair. You can just see that bit of a drier line on the right as we look at it there.
That's right, yeah, where the car, this is, they're squeegeeing the water off the line, aren't they? But equally you can see the puddle to the left of that, which makes it very tricky for overtaking.
Yeah. So everybody together. We've got some 42 cars out there at the moment. Impressive. Oh, the doors are. He's flapping the door. There's probably that. It may well be to stop the windscreen steaming up. Actually, sometimes drivers will do that to prevent the steaming up, and particularly when you're going slowly. Of course, just flapping the door is not a problem. You don't want to be doing it when you're going flat out, but when you're going slowly, it's not such a big deal. That's the Alex Buncombe car. That's a shame because Alex can be pretty competitive, can't he?
Yes, son of Jonathan Buncombe, who was a touring car driver of note. Alex Buncombe himself a very good racing driver, so yes, that's a real shame to see him retiring so early in the session, and makes you wonder whether that's the primary reason for the safety car, was to get that car cleared.
And I think that was the car we saw stopped, and I thought it had a spin, but I'm not sure it did. I think maybe it's just had a mechanical problem, in fact, so that's why they've had to pull it out of the way. So yes, that could be fundamental to the safety car, that they've moved that car out of the way, but it has also helped the track get a bit drier with so many cars going round and round together. They have cleared away some of the worst of the water, which is good news. So hopefully we will get a bit of a qualifying dash car number 12 there, that's Tony Best and Ed Thurston's. That is a semi-lightweight. A semi-lightweight is not... The original lightweight was a sort of modified version of the E-Type, a lighter version using some rather tweaky bits of engineering. The semi-lightweight is a modern kind of slight version of the same, isn't it, without all the same tweaks?
Yes, it was Jaguar's effort to try and make the car competitive in international racing, was to try and lighten it. And then they also did cars with aerodynamic bodies as well, called low drag cars, and there are one or two of those out. We've seen a couple in shot already, where it's not the traditional E-Type shape. It's got a slightly different body shape to it to try and get it through the air a little bit quicker, but nothing really worked against the might of Ferrari and their 250 GTO, which was a contemporary of.
But we don't have to worry about that in this race, because there isn't one. You're only allowed an E-Type. You can't have a Ferrari 250 GTO in this race. Definitely not. You've got to behave yourself and enjoy the E-Type. But I'm really looking forward to this. It is such a beautiful car. It's carried over this 60-year period now, hasn't it? And it is still timeless.
Yeah, absolutely.
As a design, and whether you go for the drop head or for the coupe, both of them are gorgeous.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And I think it was well documented that Enzo Ferrari said that it was one of the most beautiful cars ever designed, and that's something coming from someone who built the cars he did. And it's the passage of time hasn't really changed the look of the car to the eye, has it? It's just the lines of it. And in fact, I think the long bonnet and then the sort of relatively short cabin and chopped off back, it just seems to balance the shape perfectly.
Yeah. Wonderful car.
And the Datsun 240Z was said to be a bit of a copy of the E-Type, wasn't it?
Yeah, I like the Datsun 240Z, but it didn't have quite the flow of the E-Type.
No.
But different, and still a very attractive car. And it's fascinating when you see all of these cars. As I say, we've got over 40 of them, and there are these subtle differences as well in them. Whether they're slightly modified, the slightly different age of the cars gives them a slightly different look, the bumpers or no bumpers. So that is all a part of it. And as Ed mentioned earlier, we've got a class that are fairly original that run on the wire wheels as well. And then you've got the class that's slightly more modified on the solid wheels. So they're not all exactly the same performance, there's no doubt about it. Some of these have potentially much faster around a track than others, but it's just lovely to see so many of them out there. And there'll be plenty of road versions here at Silverstone this weekend as well to also celebrate the 60th anniversary, along with many other car clubs. So we're back up and running. We're green, so now we're going to see hopefully some representative times, and you can see people trying to overtake down in towards Abbey Corner, using that drier line, trying to stay off the really wet bits, and that could be the tricky aspect. You want to be out front really and not dealing with too much traffic now. And that's what we'll see. So now we are beginning to see some pace from these cars. We could see a bit of sliding around as well, because it is going to be very, very slippery out there. You can see how they're leaving tyre tracks as they take the water off the surface.
Yes, and quite a lot of the drivers taking that wet line that you described earlier, where they go much wider around the corner to try and find a bit more grip, rather than on the part of the track that's used in the dry, and it gets polished. And Danny Winstanley, number 78, we had a brief look at earlier. I see he's in 5th place. He's come up through all sorts of club racing, but I've not seen him in an E-Type before.
No, it does seem as though we've got drivers in E-Types this weekend that we've seen in all sorts of other things, but now they're having a play in an E-Type, and we can enjoy watching to see how they get on with it. So only a third or so around the lap so far, so we haven't really got anything terribly representative. The times that have been set aren't, we'll see how representative. We've got quick guys up there, no doubt. The Brundles, Pearson, Greensill, Stretton, Stanley, they're all quick drivers, but that was just before the safety car came out, and I'm not sure how many people were affected by the safety car, so I think we'll see some fairly major changes, especially as the track is in a slightly better shape now than it was earlier. Interestingly, I think a couple of Yeah, a couple were in the pits. Yeah, well, they were all behind the safety car, but it does look as though a couple have been into the pits and come out again. Might be that they've swapped drivers, of course, because we've only got just under 12 minutes to go.
We're looking at number 26 there, just passing the primrose-coloured E-Type, the darker-coloured one. 26 is the shared car. John Spears, the owner, and Tiffany Dell will be sharing with him, as he does very often, and is doing, I think, at least 5 times this weekend.
They had a win earlier this year, didn't they? At,
they did.
Thruxton.
Yeah, they did. I was there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it was a great day, because Tiff's pretty much based at Thruxton.
He is very much, yeah.
With his coaching and teaching, and he was absolutely delighted to take the win.
Yeah, that wasn't an E-Type challenge specifically. No. That's what they call the Jaguar Classic Challenge, but it's nearly all E-Types anyway.
Yeah,
isn't
it was. Yes, you can't. There was an XK120 in it. Occasionally you get a D-Type, but mainly it's E-Types. Yes.
So yeah, they won from John Minshaw. Gary Pearson was up there as well, I noticed. So yeah, so we're going to see similar, but we've got quite a few others.
Yes.
In this one, haven't we? You
Absolutely.
know, so really potentially fast drivers. Okay, so we're seeing some more representative lap times now, and in fact the Minshaw car has gone quickest, so that's John Minshaw who's set the pace for the moment. Martin Stretton second fastest currently, with Tony Best third fastest. The Callum Lockie car fourth quickest so far, but we're going to see a few more changes as we go around the lap. 10.5 minutes to go.
Just popping in there well inside the top 10 is the Jonathan Hughes and Nigel Greensall car, and we know how quick Nigel is, but Jonathan also quick as well, so that's a good pairing, and they're up into 7th place, and that's pushed Buncombe down. I don't know whether Buncombe...
Oh, that
was close, wasn't it?
Yeah, my goodness. That was Martin Stretton who had to kind of get out of it because the car going around the outside of him, Stretton in car number 2 there, but he held it well. That was good experience, as we know. He told us, he told Ed just before the start, that's not the fastest car out there, but he's thoroughly looking forward to it. He handled that very well, I have to say.
He did indeed, yes. And the Brundles just improved on their lap time and moved themselves up to 12th place.
Yeah, that's good.
Another father and son pairing, we've got a lot of those this weekend, haven't we? The Dodds just improved to 14th, but fastest.
Gary Pearson, yeah,
the man.
That's impressive. He's just gone quickest. I think we're going to see a few more of these though, because the track is getting better, isn't it?
And Gary lives just over the road, so he knows exactly what the weather does at Silverstone.
Does he literally live over the road?
Well, they're Northampton. Northampton,
okay.
yeah, just down the road.
Okay.
So it's Pearson, Minshaw, and then Stretton. So the wet conditions are probably playing into Martin Stretton's hands a little bit, as you say. He said it wasn't the quickest E-Type out there, but it's not all about power and grip in this weather, is it? It's about skill and being able to balance the car through the long corners.
And he's clearly got that, hasn't he? Yeah. So there's been a good improvement there for number 221 car.
That's Ben Mitchell.
Ben Mitchell, yes.
Again, I've not seen Ben out in an E-Type before, but he's one of the Mitchell dynasty, if you could call them that. There's Westy Mitchell, the dad, and Ben and Sam, the 2 sons, who are all really quick drivers. Came up through Formula Ford, classic Formula Ford, but have moved into sports car racing and obviously today into an E-Type.
Yeah, well, he's done well there, 4th fastest for the moment. 1 or 2 popping into the pits, perhaps to swap drivers. Ooh, Martin Stretton running a bit wide there, but actually kept his foot in quite well, so he won't have lost too much. And Minshaw goes faster again, so John Minshaw goes back in front, and now Winstanley moves up to 3rd. So yeah, they're all getting better and better. And again, look at that oversteer through Abbey. Oh, beautifully held there by Martin Stretton. He ran it right out to the white line virtually on oversteer, but kept it balanced. Beautifully done. They're all going to be able to hold on.
Yeah, well, all these cars are coming up to complete the lap, so we'll get a lot of new times come in as they come out of Club Corner.
Yeah.
And some improvements coming in.
Yeah, Miles Griffiths has gone up to 2nd, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So that's a good improvement. But as you say, we're going to see a few more of those coming now. Martin Stretton, not an improvement on that lap. Maybe a bit too much sliding around on the last lap, but I think he's still got potential. But pretty good first sector. He goes in really wide on purpose there, I think, trying to use the wet line. You can see how tricky it is to get on the power. He's trying to get on the power and it just wobbles around a little bit. He goes in really wide into Luffield. He stays almost out to that white line. That's a really good wet line through the corner. Oh, but it's tricky when you've got a car in front of you. And he has to cut back to the inside, but still got good traction and accelerated very effectively out of there. Gary Pearson's on another good lap. At the moment, he's just gone fastest, and in fact, he's gone fastest outright. He's gone fastest in the middle sector. Now Gary Pearson has set the pace.
Yeah, it's all about experience, isn't it? People like Gary Pearson and Martin Stretton have done so many racing laps, and they're just using that experience to, and with Gary, certainly the knowledge of racing E-types. So we're looking again at Martin Stretton, who is, I thought he was going off the road there. He took such a strange line, didn't he?
He is using some unusual lines, but it's about trying to find the grip, I think. But it's commitment too, very committed. Right out to the edge. He really plays to the line, doesn't he?
Absolutely, he does. Yes, yeah. I'm surprised he can even see the lines. It's so wet. But he's coming down the Hanger Straight now, so we'll get a lap time for him in about 30 seconds time. So we'll be able to see whether he can improve.
I don't think he's going to. Looking at the split times, I don't think it's going to be quite enough. He's quick around the corners, but as we know, this car is not as quick as some of the others in a straight line. And I think he's going to miss out a little bit. So Gary Pearson is currently fastest. Winstanley's on a good lap again, so he might be able to improve from what he's done. Danny Winstanley. Let's just see what Martin does as he comes over the line in 8th at the moment, and he goes up to 6th. So that was an improvement, but it's not quite enough to jump up to the top of the order, which is controlled by Gary Pearson.
Indeed, yes, and still John Minshaw and then Miles Griffiths and Danny Winstanley, you mentioned, had come up to 4th. And also a good showing from, I don't think we've seen them in the top 10 until now, and that's Kenton Ward. That's Chris Ward and John Kent have moved up to 5th.
Notice that Miles Griffiths is doing a good job, 3rd at the moment. I just watched him come through Abbey. He was very committed, getting past one of the slower cars. Whether he can put in an even quicker lap this time around, we shall wait and see. 4.5 minutes to go. Does look promising, doesn't it, everybody, for a pretty exciting E-type race. But of course, the conditions may be different when we see them actually go into the race than we've got right now. Gary Pearson has an advantage of almost exactly 1 second as fastest over Minshaw. 2:48.3 versus 2:49.3. That's the gap between the top two. Griffiths then just a couple of tenths slower and on a reasonable lap. Actually, his first sector no quicker at this point, but reasonably competitive. Winstanley starting out well again, so we could still see some changes here. Bit of a slide for the Richard Kent Chris Ward car coming out of the last corner.
A good last sector for that car. We've just been watching that coming through, but the whole lap didn't add up to an improvement, so that stays in 4th place. That's the registration number on that car, and therefore maybe all or parts of the car are very famous. Cut 7. It used to race in the 60s.
Right.
It had many. It was used on many different cars, but it's one of those number plates that was just around at the time. Nice to see it still out there racing.
So Gary Pearson is the fastest so far. We've been keeping an eye on him, number 23. Let's just see him come back into action. There he is. Oh, that's 88. Sorry, that's the 88 car. Yeah. It's the second one after that. Yeah. So that's number 23, Gary Pearson, who has set the pace so far. Yep. The 88 car is the Richard Kent Chris Ward machine, which is currently 6th. So it's going pretty well. But this is. Watch this, watch Gary Pearson. Let's watch his lines, see what we can learn. It's very smooth and controlled. Does he go as wide? Yes, as Martin does, through there. He does pretty much. He cuts back in a little bit more. That was nice though. A little bit of oversteer, but beautifully controlled. Didn't let it get out of shape too much. He's got his window open, hopefully not steaming up the windscreen. Actually, the windscreens generally looking pretty clear, aren't they, on these cars? John Burton in the number 25 car there. Pearson has done a better first sector on this lap, so he might be able to improve on his provisional pole even more. through the mist, through the rainfall that we've been having here at Silverstone. Thankfully, not quite as heavy now as it was earlier. Gary Pearson doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, it's lovely to watch him coming through. That's the Beckett's complex there and out onto the Hanger Straight. Just watching him balance the car on the power, just at the point where it starts to slide, but he controls it beautifully. And that's a great impression of how wet it is, isn't it?
He's got a bit of traffic here though, hasn't he?
Yeah.
This is not ideal, because in fact his middle sector has not ended up quite as quick as he'd done before. I don't know that he's going to be able to further improve this lap.
No, he's coming down now to through the Vale and into Club Corner now, the not quite so tight Club Corner for this meeting, and through the right-handed element of Club and then over the line. But as you say, his sector times weren't quite as good when he hit that traffic.
He's going to get another lap in though, because he's a minute ahead of the checkered flag, so who knows, maybe he can do another one. That lap was a 2:51.5 compared to a 2:48.3 that he did earlier, so yeah, some 3 seconds slower. So you'd think the track would be drying, but you get to this stage when it's not very warm, that you get this kind of greasy surface that doesn't really give you any more grip. You just end up sliding all over the place until the track properly dries, and it doesn't feel like it's going to do that at the moment. We've still got a little bit of rain around. There's water being thrown up by the cars even when they're on the dry line, so it's proving challenging to actually set any faster pace. The Brundle car's gone 10th, Alex and Martin sharing that car.
And a great lap from young Ben Mitchell, put himself second. What a drive from the 2:21 E-Type of Ben Mitchell, which has just put himself second with a time just 0.2 slower than Gary Pearson.
Alex Buncombe in car 22 going through, but it's the 2:21, as you say, that has just put in that very impressive second fastest lap. So the checker flag is now out, but the drivers are still on a lap right now. Mitchell's final sector faster than anybody else in this session. Minshaw currently third in the pit, so he's clearly not going to improve on his lap time. Griffiths currently fourth. The Hughes Greensall car has got a good first sector, so I would imagine there is an opportunity for them. 52.1 in that first sector. The middle sector is very long here, so it takes forever before you think, oh, somebody's done a really good first sector, and you think, nah, look at the second sector, but actually it's nearly a minute and a half to get through the second sector in these cars around Silverstone, so it takes a long time. There is the 2:21 machine that you were talking about, and this great performance by Ben Mitchell.
Yeah, and he's improved on his time in Sector 1, Ben Mitchell has. If he hasn't passed the flag yet, so he can be timed on this lap.
Yeah, and actually it's very similar to the Hughes Greensall car. So the 91 machine is the one we're going to have a little look at, because it is on a good lap, 52.143 in Sector 1. And we'll see whether they can improve on their current 7th position on the provisional grid. And let's have a look. So who have we got here? Is that the 91? Yes, it is. That is the Hughes Greensall car, just making its way down. And a good second sector as well. Fastest second sector of anybody. So that car is on for potential pole position. The number 91 car on for a potential pole. But we shall see. Let's just have a look. He's going to be into this final sector fairly soon now. There is the 25 car, John Burton. 18 comes across the line, so John Clark. Let's look in the background though, see if there's going to be any improvements. Yes, I think it is going to be good. Yeah, he just crossed the line. He's gone fastest. The Hughes Greensall car, I imagine it's Nigel Greensall in the car at the moment, has taken provisional pole on a 2:47.916. Gary Pearson, who came into the pits, has been pushed back to second. Ben Mitchell up there in third place. John Minshaw in fourth, and then in fifth place it is the number 88 car of Richard Kent and Chris Ward. We're looking there at Richard Means and Chris Livingston Price's semi-lightweight roadster. A really interesting looking car, but well done to the Hughes and Greensall team who've put together a mighty lap.
Indeed, yes, right at the very end, after the flag had gone out, and Nigel Greensall managing to just pip Gary Pearson. But Gary won't be too concerned, I don't think. He's been around long enough to know it's quite a long race. It's what, 45 minutes, isn't it, this one? Yeah, 45 minutes. Plenty of time to, and he is still on the front row.
Yeah, that's going to be fun to see. We'll see how that one works out. Pearson doing it on his own, so he's going to be quick throughout, but Hughes and Greensall both pretty, we know Greensall's very fast, but Hughes as well is rapid. So, and the weather conditions might change it all. If we get a dry race instead of a wet race, then we might see different cars coming to the fore.
Yeah.
And that'll be interesting. For example, the Spears-Needell car ended up down in 19th place, and yet we know that can be a very competitive machine.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So I think we're going to see an interesting race. The other Minshaw car is down in 13th place. Ollie Webb is down in 16th position. So there are a few people that are slightly further down the order than perhaps we would have imagined.
And a great showing from Ben Mitchell as well to put his car on the inside of the second row alongside John Minshaw.
Yeah.
That's a very, very competitive front few rows there.
I'm looking forward to that race when it happens, or both times it happens. It's going to be good fun to see how the E-Type Challenge goes, because it's clearly going to be a very competitive encounter. So setting that provisional pole was the Jonathan Hughes Nigel Greensall car. They have taken it by just under half a second from Gary Pearson, with Ben Mitchell third and then John Minshaw fourth. The Kent Ward car fifth ahead of Miles Griffiths. Danny Winstanley looked good. John Pearson, Alex Buncombe and Martin Stretton completing the top 10. Outside of that, we saw the Brundle pairing, 11th. Callum Lockie up there in 12th place, the other Minshaw car in 13th position, and then moving down, you can see Ollie Webb there in 16th place, Tiffany Dell in 19th position, and the Dodge family down in 20th. So entertaining qualifying from the E-Types, and there's still more to come. Hopefully conditions will get a bit better. We'll be bringing you more action soon.
We're on the starting grid for what is set to be an incredible day. It's lights out and away we go. He's taken an early lead. There's never been a better crew. Behind every great driver, there are brilliant engineers. It's going to be hard to pick a winner here. They're on the final lap. A day they'll never forget.
to take home a free Power Max Valet kit that's worth 30, and you can find them, as I say, in the national paddock throughout the morning, and then they move down to the international paddock during the afternoon. And I'm rather hoping that Colin will be here this weekend, and if he is, then we'll obviously be having a little chat with him about the whole thing, but otherwise we'll maybe go over and chat to the girls. So Mercedes, you can just see in one of our camera shots, just slightly under the screen there, because of course a big celebration for Mercedes. They're celebrating various anniversaries which fall in 2021 and in 20. It's the 30th anniversary, for example, of the W140 S-Class, and the first Mercedes-Benz with double glazing to all of the windows. Well, we went over and sent our reporter Tanya Baker to the Mercedes Owners Club to have a little chat with them, and she spoke to one of the drivers of one of the cars.
I'm joined by Paul from the Mercedes Owner Club. Now, Paul, you're celebrating an anniversary today. Which is that?
Yeah, it's the Mercedes R230. It's 20 years. They first came out in 2001. So there's a part of that. It was in the invitation from the club for people to bring their SL R230s along.
And you've obviously got one?
I have, yes, yeah. A recent purchase.
How recent?
About a month.
Oh, brand new. What made you do that then?
Brand new for me, yeah. It was I think right place, right time, very low mileage. So yeah, pleased with the purchase.
Is it like your pride and joy?
It is at the moment. Yeah, that might change for the second purchase, never know. But at the moment, yeah, that is my pride and joy.
And are you driving it today out on track?
Yes, yeah, we're doing the parade lap with all the others, so quite looking forward to that.
Perfect, lovely, thank you.
There you go, Tanya Baker talking to one of the proud owners of one of the Mercedes that is out there. You can see a whole gaggle of them. And the main one, as I say, is the celebration. Came out in 1971. And it is the 50th anniversary of the R170 Mercedes-Benz SL. Now, many of you will know this as I mentioned before, the Bobby Ewing SL, because it was in that 1980s US TV soap called Dallas. And we should be able to see the car. In fact, there we can see one of them if you're looking at a screen right now that's on track. So the Mercedes Owners Club have got a huge selection of cars here. We get more cars, of course, for the Owners Club over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. I guess really because Friday is a working day still for so many people, and with more and more of us now going back to work, it is becoming a kind of Friday a little bit more difficult to get off and to come here. And I know, for example, a couple of the Marcos owners are tomorrow and Sunday. I think they've got a huge area that they're taking up as one of their parade areas, but today it's looking a little bit sad and sorry for itself, really, because there's not that many that are here because they don't have the time off work. So I'm assuming that those cars from Mercedes are going to go out on track and get their lap of glory, so to speak, in just a minute. I'm not quite sure that it's going to be as glorious as perhaps they'd rather hoped for, and it does mean that we won't get any of the open top cars, and sadly nobody waving at us as they go round, but a whole load of different cars in amongst the Mercedes. The 30th anniversary of the W140 S-Class, as I say, the first Mercedes-Benz with double glazing to all the windows. We'll be trying to have a little look at them. Let me just tell you some of the other anniversaries whilst we're looking at them static on the screen. It's 25 years of the R170 SLK, the first Mercedes-Benz with a metal folding roof. To think, gracious me, that was 25 years ago. The 60th anniversary of the 1961 Mercedes-Benz Heckfloss, otherwise known in English, the Heckfloss translated into English is the Fintail. The 40th anniversary, so 1981 was the first one of the Mercedes-Benz W126 S-Class. 1991 was the Mercedes-Benz W124 Cabriolet, which means that is 30th anniversary for them. And then we've got the 25th anniversary, so again 1991 for the Mercedes-Benz W210 E-Class, and a 20-year anniversary for the R230 SL. So despite the marshal then in the red gesticulating furiously, we now appear to be getting more cars coming on track, and I suspect that these are, as you can just see, appearing in the right-hand side. Now, I think largely these are cars that are connected to the 30th anniversary of the Classic, our deferred celebrations from the 2020 event. So I think that those are the cars that are involved with that. And as I say, if you're not a member of a car club, but you do own a car from 1990 or earlier, you can come along and register with those cars. So we've got things like an E-Type, a couple of E-Types going around the track now. Porsche behind that one. I think it's a 924 going round, followed by a little MG. For Popular, there is the sky blue and white car, BMW 2002, another Mini going round behind that, another MG, and someone is brave and open top as well, gracious me, in the Morris Minor out there. They are brave. I do hope that they've got their Musto on, otherwise they're going to be a little bit damp, aren't they, once they get to the end of this, rather moist going round. Now, there's a car you wouldn't expect to see, an elongated, why would you have an elongated car? A couple of the Vauxhalls going round, the Forenza is the first one. Reliant Robin, we see another one of the, there's an Alfa Romeo, and then another of the Chevettes. So this is a Chevette HS, I think. As opposed to the HSR. There we have the Forenza, a Chevette behind it. So these guys are probably related to the Droop Snoot club. And again, Tanya was out talking to the Droop Snoot boys earlier.
I'm joined by John from the Droop Snoot Club. Now, John, amazing collection of cars here. Tell me about the club.
Yeah, the club's been going for 40 years now, and we have a range of classic Vauxhalls from the 1970s, the Droop Snoot Forenza, HS Chevette, and the Sports Hatch.
And how did the name come about?
The name comes from, on the front of the Vauxhall Forenza, the Droop Snoot nose cone. The aerodynamic front end is known as a Droop Snoot.
And what magic person came up with that when they saw it? They decided to call the club that name?
The designer was Wayne Cherry from Vauxhall Motors, and he designed the aerodynamic front. And interestingly, the nose cone on the Concorde is also called a Droop Snoot.
Interesting. So tell me, what other cars have you got on track today of note?
We've obviously got the HS Chevette, which was very famous in the rallying in the 70s. And 80s with the HSR, and we've got several of them on there on the club stand.
How many members have you got?
We've got, here we go, 180 members, yeah, so we're only a relatively small club.
And is that all UK based or worldwide?
No, we've got members all over the world, yes, in America, Finland, and Australia, yeah.
So any other celebrations this year to celebrate the anniversary?
No, just it's the 40th anniversary of the club, yeah, so it's been going well for 40 years, yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks to Tanya being out talking to the Droop Snoots, and there they are, the mad pair that are in the Morris Minor. I mean, they're mad, to be honest, just being in a Morris Minor. They're secondly mad for being in an open-top Morris Minor, and thirdly, they're mad for being in an open-top Morris Minor in the rain. But apart from that, they're perfectly sane people, ladies and gentlemen, it's fine. So we see more then of the Droop Snoot Club coming round. Now, as we've just been hearing, the Droop Snoot comes from the nickname that the press gave the Vauxhall High Performance Forenza when it was launched in 1974, and I'm looking out to see if there is one of them out there, because it would be nice if there is. These cars coming through our shot now are from the Vauxhall VX 20, so it's 20 years since VX production started. It's celebrated by these guys, the VX 220 Owners Club. It was a 2.2 litre normally aspirated and 2 litre turbo engine. Many of the cars have been upgraded, to be honest, and have had a supercharger fitted to them. So we've got literally everything. We've got the supercharged, we've got the turbo and the normally aspirated cars in this display. It was in 2001 that Vauxhall used Griff Rhys-Jones, you may recall, in a TV ad for them, which was frankly appalling, and it was then declared the worst car of the year the worst ad of the year by Campaign magazine when that advert came out in 2001. So our cameras then cut to another part of the track where we've got more cars coming round from various parades, as I say. And just going back to the Droop Snoots, the club was actually formed, as you heard, in 1980. And we've got various cars here because the Chevette HS and the HSR. So the HSR, we might see an example of hopefully here. It's the more sort of sporty car. It's got more of a spoiler on it, so to speak. We're now seeing some of the BMWs going around. It's the 25th anniversary of the BMW that you can see, the Z3. We've got two clubs here, the ZRoadster.org and the Z3 M Coupe. This car was brought out in, 1995? And it actually made its first public appearance in the James Bond film GoldenEye, when BMW suddenly took over from Aston Martin as the car of choice for a Bond film. Well, of course, it was all related to money. BMW paid for the car to appear, and good advertising it was for them. We've gone back to the VX220s. Those are the cars that you can see on camera right now. And we've also got out there just behind them as well. We've got cars going out as well from both Panther and Quantum. So just behind the pace car now then we've got a gaggle of cars coming down the Hamilton Straight. And just coming round there. So various cars. So this parade then with things like the Morris Minor, split screen, ladies and gentlemen, Morris Minor. So very rare car these days. Plenty of minis in amongst that parade as well. This is the classic parade. These are for cars, as I've mentioned, for anyone really that owns a car that is 1990 or earlier, hence why we've got things like the VWs in there. There they are, the two little vans going around. Have you seen the little VW camper that we have for the Silverstone Classic? You can see it parked up in the village green. It's a great little car that you can see over there. So there we've got the E-Type Jaguar coming around. There's the open top. They must be soaked to the skin now, those nutters in the open top Morris Minor. The Ford Popular just going through with one of the TRs next to it, the yellow car. I'm afraid I don't know what the hot rod is, but nice to see that out there as well. And then some of the other cars that come round. There it is again, the elongated Skoda. And some of these cars coming through us now. A couple of the Triumphs there just coming along. Got some nice, these couple of cars that are coming through now as well. And minis following on. Now we do have a celebration, of course, for the Mini Cooper here. It's the Mini Cooper relaunch celebrated by the RSP Cooper Register. 30 years for the Minis. It all seem to be rather jumbled up and mixed up, to be honest, in all of this. So we've got a whole load of Mercedes again, because these are part of the Mercedes celebration. And as I say, we've got everything from the 25th year anniversary through to a 70th year anniversary. And we're now back to some of the Vauxhalls that are out there as well. It is the Cavalier Owners Club as well that we should see them out there. It is their anniversary, the Cavalier, that was built first of all in 1975, went through to 1995. It was originally based on Opel's a Manta and a Ascona. We had the second generation came out in 81, and then the third generation in 88 through to the end in 95. Interesting story about the Cavaliers. They did have a van, a pickup and an estate model that was penned but never built, but there was a prototype van that was built. It was actually used in an episode of Minder. and that was back in 1974. The first Cavalier actually rolled off the Luton production line in 1977 with the director of manufacturing, Vauxhall's manufacturing director, Eric Fountain, right in front of all the press and so on. And up before that, the car had actually been built alongside the Ascona in Antwerp in Belgium. When it came out, it had a 1256cc engine, the same engine that was in the Vauxhall Viva. And that car, when the Cavalier actually first came out, it complemented the Victor. It didn't replace it initially, it replaced it afterwards. We also had things like the Chrysler Alpine, Ford's Cortina, of course, and the Morris Marina, which were the cars really for the competition of the Cavalier. And it actually got itself up to be, in the end, the second best seller behind the Ford Escort, and 1.8 million of them were sold in total. So there we're back to the parade of the Classic Parade, the 30th anniversary of the Classic. Various cars that we can see out there. Again, we can see some of them that we've seen before. So let's just hear from Tanya, who is out and about with the Vauxhall Cavalier Club.
So, Kevin, Vauxhall Cavalier and Chevette Owners Club, you're celebrating an anniversary today. What is it?
Yeah, well, there's two anniversaries. It would have been last year, it would have been 25 years since the end of Cavalier production. And this year, it's 40 years since the start of the Mark II Cavalier production in 1981.
So you've got an awful lot of cars here today?
We've got 7 cars today, ranging from Mark I Cavaliers right through to Mark III. Sadly, no Chevettes, but there are a couple on site on other stands.
And who have you got driving them? Anyone of note?
Well, they're all driven by club members from all over the country. We've got a couple that have come all the way from near Inverness, driven all the way down. They were bringing 2 cars. One had a mechanical fault, so they've just bought the one.
How many members have you got in total?
We've got just under 300 members.
Are they all UK or worldwide?
No, we've got one in Australia, one in Italy, one in Norway.
Perfect. So are you doing any other celebrations this year to celebrate those anniversaries?
Well, COVID permitting, we're hoping to have a display in the shopping centre in Luton later this month, start September, because obviously the Cavalier was made at Luton in the factory that's obviously no longer there.
Perfect. And you going around yourself at lunchtime?
Yes, I'm going round in a Cavalier Mark III, which people probably remember was made famous by John Clennon driving in the British Touring Car Championship.
Perfect. So we'll look out for you on track then?
Yes, I'm in the red SRI.
Lovely, thank you.
So back to track action then, and there we can see some of the, I mean, I'm not sure it's action particularly, sort of more track slow really, but they're probably having lunch whilst they're going round, to be honest, the speed that they're currently going at. But we can see some of the more of the Cavaliers and some of the Vauxhalls that are out there. 3 different generations of the Vauxhall Cavalier. As I say, the first one came out in 1975, the early version. Essentially, that's, you can see the red car that there is on track actually is one of the very early versions, and now the mustard car coming into shot, that's one of the early versions as well from 1975 that was based on the obviously Opel, owned by General Motors as well as Vauxhall. Vauxhall was the UK brand, Opel was the brand across Europe, and they were selling an Ascona at the time, and also the Vauxhall Manta, or the Opel Manta as it was called, that became the Vauxhall Manta. Essentially that was the sloped back version of the Cavalier. And then we had the second generation come out in 81, and the third generation came out between 1988 and sold in 1995. And as I say, 1.8 million of them were sold in total, which actually makes it the fifth best-selling car of all time in the United Kingdom. And not many of these cars that you see now on track that are coming round. These are the VX220s from Vauxhall. They didn't produce those in huge numbers. They weren't overly popular. And the latter version, the original car, as I say, was normally aspirated 2.2 litre. It then became the turbo engine, and then a lot of the owners upgraded them to supercharger engines.
I don't know, push that harder.
So the little sports cars that you see in front of you now, they're not Lotus 7s, they are Quantums. And we went out and spoke to the Quantum Drivers Club.
So I'm joined by Steve from the Quantum Owners Club. Now, Steve, you're celebrating which anniversary today?
The club's 30 years old in 2020, so obviously we are celebrating this year, so we're the same age as the Silverstone Classic.
Perfect, that's a nice thing to celebrate. Tell me a little bit about the cars.
So the Quantum Kit cars, they've been going since the late 1980s. Originally the company was formed by three brothers who started their car club as part of a university project, and it then grew into a company. The cars are mostly Fiesta based, so we've got some that use Mark 1 Fiesta parts, Mark 2 and latterly Mark 3, and then the Lotus 7 style cars, like most, are using Sierra parts.
And how many owners are there across the country?
Within the club, we've got about 200 members.
And what about the cars that we're going to see on track today?
So interesting cars we've got on track. We've got Rob Hancock, who currently owns Quantum Sports Cars. He's in a red Lotus 7 style Extreme, and that car is the first one that was ever built. He recently managed to save that from someone that was looking to modify it for track use, so he's rescued that car. Other nice cars, we've got a nice black H4, which is owned by Paul and Lee Alcock, father and son. That car's always immaculately turned out. Whenever we have concours events, they're normally the top runner, so that's a really nice looking car.
And are you going to be in one?
Yes, I'm in the grey Extreme, so unfortunately it doesn't look like it'll be out there with the roof down, but nevertheless we'll be enjoying the run.
Perfect, lovely. Look forward to seeing you on track.
There we go, Tanya Baker, our reporter, out there talking to them. Now, one of the other vehicles that we should mention, the Auto Barnstormers, they're celebrating the 30th anniversary of their club, and essentially their cars are they were, well, formed, I suppose, to support the rear-wheel drive 6-cylinder Vauxhalls and Opels that were built in the Rüsselsheim factory in Germany in the 80s and early 90s, and in time on other cars were then added. In 1991 the Lotus Carlton, which was a stunningly amazing car, or otherwise Amiga, were added. They were based on the Carlton GSI, and if you've never driven a Lotus Carlton, they are a sight to behold, I have to say. Vauxhall has one in its Heritage Museum at Luton, and if you've not been around the Heritage Museum of Vauxhall, it's worth a wander. They have pretty much one of every model that was ever produced by Vauxhall there. It's just amazing. The last addition to the Auto Barnstormers was the Vauxhall Monaro. Do you remember that? And the VX R8. So one thread though that runs through all of the cars that are eligible is 5 seats and rear-wheel drive. That's the prerequisite. If you don't have that, you can't join. They've got members all over the UK, but also in places like Australia, New Zealand, America, etc., and other parts of the world. 375 members, to be honest, and a lot of them that are here. And you can see on the stand the Vauxhall Viceroy, that's owned by John Fossey. Martin Place is here with his Opel Monza. Andy Robinson has got a Vauxhall Senator B. And Gordon Batsford has also got a Senator B here as well. Not a lot of cars from the Auto Barnstormers, sadly, but they are here all the same. We should mention as well the Fairthorpe Sports Club, their 60th anniversary. The Ford RS Owners Club, they're in the paddock right by the diner. That's the 40th anniversary for them. We've also got Chevy C10s somewhere, and I thought we might have been seeing some of them out on the track today, but sadly not. It's their 60th anniversary. So what's to come then this afternoon here at Silverstone on the track? The cars will move down to the wing to use those pits this afternoon. The Murray Walker Memorial Trophy, of course, we could not forget. Poor Murray Walker passed away sadly in COVID, and there's never really been a celebration of his life, a memorial service that I'm sure would cram so many people in. You'd have to live stream it, because otherwise, in fact, probably be one of those things you'd put on BBC One television, I think. He's that much of a legend. So Murray Walker's Memorial Trophy kicks us off for action at 2:15. The Classic Millie Challenge is round about 10 minutes to 3. The Masters Endurance Legends 15:21. The HSCC Thunder Sports qualifying gets underway at 4:05. 16:46 the International Trophy for Classic GT cars pre-66, and then the HGPCA pre-66 Grand Prix cars. Yep, that's Grand Prix cars like they used to sound, is at 27 minutes past 5. Once action on track finishes, we transfer ourselves over to the stage, of course, with 2 other sessions as well today for qualifying: the Transatlantic Trophy for pre-66 cars and the Yokohama Trophy for Masters Historic Sports Cars. That is at 20 to 7, and once they finish, as I say, music kicks off on the big stage. You can find that by going over the bridge from the middle of the track towards the exit, and it is on your left hand side. So if you wander over to there, we've got some great bands on tonight, including Scouting for Girls. Tomorrow, brand new heavies, and on Sunday we've got Aswad. You remember Aswad, Don't Turn Around and all of that. That's Aswad. Anyway, they're on Sunday, and if you wander over to the big stage, you can see them over there. Our commentators this afternoon are as they were this morning. So Ed is in the pit lane. Of course, we have lead commentator is Ben Edwards, who is up in the box. He's no doubt been chomping away through the lunch hour on a fish sandwich. Fish paste sandwich, I think, is Ben Edwards' choice, to be honest. With a little coleslaw, I expect Mrs. Edwards has popped into his sandwich, and no doubt a little bit later on this afternoon he'll have a slice of Victoria sponge, because of course it is the Silverstone Classic, so one has to have a classic cake to chomp on. So he'll be having that with a cup of strong Yorkshire tea, no doubt. So Ben Edwards will be taking you through this afternoon. If you want to mention and you'd like to say hello to us, you can do at Silverstone. We'd love to get your text messages, your tweets, etc. Classic. You can get through to us at the radio station at Silverstone 247, and email is studio@radiosilverstone.com. Listen on 87.7 FM as well as around the circuit on PA, and don't forget we are live streaming everything here at Silverstone. Everything is being live streamed via Facebook, the Silverstone Classic Facebook page, and also, of course, you can find us on YouTube. Well, I'm rather hoping that Ben has finished his fish paste sandwich and he is now back in the commentary box, headset on, poised to say good afternoon to us. Ben Edwards.
The road to freedom. Japan quality. Yokohama. Your tire.
Well, I check the oil and the water and the tyre pressures regularly.
Give it a polish, make sure it's all shiny.
I service the car once a year and I always do it myself. I enjoy the mixture of exercise.
I think some of the things I eat help to keep myself healthy and my brain healthy.
Or even just meeting up with a friend and having a chat.
Welcome back to the Classic. We are looking forward to the next stage of what's going on this afternoon. We've got some more. So that's looking back at some of the highlights from earlier today, but we can now move on to what's going on right now, because the Formula One cars have just headed out onto the circuit. This is the qualifying for the Murray Walker Memorial Trophy for Masters Historic Formula One, and an opportunity for us to enjoy some interesting machinery from the 1970s and 1980s. It's more the 1980s, the general cars, but there's a few 1970s cars, and there's a six-wheeler Tyrrell in there as well. So some interesting machinery. One or two changes to the program entry, by the way, for those of you who do want to update your programs, and I will try and run through that a bit more. Didn't update you on the earlier one, sorry about that. So we do know, for example, that Johnny Herbert, who's entered in the number 8 car, sadly is now not doing it, but Michael Lyons will now be driving car number 8. So Michael Lyons in car number 8, who's going to be rapid as well. Jamie Constable, who was entered as number 45, is actually going to be number 99. So Jamie Constable is number 99. We have a couple of additions. Number 2 is Lucas Halusa. So number 2, Lucas Halusa. And in fact, that's the car that is on our screens at the moment, which is fun to see. The number 2 McLaren M23 of Lucas Halusa, and another additional entry, number 9, Judy Lyons in a Surtees TS9. So those are 2 additional entries. There were a few withdrawals as well. The numbers not playing a part are numbers 24, 30, 33 and 37. So those numbers, I'm afraid, are not in the race. 24, 30, 33 and 37. But we do have an interesting lineup, and as I was saying there, Alistair, it's lovely to see the McLaren out here of Lucas Halusa. This is the next Jochen Mass car, I believe.
Yes, it is, and most of the cars here are original cars with history. We do have one, and you mentioned it, the six-wheel Tyrrell, which is actually a recreation of that car. It was built last year, or over the last couple of years. But yeah, all these cars have real history, and the Lucas Halusa car, Jochen Mass, debuted the car in 1973, and that car, actually, the M23, was incredibly long-lived in Grand Prix racing, because it was still racing in 1977. You don't get that these days, do you? But the technology at the time didn't move forward quite as quickly as they seem to these days. Worth mentioning that all of the cars are 3 litres, which was the formula at the time. They don't have turbochargers, and therefore we get that lovely engine note.
Yeah, it's a lovely noise which you can all enjoy, and for those of you who are outside and enjoying on the sidelines here at Silverstone, you can really enjoy that noise in a beautiful fashion. We are looking at the P34 Tyrrell now, briefly, because we're now looking at the Lotus number 12. That's the Lotus 91. This is Steve Brooks' car. He's pretty competitive, Steve, so see how it gets on. It was just stuttering along there. I hope that's not a problem, but we shall see, and hopefully it'll all hold together. So that's the Lotus 91, car number 12.
That was actually driven in period by Nigel Mansell and Elio De Angelis. Both drove the car, and our own Jeff Lees as well, a British driver who did occasional Grand Prix, also got behind the wheel of that particular car.
Let's just have a look what was going on here. Right, okay, he came up behind a slower car and spun. I didn't realise that. That was at Copse. We just picked up that it was stuttering along a little bit. Now we know why. He did a complete 360 in a Formula One car in the wet, and thankfully he didn't hit either of the 2 cars that were around him and was able to continue. So that was quite fortunate with the Lotus 91. Thankfully it survived, and Steve Brooks is still going around. First quick lap is set by Michael Lyons, actually the man who has taken over the car from Johnny Herbert. That is the Ensign N180B. Everybody now getting up to speed. It's a relatively short qualifying session, this, so we've already got under 15 minutes to go. Car number 78, having a quick look at that, Warren Briggs, a man who worked for McLaren himself in an M29.
And that car driven by John Watson, who a lot of people will know both from his time racing, but also, of course, he's been behind the microphone for a few years now. But John Watson himself drove that car, and best result was 4th place in USA and in Canada, driven by Watson.
There is Michael Lyons on our screens at the moment. So car number 8, if you see that around and about, that's the car that's quickest so far. that is the Ensign 180B, and that's for the car run in 1981 and 1982. Wasn't a front-running car, but Michael's doing a good job with it.
Yes, Michael Lyons, an incredibly quick driver, a young man. His father Frank and his mother Judy both race as well. But Michael, a contemporary sports car racer, a GT racer as well, and one of those drivers that can get in anything and drive it very quickly indeed.
Well, the water is still being chucked up by these treaded tyres. Car number 7, there's the beautiful Williams FW107C. Lovely to see that. Mike Cantillon, who's there, and he's done well, hasn't he, in historic Formula 1?
Yeah, he actually won a race that I was commentating on last year in this car. This is the ex-Carlos Reutemann 1981 car, and in fact Carlos had a very lacklustre race at Caesars Palace, the last race of the season, and effectively lost the championship by 1 point to Nelson Piquet in this very car, number 7, and never really explained why Carlos, who we lost only a few days ago, died a few days ago, but he lost that championship to Piquet in this car at Caesars Palace.
Yeah, it was a difficult time for him. Just gone second fastest, in fact, but Michael Lyons' lap, very impressive, 4.5 seconds faster than anybody else currently. Third fastest, we've got the number 16 car of Mark Hazel. That's another Williams, that's the FW08, as we're just keeping an eye on Mike Cantillon for the moment. But now we're going to switch back to, on our screens at least, to the McLaren of Lucas Halusa. As we said, that's an additional entry, the N23 1976 car, which is heading around, doing a good job so far, and moving up into third place now, Steve Hartley in another McLaren, I think it's another ex-Watty car, isn't it, the MP4-1, another of the McLarens that's out there. Steve Hartley, number 77, he's moved up into third position.
Yeah, ex-John Watson from 1982, Ben, that's the MP4-1, which is the one of the first cars. It was McLaren Project 4 was the MP4 nomenclature, and it was the first carbon composite F1 car.
Yes, indeed.
So a real game changer.
It was. No, it was a really big time for McLaren around the time, well, Ron Dennis had just taken it over, and it soon became a very, very successful team. So, Chris Perkins in the number 19 car we're looking at on our screens at the moment. So that's the Surtees TS16, very distinctive livery, very distinctive looking car with that huge airbox that sits over the cockpit, absorbing the air as much as possible. And it wasn't a particularly competitive car in its time, sadly, but in fact Watty drove one of these himself back in 1975, I believe.
He did, yes, and the best result for the car was a 4th place for Watson's teammate Carlos Pache in Brazil.
Michael Lyons still fastest in this Formula 1 Memorial Trophy race qualifying so far in car number 8, doing a lovely job. His lap time 2 minutes 11.6, still 4.1 seconds faster than anybody else in a car that in its time wasn't necessarily that quick. But so often one thinks back, you know, some of these teams were running with quite limited budgets. Certainly there wasn't a huge budget at that time. This car was designed by Ralph Bellamy, who was a bit of a star, helped by Nigel Bennett as well. They didn't always have the money to develop the cars, though, whereas nowadays, of course, hopefully over the period of time that's gone, they can solve a lot of the little problems that they would have had at the time.
I think if it's the same as last year, this particular car is actually prepped by the University of Bolton students.
Oh, lovely.
So that's really bringing the next generation of engineers through, and it's owned by Bob Fernley, the car. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Good. Well, it's going well. Michael Lyons currently leading the way in terms of pace, and he's just done another fastest first sector and a fastest second sector, so it looks like he's going to further improve his provisional pole position at the moment. Still kicking the spray up behind him, and that's something about Formula 1 cars. This is looking so different, isn't it, to the other cars that we've seen out on track with their little narrow tyres, so many of them chucking up very little water. But the Formula 1 cars throw up a lot of spray. Makes it difficult when you're following, of course, which is what he's doing as he comes down the Hamilton Straight and down towards Abbey Corner. So it's difficult to get a clear run through the first turn, but he's making the most of it, and he has improved his lap on that last lap. He's down at a 2-minute 10.5, so his advantage is now 5.2 seconds over Mike Cantillon in the Williams, who's second fastest so far. Lucas Alusa was third earlier, but he's dropped down to 6th position now, so maybe he can find some more pace. Currently in third place, Steve Hartley in the McLaren MP41.
And Steve Hartley, known as the Jam Baron, he's of the Hartley family that Hartley's Jam, and he is a very, very quick driver indeed, and I wouldn't be surprised if he challenges perhaps the time of Michael Lyons. And we've got Steve Hartley on the screen now, the car number 77, which as we've said before was the real game changer for McLaren as Ron Dennis took over the team, and this car was driven in period by John Watson.
Yeah, it's a great machine, and of course taking our way back for Watty, it's 40 years since he won the British Grand Prix when he was driving for McLaren. That 1981 event, which was a key event and a really big win for John Watson, and here we are some 40 years later.
And John Watson actually drove this car to a win the year after in 1982 at Detroit. He started 17th on the grid and won the race.
They used to struggle with getting the tyres to work in qualifying, and there were a couple of times where they really struggled. They didn't even qualify for Monaco, did they, on that occasion? I think it was the same year. But once the car was in race, up to race setup, they would warm the tyres up okay, and then they were quick. But qualifying, it just could not make it work. So that's made it very difficult. Now, looking at car number 15 here, that's Michael Baudouin in the Hesketh. Now, the Hesketh, of course, great heritage. Hesketh, a car that led to the star James Hunt, who then, of course, did move to McLaren himself.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, and it was such a great time in Grand Prix racing. And then Alexander, or Lord Hesketh, came along and set up the team with his team manager, known as Bubbles Horsley. It was all great stuff, champagne and helicopters, and of course James Hunt, who was very similar in his outlook on life. This car actually was driven by Derek Daly and Eddie Cheever, and it was after James had left the team. The 308E was the last of the Heskeths produced before the team closed down.
Mark Hazel in the other Williams, the FW08C, currently 5th fastest. The car that was part of the 1982 season. That was the season, of course, that Keke Rosberg went on to win the championship with Williams.
Yeah, that's a period of domination for Williams through the sort of 80s and up to the Nigel Mansell, Nelson Piquet era. Tremendous successes for the family-owned team, Frank Williams.
It does feel, I have to say, when I was here at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago for the Grand Prix, Williams does feel different now that it's not the Williams family, and I really hope and wish them a lot of success, and I'm sure they'll get there. But without even Claire Williams being part of the team now, it's a different environment, different place, but let's hope that the Williams name is still going to bring success in the future. Oh, a bit of understeer there. Ow, nearly went off, but he just about managed to hold on to it. Understeering in the wet, Mark Hazel, but he got away with it. Michael Lyons still leading the pace by a big margin of 4 seconds exactly now it is over Cantillon. Hartley is third, Halusa fourth. Constable is next up in the 99 car, Jamie Constable. That's a Tyrrell 011, the 011. So we haven't seen that much yet, but Tyrrell, of course, a very significant team in the 1970s, the success in the early 70s with Jackie Stewart. They went through quite a lot of ups and downs in that time, but Ken Tyrrell was one of the masters of Formula One, really, wasn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. Another family team. His wife Nora used to make the sandwiches and feed the team members and the drivers. It was a different time in Formula One then, and the whole Tyrrell team was run out of a woodshed because Tyrrell himself was a timber merchant.
Yeah, I gather people are trying. There's a little bit of movement to try and save that because it's likely to be destroyed or demolished or whatever.
I think the building's past its prime, and they're talking about knocking it down, but it has such a history. But
yeah, the Tyrrell team went on and changed and became another team, and the name was lost to Grand Prix racing. But those years with Jackie Stewart and a driver who would have probably taken over from Stewart, Francois Sever, who sadly lost his life in an accident in America, but he would have probably taken over the mantle from Jackie Stewart and carried on the Tyrrell success.
Absolutely, no, he was a very, very talented driver, brilliant. Understeer there as well. You can see understeer seems to be a bit of a key thing for these guys at the moment on this rather slippery track. Still quite a lot of water around, still a little bit of rain in the air as well, so it's not that easy. Chucking up the spray, running a little bit wide, but Steve Hartley is on a good lap at the moment. The estimate showing us that he may move up to second. He's currently third, but he's done a couple of reasonable first sectors. Let's see, it's not going to be a big margin. Let's just see, he's coming out of the last part of the lap now. Let's see whether he can move up a position, or is he going to stay in third? Yeah, no, he stays in third, doesn't quite go any quicker. He had already done a 2:14.6, and that was a 2:15.4. Back to Michael Lyons on our screens anyway. He's certainly one to watch because he's driving beautifully well, and we are getting a bit more rain again now, so it is going to be wetter out there on circuit once again. It's proving to be pretty challenging. The number 12 car's moved up. That's Steve Brooks in his Lotus 91 we saw earlier on, having the spin but surviving. And this car is Paul Tattersall, ensign, another ensign, the N179. Just a brief glimpse of him. As we look at the McLaren of Lucas Halusa again, he is now in 5th position. One of the other fun things about this entry, Alistair, is that we actually have a chap called Ken Tyrrell racing this weekend. We were talking about Ken Tyrrell, but it's not the same Ken Tyrrell.
No, and not related at all. The Ken Tyrrell that's driving is an American, no relation at all to the Tyrrell family. But when he decided he wanted to spend his money on racing in Formula One, he thought, I'll race a Tyrrell.
Lovely.
Why not?
Yeah, no, it's great. So we've got a chap called Ken Tyrrell from America driving a Tyrrell 011 as well, and in fact that is him. That is Ken Tyrrell. We just saw him briefly. Gosh, the rain is absolutely throwing down now. This is going to be a nightmare out for them in this rain, and in fact I think we've got a red flag. Just saw the red light come on there on the Hamilton Straight as I looked out of our window, and the session is being stopped, and I'm not surprised, to be honest, because I hope nobody's actually gone off. I think it's just because of the rain, because of the amount of water, so I hope nobody's actually gone off. It's probably just due to conditions, but whether they will pause the session... Oh no, I think there is a car off. Oh dear, there is a car off.
No. Yeah, and well, one of the cars that's off on our
number
screen.
16 is off there.
Now we can see
That's Mark Hazel.
And I think we've got another one off, possibly Ian Simmons.
Okay.
As well.
Oh dear, he's in another Tyrrell, number 3. Okay, well that's that rain suddenly started pouring down, certainly over this side of the track. That is the thing. I mean, we cross a border of counties here at Silverstone, and you can end up with one county dry and the other county wet, can't you? But suddenly it has just chucked it down.
And strangely, it's coming from the opposite direction to the rain we had in qualifying this morning.
Yeah.
It's hitting the other side of our commentary box.
Oh, you wouldn't really want to be out there now in this, I have to say. You need to bring those cars back safely. There is only a minute left in the session, so I'm sure that will be the end of the session. And rightly so. Even a modern Formula One session would have been red flagged at that point. They would not have allowed the cars to continue around in those conditions. I have to say, those of you who are out there, and I can see one or two of you out there with your umbrellas, trying to keep yourself protected from the rain. The marshals as well, who are doing their fantastic job as ever. All of you, you're holding on well to your umbrellas, and you need them, don't you? Because it is really coming down heavily at the moment, and the waterproofs, I hope they're working. I hope you haven't discovered that after a year or so of them being hung up most of the time, haven't deteriorated too much. And it is lovely to see fans here today, and despite the weather being not ideal, still enjoying yourselves. So it's great to see. But this is motor racing. We never quite know what we're going to get, do we? Particularly when we come to a British motor circuit in the middle of the summer.
Yes, and shortly after some lovely weather we've had as well. It's just one of those things.
For the Grand Prix, it was a beautiful weekend. You know,
yes.
For the British Grand Prix, it was actually beautiful weather. And here we are now, a couple of weeks later, when you'd expect the weather to be similar. It's absolutely awful at the moment. Forecast for tomorrow is, I'm afraid, we are likely to have some more rain, but let's hope it's not too heavy. And sometimes it can make the racing exciting. Other times, of course, it can rather space things out, depending on the level of or quantity of rain that we get. So Michael Lyons has ended up with the fastest time in the Murray Walker Memorial Trophy for Masters Historic Formula 1. The Ensign faster by a big margin over Mike Cantillon, Steve Hartley, Jamie Constable and Lucas Alusa. Nice mix of the manufacturers though, Ensign, Williams, McLaren and Tyrrell, all mixed up in there. Steve Brooks, Mark Hazel, Mark Harrison. There's the Ken Tyrrell driving the Tyrrell, 9th. And then outside the top 10 we've got Neil Glover, Paul Tattersall, Chris Perkins, Jonathan Holtzman, Ian Simmons, Michael Baudouin and Judy Lyons in the 30s. Not sure she did a time actually, but yeah. So that was the Formula 1 cars, and it was okay at the beginning, but then that rain really did affect things. We're looking back at some of the highlights. There were one or two little moments of running wide early on. I just hope, because we did see a couple of cars off at the end of that they aren't too badly damaged, because the last thing we want to see. This was remarkable when we saw the Lotus 91 spinning around, Steve Brooks managing to avoid the cars around him. That was all a bit lucky. Saw Michael Lyons setting the outright pace. We saw Mike Cantillon doing a great job in the Williams, and with the McLarens were also up there doing some pretty competitive lap times, that has to be said. Steve Hartley ended up with the 3rd fastest lap time of the day, and Steve Brooks, he ended up in 6th place, a bit further down the order. The number 16 car, Mark Hazel, well that car wasn't quite so rapid. He was down in 7th place. But it could all be a different story when we get to the race itself. So there are some vehicles out there to rescue the cars that have gone off, and hopefully the track will be cleared. The rain has eased off a little bit, and we'll be back for more action very shortly.
We're on the starting grid for what is set to be an incredible day. It's lights out and away we go. He's taken an early lead. There's never been a better crew. Behind every great driver, there are brilliant engineers. It's going to be hard to pick a winner here. They're on the final lap. A day they'll never forget.
To the classic at Silverstone. A rather damp Friday for qualifying, but we are enjoying seeing some fabulous cars out there nonetheless. There were a few little incidents in the Formula 1 qualifying, but hopefully we're going to be seeing some more action fairly soon. We've got the Classic Mini Challenge coming up next. Some very rapid drivers in some beautiful little minis. Masters Endurance Legends after that, then Thunder Sports, International Trophy for Classic GT cars, the Pre-66 cars, and then the Pre-66 Grand Prix cars as well. That's coming up later, followed by touring cars from before 1966, the Transatlantic Trophy qualifying. That's coming up just before 6 o'clock. And then we go through to the end of the day with just a couple of more sessions to finish off. The last one being the Yokohama Trophy for Masters Historic Sports Cars. So there we go, that's the lineup for the rest of today. Let's go down to hear from Ed Foster, who a little earlier on was in the mini paddock.
So this morning we had the all E-type race, and this afternoon we have the all mini race. The eagle-eyed amongst you might think, well, hang on, it's not an anniversary for the mini. It was, but back in 2019, and the races were so popular, they're still doing them. And at the front of the grid on almost every occasion is this man here, Ian Curley. It's fantastic to see you again. You've been around this place many, many times. You've been in this car many, many times. Surely you're looking to finish on the podium.
Well, I would hope so. I mean, we had a brilliant Silverstone Classic in 2019, and 18 and 17. So, yeah, I mean, we've had a bit of a break, but hopefully now this year we'll get on and do some winning.
What is the secret to going quickly in one of these? There must be something. You know it, obviously.
I mean, years of experience. I've raced a mini for nearly 30 years now, so that's kind of key. But also, we've got KD engines, which are just like, for me, the best engines, and that's important, and getting a really good chassis so it just handles really nice, because we do a lot of drifting in these, so it's all about drifting but keeping the momentum up.
Well, there'll be plenty of that today. Ian, thank you so much.
Problem. Thank you.
Go through the assembly area and past all the minis and hopefully find a mini that's a little bit different. You'll see that obviously all these minis kind of look the same, but there is one that looks very different, and that's the countryman here of Mark Burnett. Mark, if I could just jump in, I'm sorry to interrupt. Mark, it's very easy to spot you because of your countryman. What is this better in the rain with a longer chassis?
That's a very good question. I'm not going to say yes. I think having driven both cars, it's very similar. It's very similar. A lot of people say a long wheelbase might be an advantage, but I'm not going to hang my hat on that one. We'll see.
Am I right in thinking that this is more aerodynamic?
Again, there's all sorts of theory thrown around. I think you've seen the Volvo estate races and the touring cars, and there was real theory about that being better. I think with all the wood on the side, I think probably we're adding weight and adding unaerodynamic parts to the car, so I'm not convinced on that one either, no.
Well, I suppose having wood today will probably help your float when you're out in the circuit.
Yeah, and get rid of the woodwork as well.
Mark, the best of luck. Enjoy.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Ed.
Well, lovely to see some of those minis getting ready to come out in qualifying. Having a quick look at some of those cars as they get ready to come out onto the track. And a lovely variety of colours and whatever. So kind of a 20 we're just looking at. End Up Owens, that's going to be a competitive car, no doubt about it. Just having a look at some of the changes to the lineup as well, if you need to know some of the changes. We're just looking at Aaron Smith there, number 67, that's Michael Cullen in the blue car. There have been a couple of changes, some additions. Number 42, Chris Morgan is an addition to the entry list. Number 104, Chris Middlehurst. Nice to see Chris Middlehurst is going to be out in the Mini today. And that car, number 885, that's an addition. Dominic Holland. Dominic Holland is an addition to the grid as well. We've lost a few withdrawals, so numbers 21, 26, 27 and 151 were all withdrawals from the original lineup. So that was 21, 26, 27 and 151. But we're looking down the order at the moment. And Alistair, is there what are you going to be watching out for particularly in this? I mean, we've got some excellent drivers in there. It's going to be pretty competitive, isn't it?
It always is, mini racing. They're all so similar, and whatever was said about the Countrymen being a little bit more aerodynamic, minis are not aerodynamic. They're square bricks that go through the air, so that means lots of slipstreaming. So we get bunches of cars, particularly down the Hanger Straight and the Wellington Straight, and then trying to outbrake each other into the next corner. That'll be exciting. And you've mentioned some of the drivers. We've got Jeff Smith driving. He does a lot of mini racing now. He's an ex-British touring car driver, so he'll be quick as well. And the family Pages, 31 and 33 they're numbered. They've actually got the old Nick Swift car, one of those, and then the second car, another Nick Swift built one. But if you've enjoyed watching Goodwood racing over the last few years, with Nick Swift always has the camera car, that car, which was in the back of one of the pictures earlier on, has now been sold, and it's the Page family car. So and they're quick, the two young Pages.
Lawrence War there in car number 171. As we continue looking down the lineup, Roy Aldersdale, car 176. It is fun to see the Mini Countrymen. We heard from Mark Burnett with the wooden bits. Actually, the first ever car I owned when I was growing up, before I was allowed to drive on the road, was a Mini. Well, I called it a Mini Traveller, I have to say, with the wooden bits on it, but maybe Countryman is the right term. There it is, and mine was one that got driven around fields for a little while. That is a lovely little machine, isn't it? And it's fun to see because it just gives you that little bit of variety.
Absolutely, yes. And they did a Morris Minor Traveller as well, or Countryman, with the wood trim. There is the ex-Nick Swift car. That's 33. That's driven now by Matthew Page, and the famous registration number for those that follow the Nick Swift car, Up to You.
Yeah, that's fun to see. Bill Solis is entered as well, number 80, another multiple mini champion over the years. Be good to see how he gets on. He's going to be very competitive, I'm sure. So yes, a lot of quick drivers, and as we heard, Ian Curley looking forward to being back out there once more, always competitive in the minis. So they're fired up, they're getting ready to go. We're just a few moments away from the start of this qualifying session. It's going to be an 18-minute session, and then the race itself will be 20 minutes. There are two races, one on Saturday just before 3 o'clock, and then one on Sunday towards the end of the day, actually 5:30 on Sunday, the second race. You can see there are still some puddles out on the track, but it's not quite as wet as it was. The rain has stopped falling as heavily as it was a little while ago, particularly when those Formula One cars were out there. So hopefully track conditions won't be too bad. They'll have to watch out for any aquaplaning at certain areas, but the minis are always great in tricky conditions. How often they were winning in rallycross and all sorts of forms of racing over the years. I'm sure they will sort it out. They're just heading down the pit lane now.
Well, some of my earliest memories of watching here at Silverstone is seeing the minis racing in the saloon car races with drivers like John Rhodes and John Handley, and Gordon Spice as well, who went on to race in Capri's in later touring car races, and Matt Neal's dad as well. He raced in, Steve Neal raced in minis in period, so they've been racing here at Silverstone for many years. The old shape mini, of course. The new shape mini now has its own race championships, and we see them out racing regularly, so the name continues. Yeah, very competitive series it is too, isn't it? So they're blasting out of the pit lane and out onto the circuit, which is great to see. And isn't it fun that we have an event like this where one moment you're sitting watching a Formula One car from the 1980s or 1970s going out, and then the next moment you see a mini charging around, or in fact a whole bunch of minis, which is what we're watching now. And that's the part of this classic at Silverstone, is the variety of cars, the completely different nature, but yet all are entertaining to watch and fun to look at. So we've got a few going out there, obviously just building up a bit of pace, getting a bit of feel for the levels of grip that are out there at the moment, seeing where the big puddles are. Just as they come through Brooklands and Luffield, you can see it's actually not looking too bad, is it? No, I was just looking at the timing screen actually as the last cars came out of the pit lane, and the 2 minutes of the session has gone already. Such is the size of the entry. The last car has taken 2 minutes to get out of the pit lane, so that actually shortens their qualifying time quite significantly.
Yeah.
But a lot of spray as they're coming along the old pit straight towards Copse Corner, and still throwing that up, and we can see in front of us the Hamilton Straight still very wet indeed. But hopefully if the rain continues to ease off, they'll gradually get a dry line.
Well, the windscreen wipers are still working hard, there's no doubt about that, but they're getting green flag all the way around, so they'll start their first flying lap at the end of this lap, of course, to start to pick up the pace and charge around Silverstone in typically mini style. Great little fun cars to drive, fantastic turn-in, and they can be held at all sorts of ridiculous angles. The top drivers are able to do that and just keep them going forwards even if they're trying to go sideways. So accelerating down the Hangar Straight, obviously not as quick as some of the other cars we're going to be seeing out on track, and in fact have already seen today, but they will provide us with some entertaining racing. And having looked back at some of the classic mini races in the past, even for the historic cars, they can be quite aggressive with each other. Don't want to see them all crashing into each other, but they can be pretty hard with each other, can't they?
Yes, it's certainly normal today, and it was normal at the time that they were racing in period, that the little chrome trims that run round the wheel arches and along the bottom of the door sill there, they very often come loose, and that's often where they've been just touching each other gently as they go through the corners. And in fact Chris Middlehurst, who's one of our extra entries, was called into the pits whilst leading the race 2 years ago because the trim was coming off the car, and he lost the win.
Oh, such a shame, isn't it? Chris is back though, as you say, so hopefully car number 42, he's going to be one of the pace setters. One word, hope. Number 20 is the car we're looking at right now. Interesting colours. Enda Owens, he's one of the ones to watch actually. He is rapid.
Yeah, he's another mini champion from the various mini classes that race regularly throughout the UK, and Enda Owens is one of those top drivers, along with Ian Curley, who was interviewed earlier, and you mentioned Bill Solis as well, of course.
So let's see how it goes. You see sometimes the rear wheel just hopping off the ground when they're going through corners. In the wet, not so much. In the dry, you tend to see it more because there's a little bit more G-force, a little roll in the car. But that's always quite entertaining to see. Heading down the straight into Brooklands now, carrying a fair bit of speed in there, trying not to let it run too wide, using fairly straightforward normal line. And of course when you're driving a Mini, the track is wider than ever. You've got more space to play with than you have in most cars, so use it all, use it wisely, try and find the grip, and it's going well so far. Just looking at the initial sector times, Ian Curley, as expected, fast through that first sector. We mentioned him already, but not the only driver that's going quickly there. Bill Solis pretty quick as well. Several others. The Nathan Heathcote also going well. He's a rookie, but he was very fast at Brands Hatch earlier this year, and yeah, another one to keep an eye on.
I think certainly Jeff Smith, number 55, is one to watch as well when we start getting the times through. He's always very competitive, whatever he drives, but Minis particularly. He's been enjoying his racing in Minis, and his partner Joe Polly, number 306, is out there racing as well, and Joe is the daughter of the great hot rod racer George Polly.
So sliding around but keeping it all together for now. Enda Owens in the number 20 car. Nice string of machinery up ahead of him, maybe get a little bit of a tow down the straight, but the conditions are hopefully going to improve as we go through this session and get a little bit drier. It's not raining as much as it was earlier, so with a chance of them to find a touch more grip, but there's not a lot of grip out there. It is going to be a bit slippery, and we might see one or two little errors. See the rear three-quarter window open just a little bit to keep a bit of air flowing and try and keep the windscreen clear. Being chased quite hard at the moment, isn't he? Oh, a little bit slippy slidey out of Club Corner, but we've got some laps coming up on the board. So let's see. Chris Middlehurst goes quick initially, but Owens pops up there, but Ian Curley, as we thought, straight up there into first place at the moment. A good lap from Michael Cullen as well, but now Bill Solis goes quickest. Bill Solis on a 2:53.8, and actually it's very impressive, 2:55.2. Next fastest Nathan Heathcote, and then Ian Curley on a 2:55.2 as well. So virtually the same lap times between second and third fastest drivers, but Bill Solis is the quickest so far.
Very interesting. Yes, he was quickest of everybody in the middle sector of the lap, which you were saying earlier on is a very, very long sector, and that got him the fastest time. Nathan Heathcote in second, then it's Ian Curley, who we interviewed earlier on, just before they all went out on track.
Charging their way down the straight, and we might see a bit of overtaking going on into Brooklands, or attempts anyway. Let's see, do they all keep it nice and clean? Let's hope so. When you go out in qualifying, you're not really racing. The whole point is just get a lap in that's clean and clear, and the fastest single lap you can do. If you get a bit too caught up in dealing with other traffic, dealing with other cars, getting in your way, racing them, you're going to lose performance. You're not going to put in your perfect lap. So it is something you need to think about, especially as the track improves. We've got the Mini Journeyman just behind, but we're looking at Bill Solis there. That is the fastest car so far, that of Bill Solis. And Bill, who was a fireman back in the day, he was also a fellow instructor with me at Brands Hatch many years ago. And he actually got me to drive his car once, which just in a test day, which was great fun. Enjoyed that. And then he also got, I raced with him up here at Silverstone in a special Japanese Mini, which was celebrating a special festival of minis back in the day. And that was a very different kind of car. It was a very modified. It was nothing like one of these things. But Bill's doing well. For now, he's fastest. There are a few faster sector times coming through from other people though, so he may not hold on to it on this next lap.
Yes, I think we'll see some changes. It surprises me that so many of the drivers are happy to run in that big group that we're looking at now, whereas I noticed Bill Solis is sort of hung off there he is now in picture with the countryman behind, but he's kept away from everybody else, and we've got some cars just making space for themselves there, and I think we're now probably, they've done a couple of laps, they're perhaps now thinking about, they know where the puddles are, they know where the wet track is, where the slippiest parts are, and now they'll try and set some quicker times.
Yeah, so let's see what people can do. Remember, the fastest time so far is a 2:53.8. So who's going to go quicker than that? Is Bill himself going to improve on this lap? I think one or two people are likely to put in a slightly faster lap. Bill is just about to go across the line, and yeah, that lap is not as quick as his previous lap, but there has been an improvement for Nathan Heathcote. He's gone fastest on a 2:53.6. Bill still second on a 2:53.8. So 1:55 is the fastest car so far. Ian Curley up there in third place, but that was his earlier lap as well. Then we've got a few people who have improved. Michael Cullen has improved slightly on that last lap, as has Chris Middlehurst as well. So let's see how much that's going to change. Thankfully, conditions are showing reasonably well. Looks as though we're going to get a little bit more of a dry line, still developing as the session continues. Looking there at number 48, that is Peter James. And Peter currently a bit further down the order, he's in 23rd place.
That was a very impressive lap from Nathan Heathcote to take that pole position on that second lap. He did the fastest sector time in sectors 1 and 3. So he was really, really quick all the way around. Sector 2 was his best time, but Bill Solis a little bit quicker in that sector. And number 48 we're seeing there on screen, which is Peter James.
Yeah, number 181 there, that's Hans Beckert. It's a 1965 car. Most of these cars are from the mid-60s, and all with the 1300cc engine, I believe. Certainly how it's listed. I'm not sure if that's absolutely right, but yeah, it looks that way. Heathcote still fastest from Bill Solis. Ian Curley in third place, and Mark Burnett in the Austin Mini Countryman. He's currently in 16th place, by the way, the one with the estate car with the wooden bits. That's down a little bit further down, as I say, in 16th place. We've got a total of 26 cars out there. Ian Curley, who we're looking at now, car number 46, who is currently third quickest and always a front runner, as we know, in the mini races. And as he said in the previous events here, he's done very well. Just a fraction slower on the split times, so there could be a chance here for Ian.
Yeah, really floating the car through Stowe Corner there, just at the back end moving around, but he's not too concerned about that. It's the front wheels he's worried about, because they're doing the steering and the driving. The power is going through.
Oh,
and
that's
very,
got a bit
very
too
wide.
far.
Just a little bit over there.
But that's classic Mini, as you said. In a way, you know, you just got to keep those front wheels. You can hold the most amazing moments in a Mini, but you've got to keep your foot hard on the throttle and pull yourself out of trouble. It's exactly what he managed to do. But that probably cost him a tenth or two, and he was third quickest with that lap. Could possibly have gone second. I don't know if it would have been enough to go fastest if he hadn't made the mistake. But there we go. Mark Burnett in the Countryman goes across the line. He's still down in 17th position, and part of a bit of a queue of traffic at this stage.
Going through past our commentary box window, Mark Burnett in the wood-trimmed car. The rest of the field, they've rather split themselves up now. We haven't got that big bunch of cars anymore, which probably is good, because the spray was terrible at the beginning of the session. We're looking there at number 176. That's Roy Alderslade, who suddenly appeared on the historic racing scene earlier this year, and his cars are prepared by the Jordan racing team. That's Mike and Andy Jordan, and he was racing for the last couple of 3 years in Ginettas, and has moved across into historic racing. Absolutely loves it, and now he's appeared in a Mini. We're going to see him later on in his Shelby Daytona Cobra Coupe, and he's got a Lotus Cortina as well.
Oh, pretty nice collection of cars.
Absolutely, yes, and he drives them very well indeed.
Can't complain about that. Okay, so there we are. There we're watching the Countryman as it hurtles around. See whether it's got more balance or not. Looks like it's got a fair bit of understeer there with the car. He was discussing whether it might be an advantage. I'm not sure it is proving to be an advantage to have the slightly longer square-backed car, but it looks fun. It's great to see it out there, providing us with a little bit of a different look, as it were. So it's still Heathcote fastest at the moment. So Nathan Heathcote, who was very quick at Brands Hatch earlier in the year, and is doing a fine job so far. He was second to Ian Curley in one of the races at Brands. Unfortunately didn't finish in the other race. Ian Curley won both races at Brands earlier on this season. Now Jeff Smith, where is Jeff? Okay, he's fifth at the moment, because Jeff was quick at Brands, and as you said, he will be fast here. At the moment he's fifth fastest, Jeff, former touring car driver, and he's not far off the pace. He's done a 2-minute 55.7 so far.
Just behind Jeff Smith is Chris Middlehurst, who races in a number of different types of car. His father Andy was out in the Nissan earlier on, in the Nissan Skyline. Nathan Heathcote we're looking at now, which is the fastest car in this session, sits on provisional pole position with just over 2.25 minutes to go as he starts another lap.
Yeah, running out of time now. If anyone's going to beat him, they're going to have to find a way to... Bill Solis has just gone quicker. Bill Solis has done a 2:52.5. That's a very good lap. That puts him a second ahead now, back onto provisional pole position in car number 80. So Heathcote second, Curley third, Cullen in fourth, then Middlehurst. We've got a little side-by-side battle going on right here. Car number 50 coming through, that's William Drydle, trying to make his way through, and there's been a bit of an improvement there. Coming up the order, the number 20 car of Enduff Owens, who we saw going well earlier on, but down in 9th place at the moment.
And I noticed that Solis, I don't think will get round. He'll get round for a timed lap this time, but by the time he gets round, it'll be the checkered flag. So this will be his last timed lap. I'm not sure whether Ian Curley will get another 2 laps in, because he was slightly ahead. But it's getting towards the end of the session now, and they need to be doing their best times, because conditions are just about at their best, I think, in this session, Ben.
They probably are, yeah. There are some people putting together some better sector times. In fact, Bill Solis has just done a personal best in the opening sector. It's not the fastest we've seen to date. That still actually was the fastest first sector was actually set by Nathan Heathcote earlier on. And we are looking at Nathan once again here. So whether he's going to be able to further improve. His first sector on this particular lap is not particularly quick, but it is this middle sector which is so long where you can suddenly gain a couple of seconds, honestly, through this section, of course, through Maggots, Beckett's. That's always a critical section. See a little bit of sliding going on there. Carry the speed through. Beautiful bit of drifting, holding, balancing the car. And Nathan still trying to improve on that second place. Can he get that provisional pole back? The checker flag is about to come out, so this will be his last flying lap.
Yes, he's just got the last part of the circuit to do. He's coming down the hanger straight into Stowe Corner, and then the short run through the Vale, and then through Club and over the line. So will he be able to improve? And indeed, will Bill Solis be able to improve as well? And Ian Curley, they're all in there in the same group, aren't they?
Yeah, Solis has just done a good second sector, quicker than anybody so far. Nobody is matching that. So I think Bill Solis is really on it at the moment. Could well improve his pole. Oh, lovely. Great balance from Nathan Heathcote. Just held it together there and didn't run too wide. Crossed the line, but he stays second. That lap was still a little slower than his previous best by about 7/10 slower than what he'd done earlier on. So now it's a question of Bill Solis. Yeah, Bill Solis has gone quicker. Bill Solis has done a 2:51.6. That's very impressive.
Yes, on that last lap. It was, conditions were improving slowly, weren't they? And throughout the session, and he just popped that one in at the end. But good battle there at the end between Curley and Heathcote and Solis.
Yeah, so provisional pole sitter, it looks like that is going to be the way it sits now, because pretty much everybody's completed their lap, certainly the front runners anyway. So Bill Solis will be starting from pole position with Nathan Heathcote second, Ian Curley, who's in the pits actually at the end there. So whether he had a little bit of a problem, we don't know, but very much on the pace. He'll still be in the battle, you can bet, when it comes to the event itself. And then a good run also from Michael Cullen, a man who's been racing at Silverstone since the 1980s, raced Ferraris in his time, Michael Cullen, but here he is out today in a Mini. Then Chris Middlehurst making his return to a bit of Mini racing. We haven't seen that for a while. Followed by David Ogden in 6th place, and then followed up by several more cars. Chris Morgan next up, in fact in 7th position, and in 8th place the number 18 car of Aaron Smith. But a very competitive time. You look at those lap times in that group particularly, tiny differences between them, and impressive stuff from Bill Solis in particular. So Bill did his best lap on his last flying lap, which was only his 5th lap. Just goes to show these sessions on a long lap like this, you don't get many laps in, do you?
No, you don't, and it really helps if you're at the front of the queue in the assembly area, because you're out straight away. But yeah, it's still a struggle to get more than about 6 laps in for the slower cars, the ones that are doing the 2 minutes plus laps. So we're talking 2:51, nearly 3-minute laps here.
Well, there we go. We've seen the Minis out there qualifying. Thankfully, the rain wasn't quite so heavy as earlier, and Bill Solis has taken top spot from Nathan Heathcote, Ian Curley, Michael Cullen and Chris Middlehurst. David Ogden and Chris Morgan next up. Top 10 completed by Aaron Smith, Jeff Smith and Edaf Owens. Outside the top 10, William Drydle, Roy Alderslade, Nick Paddy and Niall McFadden, all the way down to 20th place. The lap times opening up a little bit, but in tricky conditions, everyone did very well. And we saw some great car control to hold those cars from running too wide. So let's look back at some of the images from that session. If you're watching on the sidelines or watching on the big screens here at Silverstone, you can enjoy some of those special moments. And if you're enjoying our live streaming from wherever you happen to be, it's a good opportunity to see some Minis racing and competing. We'll watch them racing over the course of this weekend. As I say, they've got 2 races, one on Saturday at 2:50 in the afternoon and one on Sunday at 5:30 p.m. So that was a look back at some of the fun and games from the qualifying with the Minis, but we've still got plenty more of fantastic cars to watch. Stay with us, the Classic at Silverstone.
The road to freedom. Japan quality. Yokohama. Your tire.
Well, I check the oil and the water and the tyre pressures regularly.
Give it a polish, make sure it's all shiny.
I service the car once a year and I always do it myself. I enjoy the mixture of exercise.
I think some of the things I eat help to keep myself healthy and my brain healthy.
Or even just meeting up with a friend and having a chat.
Silverstone, and the weather is just a little better than it was earlier. I can't say it's exactly bright, but the cloud is easing off a touch, and there is definitely a bit of more dry surface, or a semi-dry surface on track. Still some puddles as well offline, but hopefully things will dry out a little bit more as we go through the course of the afternoon. We're looking forward to some more qualifying sessions coming up this afternoon. It's quite a busy afternoon, actually, with some pretty amazing types of cars. The next one is the Masters Endurance Legends, and we'll be talking through those in just a few moments' time. And then more sports cars coming to us from the Thunder Sports, the HSCC Thunder Sports, and then the classic Pre-66 GT cars. So we've got a real mix of sports cars. Then we've got some single-seaters again, the Pre-66 Grand Prix cars. Back to touring cars later on in the day, and then the historic sports cars. It's a real mix, that last one, qualifying at 6:40 p.m. So yeah, stay with us. Enjoy the beginning of your Friday evening with us to see what kind of cars are going to be playing and which cars are going to be heading the grid for the race tomorrow. So, Masters Endurance Legends, that's the next one. And the cars will be lining up in the pit lane in just a moment or two. And we're beginning to see some quite interesting machinery coming out onto the circuit, there's no doubt about that. Let's wait and see. Are they coming out? Yeah, just being pushed out of the garages now. So these are cars that are a little bit more recent than some of the cars that we've been looking at today. For example, we were looking at some pre-war sports cars for the BRDC 500 earlier on today. We've been looking at plenty of cars from the 50s and 60s. But Alistair, in this next session, we've got cars from as recently as 2011, 2015. This is a very different kind of lineup, isn't it?
Absolutely it is, yes, and a big spread of ages as well, because we're back to about 93-ish. But it encompasses all those years where we've seen these wonderful cars that raced in the endurance series, such as Le Mans and the World Endurance Championship, from Peugeot, from Porsche, and the support LMP2 class, which I think most of the cars are probably from that type of class, and a real mixture. But it'll be wonderful to see all these on track, because again, it won't necessarily be the most powerful cars that are the quickest in these conditions.
No, that's very true. A couple of changes on the original entry list. So if you are making notes or changes, we've got a couple of additions. Car number 3, Paul Cope, is one of those additions. The car is a Reynard Protran RS06, 2000cc. That is in class G1, P1. Cars are just heading out now. Another addition, number 17, is Mike Wrigley with Matthew Wrigley, sharing a Delara Oreca with a 5-litre engine. That's a 2002 car, class G1, P1. And another addition is James Littlejohn, car 41, James Littlejohn. It's a Gibson 015S, 4.5 litre, and that's a 2012 car, class G2, P2. We did see a couple of changes of second drivers. Number 24, Robin Ward, is now the second driver. Car number 29, Xavier Tangong, is now number 55. Car number 46, Mark Hickson, his class has changed to G2, P3. And number 47, Chris Perkins. There's a second driver, Jason McAnulty, who has joined. We have lost, unfortunately, Christoph Danzenberg, Antoine Danzenberg, I think, number 008. We lost both.
Both of them have withdrawn, unfortunately.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, the Antoine Danzenberg car, number 17, has been taken over by Mike and Matt Wrigley. So you mentioned it as an extra entry. It's actually the same car, but they've taken it over. I suspect that's travel restrictions of the Belgians not able to come over.
Look at these cars, don't they look so different? You know, they've got all the aerodynamics on them, they're hugely different. They've got these big powerful engines. We're beginning to hear them as they come past our commentary position. Very, very different to what we were just watching, a bunch of minis going around. And we're now watching Mark Hickson, for example, in the Oreca 03. And this is just typical of some of the cars that we've got. An LMP2 car built in 2011. It's got a Nissan 4.5-litre V8 engine. About 24 of them were built. They made a debut back in 2011 at Sebring. They actually had a pole position but had problems in the race. Finished 30th overall, but second in LMP2. But that's we've got a real mixture of different LMP1, LMP2 cars that are out in this event, haven't we?
That's right, yes, and some other cars as well that I've noticed in the entry list, such as the Mustang and the Porsche 996s, which are from the GT classes rather than the LMP classes. So good. It's almost like a proper World Endurance Championship race, because they have all the different classes in those. As we see one of the GT class cars, the Ferrari number 126, that's Colin Sauter's 458, and that's a GT3 car, so that's similar to the GT cars we see racing in British GT at the moment.
Yeah, that's a very nice looking car indeed. The Ferrari 458 GT3, 4.5-litre engine from 2011, and cars won the class in 2012, 2014 at Le Mans, a couple of times at Petit Le Mans as well. Been a very successful car over the years. Drivers like Mika Salo, Giancarlo Fisichella have driven those over the years, and we'll just have to see how it gets on. Won't have the downforce, of course, as some of the other cars. It runs in a different class, but nonetheless, great to see it out there. We're beginning to see, actually, I noticed just in the background there, some of these LMP cars, they really create a huge sort of water stream behind them, because they pick up with that downforce, they pick up the water off the track. You won't see it so much with the Ferrari here, which is more of a kind of modified road car type vehicle, but some of these things have got massive amounts of downforce, and it really does drag the water off the surface of the track, which is probably quite good for everybody else who's going to be out qualifying today here at Silverstone. Maybe the track won't be quite as wet as it has been for some of the sessions. Reasonably long session. We've got a 25 minutes to go. There are 2 races for these cars over the weekend. Tomorrow their race is due to be at 5 to 6 in the evening, and on Sunday it's due to be at 4:30 in the afternoon. So heading along, we've got a few more different cars to be looking at as well. Still a few umbrellas out there, by the way. I can see you're all just about keeping yourself dry in these wet and windy conditions. So now looking down towards Brooklands, and there's something else. The number 47 car, and that is Chris Perkins sharing it with Jason McAnulty, and that is the BR01. Now that's quite an interesting machine, or bit of machinery, owned and run by the Russian businessman Boris Romanovich Rotenberg. He set up this team. Well, the team actually was SMP that ran the cars, but the prototype constructed by BR Engineering. It's another car that runs the 4.5 litre Nissan V8, normally aspirated engine, a 2015 car. So it's not that old at all, and it's lovely to see it as part of the classic here at Silverstone, and we'll see how it gets on. It was entered in Le Mans in 2015 and at Daytona in 2016 as well. And there it is, heading on around. Chris Perkins and Jason McAnulty sharing the driving duties in that car. Fastest at the moment, though, Emmanuel Collard. There's a famous name from motor racing. Emmanuel Collard is out this weekend in this class, driving a Porsche RS Spider, and he is fastest so far with a very impressive lap of 2 minutes 6.0 seconds.
Really showing his class, Emmanuel Collard, and the car itself, the Porsche RS Spider, was very, very successful in period, so he's got that by the scruff of its neck and set that quick time. I noticed we've got cars still coming out of the pit lane. They may well have been out and done a sighting lap, gone back in to have the tyre pressures checked and so on, but we're now getting all of our cars out on track, so we should see some times coming in for all of the field, because we've only had about 10 times in so far.
On the big screen at the moment, you're seeing car number 70. That's the Marcus Jewell Ben Klukas Porsche, and that is currently 5th fastest, going pretty well. This is a Porsche 996 RSR, so a more humble car in some ways than some of the high downforce machines, but still delivering some decent lap times here. And in fact, look, they've just gone 4th fastest, so that is impressive. It may well be Ben Klukas at the wheel. Also moving up the order is number 27, and that is, I think, check that one in a moment. It's moved up, yeah. I think they've changed the number again, have they, on that car? Not sure, we'll have to check that in a moment. Looks like Matt Wrigley running car number 27 now. Emmanuel Collard quickest at this stage. Number 7 now moved up into 2nd. That's Francois Perraudot in the Porsche 908. Now that's a diesel-powered Porsche 908. So that's clearly going pretty well. It's a 3.7 litre V8 twin turbo, beaten by Audi at Le Mans back in 2011 by just 13 seconds. Okay, we've got a car spun, number 41, James Littlejohn. That's the Gibson. Actually, I don't think there's been any contact.
And that's at the loop, isn't it? He's just looped it round at the loop, unfortunately.
Yeah. Not perfect, but never mind. Moving up also up the order, Max Lynn in the other BR01. Again, a fairly recent car, it has to be said.
A lot of technology under the skins of these cars when you see them in the paddock, when they take the engine covers off. Especially the Peugeots running the diesel engines. It's absolutely amazing the way they package all of that technology into the back of the car. And they're designed to be run through the night for 24 hours for the long distance races and in wet conditions as well. So they are designed to just keep going whatever happens.
Yeah, and there is that Peugeot 908 going pretty well at the moment. Francois Perraudot, and Let's just see where he manages to put that car. He's already second quickest, a little way off what Emmanuel Collard has done, but not far. The gap actually is only 0.27 of a second. So Perodo is very, very close to what Emmanuel Collard has done so far. And we've got a little mix of machinery heading down towards Maggots and Beckett's. Just about picking them out one by one. But we are keeping our eye on Francois Perodo at this point. Perodo driving a car that was driven by the likes of Sébastien Bourdais, Simon Pagenaud, Pedro Lamy in past years. And what an opportunity to be out in a very serious piece of machinery, no doubt. Emmanuel Collard, by the way, has just set a new fastest middle sector, but his lap time 206.082. He was about the same on his last lap, but not actually any quicker. Perodo still second. Let's just see. Yeah, that lap is a slower lap from Perodo. He just got into too much traffic, I think, on that one.
Yeah, the perennial problem today with the spray and the big grids is trying to find space as we look at the Emmanuel Collard car, the RS Spider from Porsche, coming through, having set that really quick lap, coming now through the old Woodcote corner, over the old start-finish line, and up towards Copse Corner, in the spray of contemporary driver in period, Mike Newton, who used to race this MG Lola EX257 at Le Mans and many other places. He's just ahead of Collard, as our camera shows a little bit of rain there over that side of the circuit. We seem to be missing it just here.
Yes, again, it may well be that it's going to hit some places more than others. Emmanuel Collard going well, though, still fastest in this session, and we're watching his car right now, at Porsche RS Spider, the number 34 car. So Emmanuel is continuing to set good pace, although I have to say Perodo's on a very good lap himself at the moment, setting some fastest sector time. So we could be on for a good battle between these two guys. And he's coming to the pits now, Collard. So maybe he can make a few changes to the setup and make it go even faster than it is going right now. Number 36 just coming through. That's Maxwell Lin in the BR01 that we mentioned earlier, the Russian-owned team. And number 6, that's a lovely looking car. That is a Porsche 962. What a classic sports car, racing car that is, from 1993, that particular car, but they first appeared back in 1984, World Sports Car titles in the mid-80s with the Porsche 962. Oh, Perodo's gone quickest. Perodo's done a 204.6. That's put him a little way, 1.4 seconds ahead of Emmanuel Collard.
I think you're right, we are going to have a battle here, aren't we, between these two, if not more cars as they get used to the track. Yeah, the Porsche 962 and the slightly earlier 956 were totally dominant in world sports car racing for some years. It's great to see one out here, only the one, but good to see that the Halusa family have brought that along for us to see.
Yeah, good stuff. And we've got a few changes going on. Let's see what else we're going to pick up on here. Coming through there, car number 9. That is Sean Lin. He's in another of the Peugeots, the Peugeot 908s. And again, it's a fairly recent car, so a car that was racing around 2009. And again, a beautiful opportunity to drive a car like this on such a fast-flowing circuit as Silverstone. Emmanuel Collard still in the pits at the moment. Into third place has come James Littlejohn in the Gibson. He had that spin earlier on, did Littlejohn, but it's actually come back for him with a decent lap time. Fourth fastest is the number 36 car of Max Lin. And then in 5th place, we've got number 15. That is James Coddingham with Massimiliano Girardo. They've got a Dallara SP1 car that finished 5th at Le Mans. Well, the same type of car finished 5th at Le Mans in 2002. So Sean Lynn continues on his way round. We're going to see a few improving lap times, I'm sure, as we have 15 minutes still to go in qualifying for this Masters Endurance Legends race. 2 races that they will be doing over the course of the weekend.
And just spotted Emmanuel Collard coming out of the pits again, so he's had some adjustments, no doubt, after reporting back to the team, and we may now see Collard go for another effort at pole position now that he's lost it.
Yeah, let's see whether he can do that. Actually, it's the Cottingham-Girardeau car now that's gone fastest, so that's the Dallara SP1 has now gone fastest. It's a good effort. And we'll see whether they can maintain that. The gaps are pretty tiny now, I have to say, between the leading group. Sean Lynn, number 9. He is still there in 3rd place for now. But he only needs to find a second and a half or so, and that can put him onto provisional pole position. Car number 15 is now the fastest. The car of James Cottingham and Massimiliano Girardi. The Dallara SP1. Dallara, a fantastic Italian team, manufacturer. It's involved in all sorts of manufacturer teams as well. It helped Toyota build the GT1 in the late 90s. Dallara was involved with Audi building the R8R and the R8, and then they decided to make their own car for customer teams. Although they then associated with Chevrolet. Chevrolet wanted to get involved, so it became the Chevrolet LMP. But that car is currently quickest at the moment. It has just come in the pits, however, so we're not going to see it on track right now. You're looking at 52. That's Ron Maiden and Craig Davis in a Ligier JSP3. And now we're looking at one of the Ferraris heading around. A real mix of machines. So car 15 in the background, you can just see it. That is the car that has set the pace. So jumping out, looks like we're going for a driver change. They have set the pace, and now it's time for the other driver to have a run and see what they can make of it all. So
I'd guess that was James Cottingham getting out and Max Girardeau getting in, judging by the helmet colours. And James Cottingham is a quick driver. We've seen him out already in other sessions today.
Yep. Well, he's got a chance to hold on to this provisional pole position, but let's see whether anybody can go quicker in the remaining 12 minutes of the session. Certainly the track is drying out. Looking out from our commentary box on the approach to Abbey, and that now they are chucking up less water in this section, and in fact now we have a new fastest time, car number 27 that's has set the pace, and that's Matt Wrigley. Mike and Matt Ridley sharing a car. So that has now gone fastest, a 2:02.1. That does indicate the track is getting quite a lot quicker. That's impressive indeed. They're in another of the Dallaras, Dallara Areca, a 5-litre 2002 car. But Collard is now picking up the lap time again with some fast sector time. So we know that he went into the pits, the Frenchman. He's had a lot of success over the years in sports car racing. True professional. Let's see whether this is going to put him back into provisional pole. Across the line he goes. Yep, he does. 2 minutes, flat point 693. So that's a big jump ahead, isn't it?
It is, yes, yeah, absolutely. And he's got caught up there with some slower cars just coming through Abbey and Farm at the end of that lap. So the next lap may not be quite as quick. But he's clearly had some adjustments done to that car in the pits after that early few laps, and it's really worked. And he's got caught up again with traffic at the loop as well.
The Rob Weldon car has moved up to 3rd place, and I see there are it's a two driver car. I didn't have it down as a two driver car for number 116. Don't know if you've seen the change. Looks like, would that be Nick Tandy, is it?
I'd guess Steve Tandy.
Steve Tandy, yes. More likely to be Steve Tandy, yes. Yeah, because Steve is out in the other categories as well, isn't he? So very likely to be Steve Tandy, who has joined in for that in that car. Matt Wrigley in car number 27 there, just coming over the line, currently second fastest in the Dallara Oreca. And we are definitely going to be starting to see some quicker lap times, I think, but Emmanuel Collard has set an impressive pace. 2 minutes flat point 693. Are we going to see a sub 2 minute lap in a moment? Could be quite possible, I think. Total number of cars we've got out there, 30 in this Masters Endurance Legends event that's going to be competing in 2 40-minute races over the course of the weekend. It's a good looking Porsche. That's the John Cockerton Tom Jackson Porsche 997 Grand Am RSR, 4-litre engine, and another one that could provide us with some good action as we go through the course of the weekend. They are a little further down the list, though. I have to say they're down near the bottom of the list. Obviously a car that's not as rapid as some of the LMP cars. Still entertaining to watch. Collard still leading the way and still putting some more laps together, but not showing a particularly quicker lap just yet. Matt Wrigley got to find a 1.4 seconds to try and take that top spot. The sunshine beginning to beam through our windows, which is nice to see, and giving us that little bit of extra warmth now. And let's hope for everybody's sake that things do dry up a bit, make it all a little more fun to walk around all the various activities that are going on at Silverstone throughout the course of the weekend. And if you're watching online, you'll get a chance to see some of those bits and pieces on our coverage as well. But most importantly, be watching the racing between these great classic cars that'll be going on throughout Saturday and Sunday. All the qualifying is being done today. It's all racing on Saturday and Sunday. The grids will be set from what they've done today, and then it's all about going wheel to wheel, door to door, and seeing who comes out on top on both days. And you could get some very different experiences depending reliability, depending on weather, and depending on driver combinations as well as we go through the weekend. Car number 69, that's the Paul Phillips Nigel Greensall car. Tell you what, Nigel's pretty busy today, isn't he?
Yes, another man whose helmet doesn't really get cool between sessions, does he? He's back on again and out there. And such a variety of cars, it does make you wonder how the drivers tune into the car that they're getting into so quickly. And we've got 7 minutes just about remaining in the session. Still Emmanuel Collard quickest. The Wrigley car going well, and it's got down into the 2 minutes flat. So your prediction that the Wrigleys might get closer to Collard's come true, but they are just about 0.3 of a second short at the moment.
Yeah, Collard's in traffic here, so that's going to make life difficult for him to further improve. But we are seeing a few changes now coming up through the order. So the Weldon Tandy car in that strong second place. It's a question of now, is Emmanuel Collard going to go quicker as well? But you don't want to be too caught up in the traffic. That's the 116 car. That is the Rob Weldon car that is now up into second place. What about sector times? Well, on this particular lap, nobody's doing anything in that top group that's particularly rapid. Perodo's done a slightly better opening sector, but he then came into the pits. Maybe he can still do a final run that'll put him a little further up than 5th on the potential grid. For now, it's still Emmanuel Collard who is in charge, commanding things so far in car number 34, the Porsche RS Spider. the Lola B12 that Weldon and Tandy are sharing here. Another important car that has done well over the years. Uses the Mazda 2-litre turbo engine. It's an LMP1 coupe. Rebellion Racing ran one in the FIA World Championship. Dyson Racing used one in the American Le Mans Series as well. It's a 2012 car, so relatively recent, and it's providing some good performance here today. Second quickest so far, picking up a little bit of a slipstream here on the Porsche and going through. No changes amongst the top 3 or 4 cars so far though, with 5 minutes to go. It looks as though the grid is looking a little more settled at this stage. Haven't seen any of the Moslers yet. We've got a couple of Moslers out there. We've got a Celine as well. They're not quite so far up the grid, but it's nice to have that kind of mixture.
Yes, they rumble through. They sound very good indeed as they go past, but different class really, a lower class right at the sharp end of the grid. But great to see such a big field, as you said, 30 cars out there qualifying, and I think out of all of them the nicest sounding car is the Cottingham Pescarolo. Sorry, they're in the Dallara.
Yeah.
I was thinking of Jamie Constable's Pescarolo. My apologies. Yeah, it sounds absolutely great, and we can hear the cars howling around the circuit in the background. Wonderful noises and sights as the sun comes out in amongst the clouds, and the cars now shimmering as they come up the Hamilton Straight. Great sight. Still, it's Collard who's fastest with that 2:00.693 that he did earlier on, and second is the Weldon and Tandy car with a 2:00.960, just that tantalising 3/10 or so slower. And then it's the Wrigley car, which looks like it's solo driven, doesn't it? We were told it was going to be Dad and Lad, Mike and Matt, but I think we can assume that it's just Matt Wrigley in that car, number 27. And
1, 2, 4, they're just going past. That's Colin Payton in one of the Moslers, so that's nice to see. Colin down in 23rd place at the moment, but it's a lovely car to witness. Fun machine to have out on circuit. Not quite up to LMP1 levels, but quick nonetheless. So Emmanuel Collard still going well. He did a good first sector on that last lap, but still the lap that he did earlier on is the one that has set the outright pace. And it's looking good for Collard to take this pole position here for the Masters Endurance Legends race. 2 groups of cars in this, basically. The groups split between the 1995 and 2010 seasons, and then another group split between 2011 and 2016, and then it depends on whether it's an LMP1 class or P2 class or indeed a GT class. So there are various different categories going on here. The Mosler, for example, is classified as a GT2 car. As we look back at Emmanuel Collard, holding on to that top time for now, holding on to pole position. It looks like the superstar driver is well placed to do just that. And a slight improvement from car number 9, Sean Lynn, in his Peugeot 908. He's just into 7th place, ahead of Cottingham and Girardeau. Let's have a look at the sector time here for Collard. His first sector not any quicker. No, I don't think that this is going to be a quick lap. Again, maybe a bit of traffic around. Makes life difficult. Getting a clear lap can make a huge difference.
We've seen him be in traffic quite a lot during this session, and just managed to get that one reasonably clear lap, but the track is probably quite a bit drier now than it was when he set that lap, so he ought to be able to improve, but it's just getting that space that he needs.
Yeah, back with the number 27 car of Matt Wrigley. Still up there, still 3rd place for him. Can he do any more on this closing stages of qualifying? Matt in the Dallara Areca, the 5-litre powered machine, loads of downforce, that big rear wing helping the car grip the road effectively, giving you a lot of G-force even in the damp that we've got here today. And if it ends up being dry over the weekend, then we're going to see some very rapid lap times indeed. But the checker flag is about to come out on qualifying for this group. So they've got a lap to finish off. I don't think that anyone's going that quick, though, to be able to steal pole position away from Emmanuel Collard. Not by a huge margin that he's taken it from Weldon and Tandy. The gap just 0.267 of a second, so it implies we could be on for a pretty close battle in both races between those two front row men. But we will wait to see what happens. Round comes Matt Wrigley. He gets the checker flag, hasn't improved on third place, so it looks like that's where he's going to be starting the race. But I think that's a very effective place to be. A good start could suddenly put him up there between the two on the front row. Rolling starts throughout the course of the weekend, so that's safer for cars and for the mechanical side as much as anything. Standing starts always putting a lot more strain on machinery, transmissions, engines, etc. So rolling starts tend to be the way it is done for this event. Oh, and Collard just being held up a little bit at the end of the lap there. I don't think he was on a particularly quick lap. Across the line he goes, and that lap was a 2-minute 02 compared to his 2-minute 0. There is a good middle sector from the Weldon Tandy car. Whether that's going to give them a chance, I'd rather doubt it, but you never know. It would be worth just keeping an eye on this final lap to see whether Rob Weldon and Steve Tandy can improve. No, I think that the laps finished, it was at 2:02 as well, but it wasn't enough to go and take that provisional pole, dear. A spin for the number 77 car, David Methley in the Chevrolet Corvette. Thankfully, he didn't get collected because that could have been a bit awkward. Cars coming out of the last corner, across the line, and he's got it going once again. So qualifying has come to an end. Let's just have another little look. So he put a wheel on the curb, you get that little bit of slipperiness, wheel spin. He has a big wobble and spins it round. Thankfully ends up pointing in the right direction and is able to just continue once again. And thankfully there was no one right behind him at the time. So got away with that, did David Methley in the Chevrolet Corvette. He's a little bit further down the order. He's in 26th position on the grid, but nonetheless he will have enjoyed himself there. Notice the number 69 car, the Paul Phillips Nigel Greensall Porsche. That didn't deliver a particularly quick lap in the end. They were quite a long way down the order. Maybe it was due to who was in the car at what stage in that session as well, because it got drier a bit later. So here we are. That's the result of qualifying in the Masters Endurance Legends, with Emmanuel Collard, the French superstar driver, who has taken pole position from Rob Weldon and Steve Tandy. Matt Wrigley third, James Littleton fourth, and then the Purbrick Prize Lola is fifth. Francois Perrodo, who was quick in the Peugeot 908 early on, didn't quite have the pace at the end, but both Peugeots end up together, funnily enough, with Sean Lynn seventh. Top 10 completed by another Peugeot, Guiton Londudis in the 90X. Jamie Constable in the Pescarolos next up, and then as we look further down the list, Mike Newton in his MG Lola, a car he raced back in the day when it was a current car. And then Ben Klukas, one of the drivers in the Porsche 996 that's ended up in 20th position. So that was a look at the action in qualifying for the Masters Endurance Legends. So that was qualifying for the Endurance Legends cars, and we saw Emmanuel Collard setting pole. Next up, we've got some more sports cars. It's going to be the Thunder Sports cars that are heading out on circuit. So stay with us for all the action from Silverstone.
Adrian Flux are proud to be the Classic's official insurance partner for another year. Why not visit our stand in Purple 10 next to the Village Green today to find out how we could save you money on your insurance. We've also got all sorts of things to keep you entertained, including a Forever Cars display, Ian Cook's Pop Bang colour masterpieces, and the chance to win a passenger lap around the track in the course car. So what are you waiting for? Adrian Flux, insurance for the individual.
What is time well spent? Well, that's your business. That's why Genesis is not just coming to Europe. We come to you. Discover how our Genesis personal assistants will always respect your time.
Next up is the HSCC Thunder Sports, and anyone who likes big engines, this is the race for you, because we've got Trans Am cars, we've got Can-Am cars, we've got Cars of the World Sports Car Championship, and someone who's driving one of those is Mike Fry. Mike, usually every racing driver wants more and more power, but actually today you're probably going to be better off, aren't you?
It's a great level of the wet, and it just means that suddenly we can give the monsters a run for their money. So, you know, we can corner as quick as them. It's just we'd struggle on hanger straight in the dry, but they're not going to be getting onto it so quick. So I think it could be interesting.
Now, you've been driving this Lola for many years, you were telling me. It looks quite a daunting car from the outside. Is that what it's like behind the steering wheel?
It's a pussycat, really. It's lovely to drive, very stable, very predictable. So it tells you long before it swaps ends. Yeah, we've got it nicely set up, and it's well behaved. I do drive another car that's got a tendency of biting you when it's having a miserable, grumpy day, but this is pretty good.
Surely it's only as well behaved as its driver.
Well, hopefully it's my it takes me a while for Red Mist to come down with me.
Well, Mike, thank you so much. We're going to head on up the assembly area, and everyone's sort of getting their helmets on, so we'll try and be quite fast. But further up here, typically next to the car that's just started up, is Michael Lyons. Now, Michael, can you just? I'll tell you what. We'll move away from the noise. Yeah, there we go. So, Michael, you're driving a whole host of cars this weekend, but tell me a little bit about that Pontiac Trans Am. It looks like an absolute monster.
It's got a bit of character, hasn't it? That's the cool thing here. In amongst all these prototypes and stuff, we've got a bit of old school American muscle on the grid. So, yeah, she's a little bit heavy, but hopefully that'll play to our advantage and we won't complain when it's wet as it has been earlier in the day. And it can punch a bit above its weight, which is quite achievement because it's so heavy anyway. But no, it's a lot of fun. It's one of those old school cars where you've got this full space frame chassis under the body shells, almost NASCAR kind of styly. So you've got a good bit of power, you can drive it on the throttle, and yesterday it was good fun, so I'm looking forward to qualifying.
Now, we're used to seeing you on the historic Formula One grid. How long does it take you to reset your brain when you get behind the steering wheel of that?
It's a nice luxury here because you've got so much space, so you've got a bit of a margin round here, so you can go in it a bit more aggressive than you would around somewhere tighter. But after a couple of corners, you start pulling up through the gears, and the first time you hit the brakes, it reminds you very quickly of which car you're in and how much corner speed you can roll in. Like, I was astonished by how much we could run in the high-speed corners in the F1 earlier in the rain. So the new surface is really grippy in the rain, so that's made it a bit easier as well. But when we get the little rivers and stuff, it's the same in anything. You've got to hang on and brace and hope for the best.
Michael, best of luck.
Thank you very much, guys.
So we're looking forward to getting on with the qualifying in the HSCC Thundersports, and another great selection of cars that will be coming out. They'll be racing on Saturday. They'll be doing a 40-minute race on Saturday, starting at 1:50 in the afternoon up until 2:30. But Alistair, we've got, again, quite an interesting mix of cars due to go out. Just seeing a few of them now beginning to line up, from a Sports 2000 car through to some hugely monstrous machines.
Absolutely, yes, and it rather like the last session where we saw cars from across different eras, and in the saloon cars earlier. We're seeing cars from the hugely successful 2-litre sports car championship that ran in Europe in the 70s, which was absolutely fabulous, so competitive, right through to cars that ran in the Can-Am series. That's the McLaren M8F from Dean forward. We'll no doubt see that, the orange car, with its 8-litre engine, and that's not the biggest engine we've got. We've got an 8.8-litre engine in the March 717 of Richard Dodkins, a car that was raced in the Inter-Series races in Europe, but a huge 8.8-litre V8 engine. But then, as you say, we've got Sports 2000 cars, which were raced in the UK in club racing.
Yeah, still a popular category nowadays. In fact, the historic Sports 2000s. So good to see them out, and they can be, especially when conditions are tricky like this, they can put in some pretty rapid lap times as well. But yeah, you're right. It's such a great mix. The Chevrons, the Lolas, some real classic cars, and those McLarens, and Callum Lockie is out in the March 717. That's another big Can-Am car that you mentioned as well. So some monsters are out there. It's just a question of can the drivers hang on to them sufficiently well. We'll find out, won't we, as we get qualifying underway. It is there's 25 minutes to go in this session, so they've got plenty of time to get in those quick laps that they need to do, and hope that they can end up with a decent grid position for the race, which will take place tomorrow afternoon.
And the big battles in period in the 2-litre sports cars was between the Chevrons and the Lolas, and we've got plenty of examples of both of those here this weekend.
Yeah, that's nice to see, isn't it? That two great British manufacturers providing us with some fantastic cars that will be rapid here. You can see how much the track is drying out, by the way. So we haven't had any rain for a little while now, and going from a very, very wet circuit, particularly when the Formula One cars were out there, and then it had to be red flagged. Now, thankfully, the track is getting that much drier. You've got a bit more than just one dry line as well. There's a bit of a wider line now, thankfully. There's a bit of standing water in a few areas, but mostly that's offline. So if you're sensible and don't run too wide, hopefully there's a good chance of delivering well. John Sheldon in the Chevron B16, the red car, going through there. That's a glorious historical machine being followed on as well. So we'll just see how these guys get to put it all together.
There's that monstrous Can-Am car, the orange car that just went through the picture there, which is Dean Forward in the car number 8, car owned by Jamie Thwaites.
which Dean Forward prepares, and we've got one stopped, Ben.
Yeah, I think that is Jamie Thwaites, isn't it? That has
yes,
pulled over.
Jamie's running his Chevron B19.
Yeah, pulled over on the exit, well, the exit of the pit lane, unfortunately. Yeah. So that's a bit of a shame. Presumably there's a problem with the car. Whether he's going to be able to get it up and running, I don't know. It's not a good place because there are no marshals particularly close there to help him out. So a tricky spot. Looking at number 96, Timothy De Silva, the Paddock Mark III. Timothy sharing the drive of this with Harindra, and they will combine their efforts, the American pairing, see what they can do with it in this race.
Paddock was actually built in Keighley in Yorkshire by Tommy Clapham, and driven by the Frenchman Francois Migaud and Peter Hansen in the very competitive sports car championships that ran in Britain and internationally at the time. And a car just going through the picture there, the Chevron B8, the closed car. There's the big Can-Am McLaren of Dean Forward. That's the M8F, which is the last iteration of the M8, and that took the Can-Am Championship, driven by Peter Revson, the American driver, and Denny Hulme, first and second in the championship in 1971, and they really did dominate. It was the Denny and Peter show, I think it was called.
Okay, well, let's see how they go. Yes, there is the McLaren heading its way down, finding its way past the traffic. That monstrous power unit that's got a... You can see the carburetor intakes behind the roll cage and behind the driver's head. That's where the engine sits and dominates, really, the car. And then you've got that massive rear wing providing you some downforce as well. And a wonderful growl from that the V8 engine as he begins to accelerate. A lot of cars around though still. He's got to find a bit of clear space to start putting together a clear lap. Dean Forward likely to do that. 117 there, that's Neil Merry in the Chevrolet Corvette. So another American car, but a very different style, very different performance level. It does have a big engine. It's a 7.4 litre engine from 1973. And then here we are, something completely different again. That's Ross Hyatt in a Lola. Yeah, actually
that's not the same car as in the programme, is it?
No, that looks like a Sports 2000 car, doesn't it? It's not the Lola T70 that is in the programme. George Douglas in number 26 car, the Martin BM9, 1971 machine, 2 litre engine.
BM standing for the manufacturer of that car, Brian Martin. George Douglas has been racing that car for years and always comes out for these events.
Good to see, and especially after all the difficulties of the last 18 months, it's lovely to see so many cars out here, I have to say. Fastest lap so far has been set by John Spears in the Acela PA3 1975 car, but the McLaren, there he is, he's gone fourth so far. As we saw, Dean has been having to fight his way through traffic, so that's been a little bit of a challenge for him.
Yes, he's got a reasonably clear track now.
Yeah, he has, so he should be able to put together a decent lap. Callum Lockie looks as though he's gone fastest at the moment in the March 717, car number 3, which is very much a competitor with that McLaren. It has that big engine. It's a slightly older car, but it is a big competitor with that.
Yeah, he was mired in a lot of traffic at the end of that lap as he came past us at Abbey. So I don't think this particular lap for Callum Lockie and Richard Dodkins will be particularly quick, whereas Dean Forward, I can see now on screen, still has a relatively clear track, and he's coming through Woodcote Corner. So he'll now go past the old pits up towards Copse. Looks like he's got John Emberson in front of him. He's going through Copse now, and then the run up to Beckett's, over the rise. Great camera shot as they go over the hill there, and and into Maggots and then Beckett's, just throwing up a little bit of spray.
There's certainly a lot less spray now, isn't there? It's good to see the track is drying up considerably compared to what we saw earlier on, and the lap times are gradually coming down. We've got 18.5 minutes still to go in this session, so I think we're going to see some big changes. The size difference between some of these cars is massive, isn't it?
It is, yes, and the March is actually bigger than the McLaren if you put them together. Not much, but it's a bit bigger. Dean Forward going through Stowe Corner now, so not long to go in this lap, and he's had a relatively clear run. He's done some lapping, but that's been done on the straights. Now he turns into Club Corner, and we'll wait and see whether he can get the provisional pole back from the Dodkins Lockheed March as he crosses the line, and he does go fastest.
Good lap, so 2 minute 20. That put in 0.157 seconds ahead of the Dodkins Lockheed car, but actually that is on a good lap as well. They've just done a good middle sector, so we could see an improvement. Moving up into third place, Sinclair has moved up into third place in car number 85, but Callum Lockie has gone better again. He's gone fastest in the number 3 car on a 120.604, just 0.035 faster than Dean Forward. How close is that? So 35 thousandths of a second at the moment between these two monster Can-Am cars of Callum Lockie and Dean Forward. That is very impressive. They're in a different class to everyone else. They're 5 seconds ahead of the next fastest car.
It's a bit like George Foreman and Muhammad Ali in the ring, isn't it? These two battling it out, the heavyweights, and just 35 thousandths between them.
Yeah, that is a tiny margin. I think we're going to see some improving lap times from both of them going into this. Fourth place at the moment is the number 14 car of John Spears, the Osella. Oh, I know he's just moved up to third, so that was a good lap. We're looking at the number 3 car at the moment. That's Richard Dodkins' Callum Lockie car. So that is the car that is currently fastest. And you can see the March 717. It's not quite the sort of angry attitude that the McLaren Can-Am car has got, but it is still a very, very impressive machine. And they're putting together some good laps here. Another fast first sector there, purple in the first sector. So there could be an opportunity to pick up some pace and go even quicker.
And the carburettor trumpets on that car are even taller than the McLaren, aren't they? They're sticking up there behind the driver, coming up to lap 1 of the 2-litre cars as he comes through Stowe Corner.
And he has improved that second sector too, so there is a chance to further open up the gap over Dean Forward. It is only 0.035 of a second at the moment, but there's a little bit of traffic here. As long as he can deal with that, it's not ideal to catch traffic coming out the last corner. Now's where he gets onto the power, and across the line he goes, and yeah, it is a better lap nonetheless. It wasn't his best final sector with the traffic, but nonetheless, he's done a 2 minute 18.5. So that's put him 2 seconds now faster than Dean Forward.
And an improvement there came up on our graphic there for Greg Caton. Up into 7th place, car number 36.
Callum Lockie's had a couple of wins already so far this year here at Silverstone back in May. Took victory in the March 717, beating Dean Forward in both races actually, so he had the advantage. They had some good battles. So we'll see whether he's going to be able to continue that. John Spears we're looking at now, car number 14, now 3rd fastest in that machine. The Osella, unusual looking car, isn't it? But it's obviously very effective.
Yes, an Italian manufactured car, the Osella, in Italy, Enzo Osella. Very successful in hill climbing in Europe as well, in various categories.
Coming back in the pits now, so he's not going to put together a particularly quick lap. Obviously, he's going to decide to bring it back in at this stage. Let's have a look at what else we've got going well at this point. We were talking to Michael Lyons, weren't we, just before the start of this session. Their car not showing much at the moment. I don't know whether Michael's actually been in the car yet. They haven't really done a representative lap time yet, so I hope they haven't got a problem with their Pontiac Trans Am, but they certainly haven't done a particularly quick lap as yet. Looking at number 96 here now. That is the Timothy and Harindra de Silva Tadek Mark III. But Dean Forward has just gone forward. He's taken top spot again. He's gone ahead of Callum Lockie. So he's gone faster once again by 2.0 seconds. And that's given him the advantage. Spears is in the pits at the moment. We're seeing a few driver changes going on with 12.5, just over 12.5 minutes still to go in qualifying for this race.
Callum Lockie improved that time around, but and he's closed the gap on Dean Forward. And I think we're seeing here, Ben, that the track is definitely, I won't say dry because it's just horribly wet underfoot, but the line is becoming drier, and they're getting more confident to push the brake pedal a little bit harder and a little bit later into each corner. And that means that Callum Lockie has closed the gap to around a second.
Good stuff.
Half a second, my apologies, half a second to Callum Lockie. Sorry, Callum, half a second now closer.
Yeah, very impressive. Nice close performance between these two Can-Am cars. And Dean Forward will continue to try and improve on that over the next lap or two. So, forward, Dean Forward leading the way from the Dodkins Lockie machine. Spears in third, Sinclair fourth. Burton is in fifth place. That's the number 60 car of John Burton. Has done some 50 years of racing in his time in a Chevron B26.
78 years old now, John.
Amazing. And we found the extra entry that we were looking for. So number 85, Neil Sinclair in a Lola T292. Okay, that's good. We were wondering which of the Sinclairs that was. And he is fourth quickest, so he's done a good job there. As we're watching Callum Lockie once again in the number 3, and he's on target. He's on target to retake that pole position. Let's see whether he can actually do it or not. He was faster in the first sector. Middle sector, not fastest, but only a couple of tenths down on what Dean Forward did on his best sector. And we do know that this final sector can be absolutely crucial out these last couple of corners. Is it good enough? Yes. They go back to the top spot. So a 1:15.279, 1.2 seconds quicker than Dean Forward. And the continuing battle between these two powerful Can-Am cars does continue, with Spears, Sinclair, Burton all chasing after them, but in a rather different battle. The gap now between second and third places is pretty big, around 8 seconds. So yeah, it's a big old gap there. So there is our man who's now back in second place and chasing after the new front man.
It's an interesting battle, this, because we normally talk about a 10th here and a 10th there, but they're taking chunks out of each other, aren't they, as the track improves.
It is nice to see the track improving, and I have to say, although there's still the odd damp patch on the inside line on some of the straights, generally it's looking a lot better now than it was earlier on, and hopefully people are not having to use umbrellas all the time. Seeing a few people wandering around, enjoying. It's a bit breezy out there, but still enjoying themselves and having some fun, which is good to see. Lovely mix of machinery in this competition, and there'll be some great battles further down the order between Chevrons and Lolas, and in those Sports 2000 cars as well. Right now we're still keeping an eye on the battle at the top end, though, because who is it going to be on pole position? Still Callum Lockie is the one that's looking fast in the first sector once again. But we're watching Dean Forward in the McLaren, the M8F 1972, in that very distinctive orange colouring. And of course, We're seeing McLaren in a sort of orange colouring a bit more nowadays again. Sliding it out of the last corner. Yeah, I'm not sure this lap's going to be anywhere near good enough. No, it's 2 minute 19.5. That's some way off the best so far. Maybe he can attack on the next one. So there's our 5th place man, number 21. And there's a few more still to set quick lap times in this session. Robert Parker in the number 21 car. It's another additional entry, in fact, that one, for the original list in the Acela. And he's going well at this stage, no doubt about it. 5th place, but just nipping through there, car number 10, that's Nick Pink in the Lola T210. Currently a bit further down the order in that car. 8th place, Nick Pink, not bad. And actually 9th, he's just been pushed down by 1. That was 36 that's moved up ahead of him. Definitely been a few changes to the entry list on this in this particular championship. So we will try and update ourselves a little bit more as we go into tomorrow, work out who's in which car. But Nick Pink there, currently in 9th place in car number 10, that Lola, which is running extremely well at this stage. Out in front though, it's still the Dodkins Lockheed car with just under 7 minutes to go. The sunshine now beginning to shine through the windows in our commentary box here, and that means the track is definitely getting a little bit easier for everybody. They can begin to get on the power earlier, brake later, chuck the cars around a bit more without the risk of them slithering off the side of the circuit, as we've seen earlier on today. Number 52 we're looking at right now, and that's Andrew Storer in a Chevron B52. So that's a car from 1980, 2-litre engine, and Andrew just stringing together a few laps here, a little bit further down the order. Dean Forward doing a good middle sector, by the way. 2:16 he's just done, 2:16.4, still not good enough to take pole, unfortunately for him. So it's still the Callum Lockie car up front, and there's a fun machine, isn't it? The number 82 car. That is certainly looking quite entertaining. That's Michael Lyons. I think Michael Lyons is in that car now. We saw that they hadn't really done anything earlier. So let's just see whether Michael, who was so quick in the historic Formula 1 cars earlier on today, let's see what he can do if he is in that car now. I think he probably is. That is the Pontiac Trans Am, 5.7 litre, 1984 car. Of course, it doesn't have any downforce really. It's not going to be anywhere near as quick as a lot of the cars that are out there, but it is going to be quick in a straight line.
Yeah, and it's very heavy as well compared to the little sports cars. So yeah, he's looks like he's wrestling that, I think would be the right description. Seemed to be a lot of steering input to try and get it to go through the corners.
He has jumped up from where he was though. He was quite a way down the back, now he's up to 16th.
Yeah.
So it's a bit more in the middle of the field now. When as you say, when he's up against some really small, rapid little sports cars, that's going to be quite a challenge. The main thing is trying to spot them in his mirrors, I think.
Yes. So that's the Martin of George Douglas, the BM9 Martin, coming across another, as I mentioned earlier, another long-time supporter of this class of racing, as we look once more at Dean Forward in the McLaren M8F, which is currently sitting second in the times with 4.5 minutes to go in the session. Makes his way past the Tay deck, down onto the hangar straight.
Yeah, time running out, see whether he can do anything. But I think we're going to be in for a good race between these two monsters at the start of certainly from the beginning of this one. Just depends who gets the advantage. There's a bit of improvement up there for the number 6 car that has popped up. That's the John... no, let's have a look actually. It's not the number 6 car, sorry, my mistake. The number 19 car, I believe it is, that has just nipped up there. Chris Porras and Edward Thurston in their Chevron B19. They've gained a few places as well. Neil Sinclair's now been pushed down to 5th position. Dean Forward has come back in the pits now, and I wonder whether he will do any more laps with 3.5 minutes remaining. There's our man who's on provisional pole then. It's the Dodkins Lockie car, the March, which has been working very, very effectively indeed. Whether they can get any more out of it, well, let's wait and see. Number 12, Jamie Thwaites in his Chevron B19 has moved up into 4th position now.
That was the car that stopped in the exit of the pits earlier on, wasn't it? So obviously he got that car going again. Good news.
Yeah,
Jamie also owns the McLaren that Dean Forward is driving.
Ah, well, he'll be happy then. See his man up there. Sinclair's just got past Thwaites, so just gained a little bit of lap time over him. Very small amount, but it works well. And the sunshine definitely drying the track off and giving everybody that chance to just find a little bit more time here and there and everywhere. Move a little bit more, so you use them curbs a bit more than they were initially. This number 19 machine looking a little bit lively. That's the Chris Porritt Edward Thurston Chevron B19. Currently 6th fastest, but as you can see, dancing around over the curbs, getting some downforce from that bodywork shape as it comes down in towards Stowe Corner. Oh, he under brakes. It's a little bit wobbly under brakes. You can see the disruption there, but it's being pushed hard. That's part of it. Braking as late as possible. You get that little bit of unevenness. It does look a bit quirky, I have to say. Doesn't look like the most stable car in the world, particularly on brakes and corner entry. It looks reasonably good on the exit of the corner. Just a little bit lively, and it's a good lap. Look, they've gone 3rd with that lap. That was quite a lap. You could see pushing really, really hard there. So a long way off the 2 Can-Am cars, but best of the rest. And that's a really important position to be in, and they've only taken it by a few tenths of a second.
And that's one of the 2-litre class cars, so much less horsepower and CC than the bigger McLaren and the March.
This is the Royale RP617, 1973 car. It has an 1840cc engine. It's Gwen Pollard and Rob Wainwright who are sharing this car, and that's looking pretty handy as well. Currently in 4th place, but can they now find a bit more pace? Chevron versus Royale, 2 classic names of British motorsport. Royale, of course, famous for their Formula Fords throughout that period as well. But this is proving to be a competitive machine, and in that best of the rest battle, currently sitting 2nd to the Porritt Thurston machine. Oh, Sinclair actually has just popped up there. So Neil Sinclair in his Lola T292 has popped up into 3rd, so that's now best of the rest, and it was by 0.3 of a second that he's taken that spot away from Porritt and Thurston. Up front, still no change. It looks like it's going to be the Richard Dodkins Callum Lockie car that is going to start from pole, because we're in the 10-second countdown to the checker flag now. And I don't think, well, Dean Forward is still in the pits. He came in a few minutes ago, hasn't gone back out, so Forward is not going to improve. He's really the only threat they could possibly have in this grid lineup. We've got 2 cars that are exceptionally fast up front, but then we've got some great battles behind. So who's going to end up 3rd? Across the line, oh, Pollard and Wainwright, they are 5th. So it doesn't look as though they're going to steal that position away from Sinclair. There is a possibility that the number 19 Porritt Thurston car might just be able to snatch 2nd place back. The Chevron B19, there it is. Let's keep an eye on this, because has he gone? Yes, he's done it. Look, he's gone 3rd. Well, that's best of the rest. And look at the delight that has created, Alistair. It's lovely.
Oh, that's great to see, isn't it? That's a driver who's really happy with his efforts, and he'll have a timer in the car, and he may well also have his pit board out there as well, but he knew that he'd set a really good time, and congratulating himself, and quite rightly so.
Yeah, that was good effort, and I tell you what, we've got several battles that are likely in this race, but we've got 2 very distinct battles from the start. We've got the 2 up front, which were separated in the end by 1.3 seconds, but there isn't, particularly if it's dry, I think it's going to be very close between them. Now, actually, that's being listed as Tony Sinclair in the number 85 car. That's interesting. So, Tony Sinclair, I know, who's raced sports cars for many years.
Okay.
Whether it is Tony rather than Neil, but Tony Sinclair, 4th place. That is impressive. He's very much a part of that next group. They're all very close in that little group, aren't they? Porritt Thurston car, Sinclair, then the Pollard Wainwright, Thwaites is right in the mix. And Michael Lyon, I hadn't realised he'd moved up to 7th.
I just spotted that.
Oh no, he's just gone up to 4th.
Yeah, I mean, amazing in that big heavy Trans Am.
My goodness, in the Pontiac, he's gone up to 4th. So suddenly he's split that little group of cars. We're going to be in for a fascinating race tomorrow. Looking forward to that, with very different styles of cars racing against each other. And that is going to be very entertaining, I believe.
Oh, that's an outstanding performance from Michael Lyons, isn't it?
Because he's on it today, isn't he?
Absolutely.
The pace he had in the Formula One car earlier. And then he's able to step out of a car with downforce and all this grip and into the Pontiac Trans Am, which is a big, heavy lump. You have to brake so much earlier in a car like that than in a Formula One car. And yet he adapts, doesn't he, so quickly. Amazing. Really very skillful driver.
That's going to be a fascinating race, as always.
Good. Well, looking forward to that. That's the HSCC Thundersports qualifying done and dusted for now. And it sees the car of Richard Dodkins and Callum Lockie, the March 717, taking pole position after a very, very solid performance throughout. But a good battle all the way with Dean forward, and Dean will end up 2nd on the grid. Then there's a bit of a gap back to the number 19 car of Chris Porritt and Edward Thurston, the Chevron B19, but put in a good lap at the end there. And Michael Lyons really surprising us in that invited Pontiac Trans Am car to go right up there into 4th position. So a really good starting position. There it is. You can see it there in the background, well, in the middle of the shot. There it is, the number 82 car. Very distinctive livery, of course. Much different shape and size to the cars around it, but it's going to be 4th on the grid. And that's going to be entertaining. So the American cars have certainly rather dominated this, although we've still got the Chevrons and the Lolas in there as well. So it's going to be a US versus UK battle, isn't it, up at the front end of this grid?
Engine-wise, yes, that's right. Yes, the March and the McLaren are British cars, effectively, but with big American engines.
Yes.
The Pontiac very much all American, and then we've got the 2-litre British cars behind that in their own battle, which is as it ever was in 2-litre sports car racing.
So here's a look at how the grid will line up then for the Thundersports race. The March 717 ahead of the McLaren M8F, then the Chevron B19, the Pontiac's up there, and Tony Sinclair's done a lovely job in the Lola T292 to be 5th fastest. Further down the order, got Robert Shaw completing the top 10 in his Chevron B19. The next group, Greg Caton in the Lotus Esprit, followed by John Burton, John Emberson. Nick Pink is in that little group as well, and down to 19th and 20th. John Sheldon in 19th position, ahead of the Lola T290 of Richardson and Gathercole. So, a good qualifying session, and let's have a look back at some of the action from that session. So, qualifying finished for the HSCC Thundersports. We've got qualifying for the classic GT cars, pre-1966 cars qualifying, coming up in just a few moments' time.
Flux are proud to be the Classic's official insurance partner for another year. Why not visit our stand in Purple 10 next to the Village Green today to find out how we could save you money on your insurance? We've also got all sorts of things to keep you entertained, including a Forever Cars display, Ian Cook's Pop Bang colour masterpieces, and the chance to win a passenger lap around the track in the course car. So what are you waiting for? Adrian Flux, insurance for the individual.
The road to freedom. Japan quality. Yokohama. Your tire.
Our brains are responsible for every thought, every memory, every word, in fact, everything we ever experience. Dementia can take all that away. But looking after our brain health can reduce the risk of this happening. It's time we started to think brain health, and we can show you how.
So back at Silverstone, and we've still got some more action to come in qualifying this afternoon and into the early evening. We've got the classic GT cars 366 due out in a moment. It's a massive field of cars, and they'll be coming out in just a few moments' time. Then the pre-66 Grand Prix cars out just before 5:30. Transatlantic Trophy for pre-66 cars for 6 o'clock. And then the final qualifying is the Yokohama Trophy for Masters Historic Sports Cars qualifying. Takes us just beyond 7 o'clock this evening. So there we go. Lots to look forward to, and there's lots going on down in the paddock. Let's go and join Nikki Shields.
Now, as well as celebrating 30 years of the Classic at Silverstone, we are also celebrating 30 years since a very iconic moment happened at Silverstone. We saw no less than 16 of these beautiful Jaguar XJR15s line up here at the circuit. It was the same weekend that Formula One was happening. They raced at Silverstone, at Spa and Monaco, and it really was an absolute sensation. So much action took place on track that actually only 5 of the 16 cars that originally started finished the race. Now, when you bear in mind that back then these cars were worth £500,000 each, I dread to think what the bill was at the end of that race, but really iconic moments. It was actually the race that took place was won by Juan Manuel Fangio's nephew, also known as Juan Manuel Fangio II, and it's wonderful because we can see his name on the car here. And also, you might have spied that we can see down on this car the name featured is Tiff Needell. So we're going to be supporting Tiff during his qualifying and racing and demonstration runs in these cars over the course of the weekend. But what a display. The fact that we have 5 of these JXR15s here with us is just another way that we can just celebrate that iconic moment that happened back in 1991. Can't wait to see them all on track together again.
And now we're getting ready for the International Trophy for classic pre-66 GT cars, and some gorgeous machines here. Shelby Cobra there, number 21, the James Cottingham entry. And you're going to see a real mix here. Look at this, the number 166 car. We're seeing a real variety of machines here. The Lotus Elan 26R, that's the Rob Fenn. And that car has been shared with Jake Hill. I don't think Jake is racing it this weekend, but it's a competitive machine nonetheless. Another beautiful little Lotus Elan, that's Andrew Haddon, who's a front runner. He is one to watch, no doubt. He's delivered some great performances in that car, and again, it's a very pretty Lotus. Further down the list, the number 180, Lee Mowis and Joe Osborne in their Jaguar E-Type. We've seen a few E-Types today. There's another one that's going to be part of this particular mix. But we really have got a vast variety of cars in this. Roy Alderslade, Andrew Jordan in the AC Cobra Daytona Coupe. And then you'll just watch a whole bunch of different machines heading out onto the track for qualifying and see that variety in these pre-1966 cars. This will be a 50-minute race when it happens on Sunday. It's going to happen at 3:10 on Sunday afternoon, but we are watching qualifying now to see how the grid lineup is going to look. And, yep, there's some great stuff. We just saw the Marcos go out, Ian Pearson and Callum Grant sharing that car. They'll be competitive, both rapid racers themselves. And a few more cars still. You can see how big this field is. Look, they're still pouring out, aren't they, Alistair? It's like non-stop.
Yes, a very big field indeed. For this one, we'll wait until our timing screens tell us just how many cars we have out on track. Still they cut TVR there. That's a potential front runner, the number 46 TVR of Mike Whitaker, TVR Griffith, the V8 engine. And still they're pouring out of the end of the pit lane. The International Trophy for Classic GT cars. That's cars built pre-1966, and that long shot, Ben, that's tremendous. They are still coming out of the paddock through the pit garages.
They are going to almost fill this track up, aren't they? There's so many of them, and such a variety. That's what I love to see. It's not the same car over and over again. It's fun when we got the single make races like we have with the Jags, E-Types and the Minis. This is a really vast variety, from Jaguars to Porsches to Sunbeams to AC Cobras. It really is. We've got a couple of Alfa Romeos out there, MGBs, there's a Morgan in there as well, Ginetta. So it really is fun to see such a mix of cars heading out onto the circuit. They've got just under 25 minutes of qualifying to sort out the lineup on the grid.
These cars coming out at the back are probably going to have 3 minutes of the session gone before they get out on track. I did notice one of the last cars to come out through the garage there was the little Ginetta G4R of Ron Maiden, who is the chairman of Masters, who organised some of the races we're seeing this weekend, and he shares with ex-Formula One driver Mike Wilds.
Yeah, that's lovely to see Mike Wilds back out, a racer who's been around for such a long time, great career history, and a wonderful man as well, and
yes,
it's good that he's going to be competing this weekend. I noticed Tiffany Dell is back out again, along with John Spears. This time they're in a TVR Griffith. So Tiff's going to be having a busy weekend. We're doing the TV work and the
yes,
racing driving. He's going to be full on, isn't he?
And some great racing cars, but also road cars that are being used for racing as well. The Daytona Cobra Coupe, the white one you just saw going through there, and the one at the front there of the picture just going out of shot, they were built by the Shelby company to improve the performance of the Cobra, a more slippery shape, back to that old story again about aerodynamics, and it was designed and built and was very successful indeed. And only 6 were ever built. All 20 of them are running well now.
All 20. Yeah, it's funny how many more there are of some of the great classics, isn't it? To get suddenly built up out of nothing. Yeah, but it is fun to see so many of these beautiful shapes of cars. And now that the track has dried out a bit, it's good fun to see them being pushed a little bit harder without quite the same concerns that we saw when it was wet and slippery earlier on. The bright sunshine is cutting its way through the clouds. We've still got plenty of clouds above us, but there is just a little bit more sunshine and a touch of blue sky just above us right now as we look out of the window at the Abbey commentary position. And notice that still a little group of people in the grandstand over there, and it's nice to see opposite us as well some people in the grandstands over there. So people are enjoying watching the qualifying, seeing these cars fly around and delivering all sorts of different activities. Somebody running wide immediately through Abbey Corner just in front of me there.
That was David Smithies in his Daytona Cobra Coupe.
Didn't quite work out. but even with that very busy field, there's 53 cars in this group that have now gone out there. So I think there's more than 53. By the time they come around, I think it is going to be nearer 60, to be honest. They just haven't all done their official out lap yet. 158 that we're looking at. That's Mark Pangborn in the Austin Healey 3000. We saw a couple of those earlier on as well, didn't we? Callum Lockie, I see, is back out again. So he was busy in the last one. He is so flat out, isn't he? He's in so many of the cars this weekend. He's in a Shelby Daytona Cobra. And he's just, I don't know how he jumps from one to another so quickly.
We're looking at John Spears and Tiffany Dell's car there, the TVR Griffith 200. That's got the 4.7 litre Ford V8 engine slotted into the front of that plastic bodied car, and very quick machine it is indeed. There's quite a few of them running in this race. They are very competitive in this class, and that's going to be shared by John Spears and our own Tiffany Dell, and he's being followed by the 144 George Potchkill and James Hansen Daytona Cobra Coupe, finished in cream. Most of them seem to be a sort of dark blue colour, but they've chosen cream for that one.
Initial fastest lap is for the Callum. Oh dear, the number 144 cars had a bit of a moment. The George Potchkill, James Hansen Shelby Cobra. Oh, that was he just lost it on the brakes, I think, and snapped around on him.
It did, yes, into Village, which is a tight corner, but yeah, as you say, it just swapped ends, but no harm done, and a little lesson learned for next time around. As we look again at the John Spears Tiffany Dell car, that's John Spears, I think, in the car, black helmet, John Spears. Tiff always uses that orange helmet, it's very obvious. So John, the owner of the car, taking it for the first part of the session.
Sliding around nicely though, good use of car control there, and let's see whether they can end up in a good competitive position. Their first lap already putting them 8th fastest, but lap times are improving, seeing plenty of improvements as we head on around. Thomas and Lockie, their car, that Shelby Daytona Cobra, fastest at the moment, and let's see whether it's going to be setting quick sector times. Not yet. Nigel Greenstall is back out again in this event, so a lot of drivers that we've already seen are back out once more in this one.
And I think the second fastest car, the other Daytona Cobra Coupe, we saw it spin a minute ago. I think looking at the time on the screen for that car, that'll be James Hansen who started that. George Potchkill, the owner of the car, will take it over.
Right, there's a slightly different car there, number 321. That is Hans-Jörg Hausner in the Alfa Romeo Giulietta Sprint Veloce. So that's just a 1300cc engine from back in 1961. Not going to be the front runner, but again, it's lovely to see that level of variety. So, let's have a look. We've got the number 500 car just coming through. Ben Gill in his Shelby Cobra, but this is the car that is currently setting the pace, number 192, and their pace of 2 minute 30.2 is currently over 2 seconds faster than anyone else.
Just to comment there, Ben, the caption showing a Ford Falcon, that's actually for a later race for Thomas and Lockie. They're out again, but in this one they're in the Daytona Cobra Coupe, as we can see there, with the white arrow head on the front of it.
Yeah, so let's have a look and see if they can go even quicker on this. The Cobra Coupe, very different looking car, isn't it, to the sort of straightforward AC Cobra, but aerodynamically faster. Good, of course, for Le Mans, that long Mulsanne straight back in the day, trying to gain a bit of straight line speed. But as you can see on power, it's still a little bit unstable, wobbling around. Holding with it for now.
There's a story that I believe is true, is that the engineers at Shelby went to Carroll Shelby and said, we think we can build a bodywork that will be quicker for the Cobra. And he said, oh, we'll use that old scrap chassis there that we crashed, and they built up a car from that old chassis and put this bodywork on it. And it was very much a time where there were no wind tunnels and so on, so they just thought about an idea and chopped a bit off and went out on the track again and came up with this, and it was very successful. And of course they built then the 6 team cars.
Well, it certainly, yeah, it does look very different, but it does work. And aerodynamically, it might not have had wind tunnels, but they did a good job with it, didn't they? So, good effort. Good first sector from them. Second sector, not quite as fast. So, whether they're going to be able to hold on to that provisional pole position, we'll have to wait and see. Costas Michael and Chris Ward have moved up to second in the E-Type. Only a fraction behind. They're only a 10th and a half behind them so far. Second place currently. But there is still a chance in this final sector they can find a little bit more time. Let's see, out of the last corner. Not sure this is going to improve on what they've done, but oh yeah, it does a little bit. 2:29.1, so that just goes a bit quicker. They gained about a second there, so that was a decent lap. A little bit more still to be found, I'm sure. E-Type Jaguar in second place at the moment. Then we've got a TVR Griffith in third place, and then the Pearsons running together in their Jaguar E-Type. They're next up. John and Gary Pearson. They're running in fourth place currently. Just moving up into fifth place, James Cottingham in his Shelby Cobra. Just over 15 minutes to go.
A little elan coming up the Hamilton straight there, and then we see the E-Type number 22 of Costas Michael and Chris Ward that you just mentioned has moved up.
Just gone fastest.
It just gone, yeah, absolutely. Just as we picked that up on the camera, it had gone fastest. So would you think perhaps Chris Ward at the wheel? He's a very quick driver. Costas Michael also quick though, so it could be either one of them. And through Aintree they go out onto the Wellington Straight. Lovely slide, wasn't it?
Yeah, beautiful. That was a wonderful bit of control on the power, just sliding gently out to the edge. This is a very beautiful looking car, and it obviously handles very well. He's got a bit of traffic up ahead that he's got to deal with. Down the inside into the left-hander with a thank you wave, which is nice to see.
He's got time to do that.
Yeah, yeah. Window open, time and space to do it, and then continues on around. Trying to put together another quick lap, and he's done a better first sector once again, although that first sector I think this let's have a look. No, it's holding on at the moment. There are a few other people that are doing some pretty rapid sectors, but for now it's good. Oh, that Lotus is just a little bit in his way now, maybe just slowing him down a touch through Copse. There's not much between them though, and some of these Lotuses are pretty rapid, I have to say. I think that might be Rob Fenn who's just ahead of them, I'm not sure, and he is a front runner in the white Lotus Elan. Look at that. Oh, the E-Type gets a bit too sideways there. The Elan is looking very, very stable. Yeah, it is the number 166 car of Rob Fenn, and I think here's the E-Type's going to have to speed down the Hanger Straight to be able to nip past the Lotus. Yeah, but it's a beautifully balanced Lotus, not quite as eerie to watch as the E-Type, but it's lovely watching it driven so well. Let's see how it looks through Stowe. Yeah, again, nice balance, a little bit of oversteer on exit, back end of the car sliding over. And John Spears' Tiffany Dale cars just moved up to 7th, although it's just been pushed down one again. Let's just see how this lap is completed. Are they going to go any quicker again? Across the line they go, and well, they stay on top at the moment. That was it, yeah, it's a 2:28.2, so slightly better lap, and going well for them at this stage. Second place now, the Thomas Lockie car, number 192, the Cobra.
And the E-Type has caught some slower cars in not the ideal place through the loop and through Aintree. Managed to get a tighter line, but now another slightly slower car, but manages to slide past the Elan on the Wellington Straight. So now a clear run down the long Wellington Straight into Brooklands.
Oh, we've got another car that's moved up to the top now, though. The 27 car, Roy Alderslade and Andrew Jordan. And that is another of the AC Cobra Daytona coupes. So they've now stolen that top spot by 1.6 seconds. Here's John Davison in the TBR Griffith. Running pretty strong so far in the number 88 car. He's currently 5th, on target to be 4th. See whether he can achieve it through the last couple of corners.
Yes, through the fast left and right at Club Corner. Just a few yards to go to complete the lap. John Davison, another of the competitive drivers in this TVR Griffith, and he does move up to 3rd.
Good effort. Yeah, that's all looking pretty close at the moment in the top part of the order. And this lovely mix of machinery that we're enjoying out there for now. Let's just see whether, there is a good first sector again coming up in the number 27 car for it's probably Andrew Jordan in the Cobra at the moment. There it is, number 27. They are finding some good performance. That's a good first sector. Now we see if he can pick it up a bit more.
Oh dear, traffic.
Yeah, that is awkward, isn't it? Got to be careful in the middle of that lot. And that probably did cost him a little bit of time. Yeah, I think it has. The lap is not looking quite so rapid.
Yeah, it's very tight through that section, through Stowe Corner. But he'll have plenty of time for another lap. And I noticed that our early fastest car, that's the Thomas & Lockie Daytona Cobra Coupe, is now in the pits. So I suggest that's probably owner Julian Thomas handing over to Callum Lockie to do his part of the session. So that car may well feature in the top 3 times once again as we watch the Alderslade Jordan car.
Still fastest, but that lap was not quicker because they got a bit held up, obviously, and weren't able to improve on the previous best lap that they had already done. But there are going to be more opportunities. We've got just under 10 minutes to go. Somebody's had a little bit of an off-track moment, but rejoining the fray once again. That's the Martin Melling Jason Minshaw E-Type, number 55. Let's have a look and see what happened. Oh, that's a funny lock-up. Yeah, it must have been on the brakes. It was coming down into Brooklands. So maybe when it was initially going onto the brakes there, it just lost the back end. Thankfully, though, no damage done and able to rejoin the fun and games. So another good mix of machinery heading down. As we've still got some good battles. The number 22 cars back into the pits. There's some driver changing going on. Costas Michael and Chris Ward with their E-Type. So they're doing a little swap around. One of the MGs, I think, that was just going through. The number 214, the blue car, leading this little group. That's the John Goldsmith, Anthony Wilds, Aston Martin DP214. Interesting car, 1963. That's leading that little group at the moment.
Ollie Bryant also in there in the gold and red Cobra. And to answer your question of about 15 minutes ago, 61 cars out on track.
Right, it's 61, is it?
So we've got the full complement, the maximum number we can now have at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit.
Brilliant. No, it's great to see so many of them and such variety as well. A few more changes coming through, but no change up front at the moment for that potential pole position. Car 180s, the Lee Mole Joe Osborne Jaguar E-Type.
I think Lee's driving that solo this weekend.
Oh, right.
I'm not sure Joe's here. I think he's racing in Europe.
Okay.
He's a McLaren factory driver.
Let's just see if there's going to be any improvements here. We've got the number 53 car of John and Gary Pearson, their E-Type. Seen them out in E-Type earlier on today. Let's just see what the lap is like. Across the line, stays in 11th place for now. So for now, in the classic pre-66 GT cars, up front, it is the number 27 car that is commanding the way, the AC Cobra Daytona Coupe of Roy Alderslade and Andrew Jordan, with an advantage of 1.6 seconds over the second place car of Costas Michael and Chris Ward. That's a Jaguar E-Type. So it's Cobra versus E-Type for a potential front row starting position. Third place right now is John Davison in the TVR Griffith. So 3 different manufacturers represented up there in the top 3 places so far. And that's followed by number 69 car, Michael Cullen and Patrick Shovlin. Back to an AC Cobra there. So then we've got a repeat manufacturer. Thomas and Lockie back down to 5th place in theirs for now, but a good chance perhaps that they can still find a bit of performance in the closing part of this session. Let's just have a look at who we've got coming through here. That's the 661 car. Just coming through. Let's just see who else. Oh, somebody's just had a spin there. One of the Lotuses I noticed had a little spin. E-Type goes very, very wide indeed. Hopefully gets back on the track without too much of a problem. And the number 22 car, that's the Costas Michael Chris Walker. They were in the pits shortly time ago, and now they are back out on circuit once again. Second place, the number 22 Jaguar E-Type for now. Let's see whether they're going to be able to find a bit more performance. There's quite a good lap coming together for the car that is currently on top, the Alderslade and Jordan car, because they have got the fastest first and second sectors, number 27 now. So the AC Cobra Daytona Coupe is stringing together a very good lap. This could be a bigger improvement for Alderslade and Jordan. Bryant moves up. Ollie Bryant, that's a good lap from Ollie.
But a massive improvement for the Alderslade Jordan car. I suspect that Andy Jordan is now aboard that. Roy Alderslade did the first stint, and they've, as you say, 3 purple sectors for them, so that's fastest in every sector.
So we've got AC Cobra 1-2 at the moment. So
of different body shapes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the Bryant car, the traditional bulbous AC Cobra, the AC Ace body shape, and he's driving solo.
That was a good lap. I think you're right, Andrew Jordan must be in the car. They've just gone nearly 3 seconds faster to take to hold on to that provisional pole position. So that is very, very quick indeed, as we keep an eye on the number 22 car, the now finding itself in 3rd place, being a contender, but it's just not quite got the performance at this stage. Davison is in 4th place. Oh, and Callum Lockie, I think, must be behind the wheel of the number 192 machine now. I think Julian Thomas perhaps was in it earlier, because now it's popped up into 2nd place with the fastest middle sector of anybody so far. Another move up the order there for the number 21 James Cottingham car. Just getting a little darker and gloomier in terms of the clouds. I don't see any rain coming in just yet. The track is still looking relatively dry, so let's hope it stays that way for the remainder of this qualifying session. We've still got several more to go. That Lotus is a bit out of shape, but just about makes it through Brooklyn safely. A little gaggle of cars. We've got an MGB in the middle of that group as well. And no change up front. The order remains the same for now. You can see how some of these cars get really chucked into Brooklyn. Some of them a little bit more smoothly eased into the corner. A corner that you can carry quite a lot of speed into, but overdo it, it's so easy to run too wide as you come back out the other side. So there is the 192 second fastest car at this point. Just put in a really good lap just now. This lap, I don't know if it's going to be quite as rapid. We've only just seen the 1st sector, and it's not been any quicker on the 1st sector this time. Bit of traffic around, that's not going to help. And there's been a slight improvement in the number 46 car for Mike Whitaker, TVR Griffith. He's just moved up into 7th position.
And it looks like Callum Locke is going to get a fair bit of traffic down through Stowe Corner, although, and he runs wide anyway and out onto the damper part of the track. So this lap is not going to be that quick. Will he continue? Yes, he's carrying on, so I suspect he'll now build up to another lap when hopefully he'll have a clearer track in the 192 Daytona Cobra Coupe.
Across the line, no changes in positions right there. There's the number 27 car, fastest so far. And just putting together another lap, but that advantage just under 2 seconds is a healthy advantage to have. As the track is getting a little cooler, I think, certainly with the cloud building up again, so it may be difficult to put in any faster laps, particularly with the amount of traffic. It is about getting a clear lap as well, though, because with 61 cars out on track, it's not easy to get a completely clear run. You're going to get held up somewhere along the line, there's no doubt about it. It's just trying to judge those areas where you can keep your momentum going and not get held up by some of the slightly slower cars. That's what you're looking for. Nobody improving on their lap times at the moment, though. I see there's the odd wiper going, so potentially we've got a little bit of rain out there again.
This is a good lap from Andy Jordan if he can get past the 59 Porsche cleanly, and I think he may do, although it looks like he's backed off.
I think there's rain down there. You can see it on the camera, and I think we've got he's back into the pits.
He's come into the pits.
He's got his windscreen wipers going, so we haven't got any rain quite yet where we are, but there is definitely rain falling down at the lower end of the circuit. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see any changes now. Lap times, some parts of the track are still pretty dry, but other parts are not. And it's just a question of finishing the qualifying off, and I think our grid is pretty much set. But what a delight to see some of these beautiful little Lotuses out there. That's the Stephen Jobstal Andy Willis car, another Elan 26R, 1500, actually 1600cc engine, that one. And the checker flag comes out on the International Trophy for Classic Pre-66 GT cars, and it's worked out very well for the number 27 car of Roy Alderslade and Andrew Jordan. They have taken provisional pole. There's the car back in the pit, safely survived just by a little bit of rain at the end. Quick check of tyre pressures. Are the tyre pressures right? That is Andrew Jordan. Recognise the crash helmet.
And his father with the white cap on there, Mike Jordan, also a touring car and GT driver. Just having a chat with Andrew as he got out.
Yeah, they prepare many historic racing cars themselves now, classic cars, and great to see them having a pole position here, or seeing Andrew with the pole position here for tomorrow's race. But it's going to be another good battle, I'm sure. Second fastest, we see Callum Locke again up there. He's going to be up there in several races along with Julian Thomas, this time in the Shelby Daytona Cobra. And then in third place, Ollie Bryant put in a really good strong lap in the number 15 car, another of the Cobras, a more straightforward one. Fourth in the end after running up near the front throughout that session, Costas Michael and Chris Ward in their Jaguar E-Type. And in fifth place, James Cottingham in his Shelby Cobra. So a good mix of machinery up near the front. The Pearsons together, they're in ninth place. Nigel Greenstall this time ended up 12th. Tiffany Dell and John Spears ended up in 13th place. Mike Wilds with Ron Maiden, who runs the Masters. They, in the Ginetta, have ended up in 16th place. And then a whole bunch of other cars further down the list. But 30 cars on page one, 60 cars, 61 cars in total. A remarkable entry for this one. So it's going to be a race to look forward to. It's going to take place on Sunday, 3:10 in the afternoon on Sunday. It'll be race number 19 on the schedule. There will be lots and lots of races, but I think that's one to perhaps keep an eye out for on Sunday, and let's hope we can all enjoy it. So that's another qualifying session completed. We've still got several more to go, though. Some key cars still to come out on the circuit. The clouds have just built up a little bit, as we've seen. There's been a bit of rain, but it might just be a brief shower with a bit of luck fingers crossed that it's not going to get too wet out there for everybody. And we'll be on for a little bit more action. There you can just see it is a little bit dark above. You can see there is that danger of a little bit more rain still coming down to full. So in the International Trophy for Classic GT cars, it is the Alderslade Jordan machine that has ended up on top ahead of another Cobra, the Shelby Daytona Cobra of Thomas and Lockie. Oliver Bryant's up there in a third Cobra, then an E-Type. Cobra's popped up there in fifth. Tougher TBR Griffiths are going well, and Andrew Haddon got the Lotus Elan into 10th place. More Cobras, Nigel Greensill with the Sunbeam Le Mans Tiger. We didn't get to see that with Fun Car. Hopefully we'll get to see a bit more of that tomorrow. The TBR Griffith, and then a couple of the Lotus Elan 26Rs down at the bottom end of the top 20. But remember, that's only a third of the grid. So this is halfway through the grid, down to 30th position. It is astonishing just how many cars there are out there, and a real mix of machinery. The Ford Shelby Mustang down there in 30th position as well. So let's look back at some of the highlights of what was an entertaining session with some stunning machinery. So there we are, some of the action from that last qualifying session. Fun to see the action, but there's plenty more action to come, so stay with us.
We're on the starting grid for what is set to be an incredible day. It's lights out and away we go. He's taken an early lead. There's never been a better crew. Behind every great driver, there are brilliant engineers. It's going to be hard to pick a winner here. They're on the final lap. A day they'll never forget.
we are looking forward to yet more good qualifying action coming up this afternoon and into the early evening, because they're not going to be finished until after 7 o'clock this evening. And this is to get all the qualifying done today. It's a lovely angle, really. Get the qualifying done on Friday, and that means all the racing takes place on Saturday and Sunday. So let's go down to Ed in the paddock.
Next up is the HGPCA Pre-66 Grand Prix car grid, and this is one of my favourites because it's this amazing representation of what happened in Grand Prix racing at that time. The engine moved from the front into the back, and next to me I've got Tyvian Salisbury, and the history on some of these cars is absolutely fantastic. Tyvian, this is Sterling Moss's car that he won Monaco with in 1961. What a pleasure it must be to drive.
It is, it's great fun. I've only driven it once in anger so far, so looking forward to today, especially if it stays dry. I can get used to it even more than my first time out. But yes, it's a great car, and it's very, very original. It's still very much as it was when Sterling drove it at Monaco, and indeed the German Grand Prix, which he won about a month later after Monaco as well.
Sterling always used to talk about how wonderful this Lotus AC18 was to drive, and you saw it in the Monaco race where he did qualifying lap after qualifying lap in the race.
Yes.
Do you get a sense of that when you're behind the wheel? Is it friendly? Is it user-friendly?
It is user-friendly. Still early days for me, as I say. I'm still getting used to it, but it is user-friendly. No, I mean, I've driven a 62 Lotus S2 before this, and the DNA is clearly there. So there is some similarities. So, it is friendly. It is very much user-friendly, yeah.
Well, Tyvian, it's absolutely wonderful to see, so thank you for bringing it out. I see you've got a sticker on your steering wheel saying new pad, so take it easy on the first lap.
I will, thank
you. We're going to head on up, and I'd obviously talked about the fact that we have this front engine to rear engine change pre-66, and up here there is a front engine car, but it's not really a Grand Prix car. This is something from an Indianapolis 500, and usefully sat here, Geraint Owen, thank you so much. What a wonderful machine.
Well, thank you very much. It's probably getting on for being the earliest car on the grid.
It is, but you're very quick in it. If I'm correct, you were the fastest single-seater at Goodwood.
Yes, but that may be reflecting the other cars that entered. But yeah, up the hill at the Festival of Speed, although to be fair, it didn't really notice the hill very much. So it's got back. It's 4.5 litre four-cylinder with bags and bags of torque.
Is it a case? I mean, this was designed for the oval at Indy. Is it a case of getting it straight and get on the power?
No, they're better than that. They have a reputation in Europe as being sort of awful cars that are sort of slightly that are offset and all the rest of it. But they're not. The early roadsters like this one's actually this is a symmetric car, so the wheels stick out the sides equally. The weight distribution's about 50-50 left to right. It's not far wrong. It's just a bit big and a bit heavy when you compare it with the Scarab. The Scarab's something like 250 kilos lighter. So, it's a great car, but it was built for a different job. This was built to go around a circuit that was half brick and half tarmac at 145 mile an hour for 500 miles.
Well, if anyone can show him who's boss, it'll be you, Geraint. Thank you so much and enjoy it.
Thank you.
So here we are then, getting ready to see the Pre-66 Grand Prix cars take to the track. Again, a great mix. We've got Geraint Owen in the Curtis 500C there, ready to come out with its 4.4 litre engine from 1954, and a very different machine right behind. Alex Morton in his Lotus 21, green and gold colours. That's a 1961 car. And then as we look further down the order, somebody being pushed back. Let's hope there's not a problem with that car. The number 20 Lotus 18 of Teffian Salisbury. Number 46 car alongside that was being pushed back. That's the Robert Pullin Lotus 18. So we've got plenty of little Lotuses. Fabulous machinery.
That Lotus number 20 is the one that Sterling Moss took to the win in 1961 at Monaco.
Yes, they were just talking about that actually with Ed. So it's lovely to have that car here, isn't it? Amazing. Number 24, also part of that, Lee Mole in the Lotus 18. And then number 9, Tony Lees in a Cooper T53. See how he's really sitting up, almost out of the car? Isn't that different to a modern Formula One car where you can barely see the driver, especially with the halo, of course, now over their heads? Number 8, front engine, Malcolm Cook sitting in the Connaught C-Type. Connaught was a fantastic brand, of course, British brand in motorsport. post-war. Number 50 there, that is the BRM P261. Again, a little bit more settled inside there, Philippe Verhoefer. That's a 1964 car. Number 6, that is John Emery in a Brabham BT4. That's from 1962. And then behind, we've got Barry Cannell. He's one to watch, actually. Barry's a rapid contender in the Brabham BT11A. That's a 2.5 litre car from 1964. Car number 17, actually, no, that is a change. Oh, that's Nick Topless, that's right. That was an addition to the programme. That's Cooper T53. Number 34, that is the Maserati 250F, one of the all-time classic Grand Prix cars. Used that one by John Berra, but a car that also Juan Manuel Fangio took great success with during his career. So we really do have a wonderful blend of machinery here.
Yeah, and Sterling Moss made his name in a Maserati 250F as well in Grand Prix racing. He was advised to buy one and show what he could do to the factory teams, and so he did, or his father did, Alfred Moss. And Sterling, of course, went on to not win the World Championship, but to be one of the greatest drivers of all time.
Different engine sizes for the different years. From 1954 to 1960, they had up to 2.5 litres, but then it was reduced between 61 to 65. It was dropped to 1.5 litres. These are all these are cars up to the end of 65. After 65, the reason that the cut-off is there is because after that it went back to bigger engines, 3-litre engines, from 66 onwards. And it was soon after that, 67, that the Cosworth engine came in and became such a major factor of Formula One. But at this time, the pre-66 cars, it was they were smaller, more nimble machines, but still technically very advanced for their time. And it still took some brilliant driver skills and indeed the ability to make a car last. There was not the reliability, there never was in that day, as there is now. Reliability in Formula One is astounding these days. Back in the day, one of the things that, for example, Jim Clark was so brilliant at was not only being so fast, but getting a car always to the finish. Something that Moss didn't always do, perhaps. Sterling Moss, sometimes there were some people who said, well, Sterling was a little harder on his car sometimes. Maybe that was the reason. Don't know what the problem there was for Malcolm Cook in the Connaught as he went out. He's got it going okay now. And there we are back with the car we saw at the beginning, Geraint Owen in that Curtis, American-built car, front-engine roadster, good at Indy, but they faded away after the mid-1950s.
And it looks very much like we've got rain on our camera there up at Beckett's, I'm afraid. Nothing here at the moment. And rather nice to look out and see a fairly dry line on the circuit, but unfortunately that may well change.
Well, that is a pity for these guys, yeah, on their little skinny tyres. Yeah, you can see rain on the camera, and it is going to make life tricky. So at the moment we've got rain on one part of the circuit and not everywhere. Just under 15 minutes to go in this session to set some rapid lap times. Oh, number 10, Will Nuttall, Cooper T53, one of the first ones to get out there. That really is a tremendous beast, that number 77 machine, isn't it? Geraint Owen in the maroon colour car. Very different to the little delicate, delightful mid-engined single-seaters.
Such as the one right in front of him that we'll see in shot. There it is, a Lotus just in front of that enormous roadster. But Geraint drives that very effectively. It's quite surprisingly quick.
Yeah, cars that were very impressive at Indianapolis in their day. And of course, in the early 50s, Indianapolis, the Indy 500 was actually part of the Grand Prix World Championship for some years before it split away and wasn't a part of it anymore. So there was a really strong connection in the day between those Indy kind of roadster cars and Formula One, but that did change, of course, later on. There are a couple of, you can see the rain there really tumbling down. I'm just looking out of our windows, yeah, beginning to hit our windows a bit more now. And the umbrellas are beginning to go up around us. We've got quite a few people watching beside the track and some of the other aspects that are going on. Terry Grant's doing some of his little fun bits and pieces just near where our commentary box is, and he's got quite a good little audience watching him right now. But we're keeping our eye on the cars on track because we've got some great machines out there, but they're going to be getting a little bit damp, unfortunately. Number 29, Nick Fennell in the Lotus 25. Now that's got a great history, that car, hasn't it, Alistair? That Lotus that he's out in at the moment, a Jim Clark car.
Yes, Jim Clark, one of the greatest drivers of all time, no doubt, but didn't really continue long enough in racing due to being in an accident in Formula 2, not in Formula 1, but he really was absolutely dominant in his time and won the World Championship, of course. But yeah, a car like this was the sort of thing that you would see Jim Clark in, and just look at how low slung that car is relative to its wheels. It's an amazing design.
Yeah, very delicate machine. And he actually won the Silverstone, won at Silverstone in 1963 in this car, the Lotus 25 R5. So it has a great history to it as well. So an ex-Jim Clark machine, as you say, delightful to look at. And we'll see how it gets on. Now the first few lap times are coming through, but let's just wait a few moments because we're waiting for quite a few cars to cross the line for their first flying lap right now. That car not quite as quick as the fastest so far, number 10, Will Nuttall in the Cooper T53. He's done a 2-minute 41.4. And that has set the initial pace. Let's just see, 2 minutes 50s. The trouble is, if you weren't the first out, it really was an advantage to be first out, wasn't it? Because the track was drier. You got a bit more of a lap in before the rain came down.
Yes, quite a lot of the track was relatively dry, wasn't it, as they came round the first time. But, we'll see how they get on now, with Will Nuttall going to the top and Sir John Chisholm in second at the moment, and Rudy Friedrichs third. Julian Bronson in fourth in the unusual Scarab.
Yeah.
Which was another car that came across from America, but had an engine derived from an IndyCar engine, rather like the car that Geraint Owen is driving, but not the capacity of that one, a smaller engined size.
Very well-built car, the Scarab, wasn't it? But it was a front-engine car, and it became obsolete, didn't it?
It was obsolete before it was launched, really.
Yeah.
Driven by the designer and builder of the car, Lance Reventlow, and Chuck Dye, who was his mechanic.
Well, Will Nuttall is the fastest so far in the number 10 machine, and now he's just trying to dial it all together to see whether the rain means he can still go a bit more quickly. There you are, watching him right now. This is the car that has set the initial pace. Look at how it's sliding one way then the other. Turns in, corrects, turns in, corrects. Lovely view on board, well, watching, not on board, but just watching from the sidelines at how much action is going on the steering wheel. Being chased by John Chisholm in the Lotus 18, 1960 car. So you've got a lovely mix of machines. They both run similar sized 2.5 litre engines. And they're trying to deliver in terms of performance despite the rain falling. That Cooper sliding around a little bit. And actually, I have to say that John Chisholm's doing a really good job of keeping up with him. Sometimes it can be a real character be following a quick car like this. I wonder if this is, he makes a mistake there though. That was just a little bit of a mistake, and that will have costed Chisholm a few tenths of a second, I think. Let's just see, cross the line. So they are still first and second, these two, the gap between them, 7 tenths. If he'd just been a little bit more patient coming out of Club Corner, he could perhaps have had a good slipstream across the line. We shall see if there are any changes. Number 30 there, that's Julian Bronson in the Scarab that we mentioned. The Scarab, the American-built car, front-engined, beautifully made, but a little bit out of date by the time it arrived. But he's going well. He's fourth quickest, up against a lot of mid-engine machinery here. So it shows that the car can perform well. Chasing after number 53 at the moment. That's Justin Mayers in his Cooper T53. The Scarab moving alongside and coming past, and you can see all that suspension, the coil springs on front and rear. It's lovely. I love the fact that you can see so much of the car. But nowadays everything's so hidden away, you know, you can't really see much, but it's It's great when you can see a bit more.
It's very appropriate that we've got those two cars in shot, because it was the Cooper T43, the earlier forerunner of the 53, which really changed the game in Formula One. And it was the T43 that did for the front engine cars, such as the Scarab, which came in too late. The Scarab was 1960. The Cooper T43, which was the forerunner of the 53, was 1957. It was as early as that John Cooper started to realise that putting the engine behind the driver was actually a quicker way to go.
Number 91, that's another gorgeous little machine. That's Chris Drake in the Cooper T71, later car, 1964, so that's got the 1500cc engine. Big slide again. Look at these two fighting to be fastest, and there goes Chisholm. It's like a race between, this could be the race that we see tomorrow. There's very little to choose between them, but it's fun to watch.
It is, and there's a strong connection with John Chisholm's car to Jim Clark as well. Many Lotuses have Jim Clark connections, but this one was the car that Jim Clark took his very first single-seater win. It wasn't a Grand Prix, it was at Brands Hatch in August 1960, and it was the point at which Jim Clark arrived on the single-seater scene. And then it was also driven by Innes Ireland and Trevor Taylor as well. So great history in John Chisholm's car, chasing the fastest car on the track at the moment, Will Nuttall. But there's nothing between them, is there?
No, it's really lovely to watch. I mean, in a way, they'd probably be better off doing their own thing, but it's actually entertaining. Now, let's just see which of the two comes out with the faster lap here. Nuttall still a fraction faster by 0.151.
That is Sam Wilson in John Chisholm's car.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realise.
No, nor me. No, I've just seen the helmet, and that, I may be wrong, but that looks to me like Sam Wilson's helmet.
Okay.
And that would perhaps explain why he is so quick and so close to Will Nuttall, because Sam Wilson is one of the top pre-66 Grand Prix drivers. And Sam runs a helmet which colours are a copy of the Porsche 917, the Salzburg car that ran the purple and green colours, if you remember that, back in 1971.
Okay. Well, in fact, they've just both been clipped by Bronson. That's a surprise, isn't it? Julian Bronson in the Scarab has gone faster. There he is, the front-engined machine, doing a fabulous job there. Really, really quick, so good effort. And let's see whether he's going to be able to hold on to that. Ooh, a little bit wide, a bit understeery. Maybe the fact that it's raining is helping. Mid-engine cars, of course, react quite nervously sometimes. You can see that the front-engine car can be a little bit more stable in these slightly more slippery conditions. The understeer isn't ideal, but it gives you that perhaps confidence that you can just drive the car nice and smoothly all the way through.
Yeah, I'm certain that's Sam Wilson in the car, Ben. We don't have that on the graphic at the moment. It's not John Chisholm, but I'm sure that will all be sorted out with the organisers. But that would explain why the cars are so competitive. But that is a tremendous drive from Julian Bronson. He has a habit of doing this, just putting the car in places where it shouldn't really be as a front-engine Grand Prix car.
Oh, it's good to see, isn't it? Lights flashing away on the back there. There's a big machine as well just up ahead of him. That's the number 56 car, Martin Halusa, the Maserati 250F, which is rather fun.
And that's finished unusually in white, because that was repainted for Louis Chiron in the colours of Monaco.
Okay.
Monaco colours are white and red.
Yeah, unusual.
And the Halusas have kept that car in that colour, and that's a period car from the factory at Maserati.
There is our pace setter at the moment, and he's fighting his way through the traffic quite neat. But now it's changed again. Nuttall has gone back up to the top, and Sam Wilson, because we think it's Wilson rather than Chisholm in the car, that's now moved into second place. And now up into third position, Rudy Friedrichs in the Cooper T53. Very close lap times between that group, and it is another big field of cars. We've got 41 cars in this category, the pre-66 Grand Prix cars. And up front, it's a gap of, well, actually the gap opened up a little bit on that lap, 1.9 seconds between our top two, and Bronson has now been pushed back down into fourth place, but he's still trying hard, as you can see, working the steering wheel, getting on the power. Let's see what this lap is like. Does this bring Bronson back up at all? Yes. Back into second place, just a second away from what Nuttall has achieved. So it's all working well. Little move up the order there for Richard Wilson, who's moved up to 7th in car number 14. That's a Cooper T60. And also another gain of places for number 77, Geraint Owen in the Curtis. So, as you said, the Curtis, big for another front engine machine, but delivering well. There, lovely, a little bit of understeer in, oversteer out as he comes out of Aintree. Will Nuttall's done a good first sector here in his Cooper, car number 10. We're watching him now. You see there's still some rain around. He's got a bit of traffic in a bit of a tricky place. Actually, that's all right. Go around the outside there. That won't have cost him too much time. This is where we've seen him be quite active on the steering wheel. That's actually very smooth. Good little exit there, not running too wide. That's looking good. Okay, so first sector he's up on time. Quick check in the mirrors. Nobody around to worry about. Let's see how this second sector is going to work out. Yeah, best second sector of everybody so far. So, oh, it's a bit sideways going. Just look at that. Look, sideways, holds it. Beautiful. Lovely car control. And continues. And that's so fabulous to watch. A couple of cars up ahead of him, I think. Oh, he's got past one of them. The second one is going to be a little bit in his way. He's going to lose a bit of time, but he's taken it well. He was just cautious getting on the throttle initially. Now he's on the power hard. Is he going to move up even more? 33, 498. Yeah, that's a big jump. So that's gain a lot of time there. Good lap. We enjoyed watching that one, didn't we?
We did indeed, yes, and I think there's no doubt that he would have been even quicker than that if he hadn't happened to catch that slower car right in the middle of Club Corner. So there is more time in the car yet.
Well, let's see whether he can find a bit more speed, a bit more lap time in this beautiful little Cooper. British manufacturer, such a successful outfit. They created the rear-engined Cooper 500s, of course, back in the day. And then they decided, well, let's make Formula 1 cars the same way, with an engine in the back. Of course, there had been engines in the back in Grand Prix cars before the war with the auto unions, but it never quite worked as well as it did when they started doing it again post-war.
That's right. The Cooper T43, which was the forerunner of the 53, was actually the car that took the first post-war rear-engine Grand Prix win, and it was that man Sterling Moss again in Argentina in 1958. But the first win for a Formula 1 car was at post-war was at Monaco with Jack Brabham, and it was the Cooper T43 that showed everybody else the way to go.
Yeah, fabulous stuff. And Jack Brabham, a world champion initially with Cooper, wasn't he?
That's right.
In 1959, before he set up his own team. So, yeah, great times for Cooper back then. And then in 1960, Jack Brabham world champion again. Cooper continuing to be successful through the years, however. So we're watching Will Nuttall. Let's see, he's going to try and go quicker again. Bronson has taken that top spot for now in the number 30 front-engined car. Another move up the order, but a checkered flag for number 3 Barry Cannell in the Brabham BT11A. We said he might be competitive, and he suddenly popped up there. He hasn't been quite so quick, but there are some more quick laps coming here. Will Nuttall here that you're watching is definitely on a good one. Let's watch him. Yeah, looking good, drifting, sliding, but not having to lift too much out of the last corner. I think this could be enough to go fastest. Yeah, he's done it. Look, he's taken that provisional pole. 2 minutes 29.9. Oh, but Chisholm's gone. Well, in fact, we don't think it's Chisholm. We think it's Sam Wilson. Sam Wilson has gone faster by 1.5 seconds. 2 final laps there that have changed it all around again. I don't know whether Bronson's on a quick lap. No, I don't think it's going to be a quick enough lap for Bronson to come back up there in quite the same way. So that's a little disappointing, but nonetheless, that's been a great fight for pole position in the Pre-66 Grand Prix cars competition. And it's car number 18. We believe is Sam Wilson in that car. who has taken pole position. Julian Bronson, here he is. I don't think he's going to be quick enough. Oh, gets a bit sideways. No, in the end, he stays in fourth. But he put on a great show and showed some of those mid-engine cars the way to go for a while. His front-engine car has ended up fourth on the grid, with mid-engine cars up ahead of him. So well done. Good effort in that number 10 car. But it is number 18 that has taken top spot. Good fun to see.
That was a really excellent qualifying session from two youngish drivers in really historic cars, battling it out for the top spot, and then throw into the mix Julian Bronson as well and Rudy Friedrichs. A great session, that.
Yeah, well, let's see how this goes. So Chisholm, it's down as Chisholm, but we think it's Sam Wilson in that car. It is John Chisholm's car, but it looks like it's Sam Wilson who's driving it here today, who has taken pole position with Ian Nuttall. Sorry, not Ian Nuttall, it was Will Nuttall who took second place. And then in third position, it was Rudy Friedrichs in his Cooper who took that third place. And just though everybody survived pretty well. Tricky conditions, we had some rain, we had some dry bits, didn't make life too easy, but nonetheless, everybody put in some very, very impressive lap times there. So let's have a look at the result. Bit of dark cloud in the background, as you can see, but it's Chisholm in theory, but we think it's Sam Wilson in that car. No, and it's not a Lola, it's a Lotus. I don't quite know why it's listed as a Lola there, but anyway, it's a Lotus in fact. The Cooper next up are Will Nuttall, and then Friedrichs in his Cooper, and then the front engine Scarab Offenhauser of Julian Bronson ended up fourth. Barry Cannell in the Brabham fifth, and then the top 10 completed by Richard Wilson in the Cooper T60. Outside the top 10, Geraint Owen in the Curtis that we saw right going out at the beginning of that session. Nick Fennell in that beautiful Lotus 25, the ex-Jim Clark car, 16th on the grid for the race tomorrow. Another Scarab, Eddie Maguire in 18th place, and first of the Maseratis up there in 20th with Klaus Laird. So conditions are proving a bit changeable, no doubt about it. We've still got several sessions to go. Is it going to be dry? Is it going to be wet? Stay with us, we'll find out.
The road to freedom. Japan quality. Yokohama. Your tire.
Well, I check the oil and the water and the tyre pressures regularly.
Give it a polish, make sure it's all shiny.
I service the car once a year and I always do it myself. I enjoy the mixture of exercise.
I think some of the things I eat help to keep myself healthy and my brain healthy.
Or even just meeting up with a friend and having a chat.
So we're looking forward to getting some more action on track. And the next qualifying that we're going to be seeing is again for pre-66 cars, but it's going to be touring cars that's coming up in just a few moments' time. They're going to be qualifying over a period of just over 25 minutes. Let's go back down to Nikki.
So as you can see, the crowds have gathered and they are here to see one man in particular. He's not a racing driver, he's not... kind of busy doing his thing, but hopefully you won't mind. It's Yanni, or aka Yanimize. And you got some big fans in the crowd there. Good to see you.
How are you?
Good. We're very excited to be seeing what you're doing with this car, what is going on behind you, and also I heard that you're quite handy at wrapping things that belong to other people.
Okay, so I'll tell you what. Let's first of all, before we get into this, let me take your phone and let's wrap this, okay? Right, what colour would you like?
Are you going to wrap the phone or the phone case?
The phone.
Uh-oh.
It's got a bit of chocolate on it.
That was my lunch, my chocolate digested biscuit.
What colour would you like it?
What colour?
It's got a crack, so it'll cover that.
Brilliant. All right.
Okay, what colour would you like it? Here,
What
have a look.
Okay. Let's
have a little look.
I reckon maybe this one.
What, like a Nardo grey? Like an Audi colour, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to go that colour?
Yeah.
Okay, Mark?
Yeah.
Mark, can you wrap the lovely Nikki's phone, please? Okay.
It might have a cracked camera as well, but
Don't worry, he'll make it work.
never mind. Can you fix that while you're there?
This is not a phone shop.
But Yanni, so tell us exactly, what do you do? You're the king of rapping, but what does that mean? What does that entail? What are the kind of bizarre projects that you're involved in? Because it's not just cars, is it? You've been involved in some crazy things.
Yeah, I do loads of different pieces. So car rapping is what I'm known for. So we own the rap company. Obviously I have Nico and Mark, who like the best rappers on the planet. Rapping with regards to vinyl onto a car, not rapping with a microphone. And we do things like this. So this is one of my staff's cars, chrome orange, crazy colour, very, very out there. We're the people you love to hate. So the cars you see driving around London that are chrome gold and they're satin black and matte black, people love us and people hate us. People say we ruin cars. So we actually wrapped an F40.
Wow.
And people went mad. An F40, it's a Ferrari, has to stay red. We wrapped it in grey for a promo thing, and people were like, how can you do that? It's sacred, it's embarrassing. The Ferrari should be taken away from the owner. That's what someone, I was like, it's his car, he can do what he wants.
But surely the beauty of a wrap is you can unwrap it.
Exactly.
So you can return it and restore it back to its original form.
Exactly, it protects it, it's cool, and if you get bored of your colour, you do something new.
Yeah, I love it. It's like changing your outfit.
Exactly. So
Who wants to wear the same outfit every day?
Exactly. So I have that. I have a competition business. So I gave away my Aventador S-Fit Roadster the other day to a young man.
You gave it away?
Just gave it away. He paid off it, and he kept it for a month, drove it around for a month because it was expensive on insurance. And then he paid off his mum's mortgage.
Wow.
With the money for the car, and then he bought a few properties, so changed his life forever.
That's amazing.
So
How did he get involved in the competition?
Because I own a competition called Yanamize Competitions, and literally people can go online and play, and we just give away loads of things. SQ7, Kias, Golfs, you name it, we give them away. But the Lambo was the SV Roadster, 1 of 500. So you can imagine, that's a bit crazy. And then today I'm at Silverstone Classics doing Rap Attack. So Rap Attack is something where the lovely people turn up, and they bring us items to wrap. So they bring us phones, they bring us bottles, they bring us any item they can possibly think of, and my team will wrap it in front of them. It's nice seeing them what they do.
Yeah, we need to actually,
hang on. There's your phone.
We need to,
So he's got like his.
Don't mess that up.
He does use a knife. So that's Nico on this side, Mark on the other. Mark on this side, Nico on that side. I know. Imagine, innit? I had to look down.
Oh my god.
But look. It's not as easy as people think. It's really easy. People like I struggle to put like a screen protector on with loads of bubbles.
Yeah.
These lot don't get any bubbles.
Wow. So how on earth do you then do an entire car?
You take it apart.
Really?
You take wing mirrors off, door handles, depending on what colour the car is originally, bumpers.
How long does it take you to wrap an entire car?
Depending on the car and colour, on average I'll say between 3 and 4 days.
Right, okay.
Okay.
So it's a big job.
It's a very, very big job. But
slightly longer than my phone.
Exactly, but the reveal is amazing at the end.
I mean, you must have made people cry over the years when they see their car.
Yeah, we've made people that have seen their cars cry based on the fact they're like, did he really wrap that in gold? Like, people are crazy. Even though they don't own the car, they feel like it's their right to say something about, well, how can you wrap that? You ruin cars and, it's terrible what you do. It's just a business.
Oh, brilliant. It's like Marmite. I can see that. Yeah. But you're having fun, aren't you, with your prized possession? But have you wrapped anything ridiculous like, I don't know, a house? Or
Never a house. We've wrapped a toilet.
Nice.
Wrapped a toilet. We've wrapped...
Where did the toilet go? What was the toilet for?
It was wrapped... What colour have you wrapped the toilet? Chrome purple toilet.
Nice.
What else have we wrapped? What else have we wrapped?
Sitting on the loo in style.
Yeah, guitar.
Lovely. Okay, guitar is cool.
Oh yeah, okay. So we wrapped at Coffin.
Yeah.
We wrapped at Coffin for Rays of Sunshine, which was, but it was amazing.
Story.
It was an amazing
really
story. So yeah, so
really
we wrap anything.
Yeah.
But we don't do it. We only wrap cars. But if it's like something like this and stuff, we'll wrap any item.
Amazing, wonderful. Well, I won't keep you any longer because there are a lot of fans here thinking, please be quiet, we want to hear from Yanni. So we will love you and leave you. Thank you so much. How's my phone coming along?
You've got about, I'd say, probably less than a minute.
Don't rush him. Don't rush it. No. You take as long as you need. We'll just wait in the wings and watch you do your thing.
Listen, it's been an absolute pleasure.
No, always, Yanni. Thank you so much. And stay dry in the rain.
Guys, round of applause for Nikki Shields, please.
Thank you, guys. Round of applause for you too.
Thank you. Right.
Out on track right now then, we've got qualifying for the Transatlantic Trophy pre-66 touring cars, but the rain is falling again. So the conditions are getting mighty difficult. So windscreen wipers are going to be an important factor here as we're looking at the number 20 Mini of Endaf Owens. But we've got a real good selection of cars once again. Plenty of Ford Lotus Cortinas. We've got the odd Ford Mustang and Falcon Sprint. We've got plenty of Minis, and we've also got the odd Alfa Giulia Sprint. We've got a BMW 1800 Ti out there, and then we've also got a few more Mustangs. So it is a mixture. It is a mixture of cars, but again, it's pre-66 touring cars basically, when it was the British Saloon Car Championship. The days of 1964, 1965. Jim Clark dominated in a Works Lotus Cortina in 1964, and there is a Lotus Cortina, suitably enough, heading down towards us. Car number 133, Alberta Vella. That is a 1965 car, and it was that sort of machine that Jim Clark dominated the championship in 1964. Finished second in the first race of the year at Snetterton. And of course there were slightly different classes in those days as well. The Ford Galaxy, Jack Brabham actually won the race at Snetterton, but Clark took maximum points in his class in every round that year. But the Galaxies had lots of success, but with different F1 drivers who were competing in them, so they didn't get to win the championship. And as you can see, plenty of Lotus Cortinas for us to enjoy in different colour schemes here. There's a Mustang as well, just in behind them. That's the number 72 Lotus Cortina of Roy Alderslade. We saw actually Roy Alderslade earlier on with Andrew Jordan in one of the other races, doing very well in qualifying. So let's see how he gets on there. The two Lotus Cortinas running side by side there, which is fun to watch. These were the original Lotus Cortinas, of course, and that combination of Ford and Lotus was very significant in terms of engines as well. Dave Coyne's just gone fastest in car number 74. He's driving a Ford Mustang, so he's done well in the Mustang to be able to keep the balance with the powerful machine in these rather slippery, wet conditions. Number 3 there, that's Richard Dutton, the boss of Fortec Motorsport for so many years. And it's lovely to see him back out as a racing driver again, having helped and supported many, many racing drivers, and still doing so throughout his career.
And Richard's good mates with Neil Brown as well, who we mentioned earlier. Neil in this race as well, in his Lotus Cortina. He's running number 2. But Richard Dutton, well known for his sideways driving style, and I think we saw an example of it there, didn't we?
Yeah, nice to see that, yeah. Good car control from Richard. And yeah, I caught up with him briefly at Snetterton earlier this year when the touring cars meeting was up there, and there he is, wobbling it around a little bit on the corner entry. Now looking for the exit, or a bit of oversteer on exit. Yep, nice sliding out of Brooklands there. Flick it into Luffield. Let's see how sideways he can get it on the way out of Luffield. Still very slippery now that we've had that little bit more rain. That's nice, good control out of Luffield. So Coyne is currently fastest. Davis, that's Craig Davis in the Ford Mustang. So we've got 2 Mustangs up there now. First and second currently. David Gooding in another one, third. So they're going well. Then Richard Dutton, the man we're watching in the Lotus Cortina. So he's top of the Lotus Cortinas so far. And then number 192, it's again that same old pairing of Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie. This time they're in a Ford Falcon. So I mentioned the Ford Falcon as being one of the front-running cars as well, and that's what they're sharing. In this one, they are currently in 6th place. For the moment, we're keeping an eye on this Richard Dutton car.
And in the background, we saw a brief glimpse of the red and gold car. That's our man Steve Soper again, sharing with Henry Mann in the Ford Mustang. We'll no doubt see that at the top of the timing screens, or at least near the top at some point, as we watch Richard Dutton. And we can see how dark it is with those headlights picked out and the spray coming off the car.
We've got some pretty impressive touring car drivers in this race, haven't we, Alistair? Because not only have we got Steve Soper, we've got Andy Prio as well entered in this race, number 99 in the Ford Mustang.
Is that Mustang? Yes.
Yeah. So
multiple world champion.
Yeah, multiple world champion and European champion. Then went on to race at Le Mans and stuff. So Andy Prio, he'll be out. I don't know if he's in his car yet, but we shall see how he gets on. And we've got some more minis, plenty of minis in various different races this weekend. One of them, by the way, an additional entry, number 885, Dominic Holland and Marcus Holland in a mini, not on the original entry list. Number 179, David Gooding, also added to the entry list. There's number 166, Rob Fenn, sharing the car with James Barkley. That's another of the Mustangs.
We saw Rob out earlier in his Lotus Elan as well. I noticed there the Mustang was stopped at the side of the track as the rain absolutely teeming down.
Belting down now. I mean, we can hear it banging down on our commentary box roof right now. See the water streaming from every angle pretty much. So this is going to be difficult. So I can't see people going any quicker. They're going to have got that lapping soon. So I think this might work well for Dave Coyne, because I don't know whether anybody's going to be able to improve. He's already come into the pits, Coyne, probably deciding, well, I'm not going to be able to go any quicker in these conditions, so I might as well go in and not risk the car, which I can totally understand. Also, having come in is David Gooding in his Mustang. You're looking at the Ford Mustang of Craig Davis here. Very pretty machine indeed. And he's been quite cautious, as you can see. He's not really sliding the car around too much. Not a lot of point now, because I think the laps that they have done could well be their decisive laps, couldn't they?
That suggests that the Mustang I saw parked at the side of the track in similar colours, the Alan Mann Racing colours, will be the Steve Soper Henry Mann car, unfortunately.
Oh, we got a spinner.
That's the Lark Daytona, isn't it?
Yeah, of Adrian Wilmot and Mark Farmer.
Oh, one going straight off, yeah.
Yeah, it's very tricky now.
That's aquaplaning, isn't it?
Off Roy Alderslade's car. Yeah, you're right. Just that's hitting a puddle and basically sliding away. Not much he could do about that. It is just too wet out there again now. What a day of changing conditions we have seen at Silverstone today, from dry track to fully wet, and then it's dried up again generally, and then now again we've gone absolutely pouring rain.
Another spinner down at Club as well, Ben.
Dear, oh dear.
We just picked up on the camera there. That's one of the Falcons, number 77.
Adam Brindle.
Adam Brindle, yeah. So that clearly the section out of Club Corner is very tricky indeed.
Yeah, we've seen a number of spins there, haven't we? Let's have a look at how this happened. I don't think he got a push. It was close, wasn't it?
It looked like it.
He got on the curb too much. I think that was the problem. Just got too much wheel spin off the curb. No. Then almost in front of somebody. And then the Lotus Cortina went off in the background. Nothing to do with it. Just hitting a puddle at the wrong moment. So there we go. That's a bit worrying. Yellow flag and safety car is out. So we've got a safety car now. No surprise. I don't know if they're a car in a dangerous position, or whether they've just decided to put the safety car out to slow everybody down. Number 31, the Mini there, is the Giles Page Nick Padmore car. So that will be competitive in its class, I'm sure.
I've just noticed on our timing screen another extra driver, which is interesting, is the car number 66. It's only done, it's on its outlap, so we haven't got a time for it yet. Neil McFadden has Hancock, I would guess Sam Hancock again, because he shared with Neil earlier, didn't he? So that's another really top driver in this race to join all the others we've been mentioning, including Le Mans winner Guy Smith, who's out with his dad, Peter Smith, in the Lotus Cortina number 71.
There is Dave Coyne. Actually, he was in the pits, but he's decided to come back out again, which kind of surprises me because I can't imagine he's going to be able to go much quicker than he's already gone. But there he is in number 74, the Ford Mustang, and lovely livery, sort of running it quite wide around the edge there. He's probably just looking to see where is their grip. I remember watching him around Brands Hatch in the wet. He was always brilliant at finding the driest bit of a wet track. That's always been a major part of his driving skill, and he's always had great car control as well. So a number of cars all trying to find their way, but you can see it's very unstable out there in these conditions. Bit of a worry. Safety car will be slowing them down. There is the number 132 car that we saw having that spin out of the final turn earlier on. The Studebaker Lark Daytona. Unusual machine, but fun to see.
Yeah, that came out at Thruxton earlier this year actually, and may have been the first time out for the car, and it's a real handful. And we've got the safety car there through the murk, leading the cars around.
It's quite fun looking back to 64 and 65, because at 64 it was the Lotus Cortina with Jim Clark that won the championship, won the class and won the championship outright. But the following year it was the Ford Mustang with Roy Pierpoint, because the Cortinas dominated the 2 litre class, but the wins were split between Jim Clark and Jack Sears. So they didn't stay with one always scoring the maximum points. So Roy Pierpoint was able to take the championship in a Mustang that year. And it looks like we've got a bit of a similar battle. You know, we've got Mustangs versus Lotus Cortinas, haven't we, up there? The Mustangs have definitely been a little stronger, but there's not a lot in it. That is the lead car. But look at the rain. Just look at how it's pouring down and leaving huge amount of surface water now on the track.
It's bouncing off the track, isn't it?
It is, and his window is misting up as well. Little windscreen wipers doing its best, but he's not going that quickly, I have to say, sensibly, because otherwise it would be very easy to damage the car. And you know, when you've got potential provisional pole position, as he has, not much point in damaging the car, is there? You want to keep it clean for tomorrow. They have got a race on Saturday. It's going to be at 4:10 in the afternoon. Pit stop. It's a 45-minute race, and some very quick drivers that we have seen. They're likely to be the second drivers in the race, so we might see a real turnaround from the order in the early part of the race to the order in the second part. Mind you, I think Dave Coyne is driving on his own, isn't he? Yes, he is. There's a few guys at the top of that list that are doing it all themselves, so there won't be too much of a pace difference between before and after the pit stops with the same driver. With some of the setups, you will see a bit of a different pace before and after, but it does allow for some exciting racing, and you'll see some of those quick drivers that take over a car that might be a little bit midfield suddenly surging their way through to the front. The Steve Soper car we can see is down in 21st place. I don't think Steve has been in that car yet. And the problem with this session, actually, I'm just thinking, you know, there hasn't been much chance to swap drivers around yet, has there?
I was about to say, actually, I think we might see some of the shared cars going out in this rain simply to get the second driver
just to do the 3 laps.
To do the 3 laps, yes.
So that's part of the rules, isn't it? You're meant to do 3 laps, even if it's behind safety car, it still counts.
Yeah, that's right, and that's why we're seeing cars going out. It doesn't answer why Dave Coyne's going round.
No, because he's not sharing it.
I think you've got the answer to that. He's looking for the puddles.
Yeah, maybe.
And he'll put those into his brain and use them tomorrow if it's wet.
I tell you what, the rain coming down right now, it's beating down on the roof of our commentary box, making a huge roar, and looking out over the circuit, I mean, it's more like a river. It looks like we should be watching Olympic canoeing rather than historic racing right at this moment. I think a canoe and a paddle would be the ideal thing out there.
I think the mini drivers, they won't be happy because they don't want it to be wet like this, but they'll be thinking this is our chance.
Yes,
because the minis will go well in the wet, compared to the wider tired bigger cars.
Yeah, you actually want narrow tyres to cut through the water when it's like this. A wider tyre is more likely to aquaplane. So mind you, most of these pre-66 cars don't have particularly wide tyres. The Mustangs will have slightly bigger tyres. There you can see a little mini. Of course, they are originally on the 10-inch wheels, tiny little wheels. Always a joy to watch. And Yes, there are still a few cars out there, but I'm sure that's what's going on. It is the second drivers who are just trying to get their regulatory 3 laps under the belt so that the car is then valid to start the race with both drivers. I think that's what we're seeing, and that's why the safety car situation remains, and they haven't actually red flagged it. And I'm sure everybody's just thinking, just take it easy, go nice and steady, don't rush round, but just make it sensible. Mark Davenport and Luke Davenport are sharing car number 41, for example, so I think one of them did the earlier stint. Now the other one is just doing the 3 laps, and hopefully going to stay on the circuit. So still under safety car conditions here right now. 8 minutes to go. We've still got a couple more qualifying sessions to come, so it's not an easy afternoon, that's for sure, but I guess at least it's not racing. Just one more now, is it? Okay, yeah, just the one more, right, so we're running pretty well. Number 99, another of the Mustangs there. That's the that is the car that Andy Prio's driving this weekend, actually. So it's a good one to recognise. They're going to have a representative time. They're 23rd at the moment. It's a long, long way down the grid, but it could be fun to see what Andy Prio can do when he's in the machine in the race tomorrow. Very, very talented driver, and as you mentioned, Steve Soper as well is also in this one. Currently down in 21st. Funnily enough, actually, Steve Soper, well, their cars, they may not go out at the same time, but it'd be great if they do, because they'll be virtually together on the grid. That'd be fun, wouldn't it?
And how many laps has Steve Soper done? Because I thought that car was parked up earlier on.
Right, it's a good point. Yes, it looks like they've only done 1 lap so far, that car.
I think that must be the car I saw just briefly in camera shot, was to the left of the camera.
Okay.
So that might be a problem.
That might be a problem in terms of qualifying. Number 101, the Mini there, that's the Stephen Woodrow car. Very nice blue and white livery. Just look how dark and gloomy it looks out there. Here we are, 6 o'clock in the afternoon, or the early evening, I should say, here at Silverstone in the midsummer, coming towards the end of July, about to go into August, and yet we've got pouring rain and headlights on, and cars going very, very gently just to make sure they complete sufficient number of laps to allow to start the race. So not ideal situation, I'm afraid, for everybody. But it's just the way it goes, and we are at least being able to see some of these lovely cars that were racing so competitively in the early 1960s or mid-90s. Most of these cars are from 1964, 1965. We've got a couple of 1963 cars. Neil Brown's Lotus Cortina is one of the early ones. The Lotus Cortina sort of appeared in 1963, I think. They also had a Cortina 1500 GT. But then the Lotus twin cam powered car was the one that really made the scene work, you know, and won many races in their class anyway, and particularly as we mentioned in 1964, as Jim Clark took that title. Won the race at the end of the year actually at Alton Park. John Rhodes in the Mini was very strong that year. Paddy Hopkirk raced the Mini at one point as well. More of a rally driver.
Yeah, and the opposite way around for Jim Clark, because
yes,
obviously a racing driver, but hopped into a Cortina to do a rally and would have won, but he actually went off the road and hit a tree, and the car had to be retired. But he was well
remarkable,
ahead.
wasn't it?
Absolutely,
because
amazing.
The skills of rallying and racing are very different, and very difficult to do that transfer. But yes, remarkable driver all round.
Just ask Kimi Räikkönen.
Indeed, yeah, indeed. He had a few crashes on his way.
He did, didn't he? Yes.
Yeah.
I think we saw a picture of Neil Brown in the pits there, just talking to his team. As we look at the 126, Colin Souter, Gary Culver, they race in classic Ferraris from the 60s and 70s separately, but got together in a Mustang. There is Richard Dutton, who we were looking at the beginning of the session.
Yeah, he's done well. He's qualified 4th, and it's only him driving this car, so he doesn't need to share it or get somebody else out in it. So he's having a little bit of a chat, and I think he's pretty happy with where he is. It's a good effort. Alfa Romeo just coming through the shot there as well. There's only a couple of those entered into the event for this one.
And one of them a potential winner, the Andrew and Max Banks car, the Giulia Sprint GTA, is often one of the cars that's battling for the lead of the race.
Okay.
Sometimes might be outgunned here at Silverstone.
Well, we'll keep an eye on it. Number 9 back in the pits. That's the Craig Davis car, Ford Mustang, and that is currently second fastest. So we've got our top 2 sitting in the pits at the moment. Dave Coyne, Craig Davis is there. We've seen Richard Dutton also sitting in the pits. The safety car leading the cars around at this stage. The number 36 car is the car immediately behind. That's the Jonathan Evans Toby Barlow Ford Mustang 1964 car. And there's another of the delightful minis, number 48, Peter James and Chris Snowden are sharing that one.
And with only 2 3/4 minutes to go and the safety car still out on track, it's not looking great for any more quick times, but going back to why these drivers are out there, it might be that the safety car was put out to give them a chance to go out to do their mandatory qualification laps.
We've got a mini well up in the order, you know. Endaf Evans is 5th at the moment in his mini. So when you consider, you know, we've got the Mustangs, Lotus Cortinas, etc. You said, you know, in these conditions the mini's going to be strong. Well, he's right up there in 5th place in a mini. That's impressive. Car number 20.
And Ian Curley as well. That's another mini.
Yeah.
He's 10th.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and I think
Aaron Smith is up there too.
Yeah.
In 8th place. He's in another one, isn't he? So, yeah, we've got a few minis that are definitely proving to be competitive in these tricky conditions where getting the power down is going to be a real challenge. But as I say, we don't know quite what's going to be. There is our man who is provisionally on pole position. Looks as though that's, oh dear, off into the gravel trap. Neil Glover or Jason Green, I'm not sure who's actually driving the car at the moment. They are sharing it. They're quite a long way down the order, and he's popped it into the gravel trap. There's only a minute and a bit to go, and he's asking for a bit of help. There's no way you can drive it out. Too much wheel spin. It's well dug into the gravel there. But there you go, this is Silverstone, and if you do go off in sort of classic car, hopefully you do just end up either on some more tarmac or into some gravel. And hopefully not too much damage is done. Mind you, you don't want the car bashed too much by the gravel when you go off. There's the mini we were looking at earlier, the Stephen Woodrow car. He's a little further down the order, I believe. And there's the number 192 machine of Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie. Now that car's done well. That's actually up into 6th place, as expected. The Ford Falcon with that pairing. A pairing that have been driving all sorts of cars so far today in different conditions, different feel to each of the cars, and yet they've been competitive in just about everything they've been out in. We're going to see the checker flag coming out shortly, and hopefully everybody will have done their sufficient number of laps to make sure they're allowed to start the race, rather than have to go to race control. There's one of the Alphas you mentioned. That's the Xavier Tancon car, the 1600 1965 Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA. That's a lovely car to see out on circuit.
And those types of Alphas were really very successful in touring cars in Europe for many years, and a great design, very pretty car.
Yeah. David Gooding at the back of this group in that blue Mustang, and he's done well so far. He's up in 3rd place, so he's going to be one of the contenders in the race tomorrow. Whether it's wet or dry, he's still going to be a contender. As we have a quick look at number 170, Marcus Jewell. This is a car he's sharing with Ben Klukas. That is starting 14th. Ben Klukas, rapid driver. I'm not sure he got a chance to do full-on times, so we'll see. But that's it. Nobody's going to change, obviously. We've been under safety car. Those times were set very early on. All of the lap times actually were set on either lap 1 or lap 2. All those fastest laps. They've done a total, most of them, of about 5 or 6 laps, particularly those who've stayed out behind the safety car. But the fastest lap was really on the first lap, before the rain was fully down. But then it came down so hard. So disappointing time for them, really. You can't enjoy qualifying when it's like that. But they have got the race on Saturday to look forward to. They only get the one race, these guys, unlike some of the races that are going on, some of the collections that are racing this weekend. They have a race on both Saturday and Sunday, but this group, they only have one race. That's on tomorrow afternoon at 4:10. Well, let's hope they get a slightly better weather conditions than they've suffered here today. So it is Dave Coyne who has taken pole position for the pre-66 touring cars. A very good effort by doing a flying lap before the rain got too heavy, and it's Dave Coyne who will start up front, and it's a Mustang 1-2-3 with Craig Davis, David Gooding with him, Richard Dutton the first of the Lotus Cortinas, but then you've got a Mini in there as well. That's Enduff Owens, great job. The Ford Falcon of Callum Lockie and Julian Thomas is 6th. The Banks sharing their Alpha Julia Sprint's gone well, up in 7th. Aaron Smith 8th in another Mini, along with the Burton Pattle Ford Mustang, and Ian Curley, as we know, very rapid Mini racer, he's in 10th place. Mustangs, Minis, Lotus Cortinas all sharing the way. We've got the Studebaker Lark Daytona in 17th place, and the first of the BMWs, Tom Sharp, he is in 20th position. So let's take you back to some of the highlights which were really from lap 1 or lap 2, because it all got a bit crazy after that. So Dave Coyne ended up on pole position for the pre-66 touring cars. We've still got some more action to come from Silverstone, so stay with us.
The road to freedom. Japan quality. Yokohama. Your tire.
Well, I check the oil and the water and the tyre pressures regularly.
Give it a polish, make sure it's all shiny.
I service the car once a year, and I always do it myself. I enjoy the mixture of exercise.
I think some of the things I eat help to keep myself healthy and my brain healthy.
Or even just meeting up with a friend and having a chat.
There was due to be quite a gap though there, I wonder why. Welcome back. We're getting ready for more action coming up in a little while, but for now, let's go back to Nikki.
Well, injecting plenty of colour and creativity to the classic at this weekend is the man who goes by the name of Pop Bang Colour, but the brains behind it all is Ian Cook. Hey Ian, great to see you here. Absolutely love the artwork that you do around all the cars. Just talk us through though. Well, first of all, I suppose this piece is kind of the thing that catches your eye, isn't it?
Yeah, this is what I've been doing for 15 years. So this is where I paint with radio control cars. This is a little bit special though because it's on a Mustang bonnet. So it's a Mustang on a Mustang bonnet. And that was the last artwork that I really did at an event prior to the whole COVID and events stopping. So it's nice to have this up and show people like you can have an artwork on a car bonnet as well.
It's awesome. And let's just go back to what you mentioned there, because in case people haven't seen you at work, you do use, for every bit of paint that is on that bonnet or for any artwork, you use remote control cars.
Yeah, so normally
going through paint.
Yeah, so normally I'm in this marquee on my knees, covered in paint. Splashing around. So with radio control cars, so you'll see the car treads and the tyres spreading the paint. But I haven't done that for kind of 15 months properly, because I kind of diversified and thought I'd start doing drawings instead. Because I'm trained as an illustrator as well as fine art, so now we've got all this kind of other colourful stuff that I've done as well.
A ridiculous collection. Yeah. I mean, what car haven't you managed to illustrate? It's fantastic. And you've also got lots of different products. So you've got postcards, stickers, prints, mugs.
All the merch.
All the merch. Exactly.
Yeah, no, it's gone really
available.
So the continuous car project happened over lockdown. Yeah, we're, as you know, like chatting to a lot of people in the car industry, but also owners of their vehicles. So I draw their vehicles, which I do in the mobile car studio. And then once it's done, I can then produce stuff so they can have it on a mug, on a tee, all of that. And it's gone really well. Nearly 1,000 artworks.
And I love this. Can we just take a little look? This really is your studio. I mean, inside it you've got all of your paints and brushes and marker pens. Does the car actually, is this what you drive to events in?
Yeah, it's road legal. So basically
Amazing.
So when it came to between the end of lockdown 1 and 2, I wanted to be able to be mobile, but also, if I just want to take the car, I can arrive at an event and within 15 minutes I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
So
what happens when you stop at the traffic light? So people are like, oh, Pop Van Carlo, hiya!
Yeah, so
and then knocking on your window asking for a free print and sticker.
Maybe I should do that. Yeah, but it is a little bit of a shop in the back of it as well. It's not a very subtle thing to drive around in, but and it's got like spotlights and all kinds of stuff on it now, so it's a bit of fun.
Full of toys. And what is your biggest request when it comes to people asking you to draw things for them?
It's just what's nice about the drawings is that I've been able to do people's collections.
Yeah.
So people can have, rather than having just one, like with the paintings, it's like one car. Whereas this, they're going to have like, if they've got a collection of cars, they can have them all done, which is something a little bit different. So it's really exciting. We're nearly up to 1,000 drawings now. What's been nice about it, I've just created everything from like, hypercars to classic cars, and I just really enjoy it. It's
fun. And you had a couple, here, talk to me about these.
Yes, that is my Morgan three-wheeler. That is me driving to Geneva in the three-wheeler. So that was drawing number 400. I try and make the significant ones like a significant number. So that's got the certificate in the back, and that's the original. And then actually this was done on the... So obviously we lost Sir Sterling last year. And then I was lucky enough to met him and had a chat with him at his house. And he spoke about how much he loved the 722. This was his absolute favourite race. So I created it as a memory, as a memory. And I just really like it. So I kept it as my own artwork because I didn't want it to go.
I was going to say, what are you going to do with it now? So you're keeping it. This one isn't for sale.
No.
There's no price on the back.
No, this will do. I have this
for
in
your
my
own collection.
car, so I have it as an example in the car so people can see what the drawings look like. And also it shows a little bit of a development of the style as well. So a few of them I keep for me. So.
Absolutely beautiful, absolutely incredible. Ian, an absolute pleasure to talk to you. And obviously you're going to be here over the course of the week doing your thing.
Yeah, I'll be in the car, keeping dry, whilst everybody else But I think it's we've got a bit of blue sky now.
I see sun. It's coming.
It's coming. It's over there.
Exactly. Blue sky. That is actually blue sky.
Good.
There we are.
Right. So I'm gonna be drawing. I've got commissions that I need to get on with. So I'm just gonna. It's just great to be at a racetrack and hearing loud things go that way.
Oh, it's brilliant. It is absolutely brilliant, isn't it? To be back here at the Classic is a very special feeling.
It is.
Well, Ian, we will let you get back to work because you've got so much on. Yeah. Big thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, all fun and games here at Silverstone, and they're still just picking up that car that ended up in the gravel in that behind the safety car, the Neil Glover Jason Green car. They went into the gravel trap and it wasn't going to be easy to get it out, so they at the end of the session they've got the marshals down there. Marshals doing a brilliant job this weekend. Thank you guys, ladies and gentlemen of the marshals clubs, and you all doing a fabulous job to keep this all running. And it's one of those meetings, this one, where you are definitely going to get quite engaged in moving cars around and sorting things out, but it does make it quite fun in some ways that you can help out along the way. Difficult weather for you though. I hope you're all going to manage to get dried out by the end of today. So you can see the gravel coming out of the bottom of the car, and hopefully they can get rid of all that gravel before he comes back out onto the circuit.
The tractor with the big sweeper brush on the front of it has just left our location to dash off up to where to get that brushed off the track.
It's a little bit of a long way to go from here, isn't it? So
yeah.
It's got it'll take him a little while to get up there, but at least most of it is off the side of the track, not quite on the racing line as such. So that's not such bad news. We've still got another qualifying session to come here this evening. We're looking forward to the Masters Historic Sports Cars coming out fairly soon. It's a question of exactly when they'll come out. It depends on whether they need to clean up the track first before they do that. But that is something that we are looking forward to coming out fairly soon now. And that will be the final qualifying session of the day. Having seen a lot of action out there, it is the Masters Historic Sports Cars that is going to be the last run of the day. And then we shall see how things all start to settle down for the actual races tomorrow. All the qualifying having been done today, of course. Weather conditions improving slightly again, aren't they, Alistair? It's not quite as wet as it was earlier.
Yes, in some ways. I suppose this slight delay while they clear that part of the track has helped, in that the water that dropped onto the track in huge volumes just 20 minutes or so ago has started to run away into the drains, and by the time the cars come out, hopefully the surface will be reasonable. And these cars have quite wide tyres on them, so they'll move quite a bit of that water off the track surface.
The next one coming up is the it's a series that caters for the Le Mans sports cars, really, from 1962 up to 1974. A really wide range of prototypes and GT cars that were looking for class or overall wins at the 24-hour race. So that's what we are looking to see out for the final qualifying session, and they'll be racing on Saturday. Is this going out, guys? No. So big powerful American cars, they'll be heading the way with V8 engines. We've got Lola T70s out there as well, and some quick drivers, Ollie Bryant, Gary Pearson, and Alex Brundle is going to be out as part of this next group too. We've got open top 2-litre prototypes as well, and a real mixture of machines that we will be looking forward to. And it does amuse me that in the preview written in the rather beautiful programme for this event, Matthias Dipram wrote, "The weather will have a huge influence on the outcome." Well, that's absolutely right. Well done, because the weather has had quite a big influence on everything so far today. But actually, I have to say they've done a good job of keeping up to speed with the time scale. We're actually a little bit early at the moment, aren't we, if they do end up coming straight out?
Yes, yeah, we're slightly still slightly ahead of time.
We'll see if they do come out. I'm not sure whether there needs to be a bit more track clearing up. But yeah, looking forward to these different classes of cars coming out in the Masters Historic Sports Car race. And these classes of cars, it slightly throws me that they name the classes after greats of motorsport. So you've got a class called Marco, you've got a class called Rodriguez, you've got a class called Stommelen, a class called Bonnier. Very confusing, but it's quite fun.
Yes, quite a nice idea. It's the same in the Masters Formula One as well. They've got the different classes there named after the drivers of that period. And And
So we're just having a little look back at some of the highlights of today, starting off with the Formula Junior qualifying. Let's leave you to some pictures and some music and see what's been happening on track. Okay. Okay.
Next up, we have the Yokohama Trophy for historic sports cars, and this grid has got some absolutely wonderful machinery in it. It's got Lola T70 Spiders, and I'm joined here by Steve Hodges in a Chevron B16. Steve, you were saying just earlier that you haven't driven this car for a year and a half.
Yeah.
What wonderful conditions you have to go out in.
Yes, well, just as I went out for the HSC qualifying, the rain stopped, and we were on wet tyres, so I didn't do a very fast time. There was a problem with the engine, but it's all part of motor racing, isn't it?
And tell me a little bit about the history of this car.
This car ran at Le Mans in 1970. Failed at midnight. Digby Martland was driving it, and it later was in the film, in the Le Mans film, Steve McQueen's film Le Mans, as 44, the number it ran at Le Mans.
a wonderful piece of history. Enjoy the qualifying session. We're going to move on and talk to some more
Thank you very
people.
much. Thanks, too.
Right, if you just follow me, guys, we're going to try and catch up with Mark and James Bates, who are just over here in their lovely nine. I'm sorry to jump in, guys. You're obviously talking very important setup stuff. James and Mark, next to your wonderful RSR, what a fabulous thing this must be to drive.
It's fantastic. Really great fun. Particularly in the wet, it gives us a little bit of an advantage with it being a 911 in the wet. So we'll see what happens today.
You were saying you got this car in 2012, you bought it in 2012. How long does it take you to properly get on top of a car like this? Because to a lot of viewers, it might look quite a scary prospect.
We normally say your first year you're getting the car set up, second year you sort of find it's where it wants to be, and then it's third year is when you start finding things want to break and you don't know where they are and you can chase it from there. But we've had some good luck with this one. We had 3 years of pretty much trouble-free, and then we had a year or two where we chased niggles, and now we're back on form with it. So, or we have been so far this year that racing's been pretty limited. So, but when it's been out, it's we're as quick as we've ever been in it. So we're fairly happy.
I've got to ask, how much competition is there between you two?
None. You normally see me hanging over the pit wall trying to wave him on, and So now we find our own. I mean, we love this class, but this race series, should I say? But the class Pescarola, it's not as well, contested as it used to be. But we like to have a battle with the guys in the chevrons. They're not. I mean, we're not racing against them, but it's just great to be here, and we're out with the 65 and the gent drivers, so we make the most of the weekend, and we like it whether it's dry or wet. So we'll just see how we go on and try and stay out of trouble.
James and Mark, good luck. Enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Well, that was Ed talking to some of these guys just a little bit earlier. They are now taking to the track. So this is the final qualifying session of the day, the Yokohama Trophy for Masters. Historic sports cars, basically Le Mans sports cars from 1962 to 1974, and various different categories. Let's just see what's out there and see how they get on in these rather difficult conditions. I have to say, again, the track has dried off a little bit. Happily, it's not raining quite as much as it was earlier, and there are some dry bits. There's still quite a lot of hefty cloud overhead, so let's see how the track remains. You can see there are a few little streams running across the track, so aquaplaning is still a little bit of an issue, but I think the main part of the circuit means that they can just find a little bit of grip here and there and slither around and enjoy themselves. Let's hope so. We've got another strong group of drivers and cars to check out, and there you can begin to see some of those cars out there on the circuit now, and headlights are on clearly to make the most of cutting through this rather grim grey weather. We have number 58 just going through. That's the Sean Lynn Andrew Haddon Lola T70 Mark III. Very, very beautiful car indeed. We've got quite a few of the Lola T70s in this part of qualifying, or in this event, so that's something to look forward to, and we shall see who comes out with the fastest lap times. Earlier on this year there was a Masters Historic Sports Car race at Brands Hatch in May, and in fact Alex Brundle did win that in a Lola T70. Alex is back out again with Gary Pearson in the T70, and I would imagine they're going to be pretty fast. Both Alex and Gary are very quick competitors, so we'll see how they get on. And there are several others who are potentially going to set the pace during qualifying here. So fun session to end the day, Alistair, as we enjoy some more powerful sports cars here at Silverstone.
Yeah, certainly this race includes some of the all-time favourites for many people who followed long-distance sports car racing for many years. And the Lola T70, the Mark IIIB, which is the closed car we've seen go through the picture there. The car number 42, the red car, that's my favourite car of all time, actually. That's the Chevron B8, another car from the Derek Bennett Chevron stable. But the T70 with the big V8 engine in the back and the wonderful lines drawn by Eric Broadley, who ran Lola for many, many years. And it's just the epitome of a young boy's drawing of a racing car, I think.
Yeah, there are some beautiful cars out there, which is lovely to see, even if it's a bit murky. Yeah, there is the GT40 just coming through. That's always a stunning machine. Number 11, that just coming through as well.
That's the Lenham, which is driven actually by Simon and Dominic Jackson, and Cam Jackson we spoke about earlier, being the dominant force in Formula Ford at the moment. That's his dad and his brother.
Yeah, good stuff. That is an additional entry, actually, number 11, that Lenham P70, as you say. But there is that beautiful Ford GT40, car number 15 of Michael Birch and Andrew Newell. 4.7 litre engine back from 1965, and doesn't it look gorgeous? Yeah, lovely to see that out on circuit right now. There is the number 11 car you mentioned, the Lenham P70. That's just ahead of the Ford GT40. Everybody just getting a feel for how much grip is out there now on this rather slippery surface, but it isn't quite as wet as it was earlier on. And the first few laps starting to come together, and an initial good outlap for the Christian Pittard, Darren Burke Chevron B8. They've done a 2-minute 27, but we're waiting to see everybody complete their first flying lap. And Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie are back up there again, popping up into third place. Back in car 192 again, but this time it's a Chevron B8 in this particular category.
Yes, a new car to Julian Thomas's stable. That quite recently, a couple of years ago, he got that. And if I was adding a car to my stable, it would be a B8.
Yeah, oh, beautiful. Yeah,
they're wonderful cars. Yes, and we might see a Chevron B8 somewhere near the front as well if it's wet for the race. And I've actually watched Martin O'Connell win one of these races outright in the wet at Spa, and you wouldn't think that it would be competitive at Spa with the long straights, but just the wet conditions and Martin's skill. Martin is racing in this race in the Chevron B8, car number 40, Sandy Watson's car, blue with an orange nose. We'll probably get a picture of that there. It's the Chevron B8 number 51, that car, Christian Pittard and Darren Burke, going out into the gloom, and it disappears in a ball of spray as the camera shot pans.
Tom Bradshaw's just gone quicker in one of the other Chevrons, the B19. He's done a good lap, just under a second faster than this number 51 car that we're looking here. That had set the pace. It's now currently second fastest, number 51. Ooh, that was all fairly close to the number 95 Lola T70 of Gary Culver. Really has got some performance, this car, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
And still chasing after that top spot, but it's been pushed back to second.
And there's an example of the car number 51, the Chevron B8, only 2 litres up against the big V8s of the Lola T70s. But not only did it get past them at Beckett's, it kept ahead of them down the Hanger Straight, and it's still ahead of them at Club. Just shows you how a car with good handling, very lightweight, just a 2-litre 4-cylinder engine, is quicker, and he's third quickest overall.
Yeah, Pearson and Brundle have gone fastest now in the number 23 Lola T70, so that is another of the V8 powered cars, as you mentioned, but very impressive from the little Chevron there. And we've got another little group of cars heading down our way on screen right now. Car number 80 shooting around the outside, making up a bit of ground. That's going well. That's Fletcher in car number 80. So making a bit of progress.
That's Henry Fletcher.
Okay.
In a Chevron B19. That's another one of our late entries. Car number 80, Henry Fletcher, Chevron B19.
Going well. He's up into 6th place.
And 43, Tom Bradshaw. That's another potential outright winner in the wet, even though it's only a 2-litre car. Tom Bradshaw, very, very quick indeed in that car. Just sliding up the inside of a Chevron B8.
Yeah, I wondered if the Chevron had seen him there, but very different looking Chevron, isn't it, the B19? Very much a race car looking car, as opposed to the Chevron B8, which looks like a pretty sports car. But that's the way it goes, and quite a few improvements beginning to come through now. You can see people moving up the order, but at the moment it's still the Gary Pearson, Alex Brundle car that is up front by just under half a second, although no, Ollie Bryant's just gone fastest. in number 14. This is a Lola T70 that Ollie drives in this particular event. Bradshaw putting together a lap though, isn't he?
He is, and the Chevron B19 has very little aerodynamics. You can see it's very flat, there's no big wing at the back, very, very quick through the air. And the slightly later car, the B26, has a big wing on the back, but that's actually can be slower because on an open circuit like this, downforce not quite so important.
Too much drag created by the wing instead.
Great deal of drag, that's right, yes.
Well, the Pearson Brundle car has come into the pits now, so there's going to be a swap over of drivers, but they're both quick. Both Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle are quick, so we'll see. There could well be a difference. Moving up into second place now is the Christian Pittard Darren Burke Chevron B8. So that's gone well again. We saw them put in a good lap a little bit earlier on. Currently in sixth place, we've got the Robert Beebe Steve Brooks Lola T70. So that's also strong for now. Look, Tom Bradshaw is going well on this lap. He might do enough to move up to second according to the predictor there. He's fastest in the middle sector. As long as he does a good final sector, is he going to get any traffic up ahead of him? Let's have a look. Looking okay. He's got a little B8 just ahead of him there, but it's not quite in his way as long as he's got a good exit here. Cost him a fraction, but he's over the line and he goes second. So that was an improvement.
Yeah, and still a tremendous performance from the Pittard and Burke Chevron B8, which is sitting in third at the moment, behind Ollie Bryant and Tom Bradshaw.
Yeah, Ollie Bryant, that is the number 14 car at the back of this this group, is the fastest car, isn't he? I think he's right at the, yeah, there he is. That's the fastest car so far, the Lola T70. Trying to find a bit of space to get through there. Well, you can see in the spray, it's so difficult to see, to find a bit of clear space, but he's managed to do so. And Ollie Bryant, very competitive driver. His father been racing for many years as well.
Yeah.
The two of them racing historics together, and they've got a good collection too, haven't they?
They do, and Ollie's done quite a bit of modern racing as well. He was in the British GT Championship a few years ago. He's also done Le Mans quite a few times, so he's a very experienced driver. And a really nice person as well.
Yeah.
So it's great.
I met him many years ago. I haven't seen him for a long time, but yeah, always very impressed with his style, both on and off track.
Absolutely,
Lovely guy.
yeah. Just bumped into him this morning, actually, as we came into the commentary box, and just walking around, enjoying the scenery. Good. And the rain.
Yeah, and the rain. Yes, there's been a bit too much rain for us today, but we've been quite lucky that we've been covered up in our commentary box. But for those of you who've been watching on the sidelines, I know it's been a bit damp, but I do hope you've been managing to enjoy it and can look forward to some more great action. Look at this Chevron B8 going for it again. It's really fun to watch. Third quickest at the moment. Is there a little bit more pace on this lap? No. Stays third, but really pushing on. And if you get a clear lap in, I think they've got a chance of perhaps moving up a bit further. Gary Culver's gone well in his Lola T70. He's currently fifth fastest. And sixth fastest right now, the number 58 car of Sean Lynn and Andrew Haddon, another of the Lola T70s. We've got quite a bunch of them up there right now. So, Ollie Bryant, fastest for now. We've just seen another little Callum Lockie car, or the Julian Thomas Callum Lockie car has just improved a little bit. It's gone sixth quickest on that last lap. Further down the order, let's just see in some of the other classes. In the Pescarolo class, for example, you have to go all the way down to 27th place to see who's leading in the Pescarolo class, and that is number 74, Mark and James Bates in that Porsche 911. Funnily enough, they were talking to Ed just before we got into this session, and they were hoping to perform well. Well, right now they are leading that class, so that's working quite well for them. There are actually not many entries in that class, I don't think, on this occasion. But here we are watching number 23. Here, this is Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle. Not sure which is in the car right now, but we've seen they've already done a good lap. They've been into the pits, there's been a changeover, and whoever it is now, oh, we've got Bryant on a good lap. Yeah, Bryant does a better lap from Bryant. Second, not quite enough to beat Bradshaw. The gap, though, only 0.186 of a second. So it's very, very close between Bradshaw and Bryant. And I'm wondering whether We're going to see the number 23 card here also play a part in that in a moment or two. We'll wait and see. The first sector on this lap actually not... Well, actually, I'm not sure we've seen that yet. Has he come through? No, yes, a good first sector. It was just coming up now. So that is a good first sector. That is Alex in the car. Yes. You can tell from the crash helmet. Even I can tell that.
It's lovely to get that shot, wasn't it? Right into the cockpit of the car. See the driver working away.
It's nice he uses a version of his father's crash helmet design. So it makes it very recognisable that it's Alex Brundle in the car. So yeah, he's going well. And that first sector is the fastest that we've seen from anybody so far. They're currently in 4th place after what Gary Pearson did, but it looks like Alex may be able to find just a little bit more. Let's watch his style. Pretty smooth through Copse Corner. You don't see the back end of the car. Oh, we got a red flag. Okay, must be a car off somewhere, I presume, because the weather conditions are not that bad as we have seen today. So sadly, I guess there must have been an accident or a car in a gravel trap somewhere to cause a red flag, or maybe just a car stopped in a dangerous place. I don't know which. Hopefully we'll find out soon. So for the moment, Tom Bradshaw is fastest ahead of Ollie Bryant. The gap between them just 0.186 of a second. Number 31 there, the Rory and Patrick Jack Lola T70. Looks as though they're just getting that ready to come back out. Looks very immaculately prepared, doesn't it? And it's due to head down to the end of the pit lane, but we do have a red flag, so they won't be going out just yet. There's one of the chevrons, and there the number 14 car that has set the second fastest time so far, and is definitely still in the fight, I think, for a potential pole position. But we have a red flag, the session has been stopped, and there will still be 14 minutes left in this session when it restarts. So I wonder what has caused this. I don't think we've been able to find out just yet. I haven't seen anything particularly. Have you, Alistair?
No, I've just been looking around where we can see visually, but can't see anything at all at this end of the circuit as Ollie Bryant comes into the pits. One car I was watching for, but I think only had just gone out after coming in to change drivers, was the Sandy Watson Martin O'Connell car, as we've got a recovery truck just heading off in the direction.
Oh, look, here we go.
Ah, right.
Number 18 is off. That's the Mark Dwyer, Neil Glover car, the C70. I can't see any damage on the car, but clearly it doesn't want to run. Brooklands, apparently. So, okay. Yeah, it hasn't quite worked out. He's ended up on the outside there. Let's just try and work out exactly. A bit hard to see. Hard to see exactly where he is. And the rest of the cars coming back into the pits under the red flag conditions, having to come back in, but it's a chance for them to regroup a little bit and decide how to push on for the next stage. There's Tom Bradshaw, fastest so far.
Probably watching a timing screen or something there. He's looking at a tablet, isn't he?
Yeah, might be a bit of data.
Yeah, a bit of data, perhaps sector times to see where he might be able to improve.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, he says. You can take that away. Oh, no, that's our timing screen, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, just seeing the comparison, I think, between the lap times and seeing that it's very close. He has an advantage over Ollie Bryant of just 0.186 of a second. The two of them have quite a big advantage then over the next group, because they're a further 3.7 seconds behind. That next group is pretty close to each other, but it is this machine that has caused the red flag, the Lola T70, and clearly they are going to have to tow that back, I would imagine. Always a bit of a worry with a classic car that gets looked after, but the marshal's doing a great job. They're always very aware that these cars should not be damaged. It's just going to be picked up carefully and brought back to the pits, and then hopefully it'll be ready to race tomorrow with a bit of luck. So the red flag means we've got an interruption in this qualifying session. Cars are making their way down towards the end of the pits to be ready to go back out on circuit. Tom Bradshaw, the fastest in the first part, but is he going to hang on to it? We shall wait and see. Let's just have a look at some of the highlights of what we've seen so far in the session. So that was some of the action from earlier on in this session, but we're still waiting to see how they're going to move this Lola T70. Just wondering if there's anything wrong with the rear wheel, because it looked at a slightly odd angle, but it's a bit hard to tell from this camera position. So it's hard to say exactly what's gone wrong here and why the car has been left. It's obviously going to take a few more minutes, but because they've managed to actually get ahead of schedule here, we've actually just got to the time when this session was originally going to begin. It was due to start about this time, wasn't it? Oh, maybe 10 minutes earlier. Yeah, it was due to start at 6:40, now got up to 6:50, so they should have time to recover that car and still be able to run the remaining 14 and a half minutes or so. GT40 is down at the end of the pit lane, ready to burst back out when this session does get underway.
That's was put very much back in the consciousness of many people when the film came out quite recently, known on this side of the Atlantic as Le Mans 66. Ford versus Ferrari, I think they called it in America, didn't they? But that was the car that was being described in that film, and took Le Mans wins 4 years running, 66, 67, 68 and 69.
Yeah, a wonderful piece of kit.
Yeah, it was developed, and it was a slightly different version of it which won it in 67, but for the later 2 years actually they reverted to the original car.
Right.
And the same car won the race twice, the same chassis. It was amazing.
It is amazing, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's a very professional recovery, that.
It is, very cautious.
Yeah.
Beautifully done, and you can see how the marshals are taking great care, and the recovery guys, to make sure that car gets put safely on the back of the truck. They'll make sure it's all strapped down safely and then bring it back. So this is a little look ahead to tomorrow. Timetable showing us the racing begins at 9 o'clock in the morning with the historic Formula Juniors. We saw them out in qualifying a little bit earlier on today, of course, and then it's the pre-war BRDC 500 cars. They are the real old-style cars with no seat belts, no roll bars, no nothing, just the drivers hanging there to do their best. Then something a bit more modern, the historic Formula 2, mainly cars from the 1970s, fast single-seaters with downforce. That's on at 22:11. And then the RAC Historic Tourist Trophy for touring cars, and we've seen a great mix of touring cars in that, so that's going to be one to look forward to at 11:20. All of these are races, so the qualifying has been done today. We've only got the end of this session to be finished now, and qualifying is then complete, and the grids are basically set up for the races tomorrow. And it's just all about action and about trying to get to the checker flag first. That's what tomorrow is going to be about, and we're going to see plenty of fans here. We're expecting up to around 20,000 people, perhaps. Let's hope the weather is a little better than it was today, otherwise it might put a few off from arriving. It would be lovely to see a good crowd on an event like this at the Classic at Silverstone, which has so much going on, not just on circuit but off circuit as well, with so many owners clubs, cars here as well, the Classic Corvette Club, the Club Alpine, Club Renault, the Cobra Replica Club. They've got their gathering, the Jaguar enthusiasts, of course the E-Types, because as we know we're celebrating 60 years of the E-Type. Lotus 7 Club, they'll be here, and the Morgan Sports Car Club. There really is a fantastic mixture, and so many other bits and pieces going on around the circuit, where people can enjoy some of the action. The Terry Grant stunt show, which we could see a little bit of out of our window, and the slowly sideways rally demos. Then the car clubs, there's music playing as well, concert area. There's the Wall of Death and more car club areas alongside the Wellington Straight, and indeed in the area that's effectively inside the national circuit. Lots of car clubs will be based up there, and the Village Green stage and shopping village up at that part of the circuit. So there really is a lot to look at. You do a few steps, I tell you. If you come to Silverstone and you want to see everything that's going on, you'll do a lot of steps. Okay, so the session is getting underway. We've got 14 and a half minutes to go. At the moment, it is Tom Bradshaw who is fastest in car number 43, but is he going to hang on in there? Well, let's see. They're all heading out onto the circuit now, and the track not too different. We've still got a little bit of rain around, but not too bad. As I can see just in the stand that the grandstand next to us, which does not have a roof. Some of them do have roofs. This one does not, and yet there's a couple of people with a youngster sitting on the lap, just pointing at cars as they come out of the pits. Lovely to see. That's what we're all about here at the Classic. It's about family fun, enjoying cars, enjoying the action, and yeah, really, really nice to see, despite the rather poor weather conditions that we have got. So we've got cars on circuit, and there is the number 23, the Gary Pearson Alex Brundle car, which is currently 4th, but it was on a quick lap before that red flag came out. I think he got out reasonably early. You don't want to be caught up in the traffic too much. He's trying to get it into a bit of clear space here. Of course, this lap doesn't matter. This lap is just your out lap. You are being timed, but it won't effectively improve your lap time. You want to get a good clear lap once you go over the start-finish line. That's when you want to really go for it. And of course, it's a long lap around here at Silverstone. They need to make sure they get into the right space, and then they can go for it.
Yeah, so it's important to make a bit of space out there with the spray and other cars around you, as we've said earlier today. With so many cars on track, we've got 37 cars out there, and you can see from that camera shot that there's very little visibility once you're in the pack of cars. So important to get out and get a bit of space. And the car 23, that's the Gary Pearson Alex Brundle car, and we think Alex Brundle is still in that car because he was before the red flag, I think.
Good point, yeah.
Was just trying to warm the tyres up a little there, just weaving from side to side, just to get a bit more heat into the tread of these wet tyres that they're using. There's the fastest car that we've seen out there in this session. That's the maroon number 43 of Tom Bradshaw, who we saw looking at his tablet when they were in the pits, just checking times, looking at where perhaps his sector times might be able to be improved. And in the background I can see Ollie Bryant, number 14, who is second quickest. So the two fastest cars are running very close together on track as they go up through past us and then up towards the tight right-hander at Village. Tom Bradshaw on the brakes now.
Yeah, and this is the first sector of the lap. Goes in quite wide on purpose, probably, to try and get a bit more grip, stay off the normal dry racing line. He's doing the same as he comes through the final part of that section, and yeah, again, staying quite wide of the apex. That's all about trying to find the extra grip off the normal standard racing line. You can see in the background the Lola slithering a little bit, so this is going to be interesting as they come through, and that's a personal best in the first sector. 44.1. Bryant's done a 44.6, but a 43.9 for Alex Brundle, so that's slightly quicker, although that doesn't come up as a personal best because I think he'd done a better lap than that, or a better sector than that, before the red flag came out. But nonetheless, you're looking at some potentially quick machines. There's Ollie Bryant, number 14, currently second fastest, chasing after Tom Bradshaw, currently fastest. So these guys are getting a good idea of who's got pace and where it is. Some areas, of course, the powerful Lola T70 that you're looking at is going to be fast, but through some of the corners, that delightful sort of maroon machine that's fastest at the moment is going to have tremendous pace.
And still running quite close together through the Beckett sweeps, the fabulous section. Tom Bradshaw deciding to take a much wider line, like you've described, to try and find the grip, but Ollie Bryant staying much tighter, but not right on the apex. Now they're on the hanger straight and kicking up the spray as they come down onto the brakes for Stowe Corner.
So looking at the sector time, they're very close. Actually, it's Bryant with the slightly better sector time at the moment. He was slower in the first sector, but he's quicker in the second sector. And at the same time, Alex Brundle has done a very good middle sector, almost exactly the same. So hardly anything between these three as they battle away for provisional pole, trying to get a clean exit. There was a bit of a slide over the curb. Brundle goes quickest. Alex Brundle's gone quickest. What about Bradshaw and Bryant? They stay second and third for the moment. So that's a 1:21.7 from Bradshaw, half a second down on what Brundle has just done. Ollie Bryant is a further 0.2 of a second slower. Very, very close between all of them.
And very interesting there that Tom Bradshaw just made that very small mistake at club right at the end. And another car stopped, another T70.
Yeah, the T70s are not having much fun, are they? This is the Robert BB Steve Brooks car, number 59. Currently a bit further down the order, but not too bad. He's in 6th place, so that's a bit disappointing for them. Here we go, here we are, back with this battle. Really deep into Brooklands, really deep, right round the edge of the track there. And Ollie Bryant not going quite so deep with the Lola, but still staying off the normal apex line. Now watch the power delivery. Is it smooth? Is it controlled? Looking good. Yeah, stays off the curb, just runs it out to the white line, but stay off those slippery curbs in the wet. Otherwise you get a lot of wheel spin, and that costs you time, if not also potentially chucking you into a spin. Fastest first sector for Alex Brundle again. 43.5, that's 0.2 quicker than Bryant, but it's half a second quicker than Bradshaw in sector 1. Fun to see this, because the conditions are not easy, and yet the time comparisons between these 3 cars that are fighting up front are remarkably close. See how it all goes. A little bit of a move up the order there for the number 58 car of Sean Lynn and Andrew Haddon. Another of the Lola T70s.
Alex Brundle's on another good lap, isn't he? Purple sectors so far. Tremendous drive from Alex in these conditions. Now we're seeing him.
Yeah.
The 23 car, and he's coming right towards the end of the lap, turning left on the faster run through the club corner.
That was lovely through there. Carried the speed through that faster layout than they use in Formula 1, and a little wobble, but that was great lap. He's done a 2 minute 19.2. That's put him 2.5 seconds ahead now, although Bradshaw now goes better than he had done, so the gap's come down to 1.2. But that was a really beautiful lap, I think, from Alex Brundle. Just watching the end of it there, beautifully controlled, on the limit, but not overstepping the limit. Deep into the right-hander as well. You can see how he really runs the car wide. All of these guys running these wide lines in the wet.
Yeah, just trying to find that little bit of extra grip where the cars normally don't run, so the tarmac is slightly rougher perhaps than where it's run over constantly, as maybe Simon Hadfield now aboard the number 81 Chris Bayton Lola T70. Simon Hadfield, well known for being extremely quick in anything he sits in, so he's popped that car up into 7th.
The number 51 car still in 4th place that you're looking at. We've been watching that earlier on. It's not as powerful in a straight line, but it's been showing great performance through the corners. This lap a little slower though. It may be that they've swapped drivers during that last period, so maybe not going to be challenging quite so much on this second run. Yep, a rather slower lap there. But they will remain in 4th place for the moment, unless somebody else can beat the time that was set in the first part. Julian Thomas, Callum Lockie down in 10th position currently. The Jacksons down in 19th place, Simon and Dominic in their Leyland P70. Let's see, any improvements coming up. A little bit there was an improvement on that last lap in the number 32 car for Charles Allison and Peter Thompson, another Chevron B8. You're looking there at Till Bechtolsheimer and John Hindhoff are sharing that car. As we look at Simon and Dominic Jackson's number 11 machine. Got a little gaggle coming down the line. 55 there. David Forsberry in the Chevron B8. There in the background, number 95, and that is Gary Culver in another of the Lola T70s. Beautiful layout, isn't it? Very striking livery. 5th fastest so far.
Extremely purposeful looking car, isn't it? It's and it goes well.
Yeah, that's going very well indeed at the moment. But can he challenge that battle up front? On this lap, by the way, this last lap, slightly slower from Alex Brundle. He did a 2 minute 19. Before that, just done a 2 minute 20. Ollie Bryant's just done a slightly better lap, but again, he's 28 thousandths of a second off Tom Bradshaw. but they've been so close in terms of lap time over these last few. Another improvement for Simon Hadfield there. He's brought the car up to 5th place on that last lap.
So we've got, out of the top 5, we've got, or top 6, we've got 2 smaller engine cars and 4 bigger ones. So it's interesting how the conditions are slightly evening out as we get an improvement to 8th for the Nick Pink car, number 47. Tom Bradshaw off onto the curb.
That's a shame, because he'd just done a really good first sector. He'd done a best of anybody, purple first sector. But that shows how hard he's trying, because he's really driving well. But, you know, that's fair enough in qualifying. You've got to push yourself to the absolute limit, and you will make the odd mistakes, especially when conditions are like this. But he's trying to gain just a few tenths of a second. He had gained a little bit on sector 1, but he's now lost it in sector 2. Thankfully, the car is still okay. He's still running, and he can get it back together. He's got time to get back to the line and get at least 1 more flying lap in. He might not get 2. I think the checker flag will be out before he gets around the second time. He just needs to get himself in a bit of clear space now, learn from what happened on that lap, and then go for it 1 more time.
And you can see he's got some tape at the front of the car there, and also some of the other cars are running the little bits of tape there just to reduce the amount of cooling that's going over perhaps the brakes, or it could be even the engine as well, in these cooler conditions, to keep the temperatures up to the level they need to be.
Yeah, tank tape always useful for changing the cooling level of a car. We're watching the number 23 car that's been strong throughout. This is the Gary Pearson Alex Brundle car, which is fastest of all. We think Alex is in the car at the moment. Yeah, so Bradshaw's just completed to that last lap. It wasn't so good in the end, but he's now going on to a lap, and this is really, we're getting down to the really key point in qualifying now to see who's going to end up on top. It looks as though it's going to be Alex Brundle. His advantage usefully just over a second. Question of whether there's a bit more time to be found now. First sector, let's just see what his first sector looks like. That's a fraction slower, but that's still competitive. Look, it's actually 0. It's the same as what we've seen before. So actually that is competitive, that first sector. And if he can just gain a little bit on the rest of the lap, there is still a chance to further improve their pole position. That was nice. Again, very accurate.
Very, yes, just kissing the white line, but not enough to unsettle the car.
Down towards Copse Corner, fast, but you've got to do a bit of braking on the way in, ease it in, and then back on the throttle. Again, he runs it out beautifully, but the car stays pointing in a straight line. Flat out now, using all that V8 power to rush him down to the fast sequence at Maggots and Beckett's. Trying to keep the rhythm through here, the flow, that's what it's all about through this section. Easing it one way, then the other, trying to find the grip, not necessarily using the normal line, as you can see. Car ahead, but not in his way. That has not slowed him down. Second checkpoint coming up. Let's see how this is going. It's not quite there, not quite there, not far off. Only at, what, less than a tenth, 0.081 off. So a good final sector, and he can improve that pole position. In the meantime, Ollie Bryant's done another really good first sector, but he's not as quick in sector 2. Good sector 2, yeah, reasonable for Bradshaw, but I don't think he's going to be quick enough to beat Alex here. Only a bit of a slide out of the last corner. Well, almost the same lap time as he'd already done. That's still quicker than anybody else has done. He's done 2 laps now in the 2-minute 19s, and I don't think Bryant could quite do that, but he's gone second. 20.194. So can Bradshaw come back at him? No, he's gone over the line already, hasn't he? I think. So at the moment it is Brundle, Bryant, Bradshaw. All the Bs up front.
Interesting that Bryant put the best first sector in on that last lap, and Bradshaw put the best last sector in of anybody, yet neither of them could beat Brundle's overall best time.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's getting at every sector together, and you know, it's so easy to get one of them wrong. And that middle sector that Brundle did there, very, very impressive. Even if it wasn't the outright fastest, it was very impressive. So good stuff from all 3 drivers, and we've got a gap of, what, 1.2 seconds between the top 3. Then a little bit more of a gap back, I have to say, to the next group, which is now being led by Simon Hadfield, who's just seen the checkered flag. He's one of the first cars to see the checkered flag, and it's the last checkered flag of the qualifying day here at the Classic at Silverstone. As this session is drawing to an end, there will be the odd improvement, no doubt. Just watch out to see if there are any moves up the order, but I think our top three are unlikely to change. Good first sector, I have to say, from Bradshaw, so let's not count him out completely. There we are, there's our fastest car so far, but actually on this lap Bradshaw has done a slightly better first sector, but I don't think he's going to have the pace around the rest of the lap to really steal that top spot. It's looking good for Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle, isn't it?
It is indeed, and they're still out there as well, although Alex's time's not as good as he's done before. There's Bradshaw at the top of the screen now. You can see coming out of Chapel Curve onto the Hangar Straight. Nice clear track in front of him. Probably won't catch the yellow Chevron B8 before the end of the lap.
No, and it's a slow mid-sector, I'm afraid.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, whether he got held up or something went wrong, but that is not going to change anything, I'm afraid. Alex Brundle, I think, has nailed that pole position for this race, and we could be on for a good battle, depending on how the start goes, but it's looking very strong. And into the nimble little machine, Simon Hadfield will also be starting on the second row, but that car a little bit slower, I have to say. Their Lola 270, a little bit slower. Last few cars still completing their laps. We're looking at that rather lovely Porsche that we were seeing in the paddock earlier of Mark and James Bates, and they run in the Pescarolo class. In fact, there aren't many people running in the Pescarolo class, so I think they're going to be the top of that class. And of course it is a slightly different machine. So there we go then. Good, dramatic, fun way to finish the qualifying here today. Thankfully, although it was wet, it wasn't quite as teeming down with rain as it has been at some stages throughout the qualifying today. Bit grey, have to say, but well done to Alex Brundle, who has taken pole position for himself and Gary Pearson. A top-notch effort, taking pole position by Gary Pearson. A top-notch effort, taking pole position by just under a second from Ollie Bryant. The Lola T70s will make up the front row, and then we've got the Chevron on the second row. More Chevrons and Lolas filling up in that top 10. We've got Chevron B8 of Pittard and Burke, another one down there in 10th place as well. And then in 11th place, Henry Fletcher in a Chevron B19. The Julian Thomas, Callum Lockie Ford Falcon, they're up in 12th position, ahead of John Emberson. This is a Chevron, I wondered actually, yes, that's a wrong entry there. They're using a Chevron as well, and another Chevron B8 completing the top 20. So the timetable for tomorrow, we will be starting off at 9 o'clock the first race at Historic Formula Junior, followed by the pre-war BRDC 500, and then the Historic Formula 2s, the RAC Historic Tourist Trophy at 11:20. So it's been great to have your company. Thanks, whether you've been here at Silverstone or whether you've been streaming this online at home. We really enjoyed your company, and let's hope we get some strong racing. So from Alistair Douglas and myself, Ben Edwards, and the rest of the crew, goodbye for now. See you tomorrow.
Silverstone Grand Prix